Hey everyone, in my previous upload I stated that if that video got 1,000 likes, my next upload would be a 10-hour video. Well, I lied. It's actually 11. I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. I won't set a like goal for this one, but liking the video does help out immensely. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. We are very close to hitting 130,000, and I'm curious to see if we could hit it before the end of the year. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy the ad-free content, except for the ad right after this intro. There won't be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. My name is Celine. The title of this post is something I have whispered to myself for over a decade, but never dared to type out. People worry about your mental health when you talk about ghosts. They worry even more when you tell them you are living with one. But I'm 36 now. I'm established, I'm stable, and I'm far enough away from the event to look at it clearly. I need to get this down because I looked at her this morning, really looked at her, and I realized the truth is undeniable. To understand what I have now, you have to understand what I lost. It started 15 years ago. I was 21, living in a cramped, drafty apartment in Montreal, with the love of my life, Marianne. We were young, stupidly in love, and perpetually broke. Marianne was everything I wasn't. I was quiet, anxious, and prone to overthinking. Marianne was a firecracker. She was loud, she laughed with her whole chest, and she had the most piercing, impossible blue eyes I have ever seen on a human being. She was my anchor, until the night I let her drive away angry. The argument was stupid. It's the cliché of every tragedy, isn't it? We fought over money. We were short on rent, and she had spent a little extra on concert tickets for my birthday. I should have been grateful. Instead, I yelled. I told her she was irresponsible. I told her she didn't take our future seriously. The last words I said to her were, "Just get out. I can't look at you right now." So she did. She grabbed her keys, her eyes swimming with tears that made that blue look like a stormy ocean, and she slammed the door. 2 hours later, the police were knocking. Black ice on the hallway. She had lost control of our beat-up Honda and went over the guardrail. She died on impact. The weeks following the funeral are a blur of gray. I don't remember eating. I don't remember sleeping, really. I just remember laying in our bed, staring at the empty spot beside me, smelling the fading scent of her vanilla shampoo on the pillowcase. The guilt was a physical weight. It sat on my chest like an anvil. I had killed her. I convinced myself of that. If I hadn't yelled, if I hadn't kicked her out, she would be safe in bed. I was a murderer. That was when the activity started. At first, I welcomed it. It began small. I would come home from my waitressing job to find things displaced. A picture frame turned face down. The cabinet doors in the kitchen wide open. The temperature in the apartment would plummet, leaving my breath visible in the air despite the radiator clanking away at full blast. My grieving mind didn't register fear. It registered hope. "Marianne?" I would whisper into the darkness. "Is that you?" I assumed she was back. I assumed she wanted to tell me she was okay, but the atmosphere in the apartment wasn't comforting. It was heavy. It felt oppressive, like the air pressure before a tornado. 3 weeks after the funeral, the activity shifted from passive to aggressive. I was in the kitchen making tea. I had the kettle on the stove. Suddenly, the burner dial snapped from low to high on its own. The gas flared up with a whoosh. I jumped back, my heart hammering. I reached out to turn it off, and a mug from the drying rack flew off the counter. It didn't just fall, it was thrown. It shattered against the wall inches from my head. I stood there, shards of ceramic at my feet, trembling. "Marianne?" I cried out, tears streaming down my face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought it was her anger. I thought she was trapped here, furious at me for the way we left things. I deserved it, I told myself. She wanted to throw things. Let her. I deserved every bit of it. But it got worse. The nights became unbearable. I would wake up at 3 a.m. to the sound of heavy, wet breathing right next to my ear. Not the soft breath of a sleeping partner, but a raspy, guttural sound. When I reached for the lamp, the bulb would pop with a deafening crack, plunging me back into darkness. Shadows began to pool in the corners of the room, taller and darker than they should have been. They seemed to stretch toward the bed. I stopped sleeping. I became a ghost of myself, dark circles under my eyes, shaking through my shifts at work. The culmination happened on a Tuesday in November. It was a month after the accident. I was lying in bed, fully dressed, because I was too terrified to change into pajamas anymore. I was staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sun to rise. The silence in the apartment was deafening. Then the temperature dropped. It wasn't gradual. It was instant. The air went freezing cold, so sharp it hurt my nose to inhale. I squeezed my eyes shut. I'm sorry, Marianne, I whispered. My mantra of guilt. Something grabbed my ankles. It wasn't a gentle touch. It was a vice grip, strong and painful, like two bands of steel clamping down on my bones. I gasped, my eyes flying open. I tried to kick, but my legs wouldn't move. With a violent jerk, I was ripped down the mattress. I screamed, I clawed at the sheets, desperate for purchase, but the fabric just bunched in my hands. I was dragged off the foot of the bed, my hips slamming hard onto the hardwood floor. The grip didn't let go. I was being pulled across the floor of the bedroom, toward the open closet door. The closet was a gaping maw of darkness. Marianne, stop, please, I shrieked. I grabbed the leg of the heavy oak dresser as I slid past. The friction burned my palms, but I held on. The force pulling my legs was immense, threatening to dislocate my hips. I was sobbing, hysterical, kicking wildly with my feet against empty air. Suddenly, the grip vanished. I didn't wait. I scrambled up, scrambled into the corner of the room and curled into a ball, hyperventilating. I stayed there until dawn broke, watching the closet, waiting for her to come back and finish me. I looked at my ankles in the morning light. There were bruises, distinct, finger-shaped bruises, but they weren't the size of Marianne's hands. Marianne had small, delicate hands. These marks were large. The fingers were too long. A cold realization settled in my gut. That wasn't Marianne. Marianne had a temper, yes. She could be fiery, but she was never cruel. She would never hurt me physically. She loved me. Even in our worst moments, she loved me. Whatever was in my apartment, whatever was dragging me toward the dark, wasn't the woman I loved. It was something else. Something that fed on misery. And I was an all-you-can-eat buffet. I was terrified to go back to the apartment, but I had nowhere else to go. I spent the day walking around the city, freezing in the November wind, dreading the sunset. That evening, as I approached the front steps of my building, I saw something sitting near the communal trash cans. It was a cat. It wasn't scrounging for food, and it wasn't fleeing from the noise of the street. It was sitting perfectly still, its tail wrapped neatly around its paws, watching me. It was a calico, mostly white with patches of orange and black. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs. The cat stood up and let out a soft merp sound. It walked right up to me, winding through my legs, rubbing its cheeks against my shins. I reached down automatically to pet it. The fur was soft, surprisingly clean for a stray. Then the cat looked up at me. The breath caught in my throat. The eyes, they were blue. Not the greenish yellow or amber typical of cats. They were a deep, striking, impossible electric blue. They were her eyes. I fell to my knees on the sidewalk, ignoring the cold concrete. I stared at the cat, and the cat stared back with an intelligence that felt jarring. It bumped its forehead against my nose, purring, a sound like a small engine. "Hey," I whispered, my voice trembling. The cat didn't run away. When I stood up and unlocked the front door of the building, the cat trotted inside ahead of me, as if it owned the place. I hesitated, then followed. It climbed the 3 flights of stairs to my apartment door and sat there, waiting for me to turn the key. I opened the door. Usually the dread would hit me the moment I crossed the threshold. The heavy, malicious atmosphere. The cat walked in first. It strutted into the center of the living room, sat down and let out a long, low hiss. It wasn't hissing at me. It was staring at the dark hallway leading to the bedroom. The fur along its spine stood up in a rigid ridge. I stood by the door paralyzed. The cat held its ground. It let out a growl that sounded too deep for its small body. Then it strode forward, into the hallway, into the bedroom. I heard a thump like something heavy falling, and then silence. The cat came trotting back out a moment later, its tail held high, looking relaxed. It walked over to the couch, Marianne's favorite spot, jumped up, curled into a ball, and went to sleep. For the first time in a month, the apartment felt empty, but in a good way. The heavy pressure was gone. I didn't kick the cat out. I named her Marianne. It felt sacrilegious to anyone else, I'm sure, but it felt like the only option to me. Things changed after Marianne the cat moved in. The supernatural activity didn't stop immediately, but it changed. It felt like a war being waged. But I was no longer the soldier. I was the civilian being protected. One night, I was watching TV. The air grew cold again. The familiar scent of ozone and rot began to creep in. I tensed up, clutching a pillow. Marianne, who had been dozing on my lap, instantly woke up. She leaped off the couch and stood in the center of the room. She stared at an empty corner near the ceiling, her eyes pinned back flat against her skull. She let out a scream, that specific, yowling caterwaul that cats make when they are about to fight. The lights flickered. The TV turned itself off. Marianne launched herself at the wall. She literally ran halfway up the drywall, claws out, swiping at the empty air. I saw, and I swear this is true, a dark, misty shape recoil from her. She landed on her feet and hissed again, spitting, her blue eyes blazing. The cold air dissipated instantly. The TV flickered back on. Marianne sat down, licked her paw, and looked at me as if to say, "It's handled." This happened a few more times over the next month. Whatever that thing was, whatever dark parasite had latched onto my grief, it was trying to come back, and every time, Marianne was there. She was a sentinel. She slept on the pillow next to my head every single night. If I shifted in a nightmare, she would place a paw on my cheek, grounding me. I started to notice things about her behavior, things that made the hair stand on my arms. My human girlfriend Marianne had a very specific hate for olives. If a pizza came with olives, she would pick them off with surgical precision and stack them in a pyramid on a napkin. One night, I ordered a supreme pizza. I was eating at the coffee table. The cat jumped up. She sniffed a slice. She delicately used her claw to hook an olive, fling it off the pizza onto the table, and then nudged it away with her nose. She did this to every olive on the slice before trying to steal a piece of the pepperoni. I just stared at her. "Really?" I asked. She blinked slowly. Marianne the human also had a habit of tapping her fingers when she was impatient. The cat, when waiting for me to fill the food bowl, would tap her left paw rhythmically against the floor tiles. Tap, tap, tap. She didn't like cat toys. I bought feathers, laser pointers, fake mice. She looked at them with disdain, but she loved watching reality TV. She would sit on the back of the couch, eyes glued to the screen, head moving back and forth as the people argued. Human Marianne used to say it was her trashy, guilty pleasure. Slowly the fear in my life evaporated. The dark entity gave up. It couldn't get past the guard dog, or rather, the guard cat. By the time spring arrived, the apartment was just an apartment again, but I was never alone. I talked to her. I know that's what crazy cat ladies do, but this was different. I told her about my day. I told her I was sorry about the fight. I told her I loved her. Whenever I apologized for the accident, for the argument, she would butt her head against my mouth to silence me. She would purr so loudly it rattled her ribs. It was forgiveness. I knew it. Life went on. I moved out of that apartment 2 years later. Marianne came with me, obviously. I went back to school. I got a degree. I started a career in graphic design. I dated a few people, though it never really worked out. It's hard to bring someone home when you feel like your dead ex is judging them from the top of the cat tree. And that brings us to today. I was sitting on my porch this morning drinking coffee. Marianne was sunning herself on the railing. I realized the date, October 14th. It has been exactly 15 years since the accident. It has been 15 years, minus 3 weeks since I found the cat. I looked at her. 15 years is a long time for a cat. A cat at 15 is usually slowing down. They have gray hairs around their muzzle. Their eyes get cloudy with cataracts. They sleep 20 hours a day. They have trouble jumping onto high surfaces. Marianne looks exactly the same as the day I found her. I mean exactly. Her fur is pristine, silky, and vibrant. There is not a single white hair on her black and orange patches. Her eyes are that same crystal, piercing electric blue, clear as the summer sky. She jumped from the porch railing to the roof of the garage this morning, a 6-foot vertical leap, to chase a squirrel. She moves with the agility of a kitten. She eats with the appetite of a lion. I took her to the vet last week for a checkup. The vet, a new guy, looked at her chart. Born roughly 15 years ago? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I said. I found her then. He examined her. He checked her teeth, her heart, her joints. He looked perplexed. He took an x-ray just to check for arthritis. This is bizarre, he told me, showing me the scan. Her bone density, her teeth. If you didn't tell me she was 15, I'd say this cat is maybe 2 years old. Maximum. There's zero sign of aging. Absolutely none. I nodded. I wasn't surprised. I came home and looked at old photos. I found a picture of human Marianne from her 20th birthday. She's laughing, looking at the camera. The look in her eyes is defiance and joy mixed together. Then I looked at the cat, sitting on my desk, watching me write this. I don't think she's a cat. I mean, she is a cat biologically, I suppose. But the spirit inside, the thing looking out through those blue eyes, the entity that attacked me 15 years ago wanted to hurt me. It was drawn to my guilt, but Marianne, she fought it off. She came back. She found a vessel that would let her stay. I've read about this kind of thing. Reincarnation, possession, spiritual attachment. Usually spirits move on. They fade, or if they stay in an animal, the animal eventually ages and dies. But she isn't aging. She isn't leaving. I stroked her head a few minutes ago, running my thumb over her ears. I whispered, "You're not going anywhere, are you?" She let out a short, sharp meow. It sounded like no. She bit my thumb gently, another thing human Marianne used to do when she was being playful, and began to lick my hand with her sandpaper tongue. I'm not scared. I should be, probably. It defies every law of nature. I'm living with a creature that is effectively immortal. inhabited by my dead girlfriend who refuses to cross over because she thinks I can't handle myself alone. And the honest truth? She's probably right. She's looking at me right now. She wants me to stop typing. She's tapping her left paw on the desk. Tap, tap, tap. I guess I better go. She hates to be ignored. Children ask a lot of questions, but they're never the right ones. For example, when I was a kid, I never asked my parents why we had to live in the middle of the woods. I never asked why our neighbors lived so far away, or why none of them had children. And I never asked why we had to turn off all the lights before sundown. I never suspected something was off because my parents were smart about it. They treated the lights rule like it was normal. So I did too. They even made a game out of it. Every sundown, the three of us would race around the house, scrambling to see who could turn off the most light switches. What could have been a traumatic memory was transformed into whimsical fun. But you can only cheat the inevitable so many times. One night, Dad was working late. Mom lost track of time for some reason, and I was distracted by my bionicles. The setting sun didn't cross my mind until Dad burst through the front door in a panic. I looked up, startled by the sudden entrance, and saw the sky behind him was pitch dark. "Honey, turn off the lights," Dad barked as he dashed to the nearest light switch. My parents scrambled the house in a panic, but I stayed calm. Thinking about it now, their urgency should have frightened me, but I was naive and invested in my game, so I continued playing until the house went completely dark. Reluctantly accepting that it was time for bed, I gathered up my Lego warriors and put them where they wouldn't get stepped on. Once all of them were safely accounted for, I looked out a nearby window and noticed twin lights staring out of the trees. At first I was scared, but as my eyes adjusted to the dark, I realized it was just some critter out for an evening stroll. I knew that animals roamed the woods at night, but I'd never seen one get that close to the house before. Overcome by childish excitement, I waved hello to it. It waved back. "Carson?" Dad hissed, doing his best to stay quiet. "Where you at, bud?" "Shh," I whispered back. "You'll scare it off." "What?" Dad bolted into the room, his footsteps a clumsy contrast to the stillness of the night. I looked away from the window to shush him. When I turned back, the thing was gone. "Never mind, Dad," I said with a shrug. "It ran away." Dad sighed in relief and picked me up. I felt his heartbeat thunder in his chest as he checked to make sure the window was shut. "Don't worry about it," he whispered in a strained voice. "Come on, let's get to bed." Mom and Dad had me sleep with them for some reason, but otherwise the rest of the night was completely normal. There was no cataclysm, no punishment for breaking the rules, no ominous sense of dread lingering over the house. Life continued on normally, unaffected by the night's mistake. My parents were nervous at first, but laughed it off after a week or two. They never suspected something was off because Mr. Pallywag was smart about it. I still remember the day Mr. Pallywag introduced himself. Mom had left me to my own devices again, so I went out to the backyard and invented some game to keep myself occupied. Whatever I'd come up with must have been good, because I was so absorbed in what I was doing. It took me a while to realize someone was watching me. For a while I pretended it was my imagination, but when I couldn't ignore the feeling of eyes peering out from the woods any longer, I stopped and scowled at the trees. "Quit being weird," I shouted, my courage bolstered by youthful ignorance. "Come on out." In response to my demands, a large bipedal creature shuffled out from the tree line. It was covered in a shaggy coat of gray fur, and its small dark eyes reminded me of a great white shark's. It would have been frightening, if not for the pork pie hat, lightly perched on top of its head. Between the hat and its spotless white gloves, it looked more like a cartoon character come to life than an animal. "Hello," the creature said with a shy, friendly wave. "Do you live here?" "Uh-huh." "Oh, good. I'm your neighbor, Mr. Pallywag. Sorry it took so long for me to introduce myself. What's your name?" "Carson." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Carson. Are your parents home?" "Mom is, so you should stay back. She doesn't like it when animals get too close to the house." Mr. Pallywag frowned, which made him look even more cartoonish. I couldn't help laughing at his expression. "I don't see what's so funny." Mr. Pallywag huffed. "I'm not an animal. I'm a respectable citizen." "I'm sorry. You made a funny face, that's all." "Oh, that's not a funny face. This is." Mr. Pallywag stuck out his tongue and bulged his eyes. It looked so goofy I nearly passed out from laughter. I laughed so loudly, Mom popped her head out of the window and asked me, "What's so funny, Carson?" Mr. Pallywag made a funny face. "Mr. Pallywag?" "Yeah, don't you see him?" Mom scanned the trees, a frown firmly etched on her face. I looked behind me to find that Mr. Pallywag had disappeared. "That's weird," I said. "He was right here." "Honey, who's Mr. Pallywag?" "He's a big, furry monster wearing a hat. You can't miss him." "Oh," Mom sighed, relieved. "He's imaginary, then." Part of me wanted to argue, but I stayed quiet. If Mom didn't want me to believe Mr. Pallywag was real, that was her choice. Nothing worth arguing over. Besides, adults always hated being wrong. An argument could only end with me getting dragged inside. "Well, I'll leave you boys to it. Have fun, okay?" "Okay." Mom went back to whatever she was doing. Once he was sure she wouldn't come back, Mr. Pallywag popped out from behind a tree and grinned at me. "Sorry I called you a monster," I said quickly. "But you got mad when I said animal, so..." "That's all right, Carson. I understand. But I won't forgive you unless you do something for me." "What's that?" "Play a game with me," Mr. Pallywag cried, dramatically flourishing his hat. "Okay." And just like that, I made a friend. Mr. Pallywag came to visit me as much as he could. Sometimes he'd go missing for days or even weeks. But I didn't mind. He always made up for it with a fantastic new story about his travels. I always liked stories, but my parents rarely told me any. Most nights it was too dark to read anything, and they were too busy during the day. Luckily, telling stories was Mr. Pallywag's favorite pastime, and I was happy to listen. Some nights when I had trouble falling asleep, I would even crack the window open so Mr. Pallywag could continue telling me about his adventures. He was always happy to do it, but he never came into my home. I asked him why once, but he just shook his head and said my parents wouldn't like it. That makes sense to me now, but at the time I thought it was silly. Mom didn't mind Mr. Pallywag at all. Dad did at first, but then one night, he and Mom had a fight about it. It got really intense until Mom said it was perfectly normal for a kid with no friends to make one up. That made Dad go quiet. He didn't say anything about Mr. Pallywag again. I can't blame my parents for thinking Mr. Pallywag was imaginary. He was very good at hiding. In fact, he was so good that, at first, I tried to make a game out of catching him. "Look, Mommy," I'd squeal with delight. "He's behind the swing set. No, now he's behind the sandbox." But eventually, I let him hide without calling attention to it. He was quiet as the wind and quick as a fox, and nobody could find him if he didn't want to be found. I also got the feeling something bad would happen if my parents caught him. I didn't want that. He was my best friend. Most of the time, Mr. Pallywag was content to play in my backyard, but he asked me to come into the woods with him twice. The first time happened because Mom yelled at me. Before I tell this part, I want to make it clear that Mom was not abusive. That said, She wasn't exactly Mother of the Year either. There were mitigating circumstances, granted. She didn't have a lot of friends, and we didn't leave the house much because of our isolation. Most days she was either alone or only had me for company. If that doesn't sound so bad, imagine being trapped in a remote cabin and the only person you can have a conversation with refuses to talk about anything that isn't related to cartoons, or how hungry they are. Frankly, it's a miracle she didn't kill me. I was usually content to entertain myself, but one day, for whatever reason, all I wanted to do was spend time with her. "Mom, come play with me," I whined. "Not right now, honey," she said, doing her best to keep her voice calm. "Why don't you watch a movie?" "I don't wanna." "Well, how about you play your PlayStation?" "No, I want to play a real-life game." "Okay, well, why don't you ask Mr. Pallywag to play with you?" "I don't want to play with Mr. Pallywag. I want to play with you." "Carson, I want to play." My tantrum raged on like that for a while. Mom tried to soothe me, but I refused to be sated. Finally, she snapped and shouted, "Enough." The force of the shout shut me up immediately. "I can't play with you right now, Carson. I need some time to myself, okay? Just shut up and go outside." With that, Mom stormed to her bedroom and slammed the door shut. Tears welled up in my eyes as I scurried outside. It was my first rejection. I remember it better than my first kiss. For what felt like hours, I sat on my swing set and bawled. If Mom noticed, she didn't come out to comfort me. Odds are she was just holed up in the house somewhere, but at the time it felt like she was actively ignoring me. "Hey, Carson!" Mr. Pallywag's sudden appearance didn't surprise me. He made a habit of showing up out of nowhere. Normally I pretended to be surprised, but I was so depressed I couldn't summon the energy for it. "Carson?" Mr. Pallywag asked. "You okay?" "Mom yelled at me," I choked out between sniffles. "Oh no, come here, bud. It's okay." Mr. Pallywag opened his arms and wrapped me in a big hug. I always liked Mr. Pallywag's hugs. It was like hugging a big warm pillow. There was something else about them too. Something that made you feel safe and protected. Kind of like falling asleep. "Tell you what," Mr. Pallywag said when I calmed down enough. "How about we do something special today?" "Special?" "Yeah, I'm going to show you the best spot in the entire forest." "I don't know. Mom and Dad said I can't go into the woods because it's dangerous." "That's not true," Mr. Pallywag replied as he patted my head. "They said you can't go in the woods alone. You're not alone if I'm with you, right? Besides, they won't even know you are gone if we're quick enough." For a moment I hesitated. I was a good kid. I always followed the rules. But Mr. Pallywag had a point. If I was with him, I wouldn't be alone, and I wanted to get back at Mom somehow. I could bend the rules a little. Just once. "Okay," I said, "but we have to be quick." "Deal." Mr. Pallywag took my hand and we walked into the woods together. It was a beautiful day. Birds chirped sonatas above us, and sunlight slipped through the cracks in the tree branches to cast macabre shadows on the ground. I made a game out of jumping from sunspot to sunspot. Mr. Pallywag thought it looked like fun, so he joined in as well. The two of us got so wrapped up in the game I almost forgot how upset I'd been. Almost. Eventually our route led us to a circular clearing. Mr. Pallywag strolled to the center of it and sat down with a great big sigh. I followed his lead and inspected my surroundings. The clearing felt peaceful, but there was something vaguely sad about it too. "This is my special spot, Carson," Mr. Pallywag said. "What do you think?" "I like it, but what makes it so special?" "Well, this is where most of my friends decide to come to the party." "Party? What party?" "Why, only the greatest, most fantabulous party ever. There's cake, balloons, and games galore, and there's plenty of music and dancing." And stories? Of course, Mr. Pallywag laughed. All the stories you could ever want. That sounds nice, I said, trying to imagine it. Are there other kids there? Oh yes, tons of kids. Does everyone get along? Of course. And nobody's left out? Nope. Good. We sat in silence for a while. I didn't mind. Silences felt okay with Mr. Pallywag. Not like when Dad got quiet. That was usually a sign he was about to start lecturing me about how I didn't clean my room enough, or that I was spending too much time on the television or something. It wasn't like when Mom got quiet either. When she got quiet, it was because she was mad and didn't want us to know. It didn't work, though. I always knew. Something in the trees caught my attention. It was slowly swinging back and forth like the pendulum in my grandma's old clock. I watched it for a while, back and forth, but couldn't figure out what it was. Part of me wanted to take a closer look, but Mr. Pallywag squeezed my shoulder before I had the chance. Okay, Carson, he said. It's time to go back now. Oh, really? Can't we go to the party instead? Mr. Pallywag grinned. For the first time, I noticed how large his teeth were. They weren't sharp fangs or anything. They were just large. I had a sudden urge to run away, but I ignored it. One day, Mr. Pallywag said, taking my hand. But not just yet. Why not? You're not sad enough. I wasn't sure what Mr. Pallywag meant, but I let him lead me away from the clearing without complaint. As we entered the woods, I glanced over my shoulder, hoping to get one last look at whatever was swaying back there. No luck. It was too well hidden by the foliage. Let's race, Mr. Pallywag said. Last one there's a grounded swallow. Mr. Pallywag let go of my hand and sprinted into the woods. I ran after him, the swinging object forgotten. When we got back, he stopped me and knelt down to my eye level. One quick thing before you go, Mr. Pallywag whispered. Promise you won't tell your parents about my special place, okay? Why not? Well, it's not very special if everyone knows about it, right? It made sense, but there was an icky feeling in my gut as I nodded and swore to keep it a secret. Thanks, Carson. I'll see you later, okay? I smiled and nodded again. Mr. Pallywag grinned and gave me a big hug goodbye. I hugged him back and walked into the house. When I ambled into the kitchen, I found Mom crying at the kitchen table. Mom? Carson! Mom wailed. Where were you? She didn't let me answer before she scrambled over and wrapped me in a bone-crushing hug. I'm fine, Mommy, I said, shocked. I just went into the woods with Mr. Pallywag. Carson, what have I told you about going into the woods alone? But I wasn't alone. Mr. Pallywag was. Mr. Pallywag doesn't count. You're not allowed to leave the backyard unless you're with me or Daddy. Do you understand? But no buts. Honestly, what were you thinking? It was Mr. Pallywag's idea. He said, I don't care what he said. I was worried sick about you. I thought about protesting more, but I didn't bother. There was no use fighting her. As promised, I didn't tell my parents about Mr. Pallywag's secret spot. I didn't tell them about the party either. Something in my gut said they wouldn't like it. At some point, I went back to school, but the only thing I remember about it is getting bullied. I tried talking to the nicer kids about Mr. Pallywag once. They didn't care. I stopped trying. Thinking back on it, nobody in my family had many friends. I guess that's why we all loved Uncle Dan so much. Uncle Dan was born in that backwater town and never quite managed to escape, but he didn't let it get to him. My parents liked him, and I was thrilled whenever he came over. He was no Mr. Pallywag, mind, but he was the closest anyone got. Unlike most adults, Uncle Dan took time to make sure I was feeling okay. He was a great listener, too, no matter what the topic was. He'd patiently allow me to ramble about it until I'd exhausted myself. If it was something bad, he'd offer sympathy or advice. I was just talking about Power Rangers or my latest video game. He'd run his fingers through his thick red beard and let out a low whistle of amazement. Wow, he said in a tone implying I'd solved world hunger. That is really something, kiddo. Thanks for sharing. When most people said stuff like that, I knew they were only saying it to humor me. Uncle Dan was special because I believed him. One time I asked Uncle Dan why he liked talking to me so much. He got real serious and said it reminded him of spending time with his daughter. I asked if I could meet her sometime. He got real quiet and shook his head. I didn't ask about her again. For some reason, the one thing I didn't tell Uncle Dan about was Mr. Pallywag. In fact, he might never have known if I hadn't shown him my drawing. It was just a crayon scribble of Mr. Pallywag waving hello, but I'd gotten the hat just right, and I was proud of my work. Obviously, the next time Uncle Dan came over, I made it a priority to show him my masterpiece. Uncle Dan, look at what I drew. I chirped as I shoved the drawing at him. Carson, Dad scolded, smiling despite himself. Give him a second to breathe. That's all right, Keith, Uncle Dan chuckled. Let's see what Picasso whipped up for us. Uncle Dan ruffled my hair and took the drawing. The second he saw what it was, his smile faded. I waited for him to say something, suddenly self-conscious. He was quiet for so long, I looked to Dad for reassurance. He looked just as confused as I was. Uncle Dan? I asked. It's great, Carson, Uncle Dan replied, his hands and voice shaking. Great job. What's the fella's name? Mr. Pallywag. Uncle Dan's face went pale. That's fun, he said in a low, emotionless voice. Carson, would you excuse us for a moment? There's something I need to talk to your dad about. Okay. Unnerved, I left the room. I'd never seen an adult act like that before. I knew I shouldn't have eavesdropped, but I was so worried about Uncle Dan I stopped by the doorway to listen in. Jesus, Dan, what's wrong? You look pale. How long has Carson been talking about this thing? I'm sorry? Mr. Pallywag, how long? Oh, right. A couple of months, I think. Months? Uncle Dan yelled. Yeah, the kid's got an imaginary friend. So what? Have you been leaving the lights on? No, of course not. Well, okay, we did once, but that was... Mom must have walked in because I heard her ask. What's going... Dan, are you alright? You have to move, Uncle Dan insisted. Now. Move? I don't... We're not moving, Dad snapped. Don't give me that tough guy crap, Keith. Christ, I should have figured this would happen. Excuse me? What gives you the right to... Shut up and listen. Jenny drew that thing too. Right before... The house went deathly quiet. I could just barely hear Uncle Dan quietly sobbing. It made me uncomfortable, so I slunk off to my room. I didn't come out until Mom called me for dinner. As I sat down at the table, I looked over to Uncle Dan. It was like nothing had happened. He even shot me a cheerful thumbs up. Sorry for the scare, kiddo, he said. I remembered something really important. Boring grown-up stuff. Nothing you need to worry about. I nodded and pretended everything was fine. Uncle Dan was doing a good job acting normal, but my parents couldn't keep up the facade. Little things gave them away. They'd laugh a little too long at Uncle Dan's jokes, or they'd shoot me worried glances when they thought I wasn't looking. The second Uncle Dan left, my folks turned out the lights. Carson, why don't you go get ready for bed? Mom asked. But it isn't even dark yet. I know, but your dad wants to read you a story. Really? Yes, really. I dashed to the bathroom and got ready for bed in record time. When I was done, I jumped into bed and Dad walked in with a beat-up old book. "Hey, bud," Dad said in a soft voice. "All set?" I nodded, too excited to speak. "Good. I've been saving this one until you were old enough. It's called Alice's Adventures in Wonderland." With great care, Dad gingerly flipped to the first chapter and began to read. I fell in love with it immediately. After finishing the chapter about poor old Bill the Lizard, Dad shut the book and smiled at me. "Well, liking it so far?" "Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Mr. Pallywig's stories." The corner of Dad's mouth flickered. "Oh yeah?" he asked. "Yeah, you do the voices better though." "Well, glad I've got that going for me." Suddenly Dad sniffed and wrapped me in a gigantic hug. That startled me. Dad wasn't opposed to hugging, but he rarely initiated. "Carson, you know Mom and I love you very much, right?" "Uh-huh." "And that we only want what's best for you, right?" "Uh-huh." "Okay, good." I hugged him back and we sat there for a while in uncomfortable silence. It might have been my imagination, but I swear I felt a tear drop onto the back of my neck. After what felt like forever, Dad sighed, let me go, and gently punched my shoulder. "Good night, kiddo," Dad said softly. "Love you." "Love you too, Dad." Dad smiled, turned out the light, and shut the door. I sat in bed and watched the sunset. I had a feeling something significant had happened, but I was too young to understand what it was. My parents were different after that night. Dad used to be content to spend weekends at home, but suddenly he wanted to spend every free moment away from the house. The nearest thing to do was an hour's drive away. But he didn't care. The longer the trip, the better. Mom changed too. She went from always wanting space to constantly occupying mine. If I was playing video games, she'd read her book on the couch nearby. If I was making something with my Lego sets, she would develop a keen interest in the construction effort. If I vaguely stated I was interested in something, she'd help me become the world's best expert in it. Because of my parents' sudden interest in my affairs, I didn't see Mr. Pallywig for weeks. They never officially told me to stop talking about him, but I could tell they didn't like him anymore. Whenever I mentioned wanting to play in the backyard, they always found some excuse to keep me inside the house. Then one night, my parents sat me down to talk. Neither bothered hiding the relieved expressions on their faces. "Great news, buddy," Dad said. "I got a new job. We're going to be moving soon." "Really?" "Yep, we're going to the city, far away from these boring old woods." "What about Mr. Pallywig?" "Well, Mr. Pallywig is staying here," Mom replied, shooting my dad an unreadable glance. "What? Why can't he come with us?" "He just can't," Dad said forcefully. "I mean, the forest is his home, right? It wouldn't be fair to make him move out too." "If he can't come, I don't want to leave." "Carson, no." Despite my parents' best efforts, I bawled for hours. No matter what they tried, I refused to be comforted. I loved my parents and Uncle Dan, sure, but they were family. Mr. Pallywig was my only friend. I was inconsolable until I remembered Mr. Pallywig's party. Somehow my childish logic determined that the party was the solution to all my problems. If I could just figure out how to get there, everything would be all right. I wouldn't have to move. I wouldn't have to leave Mr. Pallywig behind. I wouldn't have to feel alone. My feelings about the move didn't deter my parents' plans. Within a week, they had all of our stuff packed and ready to go. I tried my hardest to see Mr. Pallywig, but Mom and Dad refused to leave my side. It was looking like I'd never get to go to that party. Then, when I'd finally given up hope, I stumbled into my opening. The day before the move, Dad was trying yet again to sell me on our new home. "You're going to love it, bud," he said. "There are a lot of other kids in the neighborhood." I didn't reply. The phone rang. Dad ignored it. I faintly heard Mom answer it in the other room. "I bet you'll make a ton of new friends," he said. "No, I won't. They'll be mean to me." "You don't know that." "Yeah, I do." "Honey?" Mom called. "It's the mill. Something about paperwork?" Dad swore under his breath and dashed out of the room. I stayed behind and scanned the room bored. That's when I saw the unguarded back door. I knew I wouldn't get another chance. I crept to the door and opened it as quietly as I could. After making sure my parents weren't coming, I scanned the trees for any signs of life. "Mr. Pallywag?" I whispered. "Mr. Pallywag, are you there?" "Shh, over here. Carson, quick." Without thinking, I bolted into the woods. I didn't get far before something strong and furry yanked me behind a tree. It put a hand over my mouth and shushed me. "Carson!" I heard Dad call. "Carson? Where'd you get to?" "Stay quiet, okay?" Mr. Pallywag whispered in my ear. "Carson, this isn't funny. Carson!" Mr. Pallywag placed me on his back, dropped to all fours and dashed into the woods. I gasped and held on tightly to his neck. I'd never seen Mr. Pallywag run that fast before. It was exhilarating. I would have enjoyed it more if Dad hadn't sounded so distraught. This next part won't make sense unless I talk about Eli Miller. Bad timing. I know, but bear with me. I didn't know Eli very well. He was a teenager, and even if we were the same age, he wasn't the type of guy Mom would want me to hang out with. He was the resident, troubled kid. Graffiti, antagonizing the police, drinking, that kind of thing. Dad always shook his head whenever he came up. I think that was his way of saying he felt sorry for him. Even though I heard a lot of stories about Eli, I only saw him in person once. Mom had dragged me along on a shopping trip to our local Dollar General, and I wasn't overly thrilled about being there. Normally, Mom insisted that I stay close to her when she was shopping, but that day she said I could browse the books by myself as long as I didn't leave the aisle. I was thrilled. It was one of my first tastes of freedom, and I capitalized on it immediately. As I browsed through the scattered copies of Animorphs and Goosebumps, Eli strolled into the aisle without a care in the world. He whistled a tuneless song, picked a magazine off the shelf, and casually flipped through it. I was so low to the ground that he didn't notice me. Something about the way Eli flipped through the magazine made me stop and watch him with juvenile fascination. After a minute or two, Eli scanned the store. When he thought nobody was watching, he casually slipped the magazine into the inner pocket of his jacket. A perfect crime. That was when he caught me staring at him. He froze, his hand still clutching the stolen loot. I knew I should have called someone over, or told him off for stealing or something. Instead, I put a finger to my lips. Eli smirked, nodded at me, and walked away. He didn't get to the end of the aisle before he stopped and looked back at me. I kept my finger on my lips in silent assurance. A weird expression spread across his face. He rocked on the balls of his feet and kept glancing from me to the door. He was home free and he knew it. And yet... Eli shut his eyes and sighed. He removed the magazine from his pocket and put it back on the shelf. I cocked my head, confused. "Don't steal, kid," Eli whispered. I smiled at him and nodded. He shot me a wink and left the store. I never told anybody else about it, but that little encounter left a big impact on me. Weird as it sounds, Eli transformed into a sort of Robin Hood figure in my head, someone who understood right and wrong in a way stuffy adults don't. He was a living legend. A hero, maybe. That's why I was devastated when he killed himself. I never got the full story. From what I heard, the poor kid hung himself in the woods without leaving a note. It took a week for anyone to notice he'd gone missing. Took another 2 for somebody to find him. What hurt me most was the injustice of it. In all the stories I'd heard, dying alone in the woods was a fate reserved for villains. Eli deserved better. It wasn't fair. After Eli's death, I had a recurring nightmare. In it, I'd be walking alone in the woods. I could feel something watching me, but I couldn't see it because it was hidden by the trees. Eventually, I'd start running, but thick vines would lash around my throat and yank me off the forest floor. The vines would lift me off the ground by the neck. Higher, higher, and the higher I got, the harder it was to breathe. And I would choke and choke and choke until I finally woke up, panicking and screaming. I still have that nightmare sometimes. Mr. Pallywag didn't stop running until we reached his secret spot. I gave him a moment to catch his breath, then climbed off and wrapped him in a massive hug. "I missed you," I whispered. "I missed you too. I'm moving away tomorrow." "I know. I don't want to leave," I sniffled. "Can I go to the party instead?" There was a brief pause. "Oh, I don't know," Mr. Pallywag said with calculated indifference. "I'm sure you'd have much more fun living in your fancy new house in the city." "No, Mr. Pallywag, I don't want to move. I want to stay here with you." "More than anything?" I nodded. "More than anything in the whole wide world?" I nodded again and looked up to see Mr. Pallywag's expression. He was grinning, and there was a triumphant expression in his dark eyes. "Well, if you're absolutely sure," he said, "I guess I can arrange it, but there's a few things we have to do first." "Like what?" Mr. Pallywag pulled off his hat and rummaged around inside it. "Let me see. It's around here somewhere. Ah, there it is." With solemn dignity, Mr. Pallywag pulled a long, thick rope out of his hat. The rope kept going and going to the point where I laughed at how absurdly long it was. Mr. Pallywag laughed too, and ended the bit by dumping the rest onto the ground. Then, suddenly serious, he picked up one end of the rope and held it where I could see. "Watch carefully, Carson," he said. "You have to get this just right, or it won't work." I paid close attention as Mr. Pallywag slowly tied a knot with the rope. It wasn't very complicated. A couple simple moves, and he'd made a knot which left a big loop at the end. When he was done, Mr. Pallywag undid the knot and handed me the rope. "Easy, right? Now you try." Slowly I copied Mr. Pallywag's technique. My knot looked just like his when I was done. He took the rope and gave it a couple firm yanks. The knot held. "Great job, Carson. You're so smart. Now watch this." Mr. Pallywag held up the rope and snapped his fingers. To my amazement, the inside of the loop shimmered, blurred together, and rearranged into strange kaleidoscopic shapes. "Wow," I exclaimed. "Is that magic?" "Of course it is, Carson. Not only that, it's a portal that goes directly to the party. Here, have a look." Mr. Pallywag held out the rope and I leaned in closer to see. There was a large room on the other side of the portal. The room was brightly decorated and filled wall to wall with people. Most of them were kids. No sound came through the portal, but I could see people having animated conversations and laughing. What a party it was. It was everything I'd hoped it would be. There was cake and pizza and a ton of TVs with all my favorite movies and games on them. Everyone was having so much fun. I didn't see anyone who looked excluded or bullied or unwanted. It was like something out of a dream. A red-haired girl on the other side of the portal noticed me and enthusiastically waved hello. I waved back. The girl pointed me out to some of the other partygoers, and they all began beckoning me over. I couldn't hear them, but I could see their mouths moving as they shouted encouragement. For some reason, I couldn't stop staring at the girl. She looked vaguely familiar, but Mr. Pallywag yanked the rope away before I could figure out why. "Now, Mr. Pallywag began. "There are a few things we have to do before we can go to the party. Are you ready?" "Uh-huh." "Great. First, you'll need your invitation." Mr. Pallywag cleared his throat, grinned a wide, toothy smile, and took a deep bow. "Carson, on the most momentous of days, I hereby offer you an exclusive invitation to the greatest party there ever is, was, or will be, good for whenever, wherever, whatever, and forever. Do you accept?" I giggled and said, "Yes." A soft wind blew through the trees. Something changed. Something subtle. A muffled static in the air. A slight shift to the left. A delay so tiny no one would ever notice. The only word I can think of to describe it is magic settling in. Old and powerful magic mankind chose to leave behind. I didn't like it. "Wonderful," Mr. Pallywag said, clapping his hands. "Just 2 more steps and you can go to the party. The first one's easy. All you have to do is pick a tree." I nodded and began inspecting the nearby trees in turn. Midway through my search, something in the forest stole my attention. I squinted and leaned towards it to get a better look. It was a yellow strip of police tape. The strip blew gently in the breeze, tracing lazy shapes in the air. It marked the spot where I'd seen the swinging thing last time. I frowned and turned back to Mr. Pallywag. He was still smiling, but there was something hard in his eyes. "Something wrong, Carson?" "No." "Good. Which tree did you pick?" Despite a sudden sense of unease, I pointed at my tree. Mr. Pallywag walked me over to it and positioned me under one of the branches. The branch looked thick and sturdy. "Good choice, Carson. Very good choice." Mr. Pallywag nodded in approval and showed me the portal again. The red-haired girl was there waiting for me. She shot me a huge, sincere smile and held up a slice of cake. It was my favorite, a corner piece of red velvet with tons of icing. The icing had even been lathered into a big letter C, just for me. "Hey, Mr. Pallywag," I said, unable to contain my curiosity. "Who's that girl?" "Oh, that's Jenny. She's a very good friend of mine. Do you two know each other?" The name was familiar, but I couldn't place it. I shook my head. "Well, you'll get to know each other soon enough. Just one last step, and you'll be at the party." "What is it?" "It's very easy. Just put your head through the loop and close your eyes real tight." An intense, shaky feeling shot through my body. I took an involuntary step back. "What's wrong?" Mr. Pallywag asked. "Everyone's waiting. See?" His smile didn't waver as he pointed at the portal. All of the partygoers were gathered in a big crowd. They were clapping and chanting something. I couldn't hear them, but I knew it was my name. I instinctively scanned their faces. It didn't take me long to find the one I was looking for. When he caught me looking at him, he held a finger to his lips and winked. Eli. I felt the blood drain from my face as I backed away from the rope. Mr. Pallywag chuckled. "It's okay, Carson," he said, his voice as friendly as ever. "I won't lie. It's scary at first, but don't worry. When it's done, you get to stay at the party forever. Just you, me, and all of our friends. Doesn't that sound fun?" Mr. Pallywag's grin widened. I'd never realized how big he was before. About the size of a grizzly bear, maybe even bigger. I wanted to run, but I'd seen how fast he was. There was no way I'd be able to get away from him. I thought about the night Dad read me Alice, about the long hug he gave me, and a tear rolling down my cheek. With as much courage as I could muster, I shook my head. "I don't want to go to the party anymore." "Don't be silly, Carson. Everyone wants to go to the party." "I don't." "Carson?" I shook my head again. Mr. Pallywag stopped smiling. Did you know I could see the future, Carson? He asked in a low growl. I saw yours the moment I met you. Want to know what I saw? No. It's so awful it makes me want to cry, he said, his mouth contorting into a massive frown. You're always a little bit different, a little bit off. People don't notice it at first, but they always find out. And when they do, they abandon you. Shut up, you're lying. No, I'm not, Mr. Pallywag droned, an annoyed teacher lecturing his student. You're going to end up all alone, Carson. No lovers, no friends. Eventually, you won't even have a family. No mommy or daddy or Uncle Dan. Nothing but a slow, depressing slide into endless misery. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't fight it, Carson. You already know I'm right. Something rustled in the woods. Dad's panicked voice echoed out soon after. Carson! Carson, where are you? The corner of Mr. Pallywag's mouth flickered. I started to yell, but Mr. Pallywag was on me in a flash. I closed my eyes and waited for the rope to close around my neck. To my surprise, Mr. Pallywag just clasped his hand over his mouth. When I opened my eyes, he was grinning at me again. You already accepted the invitation, he said. Just follow the steps when you change your mind. I nodded, too afraid to do anything else. Mr. Pallywag chuckled, uncovered my mouth, and walked away. Goodbye, Carson. See you soon. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Pallywag was gone. Dad burst out of the trees moments later. When he saw me, he nearly bowled me over and wrapped me in a hug so tight, I thought my spine would snap. Thank God, Dad kept whispering. Thank you, God. Thank you. I didn't say anything. Dad took me home. Mom held me close, and none of us ever discussed the incident again. We were too relieved to jinx the miracle. The move went as planned. I never went back to those woods again. I did my best to move on, tried to make friends, even attempted dating a few times. But so far, Mr. Pallywag's been right. Nobody stays. My parents are still alive, but we don't talk much anymore. Uncle Dan's dead. I talk to my coworkers a little, but I'm basically alone. Sometimes on really bad nights, I pull out some rope and tie that special knot. I let the loop shimmer, peek through the portal, and watch the party. More people join every year. Jenny and Eli are still there. They haven't aged a day. They look happy. Mr. Pallywag is there too, of course. He always knows when I'm watching. He stops what he's doing, looks me in the eye, and waves at me. I wave back. When he knows he has my full attention, he claps his hands and leads his guests in a mad dance. He whirls among them, hat in hand, dancing and singing and laughing. The party guests follow along, delirious with glee. I've tried to find a flaw with the party, an ulterior motive, or a sign that it's part of some sinister master plan. The problem is, it's perfect. Nobody disappears. Nobody's in pain. There's nothing there but fun and games and acceptance and love. Even though it's hard, I don't want to give up. I tell myself stories where I'm the hero, and no matter how dark it gets, I have to live. It's worked for a while, but every year gets harder, and deep down, I'm scared Mr. Pallywag was right. It's not if I go to the party. It's when. Sometimes I think we may have been too eager to own a home. If we had taken our time and been more discerning, we probably would not have ended up as involuntary hosts to the dozens of yearly visitors that wander onto our property from the small business next door. We live next to a funeral home, and by next to, I mean if our two buildings were any closer together, they could be condensed into a townhouse. A small strip of yellowish-green grass, barely wide enough to fit two people side by side, is all that separates our properties. And evidently, that strip belongs to my wife and me, because if we don't mow it, it doesn't get cut. Really, I should say that we live behind a funeral home, because while it is our closest neighboring property on our left side, that side of our house is actually facing its rear. The funeral home is on the corner of our block, and its entrance is situated more or less perpendicular to our front door on the wall farthest from our house. The strange juxtaposition of our two buildings' orientations is ugly and a little uncanny, but I suppose I can't complain, because it means that I rarely have to see the funeral home's clientele, or at the very least, their living clientele. The listing of our house didn't say anything about it being next to a funeral home, and when we pulled up to view it, we were more than a little put off by the prospect of living next to a building that at any given time would most likely contain at least one dead person. But the price was right, and after months of bad luck with the housing market, along with the expiration of our apartment lease quickly approaching, we jumped at the chance to finally have a place we could call our own. Besides, my wife and I both hold a fascination with all things paranormal and macabre. We spent our entire first date gushing over ghost shows and talking about the authenticity of various haunted objects. So after viewing the house and realizing that it had almost everything that we were looking for, we managed to convince ourselves that living next to such a strange, creepy building could actually be pretty cool. And to be fair, sometimes it actually is. Other times, however, it very much isn't. Our house, at 109 years old, is definitely up there in age, but its interior was fully renovated a couple of decades before we moved in, so despite its mildly gothic exterior of gray, faded stone, arched windows, and sharp, multi-pointed roof, the inside is actually mostly semi-modern. All of the surrounding houses, including the funeral home, are even older than and are of a similar build to ours, and we quite frankly love the aesthetic that it gives the entire block. Autumns feel especially cool, and the natural spookiness that our neighborhood exudes lends itself to making Halloween especially fun for the kids, as well as any horror enthusiasts like my wife and me who happen to live in the area. Most of the time we appreciate the overall vibe, but it certainly makes things even more eerie when our guests pay their unexpected visits. Mr. Grayson, the owner and director of the funeral home, is a slightly strange, albeit decent enough guy. He, similar to his home, is getting up there in years, evidenced by his stark gray hair and wrinkly pale skin. But judging by the naked ring finger on his left hand, he doesn't appear to be married, nor to even have anybody else living in the home with him. He mostly keeps to himself, but he came by about a week after we had moved in to introduce himself to us. After exchanging pleasantries and partaking in a brief conversation, he steered the conversation to the business of his business. He said he hoped that living next to a funeral home wouldn't bother us too much, and that the positioning of the two houses would allow us to keep our privacy even when he hosted services. He told us that he didn't provide cremations, that he preferred to do things the old school way, whatever that meant, so we wouldn't have to worry about any unpleasant smells. And while he had a small parking lot attached to his property, often cars would wind up spilling out along the streets, but service goers actually parked on the curb in front of his building and only rarely ventured into the space in front of our house. We thanked him for the heads up and said that it was nice to meet him. He turned to go, but he only made it to the middle step of our front porch before he turned back. "One more thing that I forgot to mention," he said. "You may notice that my clients tend to wander. At times they may briefly wander onto your property. You needn't worry, they won't harm you, and they will listen to you if you tell them to move on. I just thought I should forewarn you now before you find yourself positively spooked for no good reason." He turned to leave again before we could respond. "Well, have a pleasant rest of your day. And don't be a stranger, you hear? We'd love to have you over for dinner so we can welcome you to the neighborhood." He shuffled down our porch steps and made his way back to his home, disappearing inside and largely removing himself from our lives. Neither of us were particularly interested in his dinner invitation, and we doubted that he was either. Pleasantries and all that. At the time, we didn't think much of Mr. Grayson's final warning. We assumed that when he said clients, he was talking about disoriented mourners who sometimes wound up where they didn't belong. We doubted that it would be a big deal, and so promptly forgot about it after a brief discussion about the strangeness of the whole encounter. The first incident didn't come until close to a month later. By then we had largely forgotten about Mr. Grayson and his cryptic words of caution. We rarely even saw the funeral director outside of the occasional glimpses of him on his grandiose front porch welcoming mourners on service days, and the stress of the move had our minds very far away from our first interaction with the peculiar man. It happened on a night in late spring, one of those hot, sweltering days that feel more like early summer, despite what the calendar would have you believe. I woke up in the middle of the night desperately needing to pee, and seeing as our bedroom had never had a master bathroom installed during any of the house's renovations, I was forced to walk out of our room and all the way down the long hallway to the lone second-floor bathroom on the far end, hoping that my tired, lumbering footsteps didn't wake my light sleeper of a wife. I didn't turn the light on in the bathroom, so by the time I reached the toilet, did my business, and stepped back into the hallway, my eyes had properly adjusted to the darkness that enveloped me. Had I turned on the light, thus resetting my night vision, I might not have even noticed the little girl standing at the top of the staircase. She couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 years old. The first thing I noticed about her was that she was wearing a pink polka dot bathing suit, which immediately struck me as odd for that time of night. The second was that she was positively soaking wet, her small frame weighed down by a heavy curtain of water that gave her clammy skin an unnatural shine, and which forced her chestnut hair to cling to her little skull like a thin sheet of plastic wrap. She stood staring at me from the shadows at the nighttime gloom. As still as death, while droplets of water fell from her swimsuit and weakly splashed against the hardwood floor at her feet. I immediately picked up on the overpowering scent of chlorine. Had this occurred only a few years later, I may have thought she was my own daughter looking back at me from the shadows, but seeing as we did not have any children at the time of this incident, the girl's presence completely baffled me. She stared at me with her pair of glassy, distant eyes for a few long seconds before I managed to chase away the surprise that kept me frozen in place. "Are you all right, little girl?" I asked her. No response. Are you lost?" Silence. "Where are your parents?" For several moments, I thought she wasn't going to speak, until finally she found her words. I don't know." Her voice was quiet, barely above a whisper, and while she was looking in my direction, I realized that she was not staring at me, but at a point behind me, as if I were not there at all. "What's your name?" I asked her, but before I could get a response, I heard the sound of my wife shuffling out onto the hallway. When she saw me, frozen stiff in the nighttime gloom, she frowned. "Who are you talking to?" she asked in her groggy, half-asleep voice. "And why does it smell like a pool out here?" "This little girl must be lost," I said. "She says she doesn't know." In the brief moment that I turned to look at my wife, the girl had disappeared. For a while I stood completely still in the hallway, dumbfounded, at a loss for words. I may have convinced myself that I had imagined the entire encounter in my head, sleep-deprived mind, were it not for the pungent puddle of chlorinated water that still rested at the top of the stairs. We immediately called 911, not because we were frightened of a little girl being somewhere in our house, but because we were concerned about her well-being. The police arrived fairly quickly, all things considered, and after asking a number of questions that I answered with varying degrees of confidence, they did a surprisingly curt search of our home that turned up no results. The girl was gone. Were it not for the puddle that she had left behind, I couldn't have said for sure if she had even existed at all. I was stunned when one of the officers told me that, well, they would file a police report. There was nothing more they could do. Nothing more you can do? I said. But there's a lost little girl around here somewhere. You aren't even going to ask around the neighborhood about her or something? The officer, looking like he had a lot to say, seemed to weigh his words before he finally sighed and spoke. Look, you just moved into this place recently, right? Which means you probably don't know this yet, but this isn't the first call of this type that we've had at this residence. Not by a long shot. What, you mean like that girl has been here before? Not exactly, the officer said. People tend to see strange things in this house. Things that aren't necessarily there. But she left a puddle at the top of my stairs, I said, flabbergasted. It's still sitting up there right now. You're telling me I imagined that? No, he said. In fact, I'm sure you saw something, but I don't know that it's exactly what you might be thinking. He paused, seeming to choose his next words carefully again. Look, you're the lieutenant's nephew, right? I think it's probably more his place to explain this to you. Give him a call tomorrow morning, and he'll give you the skinny on this house. But in the meantime, rest easy tonight knowing that there is no lost little girl in a polka dot bathing suit wandering around this neighborhood. Of that, I can assure you. His words were not at all reassuring. The police left, and after cleaning up the puddle of water that was soaking into the hardwood of the upstairs landing, my wife and I went back to bed. My mind was too preoccupied by the thought of the lost little girl to fall back to sleep, so when morning came, I groggily crawled out of bed and followed that officer's advice. My uncle is, at the time of writing this, a nearly 3-decade veteran of my town's police department. He's seen it all throughout the course of his career, including, apparently, personally going on several calls to my house back in the day, and so when I called him asking about the previous night's incident, he immediately knew what I was talking about. Jeez, he said from the other end of the line. I didn't realize that you had moved into that house. If I had, I probably would have told you to steer clear of it before you signed anything that was legally binding. I frowned at this, despite knowing that he couldn't see it. Why? What exactly is wrong with our new house? My uncle waited a long time before answering, so long that I actually thought he had hung up on me, or we had otherwise lost connection before he finally spoke again. There is some weird stuff that happens at that house, kid. I've already gathered as much, I said, trying my best to check my annoyance while speaking to my uncle. What I don't understand yet is what exactly that means. Again, there was an uncomfortably long pause. Let me start by telling you this. The reason that officer last night knew that the little girl in the polka dot bathing suit wasn't wandering around your neighborhood is because he knew that she had died earlier this week. I can still remember the chill that ran up my spine when my uncle told me this. The invisible line that connected our two phones suddenly felt very heavy, and only grew more dense with each passing moment of silence that followed. I knew that I needed to speak if I wanted to alleviate some of that weight. An exasperated, "What?" was all I could muster. "Yeah," he said, sounding sorry to have been the one to tell me this. She drowned during her swim lessons over the weekend. All of the adults in the pool were distracted with other students, and, well, Did you know that a person can drown in less than 30 seconds? I hardly even heard my uncle's drowning fact. For a few seconds, I didn't even know what to say. But how is that possible when I just saw her here last night? Without looking into it, I'm willing to bet she wound up at the funeral home next to your house. What makes you say that? Because the clients of that funeral home, they don't like to stay in the funeral home. I can't tell you how many calls we've gotten over the years of new homeowners, seeing mysterious figures and uninvited guests in that house of yours, and each time we've looked into it, we've learned that the guests in question match the description of recent arrivals at Grayson Funeral Home. What, you mean like they're ghosts? I said. You're not telling me the entire police department believes that, are you? It's not hard to believe with how many times it's happened, he said. The facts don't lie, and all I'm doing is telling you the facts. I took a moment to absorb this. Okay, so assuming I believe you, what are we supposed to do now? Just live our lives in this house, never knowing the next time we're going to see another one of these visitors? There's a reason so many people have moved in and out of that place over the years, my uncle said. Living with ghosts certainly isn't for everybody, but you shouldn't be in any sort of danger. As far as I know, the visitors don't seem to mean any harm. They're merely lost, confused, not yet able to accept that they've died. A little push in the right direction usually sees them on their way. Usually? Some of them might be a little more stubborn than others. We've definitely gotten calls about the same figures appearing over and over again in that house. But again, they don't mean any harm. They just might inadvertently give you a fright every now and again. Right, like how that girl last night would have made me piss my pants had I not already taken care of my bladder a few moments beforehand. I wanted to say. Instead, I thanked him for being a big help. No problem, buddy, he said. And if you ever have any questions about the people you see, just give me a call. I might be able to dig something up about them that will set your mind at ease. While I very much doubted that last statement, I appreciated my uncle's offer anyway. I didn't realize it at the time, but I would wind up relying on his insight a lot more than I ever would have expected. I told my wife what my uncle had told me. Being a paranormal buff, she was immediately accepting of the news, if not a little put off by it. She even seemed a little bit jealous that I had been the one to see the girl. The only evidence she had of the spirit's existence was the chlorinated puddle of water that had been left behind. She half joked that she hoped she'd be the next one to see something paranormal, and acted as if that was for my sake, so she could carry some of the burden that our now home had bestowed upon us. It wouldn't be long before she regretted this wish. About 2 weeks passed without incident. We settled back into our home with the new knowledge that my uncle had given us. On the outside, not much had changed, but I could tell that we were both thinking about the little girl in the polka dot bathing suit, more than either of us wanted to admit. We talked about her a handful of times in those 2 weeks, more about who we thought she was in life, than about our brief experience with her in death. The more we thought about her, the more upset we became over the tragic end of the little girl that we had never met and not even known the name of. Eventually she would fade into the background, becoming just another number in the vast collection of visitors that we would gather throughout all of our years in this house. For the time being, her presence was very much felt, and it felt incredibly raw. We could understand why so many people had moved out of this house throughout the decades. Even as paranormal enthusiasts, the weight of what we had experienced was significant, and we could only imagine how heavy it felt for others who wanted nothing to do with the ghostly interlopers that regularly found their way onto our property, and all of this was after only a single experience. But there were certainly many more to come. At the expiration of those 2 weeks, I heard my wife scream. I was cooking pasta in the kitchen, the hot pot in my mitted hands headed toward the strainer in the sink, when her terrified screech stabbed through the house like a stiletto, so shrill and horrific that I nearly scalded myself with the boiling water. I placed the pot back on the stove with as much haste as I dared to, and rushed toward the sound of her voice, calling her name and asking her if she was all right as I went. I found her in the second-floor bathroom, sitting curled up in the tub and sobbing so hard that I thought she was going to cause herself to asphyxiate right there beneath the dripping faucet. After crawling into the tub with her and comforting her for a minute or so, I managed to get her calm enough that she could tell me what had forced her into such a state. She had been cleaning the bathroom sink, her eyes focused on the bowl as she went to town with her trusty scrub brush, when she happened to look up into the mirror. Standing behind her, staring into the mirror, was a shirtless, middle-aged man, his face caked in a sickening mixture of shaving cream and blood. More of the red-hot liquid spurted from a deep, long wound in his throat, and she swore she could feel the blood's sticky warmth splashing against the back of her neck. When she turned around, he was already gone, but that didn't stop the banshee-like shriek from forcing its way out of her. She didn't remember climbing into the bathtub, but she must have raced toward it with primal expedience, where she then coiled up in fear until I arrived. We stayed in the tub for a long time after that, while she battled with her lungs to regain control of her breathing. Eventually, I helped her shaking, weak form climb out of the tub and walked her to our bedroom, where she rested for a while afterwards. No longer in the mood to eat, I threw my pasta in the trash and returned to the bathroom, where I finished her chores for her. While cleaning the sink, I noticed a small splotch of white shaving cream smeared upon the counter, which I promptly wiped away. I somehow managed to convince myself that it had been my own shaving cream, despite the fact that I had been growing a beard at the time and hadn't used the stuff in months. I reluctantly asked my uncle about the incident, and what he told me disturbed me enough that I decided I would not repeat it to my wife unless she asked me about it. To this day, she never has. My uncle told me that the man in question had recently been murdered by his wife. She had come up behind him while he was shaving, one of his old-school double-edged razors, blades hidden in her hand. She sliced open his throat before he even had a chance to realize what was happening. Now she was sitting in the local jail, while he was in the funeral home next door, waiting to be put to rest by his confused and devastated family. At the time, his wife had not provided a motive for the murder, and I never followed up with my uncle about it. I didn't see much good in knowing. Naturally, we discussed moving out after this. Oddly enough, my wife was the one who was more intent on staying in the house, despite her experience being significantly worse than mine was. "We've made a commitment to this house," she said, "and we're going to stick to it. There's no way we can let this place beat us that easily." She forced a smile. "Besides, both Mr. Grayson and your uncle said we don't have anything to worry about with these visitors. It's not like they can hurt us or anything." "Yeah," I said, "but they can scare you so badly that you wind up hiding in the bathtub." I was more surprised than anything else. I'm sure I won't react nearly that badly next time. My wife placed a reassuring hand on my forearm. "You don't need to worry about me. I'll be all right." "Are you sure?" I asked, unconvinced. She nodded. "Yeah, I can handle a few scares here and there if you can." I finally gave a smile back to her. It was mostly genuine. "Of course I can. It's going to take more than a few unexpected guests to scare me out of this place." And so we were in agreement, and the matter was settled. Years passed in that house. We raised a family together, a pair of beautiful daughters that became our entire world. All the while, we continued to be inconvenienced by our regular visitors. Sometimes weeks would go by where nothing paranormal happened, but other times we'd both have experiences for multiple days in a row. As it turned out, my wife had been right. She had never had as bad of a reaction as the one after the first incident. Some ghostly encounters were worse than others, but never once had we ever felt threatened by any of the presences in our home. Or at least, not for a while. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. We eventually mustered the bravery to do as Mr. Grayson and my uncle had told us to, and encouraged any guests we encountered to leave. Like my uncle said, there were a few that ignored our urges and stuck around for a while after we had spoken to them, but most of them didn't put up a fight. The good ones did, as we instructed, usually disappearing with such little fuss that it often took us a little while to even realize that they had left. As our two daughters grew up, we taught them how to deal with the apparitions they encountered, and soon they would even begin telling us stories about the ghosts they vanquished throughout the house. My youngest once encountered an elderly woman in our garden when she was gathering peppers for her mother, and on the same day, our oldest came across a young boy around her age while she was pulling her bike out of the shed. Both of them encouraged the interlopers to move on, and both guests had listened without any complaints. I was oddly proud of my girls. It felt as if they had taken up the mantle of some old family tradition and were following in the well-trodden footsteps of their ancestors before them. Their experiences at home made them tough and difficult to frighten, and they eventually became minor celebrities at their school. Kids started coming over wanting to have paranormal experiences, and a few of them even did, or so they said. I suppose I'll never really know if they were being honest about their encounters, or if they were simply making up stories to tell their friends on the playground. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Not every visitor was the result of a recent death. As I said before, the funeral home is quite old, and some of its patrons over the decades, and even centuries, have chosen to stick around for much longer than they ever should have. Once, I was working under the hood of my car in the garage when I suddenly smelled cigarette smoke. I looked up and saw a man standing in front of my workbench, a lit cigarette drooping lazily in his mouth. He wore a white t-shirt, tucked into a pair of dark blue jeans, which were themselves cuffed over top his pair of worn work boots. His black hair was sturdily slicked back, and held in place with what looked to be a strong pomade, and was so dark and shiny that it was difficult to make out the thick layer of blood that caked the crown of his head. He was studying the bench, his arms planted against its surface, his profile facing me. "Looking for something?" I asked. He didn't turn to look at me when he responded. "You seen the monkey wrench, boss?" "No," I said, "and I think you ought to leave." "Oh," he said. "All right then." I turned my attention to my car, and when I looked in his direction again, he was gone. The smell of his burning cigarette lingered in the garage for the rest of the afternoon. There was a time one summer when my wife and I had some of our college friends over for a cookout. We had warned them that they might encounter one of our regular guests during their visit, but they all laughed it off and didn't think much of it. At night, we spent a few hours around a campfire in our backyard swapping stories, playing games, and just generally enjoying each other's company. The group initially consisted of 5 of us, my wife and me, along with our 3 friends. But at a point that I could not, and I still cannot discern, our number increased to 6. My wife was the first to notice him sitting in an empty space between 2 of our friends, and she subtly drew everybody's attention to him in the uneven light of the guttering fire. We could see his messy brown beard and matching hair beneath his brimmed hardy hat, as well as the Prussian blue jacket that adorned his upper body, and in the light of the flame, I could just barely make out that the jacket had been torn to shreds there. Our friends, too frightened to move, could only watch as the man in blue sitting between them leaned forward, pulled a metal flask from his hip and began to drink. The scent of whiskey cut through the burn of the campfire, and drifted on the nighttime summer air as he drank, and in a few moments, the liquor that found its way to his stomach came pouring out of the tattered hole in his coat. The blue man slowly turned his head toward our friend, seeming to notice her for the first time. He raised the flask in his hand, presenting it to her. "Care for some?" Our friend, despite our earlier warning, was too petrified to respond, and so my wife spoke in her place. "No thank you, and I think it's best that you move on." The blue man capped his flask, then followed up with a lethargic tip of his hat directed at nobody in particular. "All right." He went silent and turned his attention to the fire. The living members of our group did our best to carry on with the conversation as if he wasn't there, and eventually one of us noticed that our number had once again been reduced to 5. But the smell of whiskey remained for some time, and an inspection of the ground near where the blue man sat revealed that the dirt was wet with the jettisoned contents of his ruined stomach. Our friends stopped making fun of our ghost stories after that. None of them had visited our home since then. Considering the age of the funeral home, I don't think we'd ever had a guest that was older than the blue man. So you can imagine my surprise and confusion when only a few months later I encountered a Roman centurion with a bruised, swollen forehead in our basement. More baffling still was the fact that he spoke to me in English, and understood me when I told him it was time for him to leave. Everything made a lot more sense when my uncle informed me that an especially intoxicated man had recently fallen to his death from a 4th-floor balcony during a Halloween party. He had apparently hit his head pretty hard when he landed. It is more important to reiterate that of all the visitors mentioned up to this point, never made any of us feel unsafe outside of the occasional initial reaction of surprise or fright, and even then, the occurrences became so frequent that we weren't even startled by our guests half the time anymore. Any fear instilled in us faded not long after the visitors left, and the only returning guests we've had are the ones we failed to make leave during our first few encounters with them. But even these have all eventually passed on just the same as their predecessors had. This is all to say that not once have we ever experienced a presence in our home that we have not been able to handle. At least, not until that night. It happened the winter after our oldest daughter's first birthday. My wife had to stay late at work, which wasn't unheard of, especially back in those days. On nights like those, I'd handle getting our 1-year-old settled into bed, before drifting off to sleep myself shortly after. But I'd always leave a few lights on for when my wife got home, one of them being the wall lamp in the upstairs hallway. I had just gotten our daughter to fall asleep and was in our bedroom, reading a book in bed while preparing to hit the hay, when I happened to look toward the open bedroom door and saw the apparition standing there. She was a little girl, similar in age to that first spirit I had seen standing at the top of the stairs all those years ago. Immediately upon seeing her, I knew that something was wrong. Her presence brought with it a disturbing chill that was uncharacteristic of any other spirits we'd encountered up to that point. Plenty of them had come with strange feelings or auras that sometimes manipulated the temperatures in the room, but none of them had ever had this level of intensity to them. It made all the hairs on my body stand up as if they had suddenly been frozen into an army of needling icicles. As we stared at each other, her in the doorway and me in the bed, I felt an overwhelming sense of terror latch onto me that I had never experienced before and hopefully will never experience again. The hallway behind her was black with an almighty darkness, which I knew should not have been possible, since I had left the light on for my wife, and I had seen its soft glow streaming into the room out of the corner of my eye while I was reading my book. As I noticed this powerful umbra, I realized that the overwhelming energy I felt was not coming from the girl, but rather from the presence that existed in the space beyond which light could reach, and as the understanding of a fresh, terrible danger continued to bubble up within me. Something happened that stood in complete contrast to every ghostly encounter that I had experienced up to that point. The girl was the one to tell me that she needed to leave. And I knew that I needed to stop her from doing so. Something in my gut told me that whatever presence existed in the void beyond the doorway was beckoning for the girl to come to it. And I knew that I couldn't allow that to happen. I knew that for her to listen to that dreadful Umbra would only result in her eternal doom. I was the only thing that stood between her and the certain damnation that awaited her just beyond the edge of that cataclysmic precipice. "No, I think you should stay here for a while," I said to her. Sitting up in my bed, I planted my bare feet on the chilly hardwood floor. Its cold touch steeled my nerves and fought back the cacophony of voices in my mind that screamed for me to let her leave. Let the Umbra have her just so long as it would leave me alone. She seemed confused, or at least as confused as a ghost could be. "Are you sure? I really think I should leave now." Her voice sounded small, distant, and vulnerable, which only made me all the more protective of her. "I'm sure," I said. "Stay in this house for a bit, okay? You can even go play in our daughter's room for a little while. You'll like it in there. It's cozy, with lots of toys and big, soft pillows." "I don't know," she said, turning to look through the doorway toward the darkness. "My friend says he's going to take me to my parents. He says they're looking for me." "Don't listen to him," I said. "He's a stranger. You shouldn't talk to strangers." She paused as if hearing somebody speak. "He says that you're a stranger." "I know your parents," I said. It felt wrong to lie to her like that, but I knew I had to do anything I could to stop her from going with the presence in the hallway. "They'll come to get you soon, but you have to stay here, okay?" The girl remained silent for a long time while I barely so much as breathed from my spot on the bed. The room grew heavier, darker, and I found that my lungs soon struggled to take in air, as if they were freshly recovering from running a marathon. My forehead grew slick with sweat despite the chill that infested the room. My body began to burn and ache. Paradoxically, rather than escape the heat, I felt the almost uncontrollable need to crawl beneath the warm, safe covers and hide from the powerful umbra that seemed to be slowly sweeping into the room in the form of long, black, shadowy tendrils. I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. I feared that the girl was going to follow the presence, and that she would quickly be lost to the unending darkness that so sweetly coaxed her from such an agonizingly short distance away. But soon, I noticed that the dark presence was beginning to recede, until finally the light in the hallway was able to once again pierce through the weakening gloom. The terrible chill fled from the room, and the dense miasma that had been suffocating me and draining the very will to live from my bones faded back into light, breathable air. "Okay," she said. "I'll stay." "Good," I said. "And let me know if he tries to talk to you again, okay?" "Okay," she said again. The girl stood staring at me for a spell while my nerves continued to strum all along my anxious body, like a mass of broken guitar strings. Reaching a shaking hand toward my nightstand, I picked up my book and forced myself to return to my reading in an attempt to calm myself down. When my body was once again my own, I looked back at the doorway. The girl was gone, and gentle lamplight bled in from the hall. Strangely enough, I was no longer worried for her. I somehow understood that whatever presence had wanted her had been thwarted that night, and that she was safe for the time being. The truth was confirmed to me when I saw her again a few weeks later, and with the umbratic presence absent, I finally told her that it was time for her to move on. When she vanished for the last time, I felt an inexplicable peace overwhelm me, and I started to cry. To this day, I don't know the extent of what the Umbra wanted with the girl, but I know now, as I did back then, that its intentions were nothing short of sinister. I still wonder what had caused that presence to specifically latch onto her, instead of the countless other souls that drifted through our home. But I could never muster the courage to research the entity or ask my uncle for more details about the girl's death. I debated not even telling my wife about this encounter, but ultimately decided that she needed to know. I stayed up until she got home that night, much to her confusion, and immediately told her what had happened. She remained quiet for a long while after that. Neither of us slept that night. It has been the better part of 2 decades since that incident. My youngest daughter just started high school, and my uncle retired from the police service going on 5 years ago now. Mr. Grayson still holds his funeral services next door. I saw him outside welcoming mourners just last week, and I try not to think about the fact that the old man looks like he hasn't aged a day since I met him. Countless guests have come in and gone in the years since that terrible night. But that dark presence has not returned. I don't know if it ever will, and I pray to God that I never have to feel what I felt that night again. More than that, though, I pray that my wife and daughters never have to experience what I went through on that night. If that shadow decides to show itself again, I just ask that it does so to me, and to me alone, because I'll be here, waiting for it, should it ever choose to make itself known. I already know that I'm going to spend the rest of my life in this house, ghosts and all. If they couldn't scare me away in those first few months, then they're stuck with me until the time comes that I join their ranks on the other side of that thin, translucent veil that we call death. And who knows? Maybe I'll wind up in the funeral home next door when my time finally comes, and I'll have the chance to pay this old house one last visit before I say goodbye. I ignored the dead woman standing behind Pete. Well, tried to. I'd gotten pretty good at not looking at her, but not listening was another matter. Drip, drip, drip. Was it blood that perpetually rolled down her fingers, or something worse? No way of knowing without looking. My eyes burned with the temptation to take a peek. Just a quick one. Surely it wouldn't do any. I blinked hard and focused on what Pete was saying. No Shirley tonight? Kids have come down with the flu. I volunteered for setup duty. I gestured down the corridor. Shall we? I led the way, careful to keep my eyes away from windows, shiny doorknobs, unexpected puddles, anything that might cast a reflection. When we reached our room, I paused, casting Pete a sidelong look. Do you want to... He knew the drill. No setting foot in the room. Not yet. With exaggerated casualness, he leaned against the wall and fixed his eyes on the ceiling, while I opened the door and hurried inside. I fumbled the key into the storage cupboard lock, and found what I needed within easy reach. Thank God for Shirley's organizational skills. All but sprinting back to the door, I uncorked the jar and drew a thick line of salt just inside the threshold. I caught the briefest glimpse of bare feet, bloated. The corpse-white flesh shot through the blue. Dark, viscous liquid pooled around the rotting toes. Then Pete stepped over the salt and walked briskly to the storage cupboard, closing the door behind him with a firm click. That left me to deal with the blinds. It wasn't Pete's fault. It wouldn't be fair to expect him to do it. No amount of logic prevented the wave of resentment I felt as I wrestled with the ever-tangling cords, jaw clenched, waiting to hear. Tap, tap, tap. My mouth went dry. Just to my right, on the other side of the glass, was a glob of black ooze. And was that a fingernail? It's no wonder the cleaners hate us. The words erupted from my lips before I could stop them, followed by a giggle that sounded more like a shriek. Acknowledgement. Bad idea. But it broke the heavy silence of the room, cleared my head long enough for me to win the battle with the blinds. With the outside world at last shut out, I allowed myself a moment, just long enough for my hands to stop trembling. By the time I made it back to the storage cupboard, I'd managed to plaster a smile onto my face. Pete had already retrieved his talisman. He sat cross-legged on the floor, gripping the dog-eared book so tightly his knuckles had turned white. When he heard the door open, he looked up expectantly. "All clear," I confirmed. "Rough week?" I bit my tongue on the question as he scrambled to his feet. It seemed rude not to ask, particularly when the circles under his eyes were so much darker than usual. But now was not the time. Our first and most important rule made that clear. We dragged the chains out in silence and set them in a circle in the middle of a room. Pete retrieved 5 thick white candles, one for each of us, and positioned them next to the chairs, while I retrieved the Book of Talismans. At the bottom was a jumble of metal tokens, symbols of a dozen different faiths. They were a hangover from the early days, when it was just me and Shirley, fumbling our way through the darkness. None of our eventual regulars turned out to be particularly religious, not even Stefan, our formal man of the cloth. We all preferred something a little more personal, a teddy bear worn nearly threadbare, a near-full bottle of whiskey, a dog's rubber bone, imprinted with the tooth marks of its former owner. I dug out mine, a key ring bearing a photo of a seaside town, and pocketed it. The cat tree was too cumbersome for either of us to manage alone, so we wrestled that into position together before parting again to finish up. Pete conducted a thorough search of the room, rifling through every drawer and dropping to his knees to crawl beneath tables. We weren't the only ones to use this room. A compact mirror, misplaced by the Knitting for Anxiety group, could prove disastrous. While he did his rounds, I set out the laminated rule cards. By now, I knew them by heart, but I scanned through them nonetheless. As Shirley often told us, taking a couple of minutes to refresh our memories could save us a lifetime of suffering. 1. Discussion must not begin until all protective measures are in place. 2. Any members with followers must not enter the room until the salt line has been drawn. 3. Cover any reflective surfaces. 4. Once the candles are lit, no one can leave until they have burned out. 5. Don't be a dick. Everyone's stories are valid, even if they don't match your own. 6. Listen when someone is talking. You'll have your own turn to speak. 7. Keep an eye on Ed. Daphne breezed in just as we finished, wearing her favorite fluffy pink jumper and carrying an enormous tin of biscuits. She gave Pete an assessing look before thrusting the tin into his arms. "You're looking too thin. Eat," she ordered. She gave me a quick hug before scooping the teddy bear out of the talisman box, holding it in her lap as she plopped into one of the seats. Mary came next, scowling and sporting a livid black eye. Daphne made a little squeak of dismay. "You poor love, what happened?" She caught herself, clapping a hand over her mouth and staring wide-eyed around the rest of us. "Don't worry," Mary reassured her. "The fist that did this was human." "Who'd be daft enough to take a swing at you?" I asked, incredulous. Short she might be, but when Mary wasn't running the pub, she was pitching in at her brother's farm. Between hauling barrels and bales, her arms might as well have been made of steel. "Punter who'd had a few too many." She plucked the dog toy from the box, clenching her fist around it. The squeaker had long since died, but it emitted a sad puff of air. "He's barred now." "Just barred?" I raised my eyebrows. The corners of her lips twitched. Maybe a bit bruised, too. Stefan arrived last, a few minutes after our designated start time. Sorry. he panted as he wrestled the yowling carrier through the door. He did not want to cooperate tonight. He placed the carrier on the floor with a thud, opened the door, and beat a hasty retreat. Ed stalked out, tail twitching in irritation. He turned his baleful green eyes on Stefan, who held up his hands in surrender. "Don't be a sourpuss," Daphne cooed. "Poor old Stevie had to get you here somehow." All around the room, hands reached into pockets. They produced little chunks of cheese, cat biscuits, leftover scraps of chicken. Ed accepted our offerings like a king receiving gifts from his subjects. Mollified, he allowed us to pet him for a minute, before sauntering to the cat tree and cleaning the sleek black fur our filthy humans' hands had sullied. "Right," I said, looking around the group. "I think we're ready. Shall we make a start?" My stomach churned with the usual mixture of anticipation and dread. I knew the others felt the same, but they moved to take their places nonetheless. Stefan grabbed the bottle of whiskey as he went. "Okay, guys," I said, trying to ignore the feeling of wrongness as I took Shirley's usual seat. It didn't matter how many times I filled in for her. I'd never get used to it. "If you need to go to the loo, make a cup of tea, whatever, now's the time. Once we light the candles, there's no getting up until they burn out." No one moved, of course. They knew to come prepared. "Pete, do you mind?" He pulled a lighter from his jacket, lit his candle, and passed it to Mary. It did a full loop of the circle until it reached me. "We're safe in the circle," I said as I lit my candle. "Not just from the things that haunt us, but from each other. Remember, there's no judgment here. Listen. Be kind to one another. Now, who would like to start?" I glanced towards Pete, but he gave a tiny shake of his head, pressing his lips together tightly. Not ready yet. No matter. I turned instead to Stefan, who cleared his throat. "I'll go, I suppose." He turned the bottle over in his hands. "Danielle emailed me a few days ago." "Danielle? Elfie's mom?" Daphne ventured softly. "The very same. She always gets in touch this time of year. Lets me know how he's getting on. History's his favorite subject. He'll be studying it at uni in a couple of years." "Thanks to you," said Mary. "You gave him that chance." Pete, thumbing the edges of his book, added, "You gave a lot of people chances." Stefan nodded. It's nice to hear about it. The life he might otherwise not have had. Nice to be reminded it's been another year since I chucked this in. He glanced down at the bottle, his grip tightening around its neck. But it's also a reminder that I'm not myself anymore. That I never will be again. His candle flickered, and for a moment his shadow was not his own. It loomed on the wall behind him, its fingers growing, sharpening to points. The air grew heavy around us. Breathing was no longer an unthinking, natural process. It required conscious, painstaking efforts. Behind me on that cat tree, Ed let out a low growl. I glanced at the others in turn. Mary stared straight at Stefan, jaw clenched tight. Daphne held her teddy bear close to her chest. The circles under Pete's eyes looked darker than ever. Twisting a little in my chair, slowly forcing myself to act as though I hadn't a care in the world, I looked over at Ed. He stared unblinking at the wall behind Stefan, tail snapping from side to side. "Perhaps," Stefan's voice emerged a deep rasp. "We should move on to someone else." "Good idea." Through sheer force of will, I managed to keep my voice light. "Sounds like you need a strepsil, mate." Mary snorted. Daphne looked at her like she'd lost her mind, then let out her own small giggle. Even Pete managed a smile. The oppressive feeling vanished as quickly as it had come. Ed resumed licking his paws. "My turn," said Mary, drumming the rubber bone against her knee. The little git has been causing hell all week. Before we could find out exactly what the little git had done, the door swung open. A bespectacled young man smiled in at us from the corridor. "Is this the Stop Smoking group?" "They're in here tomorrow," I said. "We're something else." "Ah," he puffed out his cheeks, disappointed. "I meant to be leading it." "Well, come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow. I'm sure you'll do brilliantly." "I don't suppose I could sit in on your session. I've never done one of these things before. I could do with some experience." "Bad idea," said Mary abruptly. "We're a private group," I explained. "You won't even know I'm here, I promise." As he stepped into the room, we all rushed to dissuade him, talking over each other in our panic. "You can't. This is private. You don't know." Mary, her face so red it was nearly purple, looked like she was strongly considering battering him with the rubber bone. She couldn't. None of us could leave the circle. All we could do was watch helplessly as he waved off our complaints, grabbed a small chair and forced it into the small gap between Daphne and Stefan. The group stared at him, aghast, then, as one, turned their eyes to me. "Damn it, Shirley. Why did you breed children with such weak immune systems?" "Right, I looked at the stranger expectantly. "Martin," he supplied. "You're here now, Martin, for better or worse. We have strict rules, and we expect you to follow them." "Of course. I wouldn't dream of disrespecting your group." I bit my tongue down on the comment that barging in uninvited had done just that, and instead said, "The most important one is you're now here until the end of the session. No getting up to go to the loo. No smoke breaks." "No fear there," he cut in, beaming at me. I smiled weakly back at him. "Secondly, we respect each other here. You might hear things that sound strange to you. It's not your place to interrupt or invalidate anyone's experience." "I understand how important respect is," he said sincerely, then with just the faintest tone of pompousness creeping into his voice. "I'm a trained counselor, you know." "Is the ink still wet on your certificate?" Mary snapped. "Mary?" I said quietly, less a caution, more a plea. She shot Martin a burning look that suggested she would be having words with him in the car park later, but said nothing further. "Would you like me to start?" Daphne asked. I felt a rush of affection for her. She was fiddling with the bear's ears, clearly uncomfortable, but she was still trying. "That would be lovely, Daphne." She took a deep, steadying breath. "It's been hard since the nights started getting longer. Winter's always the worst. You know, I've got lots of other little berries at home." She picked the bear up by his paws, made him dance a little jig in her lap. "They help, but when I wake up and see it standing there at the bottom of the bed..." She shivered, and when she spoke next, her voice was little more than a whisper. "It's those eyes, sewn shut, but it still stares at me." "Do you all have sleep disorders?" Martin butted in. "No," I said shortly, "and please don't interrupt. Sorry. Daphne, please carry on." "You hear stories about stuff like this," she resumed haltingly. "People seeing terrors in the night. They always seem to be there one moment, gone the next. You all know it doesn't work that way for me. Once it turns up, it's there until sunrise, following me around the house, always watching. It was a bit more bearable when I still had Graham. He used to sit up and watch films with me, hold my hand on the sofa." Her eyes were sparkling now. "In the early days, anyway. By the end..." I saw Mary's hands tighten around the bone. I knew how she felt. Logically, I knew I couldn't blame Graham. It took a special sort of person to stick around and deal with this stuff when they didn't have to. And as we'd all learned, those sorts of people were few and far between. Still, I hated him for leaving his poor, sweet wife to suffer alone. Stefan leaned over to Daphne, offering her his handkerchief. She took it with a grateful smile and dabbed her eyes. "Creative writing," Martin burst out. "What?" I asked. "You're a creative writing group, right?" "Mate, you've been told already to keep your gob shut. How hard is it?" Mary demanded, jabbing the bone in his direction. "She's right," I said. "Please don't make me ask you again." When I looked at Daphne, she shook her head, holding the handkerchief tight against her cheek. I raised my eyebrows at Mary. "Fine," she huffed. "I'll go. As I was saying before, we were so rudely interrupted." She shot Martin a scorching look. "He's been causing trouble this week. More than usual, I mean." "Has he been in the toilets again?" I asked. "Yes, literally in this case. That's how I ended up with this." She tapped her black eye. Drunk Punter went into one of the stalls, and the little shit popped his head up out of the loo. Course, it's not the place you expect to find a little old man in a bowler hat. Freaked him right out. Came running out, ranting and raving, swinging fists. She let out a grunt of dissatisfaction. 2 of the staff gave their notice that night. It's becoming an issue. We don't have a problem hiring. They hear the pub's haunted and think they might get a little laugh, a little scare, but the moment it inconveniences them. "Wait," Martin interrupted. Mary heaved a heavy sigh. "Here we go. Are you claiming that you're experiencing some sort of, I don't know, genuine paranormal phenomena?" When Mary's only response was a hard stare, he turned to Daphne. "And you too?" She gave him the smallest nod, just enough to confirm his statement. "Martin," I cut in before he could say anything further. "I was very clear about our rules. We don't invalidate anyone's experiences." "But you should." No. He caught himself, held up his hands in a gesture of contrition. "You're quite right. Your group, your rules. Please do continue." Mary's scowl made it clear she had no intention of picking up where she had left off. Pete and Daphne both pointedly ignored my looks. Only Stefan met my eyes. He cleared his throat, then suggested gently, "Perhaps you would like to." I really wouldn't. Not when Martin was now leaning forward, gaze intent and full of sickening concern. But I could hardly expect the others to open up if I refused to do so myself. "Right." I shifted in my seat, balling my hand into a fist around the key ring. "Yes, well, you all know how it started." Martin was acquainted with the story. I could have swung for Stefan, if I wasn't so certain he wasn't intent on torturing me. The rest of us were content to keep our experiences within the confines of our small circle, but he still had a streak of the preacher about him, and it was focused on warning the general public about the dangers we were intimately acquainted with, even if they branded him as crazy for his struggles. "If you wouldn't mind." "Not at all." The sentiment wasn't entirely convincing through gritted teeth, but it was the best I could manage. "When I was a kid, we used to go to the seaside on holiday. I forced my fingers to unfurl and held up the key ring. Here, to be precise." Martin squinted at the key ring, his smile coming too quickly. "It looks lovely." It was a bit of a shithole. The smell of greasy chips drifted back to me across the years. I remembered the sky that always seemed to be slate gray, even in summer, and the cold bite of seawater on my thighs. I could feel the musty arcade carpet beneath my cheek. Dad's arms wrapping around me and hauling me against his chest after I dozed off. Somewhere behind him, Mom and Becca bickered about her dress sense, or how her headphones seemed to be glued on, or whatever other piece of teenage rebellion my sister had engaged in to do my mom's head in. I grinned in spite of myself. But it had its good points. Arcades, fish and chips by the sea, that sort of thing. We went every year until we lost my dad. Mom couldn't face it after that. The year after he died, she took us somewhere else instead, some broken down old cottage in the middle of nowhere. That must have been very difficult, said Martin somberly. The disruption in routine after... Shh, Mary hissed. Ignoring the interruption, I pressed on. There wasn't much to do there unless you liked looking at trees or playing board games with missing pieces. Mom spent a lot of time sleeping. That left me and Becca, my sister, to entertain ourselves. Becca was going through a phase, as my mom said. That was putting it lightly. Their arguments could rage on for hours, always ending with Becca slamming her bedroom door so hard that the trinkets on my shelves rattled. They were constantly at each other's throats. She'd even started butting heads with Dad before he died, but she always had time for me. I was 11 on that last holiday, and Becca 16. My friend's older siblings wanted nothing to do with them. They were too old, too cool, to be seen in the company of children. Not Becca. She still helped me with my homework, and threatened to slap the crap out of any kids that gave me trouble. I was a little in awe of her, so when she told me there was a way to see Dad again, she asked for my help. I agreed. We went to bed that night and waited until we heard Mom snoring. The mixture of excitement and stomach-freezing terror slammed into me, as strong now as it had been more than 20 years ago when I huddled beneath my blanket, waiting for the quiet creak of my door and Becca's summoning whisper. I followed Becca into the woods, and then... What? My memories of that night were fragmented, like a photo album someone had taken a pair of scissors to. I scrunched my eyes shut, pressing my knuckles hard against them as I tried to remember. There was an old book, thick, bound in leather. God knows where she got it. Stole it, knowing Becca. It wasn't in English. I remember that much because she read out loud from it. I flexed the index finger of my left hand, staring down at the thin, white scar that ran its length. Becca's hands had been gentle as it held mine. "Sorry, little one," she whispered as she raised the knife. "I only need a few drops." She took my blood. Flames danced behind my eyes, dripped it into a fire. When she called out, something answered her, red eyes piercing the darkness, a growl so deep it reverberated in my bones. But it wasn't Dad. She told me to run. I remembered branches whipping against my cheeks, my chest burning as my lungs desperately tried to squeeze in air. I did. I didn't realize I was crying until someone pressed a handkerchief into my hand. I took it without looking up. Meeting any of their eyes was more than I could bear. The shame was too deep. "You did the right thing," said Mary firmly. "If you hadn't listened to her, you would have been taken too." "Taken?" asked Martin. Daphne spared me from having to answer. Becca vanished that night. Their mom called the police. They searched the woods. Nothing. "You believe someone kidnapped her?" "Something took her," Mary answered in a tone that brooked no argument. Martin was either oblivious to the warning or chose to ignore it. I mean no disrespect to your sister, but it sounds like she was troubled, arguing with your mom, grieving for your dad. Couldn't she have run away? You seem to be under a misapprehension. said Stefan. Namely, that this was an isolated incident. It wasn't. We have all caught glimpses of this beast. For the 1000th time, I sent up a silent prayer of thanks for my friends. The first time it had returned, 1 year to the day after the night Becca led me into the woods. I was alone. I lay frozen in bed as its red eyes pierced me through the darkness, quaking each time it let out another growl. Staring into its terrible eyes nearly cost me my sanity, but I didn't dare look away. Barely dared to blink, certain it would pounce if I gave it an opening. I'd weathered the next few anniversaries in my mom's bed, clinging to her arm as she slept the deep sleep of the medicated. When I left home, I took to spending those nights in churches. Finally, I found a group of friends willing to sit in vigil with me. Martin made to rise from his chair, and was immediately greeted by a chorus of "No" from all sides. Blanching, he dropped back down. Instead, he sought my eyes, his gaze full of sympathy. "I really am sorry for what happened. Losing your dad, then your sister, and at such a young age, but..." He hesitated, fiddling with the cuffs of his jumper before seeming to come to a decision. "Monsters, like the thing you're talking about, don't exist. You know that, right?" I took a deep breath and did my very best to keep my tone level as I replied. "How do you explain it then?" "Grief, trauma. They can do strange things to a person." "And the fact that we have all seen it too?" asked Stefan. Martin swiveled in his seat to face him. Group delusions and hallucinations are documented phenomena, particularly in tight-knit groups that share a belief system. Mary scoffed, opened her mouth to retort, but before she could, tap, tap, tap. We all froze except for Martin. I was vaguely aware that he was still laying out theories, building up steam, but my focus was entirely on the tapping coming from the other side of the window. I knew better than to look, but I couldn't help but listen. The others, the members, had paled. Pete's face had little more color than a cadaver. Across the room, a deep rumble was building in Ed's throat. What do I do? Shirley would know. Damn it. I looked from face to face and saw my own panic reflected there. Stefan rescued us. "Young man, I appreciate you've heard things that are contrary to your worldview." There was an undeniable tremor in his voice, but he pressed on. "It's difficult. I understand that. It does not excuse your unconscionable rudeness. We ask only for respect. You have failed to give that to us." "I don't mean any disrespect." Martin pressed an earnest hand to his heart. "But there is no such thing as ghosts, and goblins, and things that go bump in the night. Such beliefs stem from illness." Tap. Ed began to growl properly now, a low, guttural sound that rose up to fill the gaps in the room. Mary opened her mouth, but Stefan held up a finger to forestall her. In some cases, that's true. Not in others. Certainly not in ours. "There's medication that can help you," Martin insisted. "Therapies." "This is our therapy," Stefan said coldly. "It's not. It's a shared delusion. It's only going to make you worse. You need..." Tap. Martin whipped his head towards the shuttered window. "Do you hear that?" "No," said Stefan, "but we've heard quite enough out of you." Tap. "There it is again. Surely you can hear it." "You don't know what you're talking about," I said. "Your cat does." He gestured towards Ed, who was now standing, claws digging into the fabric between his paws, eyes locked on the window. "It's coming from over there." "Don't," we shouted in unison, as he made to rise from his seat once more. He dropped back down with a thud. As he looked from one person to another, realization dawned on his face. "You think it's some sort of monster, don't you?" Silence, but for the tapping. I'm going to go over there. Please don't, Daphne whispered, and show you there's nothing to be afraid of. It'll be the end of you, you bloody fool, said Mary. Martin stood up. Stefan jerked reflexively, as if he was about to go after him. He caught himself at the last moment, gripping the seat of his chair to anchor himself in place. Martin. His voice was low and urgent now. I've participated in dozens of exorcisms in my time. I've seen things that have stretched my belief to the point of breaking. Everything I've seen, all my experience, tells me one thing. If you go over there, you will die. Why risk it? Said Mary. If there's even the slightest chance he's right, you're gambling with your life. The look Martin gave her was soft and full of pity. If I play along with this delusion, I'm only hurting you. He stepped outside the circle. With every step he took, we pleaded, begging him to come back, to sit in the safety of the circle. When he reached the window and made to raise the blind, Pete wrapped a trembling hand around my wrist and shook his head. I nodded acknowledgement. It's too late, I murmured. And when the others still clamored at Martin, raising my voice to a shout, it's too late, just don't look. I grabbed Pete's hands on one side and Stefan's on the other, a moment's hesitation, in which their faces cycle through denial, fury, and finally, helpless resignation, before the others followed suit and joined hands. How the fuck did this happen? Mary spat. We turned our eyes to the floor, silence now but for Ed's yowling, and beneath it, the soft click of the window opening. Hello? Martin called. Then, see, there's nothing there. It must have been the branches on the... Oh. Pete's nails dug into my skin. Are you okay? The slightest tremor entered Martin's voice. You look... I think he realized his mistake at the end. There was a clattering, as though he'd tried to jerk back and slam the window shut, only to become tangled in the blinds. I think he tried to scream. He only managed a sharp inhale, a muffled groan. Heavy thudding followed, like feet pounding against the ground and finding no purpose. Then silence, except for Ed. His screeching had died down to a continuous growl, low and full of warning. As for us, the survivors of yet another deadly night, we could only remain in the circle, stuck there until the candles burned down. I didn't dare look up, but I could hear Daphne's soft whispering, and Pete muttering something unintelligible beneath his breath. At last the candles began to burn out. When the last flame guttered, Pete shot up and ran as fast as his shaking legs could carry him to the storage cupboard. Daphne followed after him, arms wrapped tight around her waist. As she turned to close the door behind them, I saw her cheeks were wet. Sorry, she mumbled. I just can't. That left me, Mary, and Stefan to deal with the aftermath. Mary's fingers had punctured the rubber bone, and Stefan looked as though he hadn't had to fight the urge to open his bottle so hard in years. But when I looked into their faces, I saw they were resolved. On 3? I suggested. When they both nodded, I reminded them, don't look out the window. I counted us down. We looked in unison. Martin lay slumped half out of the window. Something stood beyond him, staring at us from outside. Our well-trained eyes refused to see it. If I get that window shut, can you move the... My lips refused to form the word body, but they understood. On it, boss, said Mary. They went first, Mary leading the way with her mouth set in a grim line. Grabbing hold of one of Martin's legs each, they heaved. He came free of the window, and landed on the floor with a sickening thud. The moment he was clear, I moved in. For a dreadful moment, my arm refused to move. I was frozen in place, trapped by the fear that cold fingers would wrap themselves around my wrist when I reached for the window. "They've done their part," I told myself. "Now it's your turn." As I reached for the handle, I saw the woman standing outside, still, silent, mere feet away. I allowed my eyes to slip out of focus, giving no sign I had seen her, other than the hammering of my heart, which I was certain filled the whole room. I snatched the window shut, then closed the blinds on her dreadful form. Only then did I allow myself to take a deep breath as I turned to inspect our next problem. The only outward signs of damage were the rivulets of blood that had trickled from Martin's ears, oozing down to stain the shoulders of his jumper. That and his eyes. They were wide and glazed, frozen open by the horror he had witnessed, the last thing he would ever witness. "What are we going to do with him?" said Mary. Her voice clipped. "Do we call the police?" "And tell them what?" I asked. "I don't know," she shrugged. "We could say he collapsed." "And how do we explain that we waited hours before calling for help?" I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering. "They'll start poking around into what we do here. Then, next thing you know, we end up locked away in some hospital," finished Mary. "At best," I murmured. "I'll sort it," said Stefan. He was staring at Martin's corpse, face pale and clammy. "That could be dangerous," cautioned Mary. "I can handle it," he said sharply, running a shaking hand over his mouth. I wouldn't have suggested it otherwise. I hesitated. "Do you want company? Or would you prefer if we—" "Privacy is preferable." On the cat tree, Ed had finally fallen silent, but he turned his lamp-like eyes on Stefan, tail twitching. As I ushered Mary to the storage cupboard, Stefan called after us hoarsely, "Draw a salt line, just in case." We slipped inside, to where Daphne and Pete were waiting for us, her arm wrapped tightly around his shoulder. They glanced at us, read our grim looks, and looked quickly away again. When I turned to close the door, I caught a glimpse of Stefan, his jaw unhinging, dropping down to his chest, as his teeth sharpened into fangs. He advanced on Martin, his clawed hands grasping. I slammed the door and reached for the salt. I went through a bad breakup. Couldn't get the guy to leave me alone. He was showing up at my work, home, even my mom's house. I decided I couldn't do it anymore. I started looking at states hours away from my hometown. Not a city, but not too small of a town either. I wanted to be able to walk the sidewalks and get to local shops. Moving to somewhere I knew no one. It would be nice to live in a neighborly town. I finally settled on a little town in the Pacific Northwest. I flew out to look for a job and a place to live. I spent the first few days walking around the main town, applying at a few shops. I quickly found a smaller book manufacturing company. I had an interview and fit what they were looking for. After that was settled, I set about finding where Cow, my little tuxedo cat, and I would call home. I started exploring a bit farther from the main town. There were some cute, quiet places, but they weren't calling to me. Then I found my new little neighborhood, Jerusalem Street. It was settled just a bit back from the main road. 3 rows of townhouses and a cul-de-sac. You could tell they had some age, but they were all well kept, and it was a lovely little street. Not the near-identical wash of beige and gray have become so common. Most were light pastels. It looked like people liked living here. Lots of trees and gentle light dappling the ground underneath. Quiet. A couple of people out with their dogs or walking to town. A small area in the center with a bird feeder, a bench, and board that people could leave flyers or notes on. It looked like the people took pride in making a community. In the row at the back of the cul-de-sac was an empty lavender home with simple "for rent" sign out front. I spoke to the realtor in town, and everything was taken care of. Luckily, the owners left some basic furniture, so I didn't have to worry about anything too big. I flew back home, packed up my important stuff, and drove across the country with Cal buckled into the passenger seats. Of course, I had to stop and rest for a couple of nights on the way, let Cal out of his carrier, and stretch in a hotel room for the night. I timed our arrival for late morning so I would have a large part of the day to unpack and not disturb my new neighbors by getting there too early. Several people stopped by to welcome me as I was going back and forth from the car. An older woman with blue hair and eccentric dress introduced herself as Mrs. Jules. Said they had a welcoming committee. She was one that started it as she lived here most of her life. The neighborhood had a couple rules, but nothing too bad or anything like an HOA. They would be by around dinner time, when you really should be taking break anyway, she told me. She was nice. I told her I would be ready, and she said she hoped Cal would come out to see her. I smiled. I spent the next couple of hours getting everything out of the car so I could let Cal into the rest of the house to explore, and I could get a shower before the welcoming committee showed up. Around 5:30, there was a knock at my door, and I saw Miss Jules with a couple of other people. I welcomed them in. Miss Jules introduced me to Dave Hancock, the middle-aged neighbor directly beside me, and Kayla, a woman around my age who lived in the row of houses to my right. Miss Jules had brought some sandwiches and bags of assorted chips. We sat around my table, where I had managed to clear most of my stuff off. She commented that I had done well for one day of work. We sat around eating and making small talk. Kayla seemed shy, but told me she would be happy to show me around town, if I wanted to stay. I'm sure I'll take you up on that, but what do you mean if I want to stay? Kayla nervously looked at Miss Jules. She smiled warmly at me. We may as well get to the neighborhood rules. It's really not much to worry about. Can I have that paperwork, please? Dave opened a folder with some papers in it. There was a town map, a small pamphlet about the community center, and a printed list about our little streets. Miss Jules pushed them toward me. You can read those at your leisure, but I need to go over some things with you tonight. Okay, no problem. I stammered a little. The street cleaner comes once a month, in the afternoon on the first Tuesday of the month. You'll want any cars in the driveway, or to be out at that time. I'm sure you saw the board in the middle of the bench. You can find information about town events, people trying to rehome some things, or even some snacks for people to take. We all vote at the community center, when it's that time of year. This is all written down for you. You can come to any of us here if you have any questions or need anything. But now you know where the three of us live. Thank you. I'll be sure to leave some cookies out for everyone once I'm settled in. I didn't say more. It felt like she wasn't done going over things. There was a bit of tension in the air. Cal cautiously peeked around the corner to see what was going on. Hello, dear. How do you like your new home? She held her hand down to him. He slowly approached and sniffed her for a minute before rubbing against her hand. He must smell Emily. She's my tortie. Cute, I smiled. I'd like to meet her sometime. Absolutely. She paused before continuing. This is an old town. Not much has changed in a long time. It's had slow growth, and many natural areas have been maintained for centuries. The trees behind our streets are the edge of a state park. Wow, that's awesome. Kayla, I'd explore with you sometime if that's something you like, too. I'd love to, Kayla responded. I don't have a hiking buddy. Before I could say more, Miss Jules continued. I'll finish up so you can get some rest tonight. There's just one more rule we all follow here. Her face looked older than it had a minute ago, makeup crowding in the gentle creases of her face. She looked into my eyes. Don't look outside if you hear any noises at night. It's not all night, just between 1 and 3. Don't go out at that time. If you do get caught out at that time, there's Ashley Street just down the main road. You saw that, right? Park there for the night. Many of us have had to sit in our cars for a couple of hours over the years. This is a small enough town that the neighborhood knows it's just us, and won't get worried by a car there early in the morning. I didn't know what to think. My mom tried to come up with a logical reason. Do animals come in from the park? Something does, she said quietly. It's been at least as long as I have. As long as you don't look out. There's nothing to worry about. And don't worry about Cow, he'll be fine. I keep Emily inside just to be safe. It's not every night, but you're better off just not looking out at that time at all. I know this is a lot to take in, but please just listen to it. Any of our community would talk if you have any questions. We'll leave you be for the night. I'll check in soon. With that, she stood up from the table and the others followed. Kayla waved goodbye. Miss Jules' blue hair shone under the streetlight until she made it to her door. Dave stood around another moment as we watched them go. I know that all sounds pretty weird. The people that lived here before couldn't handle it and they left. My phone number is with the paperwork if you need anything. Or if you really need something overnight, just bang on the wall and I'll hear. I'll be over at 301. Good night. Thank you. Good night. I headed back inside, head pounding. I sat heavily on the couch and tried to absorb what I had just heard. Miss Jules looked serious, and she had been so nice. I felt bad doubting her. What was the harm in listening to her? I was normally sleeping at that time anyway, and she said Cow was safe. If she was, if they all were, being honest, I didn't want to find out. I would just stay inside and not go looking. Cow decided he was ready for bed and I followed. It had been a long day. I fell asleep hard and didn't wake up until sunlight was streaming through my window. Cow crying to be fed. I dragged myself out of bed as my thoughts drifted to the previous night. Maybe there was nothing. I hadn't woken up at all, and Cow was acting normally. He was fine anywhere as long as he was getting food. I got him fed and looked out my front window. Miss Jules was sitting on the bench, glancing back at my house. I got dressed and headed out to see her. Oh good, how was your first night? She stood up and took my hand. Slept like a log. I didn't wake up until Cow demanded breakfast. She nodded. I'm sorry I had to spring that on you last night, but it really has to be done right away. A few people started their mornings, smiling and nodding at us. They all looked a little relieved. So it really is true then. I'll be honest. I was half thinking I dreamt that. Unfortunately, yes. It's how I lost my husband and our son. I didn't want to scare you too much last night. I don't have to tell you the details. I stared blankly for a few seconds. I'm so sorry. It's okay, honey. It's been a long time. It's just a little bit easier than it used to be. I know they wouldn't want me to spend every day sad over them. Can I ask what happened? What happens if you look? I asked, wincing a little and hoping I didn't sound too insensitive. Are you sure? I thought another moment. I would rather know than let the curiosity get to me. She sat back down. We had heard the rules when we moved in together right out of school. My husband Charles and me. People had doubts about us, but we were meant to be from the day we met. When our son Joe was born, we decided we would lock him in his room for the night. We gave him the one without windows to be safe. Joe was getting a little older, and we hadn't locked his room at night anymore. I guess one day he got curious or didn't believe us. We heard a scream and ran to his room. Joe wasn't there. Before I could react, Charles pushed me in and locked the door. I heard him run out and then just silence. The neighbors saw what happened in the morning and rushed to the house. They found me locked inside. There was really nothing left of them. Chunks strewn across the lawn, everywhere. Blood soaked into the grass. They were buried together, just pieces. There was no way to tell who was who. That's all any of us know. Oh my God, I whispered. I could feel the bile heating up my stomach, threatening to come out my throat. I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to say. I'll never get the sight out of my mind, so I try hard to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else. You really will be okay if you don't look. I should go tend to my Emily. I walked her home and gave her a hug. I went back inside and collapsed against the door. Cow came to see what was wrong and I scooped him up and cried. What the? How was this real? I told myself again that this was the middle of the night. Just stay asleep. Stay in bed. My house was perfect. My neighbors were lovely. Just don't look for any sounds at night. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, listlessly organizing my belongings. Cow screamed at me, and I just about jumped out of my skin. He just wanted dinner. Heart pounding and hands shaking. I got him taken care of to stop his yelling. I sat at the table and slid the bottle of whiskey over towards me. Just as I was going to take a swig out of the bottle, there was a knock at the door. I was tired, but got up to check. There was a swath of black hair. It was Kayla. Hi, Miss Jules said she talked to you. I wanted to see how you were holding up. She smiled weakly at me. I stood to the side. Do you want to come in? I was just going to have a drink. She stepped. Thanks. Now that I had company, I grabbed 2 glasses and a couple cans of Coke. I guess you would have heard her story too. How long have you lived here? I inquired. Yeah, just a bit over a year. Have you seen anything? No, I've never dared look. No one else has looked since I've been here. The people who lived here before finally heard the noises and they left. She was pregnant. I think that's a big reason they didn't want to stay. So you have heard things. Not a lot. I started sleeping with earbuds pretty quickly. I didn't need to hear more. I looked at her, hoping she would go on but didn't want to pressure her. She continued. The first time I just heard something walking around. It was quiet, but I could hear it rustling leaves as it went. I told myself it had just been an animal. We do live against the woods. A couple nights later, I heard it walking again. I had blinds drawn, but I still didn't even want to look in that direction. I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep. The movement stopped. I heard the faintest scratch, then knocking on the window, like someone tapping with a fingernail. I found some faint footprints in the morning. She paused to take a drink. They were bigger than I expected. They almost looked like a deer mixed with a human. Almost like there was a heel, but then they turned cloven. I moved my bed upstairs that day and started sleeping with the earbuds that night. It helps. I really recommend it. Thanks for the drink, she said, finishing it. I should go get settled for the night, and let me know when you've had time to unpack and we can do some hiking. During the day. Of course, and thanks for the tip. The next couple weeks I continued to put everything in their new places and started my new job. I was getting the hang of it. Things started to feel a little normal. Kayla and I had started hiking on Saturday or Sunday mornings, still well after the sun had risen. I hadn't heard anything at night. I never forgot to close the blinds, but I did start to forget about the noises. Nearly a month after I moved in, I heard walking through the neighborhood. I had seen deer a couple times, coming around dusk to drink at a couple bird baths around the streets. They were back. That's all it was. Still, I was glad I listened to Kayla's story, and put my bedroom on the 2nd floor. I about crapped myself when I heard the tapping on my window. I whisper called for Cow. He sat up from the end of the bed. My heart sank into my stomach. The tapping continued. I reached for my phone. It was after 2:45. It should be over soon. I didn't want to disturb him, but I felt like I had to talk to someone. My hands were shaking so badly I had to retype the message about 4 times. "Hi Dave, sorry to bother you so early. I just can't sleep." I jumped as the tapping started to get more aggressive. My phone went off. "It's no problem. Don't worry. It'll be over soon. Just a few minutes and then it's over for the night. It's never gotten in. Just don't look. Let me know if you need me to come over after or tomorrow." 2:55, so close. "Okay, 5 minutes, I can do that. Thank you. I think I'll get shades. The blinds aren't good enough." Dave: "It's a good idea. Tell Cow hi for me." I sat for another couple minutes and then the tapping stopped all at once. There was no rustling of something moving away, just silence. I pulled a slightly disgruntled Cow up closer to me. Anxiety through the roof. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Dave caught me in the morning. "You did well. That was worse than it normally is. I could hear it from mine. Let me know if you need help with the blinds." He waved and was on his way before I could respond. He liked talking about these things even less than the others. Couldn't blame him. I stopped to get blinds after work and didn't forget to put my earbuds in again. Things continued as they had. Work, hike, play with Cow. I was making enough at my new job to be fine, but I had spent most of my savings to suddenly move. I stopped at the local bar and started taking some shifts. Friday nights, Saturdays, or Sundays. This was a smaller town, so even with a later shift, I still had about half an hour by the time I got home to get inside early. I was busy and tired, but it would be worth it. I would feel better having savings again, but I was just getting so tired. Finally, last Friday night, I was exhausted. That type of bone tired that sinks into your bones. So drained that a minor inconvenience could make you start crying. I worked every day for 3 weeks. I got home after my bar shift, 12:35. All I had to do was drag my tired butt in the house and pass out for the night. The next thing I remember is how uncomfortable I felt. My eyes snapped open. I fell asleep. How long had it been? I had only just got home, right? I was in my own driveway, with plenty of time to get in. I looked at my phone. 2:24. I heard something right by me. Before I could stop myself, I was looking over. All I saw were fingertips, just barely placed onto my driver's side window. The rest of the hand was obscured by the door. Then there was movement. What seemed to be branches started to move. They were turning towards my car. One gnarled point making contact with my window and scraping along it. I slammed my eyes shut. One hand desperately pulled my hood over my head, and the other covered my mouth, willing my breathing to get under control and not have a full-blown panic attack right now. I hadn't really seen anything, right? It didn't see me look. All I saw was fingertips. It could have been a normal person who got lost and ended up here. After all, the noises didn't come every night. Those weren't antlers. It was a trick of the darkness. Then, what made the shrill scraping coming from right outside? And those were fingertips, but they were too long and rough, worn and cracked and dirty. I curled in my seat trying not to scream, eyes squeezed shut. Antlers like bark, but hard enough to damage the metal burned into my mind. A slap. I bit into my lip hard enough to bleed but didn't scream. It sounded like a hand slamming into my door. Besides the other fingertips, I could hear heavy breathing. My chest ached. It felt like my heart would give out before anything else had a chance to happen. My stomach lurched as my car rocked, hard. Tears and snot soaked my hoodie. Another slam on the car and it rocked again. It felt like if it hit any harder, the glass would break. What were the rules here? Could it get in? It really seemed to be trying. A different slam echoed through my bones. The sick sound was like a head against glass, antlers scratching on the metal frame above. It slammed its head again. There was nothing I could do. Again. It wasn't in yet, and I figured my best bet was to stay down and keep my eyes shut. Again. The car rocked gentler this time, as the slamming stopped. I couldn't open my eyes. I didn't think it was long enough. It couldn't be 3 yet, but it was hard to tell. Minutes felt like hours. Time dripping by like cold molasses. How long had it stopped to stare in at me before its assault? I could hear it walking around, pacing around the car. It started to fade out. Then I heard hooves on pavement. Metal squealed and glass cracked. I screamed. Dead silence. I continued to lay curled on my side. Nothing more came. I heard Miss Jules calling me and running. I still didn't dare open my eyes. It took a few minutes of convincing, but I finally held my phone up and looked. 3:12. I started uncontrollably sobbing. Fear and relief racked my body, and I laid there shaking badly, stomach in knots. I was eventually able to unlock my door. Miss Jules ripped it open and held me in her arms. We cried together. That was nearly a month ago. I thought I'd leave that day, but still here. Where else would I go? I have kind, caring neighbors. My home is nice. I talk with Miss Jules. Dave checks in on me. I hike with Kayla. I hold Cow close. I did quit working the bar that day. I'll never go out at night again. I sleep with earbuds and a white noise machine. My bedroom windows are shuttered tight. From the inside, as soon as it starts to get dark. My name is Joseph. I'm a 25-year-old living in Wisconsin. I am part of a very close-knit friend group composed of about 7 people. My 2 best friends being Ben and Max. Ben is a lively, dependable guy. Max is a very chill guy. Polite, super empathetic, and a bit anxious at times. Both are super funny. All 3 of us play games once a week together whenever we find an evening open. It's the way we hang out when life gets too busy to see each other in person. It's sort of a comfort zone for all of us. We've been doing things this way for years. In this friend group, it's a known rule that you're not allowed to ask to come into my room. You either barge in or don't come in at all. We've never really shared why, outside of our group. I think I just need to share it somewhere. My friends believe me when I talk about it, which was great at first. After the past 3-ish years, though, I've started to doubt myself and feel awkward keeping it as a rule. I don't know, maybe that's an excuse. Maybe I just want it out there. Around 3 years ago, when I was about to turn 22, I had a free evening after work and texted the group chat to see if Max and Ben were free. At the time, I lived in a suburban duplex apartment. I got normal responses from both of them. We have a unique flavor of stupidity that we throw around when talking. It felt pretty standard at the time when they responded. We started pretty late, around 12 a.m. Our game sessions usually lasted a few hours, and seeing as I had been getting up at 6 a.m. every morning, I was pretty tired and a bit loopy already. We hopped on a game we'd played together probably hundreds of times. The game itself doesn't matter much. Just a standard voice chat game you could run around and screw with each other in. Everything for the first couple of hours was very normal. Playing on random maps, messing around, moving on to the next one. It was fun as usual. The first instance of something feeling off came when Max and I were separated from Ben and crossing a concrete bridge together. We'd been over this bridge back and forth many times while playing this game in the past. Midway through overwalking it, I heard Max's voice behind me in-game. "Charlie, come over here. Look at this." Seeing as my name is not Charlie, I turned to him and tried to respond comically in my best impression of a Boston accent. "Who be Charlie?" It didn't bother me or anything to be called the wrong name. Not the first time. I just couldn't think of anyone we knew named Charlie. He was looking out over the left side of the bridge. On the right side of this bridge was a giant concrete wall that went up higher than you can realistically climb above. On the left side was a huge, deep cavern with a thick, dark fog in it that made it look infinite. He was staring into it. Ah, whoops. Yeah, sorry, man. But do you see that? I ran up and turned my character to look into the fog with him. I couldn't really see anything. Not really. What are you looking at? There's a little outline of a person down there. It's really dark, but it's closer to the base of the bridge than you'd think, with the fog. I looked down a bit, but searching around I couldn't see anything. We'd played this map tons of times, and already knew most of the odd secrets to find, so I started to wonder if he was messing around. Can you send me a screenshot? But there was no response. I waited a few moments, but his character was just sitting there, suddenly dead quiet. It seemed like he'd actually taken his hands off the keyboard and mouse. Hello? My first thought was that his internet was struggling. I sat there waiting to see if he needed to be invited back in. After about 3 minutes, though, I realized it wasn't his internet. I was able to call him on the phone when his character moved again and turned towards me. Alright, good to go? He said. I was really confused now. Weren't you trying to show me something? Could you send me a screenshot of it? I asked him. Sure, I'll snip it later, but for now let's go meet up with Ben. At this point, I knew he was trying to mess with me. I just ignored it and we ran to Ben. Ben was already inside of one of the buildings nearby messing with makeshift cars he'd put together from random parts scattered around the map. My engineering degree finally coming into play, he said, putting explosives on the front of the car. We drove around in his vehicle for a while and blew up whatever we found lying around. It was a lot of fun. No different than any other night we'd been playing together. One thing that was abnormal, however, was that Max kept going silent and unmoving for a few minutes at a time and didn't say anything. That was not really like him at all. He was anxious about inconveniencing people, so he was pretty clear about when he went AFK. Usually. What do you keep getting up to do, Max? I asked. Yeah, I was wondering the same. Ben chimed. Max's character was running around picking up items, helping my family out with stuff off and on. Why? This was a pretty reasonable explanation. His family all lived really close by, so it was normal that he would get up and help them. Weird that they needed it at 2 a.m. in the morning, though. So we moved on. It was still unusual for him to do it without warning, but I wasn't gonna bug him without a real reason. After another bit of messing around, Max started to get a little quieter. He was still playing, but he didn't really say much. He also seemed like he was distracted by something. His character would stop moving occasionally, even if he was still talking on mic. Like, he was looking away from his monitor. I wasn't the only one to notice, because Ben walked up to him in-game. Everything alright, dude? You've been really distracted today. Yeah, if you need to go help your family, we can finish up playing for tonight. He didn't say anything for a few moments. There's a guy outside on the street that's walked by the street lamp in front of my house like 5 times back and forth. I could hear a bit of anxiety in his voice. That's weird. One of the neighbors? Ben asked. I can't tell. He's moving pretty quickly when he does it. Max responded. I could tell he was watching out his window. What the hell? That's scary. The guy's just standing under it now. What does he look like? Ben asked. He sounded as nervous as I was. Not sure. Early 30s, maybe. He's not one of the neighbors. Be careful, man, I said. It was really unusual for Max to be this scared of something. He is an anxious guy with social situations, but he's pretty strong-willed when it comes to actual danger. I'll be right back. I could hear Max get up away from his computer. Ben and I looked at each other's characters. After a bit of tense silence, Max finally spoke again. He walked away. That was freaky. Glad my window is pretty well covered by the bushes out front. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Might just be an oddball taking a night walk. Ben was trying to be reassuring with this, but we were all a bit anxious. It might have been a bit dramatic to be worried about a random person standing under a street lamp, but it was more about how nervous Max seemed. It was really unusual for him, not to mention how late it was. We played on for a while, we joked around and started to drift back into laughter. This is where things started to freak me out a bit. I got a call from Max on the phone. "Hey, can you hear me, Joseph?" "Yeah, why?" But then I realized something. I could hear Max speaking in voice chat. He was running around and talking loudly with Ben. I could hear it clearly, but what he was saying in-game was not what I heard over the phone. Really? I haven't been able to hear either of you for the past 10 minutes. I didn't realize it at first until I hadn't heard either of you speak in a while. My brain sort of froze hearing this. I could actively hear Max talking not 10 feet away from my character. "Are you talking in-game right now?" "No, why? Did you do something to try and fix it? I can't hear you guys at all." I didn't really know what to do here. My heart was speeding up a bit listening to this happen. I muted on my phone and started to talk over voice chat. "Hey Max, can you hear me right now?" Max's character turned to me. "Yeah, loud and clear, boss." This is exactly the response I'd expect from Max to a question like this. He had to be messing with me. I unmuted on the phone. "Are you messing with me, man? I am seriously confused right now. I can hear you talking in-game. You even responded to me." "What? Are you guys trying to mess with me again?" I could hear that this was genuine confusion. I unmuted in voice chat and stayed unmuted on the phone. "So you can hear me right now?" Both the Max on the phone and the Max in-game gave different responses at the same time. This didn't feel like something Max could have pulled off for a random joke. It was very convincing. I muted in-game again. This started to freak me out. I couldn't logically figure out what could be going on, and it was making me uncomfortable. I kept thinking back to the weird stuff Max was doing while playing. Something about it was bothering me. The Max over the phone was the least likely to be some sort of a hacker, so I decided to talk to him. "I can hear you talking in-game. You're talking right now and messing around with Ben." I figured I should just clearly explain to him what's going on. "You two need to stop doing stuff like this. It always freaks me out." There was a twinge of laughter in his voice. I could tell he didn't believe me. I'll admit, Ben and I had messed with him a few times, but nothing to this extent. I guess from his perspective, he just had my word to go off of for what was happening. "I'm dead serious, Max. I'm not joking." By the sound he made, I sensed he could tell I wasn't screwing with him. Unfortunately, from here on things got more than uncomfortable. I texted Ben to try and let him know what was going on, but didn't get a response. I muted my phone and walked up to him in-game. "Hey Ben." His character wasn't moving. "I think he got up to do something real quick," I heard Max's character say. I didn't like that I couldn't tell if it was really him or not. Both the Max on the phone and the Max over voice chat sounded exactly like him. I sat there and waited for a while to see if Ben would come back. I heard Max's character speak again. Holy shit," he said. This sounded like he was genuinely startled. It made my heart sink a bit. "What?" "I can't see it clearly on the street, but I think someone's being attacked. I see something in the road, and a girl is screaming." I heard a loud noise that sounded like him getting up from his chair and ripping off his headphones. "What is that?" "What? What?" I heard a sudden movement that sounded like he slammed his hands against the desk. His breathing became really loud. He was right next to his mic. It sounded like he was trembling. "I think that saw me. It saw me. It looked right at me, Joseph. Ben, someone needs to call the police. My phone isn't in here. It's in the other room." I was just stuttering, trying to think of a response. At this point, I didn't know what to do, because I was on the phone with who I thought was Max already. Ben was still silent. "Joseph, please. I don't know if it saw me, and what I just saw, That girl? Joseph, I think it's going to kill me. I have to hide. Tell the police I'm hiding in the... I jumped when I heard a loud crash like a window shattering, followed by the most horrific scream I have ever heard in my life. Max was screaming for help. This was real. There's a difference between a fake scream and someone pleading for their life, and this was real. It made me feel queasy. Max, are you okay? I screamed through my phone. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? What's going on? Max, you were screaming. It's coming from your character. You're being attacked or something. It sounds so real. Please tell me this is a joke. This is too far for me. I would not do that, dude. I'm serious. This is scaring me. Are you both joking with me? I keep telling you no. Not at all. This is too far. I was trembling and didn't know what to do. I held the phone away from my face, turned to my microphone and asked, Max, what happened? There was silence for about 30 seconds. My whole body tensed when, very loudly and clearly, I heard what sounded like someone grabbing the headset and putting it on. I stayed quiet. Someone was breathing very quietly on the other side, and Max's character began to move again. Over the phone I asked Max whether he was moving or not. No, I'm on the phone across the room from my PC. Something about the air of the situation had changed. I didn't know if I should move my mouse or speak. What was moving the character? Who was I on the phone with? It sounded like Max. Was it? Out of nowhere, Max's character turned and froze, staring straight at my character. After a moment, it ran up to mine, and Max started speaking in-game. Can I come in, Joseph? Can I come in, Joseph? Can I come in, Joseph? It repeated this over and over. It didn't take a breath. The sound was almost like a recording. Then I realized something. I tore off my headphones. I remember feeling every hair stand up across my body. The character was repeating the phrase. I could hear it in my headphones, but removing them, I could still hear it. It wasn't just coming from my headphones. It was muffled, coming from my closet just a few feet behind me. I was unable to speak or move. Something about the noise I made caused Max to sound panicked. Dude, what's wrong? Are you crying? Something is in my room. I could barely get the words out. Max said he was going to call the police, which made me panic even more. I would be alone with this thing while he was on the phone. No, Max, please stay on the phone. It's here. It's in my closet. I'm terrified. What do you mean it? Wait, no, just stay quiet. I'll stay. Don't worry, man. I'm here. I'll message the group chat and tell someone to call the police to your house. I sat there silently for far too long, shaking. I could still hear the muffled words coming from my closet. Not once did it pause or slow down. It sounded like Max, but I knew it wasn't. I couldn't tell if it sounded excited or distressed. Its voice was getting shakier with each passing repeat. My heart was going so fast I thought I was starting to have a heart attack. I wasn't even trying to figure out what this was anymore. I wanted out of there. But the door out of my room was on the other side of the closet. Okay, Joseph, Mary is calling the police. Just stay put and quiet. I'm also getting in my car to drive over there to you. I'll tell the others to meet me there too. I tapped my phone in an attempt to acknowledge him. Suddenly, the repeating voice stopped. I was petrified to think it may have heard me. The tap was so quiet. I don't know how anyone would be able to hear it, especially from the other side of a closed closet door. I'd also spoken a moment ago. Why did it react this time? Then it started up again, repeating. Whatever it was listening for movement. Despite this, I decided to try to get past the door. The window behind me would be loud, so it wasn't an option. I took very slow steps, trying my best not to creak the wooden floorboards beneath the carpet. I got to right before the closed closet door. I could hear it clearly. Deep in the lower part of the closet, it wasn't whispering, and now that I was closer to it, I could hear something else. Very quietly and softly, in between repeats. I could hear what sounded like tapping on the door. It was almost as if it was trying to knock. I did not want to step in front of that door. Every part of me was resisting. The moment I put my foot in front of the closet door, the voice stopped. I have never experienced heightened senses like I did at that moment. The silence felt so loud it hurt. My skin felt like it was burning horribly on the side closest to the closet, in what I assume was bated anticipation of something opening the door. I had to stop myself from screaming when the door shook violently with 3 consecutive hits. It was knocking again, but much more forcefully now. This time it was directly next to my head on the other side of the closet door. The knocking was followed by the repeating phrase, starting back up again. It sounded faster, more frantic. It almost sounded like it was on the verge of screaming. It was very clearly as close to the door as possible. I wanted to run so badly. With every step forward, the voice followed me, inches away from my ear on the other side. It obviously knew I was there, so I just gave in to my fear and sprinted. I got to my bedroom door and started to open it. My skin felt like it was still on fire from the fear. I heard something violently turn my closet doorknob behind me and push it open with immense force. I did not wait or look. I ripped open my door and flung myself through, slamming it behind me, and sprinted into the living room. I don't remember what I said to Max at that point over my phone. Apparently he could hear over the phone what I'd been hearing once I'd gotten close enough to the closet. I could tell he was rushing to get into his car. Watching, nothing came out of my room. Nothing even touched the door. It was just pure silence. I kept listening, but nothing made a sound. Waiting there in silence was horrible. I began wondering if it entered some other part of the house, but for some reason I had a strong feeling in the pit of my stomach. If I took my eyes away from the door, that thing would know. I could feel it. It was still waiting, watching me for the moment I stopped looking. I don't even know if I blinked. After an eternity, I could hear the police sirens. They arrived and found me trembling in the corner of the living room. I don't remember much during this, at least accurately, but I know they searched the home and the room thoroughly. Max and the others arrived one by one not too shortly after. I had no proof of what was going on, but the police believed something had happened because of how horrified I was. Unfortunately, they suspected it was a bad drug trip of some kind. Granted, that is not only the more reasonable explanation, but is also not uncommon here. My friends and parents testified that I was not a user of drugs of any kind, so I didn't have to get a drug test, but I get the feeling the officers used that as their explanation. My friends and I did our own research of the house after the fact. My friends are overprotective of each other, so it was hard to convince them not to. We ended up finding a few things. We also found that a number of the clothes I had in the closet were covered in what looked like wet ash, specifically the bottom of my hanging shirts and jackets. It was like whatever was crouched under them was covered in it. The same substance was scraped across the door from where it had followed me. It smelled horrible. I don't even know what I'd compare it to. It just smelled rotten, like death. Then what made us leave immediately after was the fact that my closet door was still open, but my window was closed. That thing never left my room. I don't know how long it was waiting in my closet, but I didn't want to assume it could just phase through walls. I'd been in my room all day. I didn't feel comfortable assuming the thing had just vanished off somewhere. Instead, we left immediately, and I stayed with Max for a month while I moved apartments. I feel terrible about this, but I hired movers to transport everything. I didn't want to go back there. I also warned the owner of what had happened, and, as I expected, they didn't really seem to believe me. I don't blame them. It's honestly difficult for me to figure out what really happened in that situation. There's a few more things. These two bothered me more than all the others. Firstly, Ben hadn't played with us at all that night. He showed us, and he hadn't even received the text I sent, nor Max's response. Max and I both showed him that he'd responded to the group chat. He assured us he never even knew we were playing that night. So, even beyond whatever it was imitating Max, it also imitated Ben from the start. Finally, something far worse came up in the next few days. This is what assured me beyond anything else. This was not a hallucination. In Max's neighborhood, a woman was found mutilated in a field that lined the streets in front of Max's house a few days after all of this happened. No information was put forward to the public other than her name. It was one of Max's neighbors, one he'd never spoken to, but a woman he'd seen many times. She was dead. Whatever was speaking to me as Max wasn't just making things up. It had killed that woman, and told it to me as if Max was watching it happen. I've wondered many times if it was really happening in front of Max's house, while I was on the phone with him. I burned the clothes that had the ash on them out in a field as soon as I got them from the movers. I didn't want anything to sit remaining from this. Ever since that night, we've depended more heavily on in-person hangouts. The anxiety has dissipated, as nothing's happened since then. It almost feels like a dream. If it weren't for Max and the experience with Ben, I'd have probably been able to say it was a bad nightmare or something. I don't know if that would be better or worse. I'm not looking for anyone to believe me. I suppose I wanted closure of some kind, if something like that is out there. It makes me wonder what else we don't know about in our daily lives. It scares me. How often do we interact with people we consider friends and family without realizing they're a cheap imitation? That thought runs across my mind every time I have a sentimental conversation with a friend over the phone, or think of a good memory with a person I love, where we weren't face to face. Someone getting my name wrong sends me so much anxiety. If I couldn't see them in these memories, was it them? Were they really there? For my own sanity, I have chosen to try and believe they were. However, I have a feeling I will never have a way of really convincing myself it's true. I'm honestly not quite sure why I'm writing this, or who I'm even writing this to. Maybe just to warn people. About what, I don't even know. Maybe to reach out to anyone with similar experiences. I grew up in a tiny town. I'm not even sure it could be called a town really. More of a village or a hamlet. The kind of place stuck in the 50s, where everybody knew each other and there were more churches than houses. It sounds charming, I guess. But as anyone who lives somewhere like what I've described, you know it's boring at best, and torturous at worst. There was only one school for every kid born here from the time they grew out of diapers to the time they graduated, and if they were lucky, left this dump of a place. There were only ever maybe 30 kids in the school at most, and even to this close-knit community, I was an outcast. Not that I minded really. I didn't like these kids either. I only really had one real friend. My next-door neighbor, Molly. Our parents were close, too, and we often had supper together, which I guess is why we grew so close. But that's not why you're reading this. I don't think you want to know about a lonely and scrawny little boy with no friends in a boring village. My home wasn't boring, really. We had some strange rituals. You could chalk some of it up to just Bible Belt activities. You'd essentially be outlawed if you skipped church on Sunday. Wives were to stay home and cook, while husbands were to go out and work in the nearby mine. If you didn't have at least 3 of the Bibles our church had hand-scribed, you weren't allowed to go to the church. The like. But we also had something else that I found strange. The festival happened once a year. If you're wondering what the festival was, so were all of us. Nobody knew what it was or why we did it. Hell, nobody even knew what happened if we didn't do it. One of our many pastors, Father Sinclair, usually ran the whole thing. From the outside, it could look like a normal church festival. During the day, that's sort of what it was. A group prayer followed by the dads grilling sausages or burgers. The children running around and throwing a ball around as the moms brought out cookies and chatted. Maybe some music if Father Sinclair had raised enough money. But by night, things changed. Everybody was to go inside, except Father Sinclair and some volunteers from the school. After they had ensured all residents truly were inside, they completed it. Curious kids who wanted to know what was happening may have pressed their ears to the bedroom windows to hear nothing but silence. Well, until 3:33 in the morning. Every year without fail, at 3:33, a loud, screeching-like sound could be heard, followed by otherworldly chanting, followed by silence again. I know that because I was one of those curious kids. Molly and I both were. The story I'm telling took place during our 12th festival. By this time, it had been a few years of Molly and I theorizing what the festival was for. It was maybe a week or so until our next festival, and this year we were dead set on discovering what it was. Maybe we could sneak out during the night portion of the festival. Well, that wasn't for another week. We decided to go through Father Sinclair's office to try and discover dirt on him. After the usual Sunday service, Molly and I took advantage of everyone being distracted by a bake sale to sneak into the upper level of the church. I'm not sure if we were doing this because we were genuinely curious, or if we just liked the thrill of doing something naughty, but either way, I remember my heart beating in my throat as we crept into Father's office. "Unlocked," Molly whispered as we stifled giggles. You know, if he's so protective of his office, he really should do a better job keeping people out. We both held our breaths as we slowly opened the door, being careful of any creaks. It was kind of underwhelming. Maybe we were expecting something like Satan's lair, complete with tapestries of demons and torture chambers, but it looked just like a normal office. I opened all the drawers of his desk as Molly went through the filing cabinet. Nothing. We were about to give up when I tripped on the carpet. Part of it flipped up when we saw it. There in the middle of the floor was a weird symbol. It kind of looked like a star. Neither of us recognized it. Okay, maybe it's just a drawing. Maybe he's secretly an artist, Molly said, trying to make me, who probably looked like I had seen a ghost, laugh. I, still the little religious boy as I'd been raised, clutched a Bible I found on Father Sinclair's desk. Mindlessly, I began shifting through the pages. Molly, I said. These pages are weird. She took the Bible from my hands, furrowing her brow. I don't recognize any of these verses. I've read the Bible like a million times. This isn't right. Hello, kids, we heard and both jumped back. It was Father Sinclair. If it isn't little Molly McKee and Robert Crane, such curious little ones. Well, not so little anymore. You must be 12 years old by now, is that right? He said as he paced towards us menacingly. Yes, Father, Molly said as I shook like a leaf, unable to even say anything. We're sorry we snuck into your office. Nonsense. Nothing wrong with a bit of curiosity, Father said, stomping on the symbol we had recently discovered. He looked at us with a sharp, knowing eye. I could use some curious kids such as yourselves at next week's festival. How's about it, kids? Would you like to be my volunteers? I started to shake my head no, but he placed a cold hand on my shoulder, a gesture I wasn't familiar with. He did it to everyone in town as a sort of comfort, but it felt much different now. He pressed it hard into my skin, hard enough to leave a bruise. Robert, you and I both know you haven't much of a choice here, he said as he winked. It's nothing to worry about, really. He pushed us out of his office. Now run on home. Hug your mothers. Molly and I sat in her room that night, not saying a word. We were too shaken up. Silently, she pulled one of her family's 5 Bibles, the ones gifted to us by Father Sinclair. Then she reached into the book bag she had brought to church that day. She pulled out the Bible we found in the office. Molly, you took that? He's gonna kill us. I warned. I think he was going to do that anyways, she said dryly as she opened them side by side. I watched as she seemingly got more and more puzzled. It makes no sense, Rob, she said as she flipped through both books. These books say the complete opposite of each other. I don't know which one to believe. There, that verse isn't our Bible. What's it say? I pointed at one, which Molly began reading aloud. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy the devil prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. Every year without fail, at 3:33 a loud, screeching-like sound could be heard. The volunteers from the school. Molly? I said tentatively. What happens to the volunteers every year? Well, usually they move away. They just go to school or something, she said, but she didn't sound convinced. Molly? I said tentatively again. Have we been praying to the wrong god? Eventually the festival came and Molly and I, like we should have been, were properly terrified that whole week. When the day came, and then the night, we tried to sneak away. But there was no getting past Father Sinclair. You two, brave volunteers, will stay here, he said, grabbing us tightly by our arms. We sat under the moonlight in a deafening silence. You don't need to lie to us anymore, Sinclair, Molly said, breaking the silence. We know what you're doing. Father Sinclair turned around sharply. He struck us both across the face as I cried out in pain. He smirked. Do you know why you live such fortunate lives? Why we all live such fortunate lives? I do this for us, really. For all of us. And soon you'll have done this for all of us too. You should really be proud, he said as he drew that weird star on the ground with a stick. We watched as he lit candles and said weird words. Suddenly a loud screech caused Molly and I to duck and cover our ears. I guess it was 3:33. When I helped Molly up, I saw it. It towered over us, challenging the height of the trees. A tall, dark figure, horns and all. He looked down at us. Father Sinclair bowed down. Your subjects, sir. He pushed us towards him as we tried to run away. He bent down. You have broken the rules, Sinclair. I thought I had made things very clear. In a moment, Father Sinclair had dropped his normal demeanor as I saw fear fill his eyes. What rule? I haven't broken a rule at all. Your subjects, as promised. My conditions, he boomed. That for the life you live, the goods I grant you, you mustn't ever harm a soul again. The souls harmed were to be saved from me. He touched me with his large claw that was hot to the touch. Is this a bruise I see? He turned his attention to Molly, and the red mark on her face. Unbelievable. But sir, Father Sinclair pleaded, getting on his knees. What about the good of my village? All these people praying just for you, because of me. Can we not make another deal? He pondered for a bit. Very well. I may allow another year of prosper to this village, but I will need another sacrifice. Father Sinclair pushed Molly and I forward yet again. He shook his head. Not them. You are the one I'm after. And with that, we watched as he grabbed Father Sinclair with a massive claw and threw him like a doll to the ground as he was consumed by the flames below him. I can still hear his screams to this day. Molly and I stood in shock until the massive being turned his attention to us. And you too, he said, bending down to our level. Go, leave these grounds and do not return. You must get out of here. Confused but not wanting to disobey this thing, we both began to leave. I turned back. See you soon? He smirked. Indeed. Whenever I tell people my profession, They always laugh. A professional residential exorcist? I say, and they picture crucifixes, holy water, and Latin prayers echoing through cobweb-covered Victorian mansions. They picture Max von Sydow from The Exorcist, with his sharp cheekbones and unwavering sense of justice. They can never imagine what I spend most of my time doing: filing noise complaints with local councils, negotiating legal occupancy with unauthorized tenants, and explaining to terrified homeowners that the demon-scratching noises from their walls are just rats and cockroaches having a blast in the insulation. My name is Xavier Rexar, and yes, I do have a Master of Exorcism Studies from SOAS, University of London. It was a niche program, run only from 2009 to 2013, an experimental collaboration between the Department of Theology and the Department of Cultural Anthropology. I was in the last cohort. The program was discontinued afterward. Of course, a degree alone isn't enough, so I went back to law school. Nothing embodies the identity of a professional exorcist quite like explaining to a ghost, while quoting the 1988 Housing Act, that the house would no longer belong to him once he died. Yes, Mr. Henderson, you do need to move out, because the new owner finalized the sale 3 months ago, and the deed is in my possession. I've been doing this for 7 years. I've seen it all. Or at least, I thought I had. Then I got a call about the apartment on Bethnal Street. It was a late October afternoon, and I was in my office. Actually, an empty bedroom in my apartment that I'd set up as an office, with a desk, a filing cabinet, and a bookshelf filled with books I'd never read. My phone rang. Not my cell phone, but my office landline, which hardly anyone uses anymore. I should have taken that as the first warning sign. But hindsight is always easy, isn't it? I'm Xavier Rexar, offering residential exorcism services. I replied because that's what it says on my business card, and I'm known for my profession. Mr. Rexar? The other person was a middle-aged woman with an accent I couldn't quite place. Perhaps East London, but it sounded like something else entirely. I need your help. It's my apartment. There's something in there. I grabbed my notebook. Yes, I was still using pen and paper. Paper seemed to reassure clients, and pressed the pen. What's your name, madame? Arachne. Marie Arachne. She paused, and I could hear her rapid, shallow breathing. I don't know what it is. That's why I called you. The priests can't help either. They say they don't sense anything amiss. But I know something's definitely wrong. I can't go back. I've been staying at my sister's for 3 weeks. Alright, Miss Arachne. Let's start with the basics. What exactly happened to you in that apartment? Another silence. This time longer. It changes. The apartment changes? Everything changes. The furniture moves. The walls are a different color every day. Sometimes the room is bigger than it should be. Sometimes it's smaller, and I don't know how to describe it. It's a feeling, like the apartment is watching me, waiting for something. I sighed inwardly. This sounded like typical stress-induced paranoia, possibly accompanied by some kind of neurological disorder. I learned to recognize these signs. Vague descriptions, emphasizing feelings rather than specific events, and an inability to provide concrete examples. But I had to pay rent. My services weren't cheap. Did you notice any physical symptoms in that apartment, like headaches, nausea, and dizziness? No, none of those symptoms, Mr. Rexar. I know this might sound a bit strange. I know you might think I'm crazy, but I'm not. Really not. There's definitely something wrong with that place. Something definite, and I need someone there to document it. Isn't that what you do? You stay there overnight. documenting everything that happens? Yes, it's part of my job, but I should mention that in about 90% of cases, we can find a plausible explanation. I'll give you £3,000 for 2 days. She interrupted me. Cash, half up front, half later. I stopped mid-sentence. £3,000 was more than 4 times my usual rate. Marie Arachne was either desperate or had too much money to burn. Perhaps both. Miss Arachne, this is incredibly generous. Why are you in such a hurry? Why is the fee so high? Because I need someone to take this seriously and... She hesitated again. Because I've contacted 4 other people who do the same job as you, and they all refused as soon as they heard the address. Please, Mr. Rexar. Please, you're my last hope. Her voice, well, sounded like a writer who couldn't write a female character and wrote her emitting a duck-like squeak. That's interesting. I leaned back in my chair, twirling my pen between my fingers. What's the address? 47B Bethnal Street, 3rd floor, right in Bethnal Green, near the tube station. I opened Google Maps on my laptop and entered the address. Street view loaded, showing a typical East London scene. Rows of brick buildings, shops on the ground floor and apartments on the upper floors. But when I zoomed in on 47, something seemed off. The building looked a little blurry, not very clear. It was like the camera was moving while taking a picture, but the surrounding buildings were all clearly visible. Mr. Rexar, are you still there? Yes, I'm sorry. I was checking... Miss Arachne, I need to ask you a question directly. Have you been experiencing any psychological problems lately? Like depression, anxiety, or anything like that? I don't mean to offend you, but these symptoms you've described can sometimes be related to anxiety disorders, etc. I haven't had a mental breakdown, she snapped. I haven't been hallucinating. I haven't been on drugs. I'm a high school teacher, Mr. Rexar. I grade papers and complain about the education standards, boards, inspections. I'm bored, and I'm normal, but my apartment isn't normal. For 7 years, I've learned to distinguish between 3 kinds of people: confused people, mentally unstable people, and people who have truly experienced inexplicable things. Marie Acne sounded like the third. Well, I said, making a decision I later deeply regretted. I'll take this case. When would you like me to start? Tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you outside at noon with the keys and half the payment. Thank you, Mr. Rexar. Thank you very much. Before I could ask any more questions, she hung up. I sat there staring blankly at the blurry image of 47 Bethnal Street on the screen, a strange unease creeping up my neck. I told myself it was no big deal. Just another job, another confused client, an extremely ordinary problem. If I spent a night in the apartment with a carbon monoxide detector and thermal imaging camera, everything would be clear. I'd never made such a huge mistake in my life. The next day, I took the Central Line to Bethnal Green Station. It was a typical overcast day in London in winter time. The sky seemed to hang 3 feet overhead, like a wet blanket pressing down on everything. We get a lot of cases at this time of year because there are so many people with depression. I packed my overnight bag, a change of clothes, toiletries, a laptop, an electromagnetic field strength meter, a carbon monoxide detector, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a copy of the land registry information I had checked earlier. That's when I encountered my second problem. Though I didn't fully recognize it at the time, according to the land registry, 47B Bessemer Street didn't exist. 47 was a shop, A Turkish kebab shop. Above were apartments, 47A and 47C. 47B didn't exist. I initially thought it was just an administrative error, perhaps due to recent renovations and the system not being updated yet. I'd encountered this before. I should have turned back. I should have called Marie Arachne and told her I couldn't take the case. But £3,000 is £3,000. I found Marie Arachne waiting outside the kebab shop, but as she had said, I guess she was in her 50s. With brown hair streaked with gray, tied in a neat ponytail, and dressed in comfortable, slightly worn clothes. The kind of person who prioritized practicality over fashion. She looked exhausted, not just physically but mentally, like someone who had been under prolonged stress. "Mr. Rexar?" She approached me immediately, extending her hand. "Thank you for coming. I thought you weren't coming." I shook her hand. Her hand was strong, but her palm was dry. There was no sign of sweat or trembling. "You mentioned that other exorcists refused to take this case. Why is that?" It was evening, the traffic was bustling, and people hurried across the street from the barbecue restaurant and Tesco convenience store. No one noticed us. "I don't want to talk about this here," she said. "I'll show you the apartment, and then we can talk. Actually, before we go up, could you tell me which window is yours? That way I can find my way." She looked at me strangely. "There are no windows on this side of the apartment. It's in the back. Come on, I'll take you there." She led me into a narrow alley next to the kebab shop. London is full of these narrow passages, usually filled with the musty smell of garbage and beer. But I suddenly realized that this alley smelled of nothing. No garbage smell, no restaurant food smell, not even the usual London smells of car exhaust and rainwater. Absolutely nothing. The complete absence of smell in London alleyways should have been my third warning sign, but I was busy figuring out where this building was. The alley led to a small courtyard, one I was sure couldn't be seen from the street. A door was embedded in the brick wall, painted a mottled green, perhaps once the color of the forest, now more the color of pond scum. Above the door, a rusty brass number read 47B. But that wasn't what made me stop and stare. This building, if it could be called a building, something looked wrong. I'm not referring to its dangerous or dilapidated appearance, but rather its unreal quality. The bricks have texture but no signs of weathering. The mortar joints are too perfect, too regular. The windows, I can see a few now, facing the yard. They reflect nothing, just like painted glass, empty and gray. And its proportions are off. It's not an obvious error, not one of those. This building violates the laws of physics, errors of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, but a subtle, nauseating one. Like looking at an Escher painting. Everything seems normal until you try to follow a line and find it leads to an impossible place. "This is it," Marie said, pulling a key from her pocket. She handed me the key but didn't approach the door. Her hand began to tremble. "I still have assignments to grade. I told you. I haven't been inside for 3 weeks, but you'll understand. You'll understand once you're inside." I took the key and examined the door more closely. As my gaze left the door, the wood grain seemed to move, flowing like water, as if the rings of a tree were rearranging into some kind of pattern, like some kind of alphabet I'd never seen before. "Miss Arachne, I need to ask, when did you move into this apartment?" 6 months ago. I rented it through a real estate agency. It was a very good deal for the area. I should have been suspicious, but I thought I was lucky. "Do you still have the lease agreement?" She nodded and pulled a folded document from her bag. I glanced at it quickly. A standard, Short-term lease agreement. Nothing wrong with it. The real estate agency was one I'd never heard of before, called Perpetual Properties Ltd., with an address I couldn't see clearly. However, when I looked at the signature section, Marie Arachne's name, which should have been her own handwriting, was moving. The letters crawled across the paper like insects, rearranging themselves to spell different words. I blinked, and the signature returned to normal. Only Marie Arachne's name remained, written neatly in blue ink. Mr. Rexar, are you all right? Marie asked. You look pale. I'm fine, I lied, just thinking about things. Miss Arachne, go back to your sisters. Don't wait for me. I'll call you when I'm done. She looked both relieved and guilty, shoving an envelope into my hand. Inside was the first £1,500. Then, without a word, hurried back down the alley. I watched her leave, then turned and walked toward the door of 47B. The key slid smoothly into the lock, too smoothly, as if the lock had been waiting for it, as if it had been shaped to welcome it. The door opened silently. The darkness beyond the door wasn't the absence of light. It was the presence of something that occupied where light should have been. I could feel it pressing on my face like a spider web, like water, like the closing pages of a book. I went in anyway, because I'm a professional, because I'm a fool, because now that I think about it, the house seemed to want me in. The door closed behind me, not with a bang, not with a click, but with a sound like a smile. I stood in what looked like a foyer, a beam of my flashlight slicing through the dim light. The walls were covered in wallpaper, but it wasn't wallpaper. It was newspaper, thousands upon thousands of pages, layer upon layer. The text clearly visible yet constantly changing, the headlines shifting with the movement of my flashlight beam. Local man enters impossible building, one headline read. Exorcist discovers he's not alone, another headline read. Xavier Rexar. He looked around nervously, as if checking to see if anyone was eavesdropping. The street was bustling with people. I read the third note. Below it appeared to be in my obituary. Only the date was wrong. The date of death was listed as pending, and the cause of death as curiosity. I felt my breathing quicken. It wasn't a delusion caused by stress, nor carbon monoxide poisoning. This was a fundamental problem with reality itself, and I was right there in the middle of it. The beam of my flashlight found a light switch. I flipped it, and the overhead bulbs lit up, but the light they emitted was off. It was yellowish and dim, like the light in an old photograph, and it seemed to stop a few feet away from the bulbs, as if afraid to illuminate too much of the room. On my left, an opening led to what I guessed was the living room. To my right, a hallway disappeared into deeper darkness. Directly ahead, a staircase led upstairs. I stepped into the living room and immediately understood what Marie Arachne had described. The room was furnished, with a sofa, chairs, coffee table, bookshelves, television, but everything seemed like a stage set, as if someone had read a description of a typical London apartment living room and pieced it together from memory, without ever actually seeing a living room like this. I walked to the sofa and reached out to touch it. My hand slipped through the cushions, feeling as if they were made of paper, because it really was made of paper, not even the kind of cleverly folded origami, just ordinary paper with the sofa's image printed on it, somehow standing upright, maintaining the illusion of three-dimensionality until you actually wanted to interact with it. I pulled my hand back. The paper crumpled, then straightened out. The sofa was complete again, looking solid and real, casting perfectly balanced shadows, existing perfectly until you tried to verify if it even existed. Okay, I muttered to myself, because only muttering to myself could keep me from screaming. This is good. This is a conceptual space, a place that exists as an idea, not a physical location. I've read books about it, pure theory. There's never been any actual written record. My voice trailed off as I noticed the bookshelf. The bookshelf was filled with books, hundreds, even thousands, spines facing out, titles and authors printed on them, but upon closer inspection, I realized they were all the same book, repeated over and over, with only subtle differences. The title was The 47B House, a study of architectural impossibility, by Xavier Rexar. Every book on the shelf was one I hadn't yet written, telling the story of the place I was in right now, my name printed on its spine. I reached for one, but my hand passed right through it. More pages, more illusions, but I couldn't read the words on the spine. A nameless dread gripped me as I realized this house was showing me possibilities. It was showing me the ending of this story. It showed me that it understood the essence of the story, knew I was involved, and understood its direction. Just then, I heard a sound from upstairs. Not footsteps, nor the dragging sound Marie had mentioned. It was something else. A rustling sound, like thousands of pages turning simultaneously, like the library sighing. All my instincts were telling me not to go upstairs. All my training, every case I'd investigated, every rational part of my brain was screaming that I should turn around, force open that door, and run until I crashed into something real. But I had already taken Marie Arachne's 1,500 pounds, and beneath the fear was a curiosity, the very curiosity that had initially driven me to study exorcism, to explore the edges of reality, to explore the boundary between possibility and impossibility. I began to climb the stairs. Each step creaked, not the creak of wood, but the sound of folded paper unfolding. A paper staircase took shape beneath my feet, then vanished behind me. The walls here had long abandoned any pretense of paint or brickwork. They had become newspapers, blatantly revealing articles about me. Always had. I stopped to read one. Xavier Rexar, 34, graduated in 2011 from SOAS, University of London, with a master's degree in exorcism studies, but the program was discontinued shortly afterward. Friends described him as a pragmatic skeptic. You would never guess he believed in ghosts. A journalist contacted his mother, who said she wishes he had gone to medical school. This was true. 5 years ago, my mother and I argued, and she had indeed said this. How could the house know any of this? How could it know anything about me? Another article, containing a photograph of me, but I had absolutely no recollection of anyone taking my picture. I continued climbing. The staircase spiraled upward, disproportionate to the building's external dimensions, each turn sending me soaring far beyond its intended height. I counted the floors, 5th, 6th, 7th. From the outside, the building appears to have only 3 floors. Finally, at the top of the stairs is a platform with only one door. This time, it's not green, but white. Pure white, without any texture, grain, or flaw. Just pure white, smooth, and absolute. I can still hear the rustling behind the door. Now it's louder, more urgent. I push the door open. The room beyond is unbelievable. It stretches in all directions, far beyond my sight, far beyond the building's capacity, and far beyond the limits of physics. The ceiling disappears into a sky that isn't a sky, neither dark nor light, anything I can't describe in words. And the walls. The walls are entirely composed of pages, billions of pages, endless pages. Every page ever written anywhere in the world in pages that exist only in possibility, only in drafts, only in stories that will never be told. They cover all surfaces, layer upon layer, so thick that the walls themselves seem like compressed text, pressed together by the weight of narrative. In the center of the room, something was writing. I say something because I truly didn't know how to describe it. When I looked directly at it, my eyes couldn't focus. My brain simply refused to process what it saw. But in my peripheral vision, I could almost feel it. It was enormous. It had limbs or appendages, or extensions of itself. Those extensions were perhaps the limbs. Like the walls, it was made of words, narratives, and stories. But it was also alive, conscious, and perceptive. It wrote with something that might be a pen, on something that might be paper, and where it wrote, really submitted to it. I froze, watching it write. The sofa downstairs was now made of red leather instead of brown fabric. I didn't even need to check to know the sofa had changed. Xavier Rexar felt a powerful urge to approach it. My feet began to move, involuntarily pressing me forward, and I had to fight my own body to avoid crashing straight into that incomprehensible, living mass of words. Xavier Rexar stopped. I stopped abruptly, my feet dangling in midair, as if I'd bumped into a wall. That thing, or rather the house, because I now understood that the entire building was merely an extension of this entity, a materialization of something that existed primarily in narrative form. The house seized its writing and turned toward me. I still couldn't see it clearly, but I could feel its vast, ancient, and utterly unfamiliar gaze fixed on me, like I would on an ant crawling across my table. Curiosity, slight interest, a desire to know what I would do next. "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. The pen moved again, and I swear the way it traced the paper seemed almost mocking. A man with a master's degree in exorcism studies, standing in a building that shouldn't exist, conversing with something that doesn't actually exist. Xavier Rexar, a professional skeptic who simply can't accept the fact that some things exist without explanation. You're witty. I tried to think rationally, trying to apply the logical framework I'd built up over the years. Maria Arachne, did you create her? I created her image. As for whatever that image later became, someone who called you, or whether I simply recorded your memory of receiving that call again, doesn't matter. The result is what matters. It's all the same. You're right here. "Come sue me," the thing said jokingly. I stared at the words on the paper, stared at the nonchalant, almost joking tone, stared at the admission of all this terrifying experience. This journey into the abyss of cosmic horror and existential fear was just a prank, a joke, amused by some vast inhuman being, and clearly possessing some self-proclaimed sense of humor. "For you, this is just a game," I said slowly. "You're just teasing me, just for fun." He continued to laugh as if watching ants struggle. "People have died here," I said, the names of those I'd read in newspaper articles flashing through my mind. People who entered 47B and never left. "Do you find that funny?" The house displayed various texts to me about their happy endings. "You want me to believe you've turned living people into words." I looked around at the infinitely large room, the walls made of pages, and the entity that wrote reality. I made a decision that would be either incredibly brave or utterly foolish. "No," I said. The pen stopped. "No," I repeated. "I don't accept it." I turned and walked toward the door. "Xavier Rexar cannot move," the entity wrote. I continued walking, one step, then another, My muscles were under my own control. My choices were my own. Xavier Rexar cannot move. It wrote again, but it wasn't in a hurry. I went to the door and grabbed the handle. Behind me, the rustling sound grew louder. Xavier Rexar can't leave. Xavier Rexar can't leave. Going home, I said. Then remembered I had a pen, so I wrote on the wall. The thing started laughing. I could feel my skin being rubbed. A warm sensation, and I heard something like a baby's laughter. The staircase behind the door changed. Shorter, steeper, and descending at an almost impossible angle. But it was downward, and that was enough. I ran, taking 2 steps at a time, and behind me, the house seemed to be laughing. The living room flashed by in blurry images of paper furniture and newspaper-covered walls. The foyer appeared before me. The front door was right there, green, peeling, and almost impossible to open. But I grabbed the handle and pulled hard, and this time, it opened. I stumbled into the yard, landing heavily on the sidewalk, scraping my palms. I struggled to my feet and ran down the alley. Without looking back, I dashed into Bessemer Street. Breathless and terrified, I reached the street. The afternoon shoppers looked at me with concern but kept their distance. I must have looked like a madman. Honestly, for a moment I felt like a madman who'd gone crazy. I pulled out my phone. Of course, it was dead. I checked my watch. It was still Wednesday, the afternoon of the same day I'd gone in. I'd only been there for an hour. I turned back to look at the alley. The alley was gone. Between the barbecue restaurant and the building next door was only a solid brick wall. No gaps, no yard, no door. On the wall scrawled in chalk, or something that looked like chalk but could be something else. Something between words and reality. Same time next week, 47B. Below was a smaller line. P.S. Hey, if you don't come, I have other options. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out an envelope. Inside was £3,000 in cash, the full amount. There was also a handwritten note, the handwriting seemingly changing as I read. Service fee paid in full. The entertainment you provided was excellent. See you later. I went straight home. No stopping at the subway station, no stopping for a beer, no time to process what had just happened. I walked 3 miles back to my apartment, clutching the envelope full of cash tightly, like a talisman. Once home, I locked the door, checked every room to make sure it was real, knocked on the walls and sat on the furniture to confirm it was all tangible, ordinary, mundane entities, then sat at my desk, staring at my laptop for 3 hours without turning it on. I was thinking about quitting my job and going to medical school, but that thing would surely find me. One thing to know about me, I love Halloween. Always have, always will. Every October I spend thousands making sure my house is the spookiest on the block. The decorations put even some of the local haunted houses to shame. Though I make sure not to go too crazy. Don't want another HOA citation. I also give out the best treats. King-size candy bars. That's right, king-size. It's no wonder so many trick-or-treaters come crowding outside my door each year. But of course, they'll have to earn it first. So many kids nowadays don't take Halloween seriously, throwing on last-minute costumes just to feed their sugar fix and rot their teeth out. You only get so many Halloweens before people start saying you're too old, and these brats are wasting them. Don't they know that some people would kill to be that age again? Young like the girl currently ringing my doorbell. Trick or treat, she lisped between 2 missing front teeth while lifting up her treat bag. She can't be older than 6, and her costume isn't really much of one at all, just an ordinary child's romper that cuts off above her terribly scraped up knees. Like she'd fallen on the way here, I feign a smile of my own. Now aren't you a cutie? Were you so excited to go trick-or-treating that you forgot to put on your costume, dear? The child freezes. You don't recognize me? I look her over again. Maybe she's dressed as a character from some TV show she likes. Still doesn't change the fact that it's an awful costume. Boring, like those wise kids who think it's a good idea to dress up as someone from The Office. A good costume should be eye-catching regardless of whether someone gets the reference or not. I'm sorry, hun. I really don't. Before I can shoo her off my porch, I notice tears welling up in her big green eyes. For heaven's sake, really? Reluctantly, I reach out to comfort her, and she grabs my arm with a strength uncanny for someone her size. An ugly, guttural sound emanates from her throat as she chokes back sobs. But you, she sniffles. I'm past. I can't make out the rest. Past what? Past the age to be making a scene on someone's porch? Speaking of, where is this girl's parents? I search for them in the evening gloom, and am instead greeted with a sight most unwelcome. Trick or treat! Choruses a new batch of kids. Great. More of them. Normally, more trick-or-treaters would be a good thing, but the 10 or so kids now marching up to me wear some of the cheapest, most half-assed costumes I've seen all night. Bedsheet ghosts, pirates donning nothing but a paper hat and an eye patch, a Dracula with only a blanket cape and candy fangs. Smell my feet! But all of that pales compared to the one leading the pack. A girl barely in her teens wearing nothing more than leggings and a stained shirt. In one hand holds a pillowcase to stow her treats, and in the other, a coffee mug for some godforsaken reason. Upon climbing the last step, she flashes me the most insufferable grin, finishing the song with, "Give me something good to eat." That does it. Everything starts to go red and my blood boils. Anyone who can't be bothered to dress up properly for Halloween deserves nothing. Maddeningly enough, the adolescent has the audacity to look confused at what I said. "She doesn't recognize us," cries the first little girl, still latched onto my arm. In my anger, I'd forgotten her. And wait, did she say us? Were they together? I inspect the little girl and the older one, noting that they share the same sage green eyes. One's not too different from my own, actually. Maybe they're sisters. Whatever the case, the teen somehow draws meaning from the outburst, and her arrogant smirk slips back into place. Oh, but I am wearing a costume. Oh, really now? I snort. Yep, you see, I'm you, but from the... let me guess, the future? The girl's eyes widen. The present. I'm you, in the present. She finishes lamely. She's even trembling a bit. Ha! She must not have expected me to see through her ruse so easily, paper thin as it is, and had to pivot to an even more pathetic excuse. Like really now? Me from the present? We aren't even wearing the same thing. What with me costumed as the Red Queen from Alice, and her as... soccer mom? Going off the fact that her treat bag isn't empty, that little trick might have worked on the other bimbos that lived around here. But me? I have standards. The teen quickly recovers. Come on, lady, don't be a Scrooge. What will you do with all that candy if not give it to us? Maybe I'll have it all to myself, I retort. Her green eyes lock onto my own. You won't live very long with a diet like that. My rebuttal dies on my lips as I finally become aware of the other trick-or-treaters. The juvenile mob still silent behind her, and how their eyes, wide as saucers, seem mesmerized by the candy dish in my hand. Drool trickles from their mouths, running down cheap plastic masks and over-painted faces. Greedy little fingers jerk and spasm, forming claws ready to shred anything that stands in the way of their sweets. My blood turns cold and I feel the urge to rush back inside and away from these little monsters. Slam the door in their faces. And I try, but the little girl has my arm in a death grip. I can't even budge an inch. Desperately, I search for anything. Something that can get me out of this situation. And spot a lone figure shambling towards us. Now that's what I call a costume, I shout, pointing behind them. A couple of the delinquents manage to tear their eyes away from the candy dish long enough to follow my finger, and what follows after they lay eyes on the newcomer screams. At first it's just one, high and blood-curdling, sharp enough to split the nightly air in half, and then like dominoes the others turn around, first to the screamer, then to the cause of the screaming, and fall into the chorus until all the block seems to be filled with their terror. Not that it's completely unjustified, it's one hell of a costume. The newcomer is a girl of indiscriminate age, being impossible to tell from underneath her costume. Through what must be an ingenious use of makeup and prosthetics, the new girl appears as if she's been eaten alive, or more accurately, gnawed to death by a horde of vermin. A soiled, raggedy dress reveals even raggedier flesh, shot through with countless wounds oozing and congealed blood, and clustered around each one are ants, cockroaches, centipedes, posed to look like they're burrowing inside the girl, tunneling, hollowing her from the inside out. A living, walking hive. It must have cost a fortune. As the new girl shambles up the porch, the other kids back away from her, some of them fleeing outright. The only exception, surprisingly enough, is the first little girl who seems entirely unfazed by the gruesome costume. Still, it serves enough of a distraction for me to slip free from her grasp. Rubbing away the soreness in my arm, I turn to the newcomer with the first genuine smile of the night. "Hey there, sweetie. I love your costume." No words pass through the girl's scarred lips. Her only response is a silent stare, dull and one-eyed, as the other eye is a ruined bloody mess with bugs burrowing through the socket. Talk about staying in character. I scoop a handful of candy into her palm, a palm attached to a hand that looks like a Rottweiler's chew toy. The flesh on her pinky has been entirely gnawed off, exposing bone, and from it dangles a small black rat, hanging on by its teeth buried into the bone. Another rubber prop, I assume. That is, until I see the thing twitch. I shriek, jumping back, causing the candy dish to slip out of my hands and into the bushes below. The girl doesn't react in any matter, still as the grave, and so is the rat, just as lifeless. Neither now does the rat biting into her hand, if it had ever actually moved in the first place. I must be more shaken up from that close call earlier than I'd thought. My cheeks burn bright in embarrassment. I'll go get some more candy, hun. Be right back. I dive back inside, heading for the cellar where I keep the leftover Halloween candy. It's dark inside the cellar. The stale air is paradoxically both dusty and humid. I rarely come down here. I'll have to hire a cleaner. The lone, naked light bulb sputters through light to barely make out the far wall. I walk over to a box labeled Halloween Leftovers in fat black Sharpie. As I reach to grab it off the shelf, I notice the date scrawled under it. It's not from last year, but from 4 Halloweens ago. And yet, somehow, the box feels oddly heavy, oddly full. Slowly I open the top flaps, and am immediately sent gagging from the stench of spoiled milk and fermented sugar. No, this won't do. This won't do at all. I'm hiring that cleaner first thing in the morning. When the nauseous fumes have finally left my lungs, the tears they sprung blinked away. I realize in dawning horror that this is not a one-time blunder. Deeper into the cellar, lining the walls, are entire shelves of old Halloween leftovers. Like the first, each box is marked with a date, revealing an entire mausoleum of spoiled sweets. A sugary graveyard. How could there be so much of it? Did I really hand out so few treats each Halloween? Perhaps I should lower my standards. Just a bit. Walking down the aisle, I notice underneath the sound of creaking floorboards a grating warble. I can't pinpoint the source. It's effusive, seemingly emanating from all around me. It grows louder as I walk farther in, to the point where it sets on my teeth on edge. I'll have to remember to hire an electrician as well. Obviously, the wiring is faulty. At the end of the hall, I finally reach a box marked as last year's goodies. Unlike the other one, this one is taped up, requiring me to scratch off the corners of the tape on the sides to open it. The candy still looks edible, though the wrappers are a little sticky. This should suffice. I'm lifting it up when the largest cockroach I've ever seen darts from behind the shelf. I yelp, stumbling back into an adjacent shelf hard enough that the box it holds tips over, drenching me in a saccharine emulsion of spoiled chocolate and melted taffy. Yuck. My beautiful costume. Ruined. And I don't even want to think about getting this out of my hair. Even removing my now soiled dress doesn't help much. The sugary goop seeped right through it, and onto my skin where it adheres like a candy crust. Double yuck. While I'm picking myself off the floor, I notice something in the corner of my vision. Propped up on a lower shelf is a book, a photo album of my childhood. Conspicuously, already opened to a page in the middle. I recognize the photo instantly. It was taken 20-some years ago. Depicting a me fresh out of kindergarten. I remember the day well, of course. I had fallen off the swing set, landing face first, knocked out my 2 front teeth, and got scraped up real bad. A small part of me thinks it a little messed up that my parents would put this in the album. A much larger part of me is consumed with the realization that the bawling girl in the photo is the splitting image of the little girl I'd met earlier, the one missing her front teeth. Unbidden, her words pop into my head. When I asked about her costume. I'm past. Past. P-A-S-T. That's what she meant. She's me from the past. Baffling choice and get-up aside, there's absolutely no way she could have seen this photo, having been down here collecting dust all these years. Even I had long forgotten about it. And like some great horrendous machine churning to life, my brain begins to turn. Begins to make other connections as well. Like about the older girl who claimed to be me from the present, and how, with my costume taken off, I noticed that my underclothes are the exact same. Even the coffee stain from when I spilled my latte during my rush to find batteries for the animatronic skeleton. Okay, so there's one girl dressed up as me from the past, another as me in the present. Did that mean that there was one more girl, the me from the future? For some reason, the thought brings chills. I mentally replay the night's events in my head and can't come up with anyone that could fit the bill. Maybe they don't exist. Maybe there is no third. Weird little girl with an eerily accurate costume. Or maybe I just haven't met them yet. Haven't gone inside before they could arrive. If I was to go back outside as originally planned, would I get to meet her? Maybe she's already out on the porch, right now. Would I even want to? To meet this me from the future? The thought is morbidly tantalizing, like standing on the edge of a cliff. Inexorable as gravity. I shake the thoughts out of my head. This is stupid. With this Halloween being a bust, the only thing I'm going to do is turn my lights off early and get this candy off me by way of a long hot shower. Picking myself up, I dust myself off. Or try to anyway. The gummy sweets adhere too strongly to my skin and clothes to brush off. Definitely going to need that shower. I make my way to exit, but when I try the door, it refuses to budge. Because of course it wouldn't. Guess I'll have to hire a locksmith too. I never should have come down here. I shoot a text to my maid who has a spare key of my house. 2 minutes later and still no response. Just because you're on your day off doesn't mean you can't pick up your calls, Martha. Good grief. For a second, I debate calling 911 but ultimately decide against it. It's not really an emergency. Besides, I don't want to give any of those terminally bored housewives I'm unfortunate to call neighbors anything more to gawk at. Decision made, I plop down on the floor, determined to wait until the maid sees my text, or, at the very worst, when she undoubtedly finds me at 6 a.m. tomorrow when she reports in for work. But as the minutes well away in this dusty cellar, the night's events and revelations begin to gnaw at me. I realize that I'm breathing way too fast. Try to do some breath exercises. Doesn't work. I heard once that journaling can be calming, hence this little story I wrote on my phone, recounting the strange series of events from start to finish. It helps a little, I think. I'm still debating whether I should actually post it or not. On one hand, I'm not much for strangers prying into my business. On the other hand, commiserating with strangers on the crappiness today's generation of kids could very much be what I need to get through this even crappier situation. In the midst of my typing, the buzzing sounds reach a peak, taking on a new form that sounds almost like chittering, a cacophonous noise coming from all around me. I lift my eyes and am met with hundreds more, belonging to a horde of vermin. In every direction lies ants and roaches and rats, all grotesquely fat from years of gorging on spoiled sweets. And I can tell from the way they look at my sugar-saturated form, their appetite isn't quite sated yet. Their ravenous gaze brings to mind the kids still waiting on my porch. All of them had that same hungry look. Well, all except one. The last girl in the impressively made costume. I had seen something almost sadden her one remaining eye. An eye of sage green, just like my own. I'm already onto my feet, pounding on the door before I realize the scream tearing out of my throat, noticed only through the burning of vocal cords shredding themselves against each other. The sound itself doesn't reach my own ears, drowned out as if by the scuttling of thousands of clawed feet and the chittering of gnashing teeth. I don't dare look back, vision narrowing solely to the door in front of me, and how it can't be locked because the knob turns and yet it won't move. I fumble around with my phone, madly shaking my legs to get bugs and worse from crawling up them, and turn on the flashlight, glued stuck with the door hinges and some gummy substance. Old taffy. Desperate, I try clawing it off, but recoil when I feel a sharp pain in my hand. I lift my hand up to the phone's light. Tangling off my pinky is a small, mottled black rat. It had bitten me right down to the bone. Last night, when this woman came into the ER of Riverside General, I didn't think it was anything out of the ordinary. People show up bloody and incoherent all the time. But this woman, Emma, was different. She was wearing a green military jacket, the lining slashed to ribbons as if she'd attacked it with a kitchen knife. She'd fractured 3 ribs and gouged her arms raw. But the thing was still on her, clinging like it had been sewn into her skin. I've been a nurse for 14 years. I've seen addicts rip out IVs and men twice my size foam at the mouth. But what Emma said shook me to my core, and for the first time in my life, I believed evil might exist. Blood bubbled from between her teeth, and in a gruff voice that didn't sound like it belonged to her, she said, "James, Perry wants to know if Kathy's okay. Tell me she's okay." I'm getting ahead of myself here. I haven't slept in over 24 hours, so you can understand. Roughly a year ago, I was working the graveyard shift. It was 3:15 in the morning, and the doors of the ER flew open. A family of 4 was rushed in, all of them with gunshot wounds. 2 of the 4 family members were already DOA. An old man in his late 70s and a woman in her 40s. The old man was from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. He had shot his whole family. One of the family members was still conscious, a man named Perry. We were trying to stop the bleeding when he gripped my arm and whispered, "Is Kathy okay? Tell me she's okay." Kathy was Perry's wife, and she was already gone. None of the family members lived. No one but me, Perry, and the other medical professionals in the room that morning know that he asked me that, and Perry died 30 seconds after I lied and told him she was going to make it. So when Emma asked me the same question, yeah, it chilled me to the bone. How could she have known? How did she even know my name? I haven't been able to shake it since. So once we got Emma sedated and placed her in restraints, I went to the waiting room to let her boyfriend, Ryan, know that Emma was stable. All he asked me was, "Is the jacket off?" It was, and I told him as much. We had put it in a hazardous waste bag, which is why it was so much weirder when I went back to her room, and the jacket was on the chair next to her. Its sleeve brushed my arm as I stepped closer, sticky with dried blood. I couldn't imagine any of the hospital staff would put a bloody jacket back in the room. It didn't make any sense. That's when I noticed Emma's eyes were open, like she was staring into my soul. "Tell me what happened to Kathy, James." Her voice gruff again. "How do you know about that?" I asked her. Her eyes closed and she fell back asleep. I moved through the halls asking anyone and everyone on staff who had put the jacket back in Emma's room, but no one seemed to know what I was talking about. It got to the point where I started getting strange looks. One of my colleagues asked if I was feeling okay. I wasn't. I'm still not. I went back to the room and the jacket was gone. So then I checked the storage room. The jacket back in the hazardous waste bag. I have no clue how it got there. I was afraid I was losing it. I was told to go home and get some rest. I didn't want to. I needed to figure out what the hell was going on, but I was basically forced to leave. I went back home. I had a couple drinks. Think I just needed to relax. But I stayed up all night, with thoughts of Emma and Perry. I couldn't understand how they were connected. It was proof of an afterlife. I'd seen people die over and over, and now it felt like evidence that we didn't simply cease to exist. That maybe the people I loved, someone I'd lost, might not be gone forever. My mind infected. Which is why I decided to go to the house where Perry and his family were murdered. The house had sat vacant since the murders, which made it easy to slip in through the back. I used the butt of a flashlight and a rag to smash a small pane in the back door. When I first entered, I felt a shift. Even with the morning light sneaking through the windows, it was dark. My chest got tight. I told myself it was because I knew what had happened in this home. I walked through the living room. The floorboards creaked every other step. I was climbing the stairs to the second level when I suddenly smelled something metallic. It made my stomach twist. It was the scent of blood flooding my nostrils. Then Perry stumbled through the foyer below, bleeding profusely. In an instant he vanished, and then gunshots rang out. I sprinted up the stairs as quickly as I could, my hearing fuzzy. It felt like ice was rushing through my veins, and before I knew it, I had ducked inside a bedroom down the hallway. I'm not exactly sure how long I had been sitting in the darkened room when the closet door across from me slowly swung all the way open. It came to a stop when it bumped gently up against the wall. I could only see children's clothes hanging inside. A soft voice from inside the closet said, "Hey, come here." Then a child's pale arm protruded out from between the hanging clothes and waved me towards the closet. There was no way I was going over there. The child whispered again, "We need to hide. Grandpa's acting weird." I was terrified, both by what he said, but also the thought of moving toward the closet. I came to the house for answers, though, so I went over to the closet. I stopped right in front of it. I couldn't see past the clothes. They prevented me from seeing anything beyond them. I could either leave or wonder forever what I would find out. So I parted the hanging fabrics and crawled inside. I didn't see the boy. I looked behind me, to my left, right. "Hello?" I said quietly. He wasn't there. The hair stood up all over my body. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight, and the boy appeared out of thin air, covering the light with his hand. "No," he hissed. There I sat, face to face with a ghost. "When's my mom coming back? She said we would leave after dinner." His big eyes looking up at me, I realized he was scared. "Do you know a woman named Hannah?" I asked him. The look on his face shifted. His fear vanished, replaced by a strange recognition. "You know who I'm talking about, don't you?" He stayed silent. I could tell he knew something. "She was my wife." I can't tell you how badly I wanted him to say something, and I think he was about to. Then he heard furious footsteps pounding up the stairs from below, and I snapped back to being scared. "Shh." He cut me off with a harsh whisper. He backed himself further into the closet, hiding as best as he could. His bedroom door flung open and smacked into the wall. I could barely see out from behind the clothes, but I had a sliver of a vantage point and caught sight of someone walking in. "Joshua?" An old man's voice called out. I heard a rifle being cocked. I couldn't see him anymore, but I could hear his footsteps. It felt like forever, but must have only been a few seconds when he moved back into my line of sight. He turned slowly toward the closet. "Joshua, are you in there?" He walked over to us methodically. I could hear my heartbeat, thumping like a freight train. I looked to the little boy whose eyes were shut tight. I looked back out to the room, and the old man was settled right in front of the closet. Something fell to the ground. It was dentures. The old man said something, but it was mumbled. He reached down and his hand was covered in blistered sores. He snatched up his dentures and popped them back into his mouth because I could understand what he said next. "Close your eyes." I looked over to the boy. He was gone. When I turned back, the old man was standing right in front of me. The hanging clothes slid aside on their own, and the barrel of a rifle leveled with my face. It was a split second, but I swear he was wearing the same green jacket Emma had tried to slash off herself. Then just like that, he fired the gun. I saw the spark of the barrel and heard the crack of the chamber right before I closed my eyes tight. I felt something hot and sharp tear across my cheek. I was still screaming when I opened my eyes back up. The room was suddenly empty. The old man was gone. The silence was so complete it felt unreal. For a moment, I thought maybe it hadn't happened. Then I felt it, a warm trickle sliding down my face. I touched my cheek. My fingertips came away red. Blood. My blood. This was proof. Proof that something beyond our world existed, and that jacket has something to do with it. I left and I didn't drive home. I went back to the ER. I walked the halls to the storage room where I last saw the jacket, but the jacket was gone. The bag it was in, empty. It must have moved, I thought. It must have gone back to Emma's room. I walked in and she was asleep. My eyes scanned the room for the jacket. It wasn't anywhere to be seen. Emma's eyes snapped open. "Where am I?" she said. The look in her eye was different. She looked around the room, completely lost, innocent and scared. Then all the lights in the ER went out. It was suddenly pitch black. The noise of panic began to swell into the room from outside. Then I smelled smoke. Cigar smoke. It was strong. So strong that I began coughing, choking on it. The red glow of a lit cigar appeared. Its embers shed just enough light for me to make out the face of the old man, where Emma had just been. The lights came back on and it was Emma again. The innocent look in her eyes. It was like she was looking into my soul. "Ryan has it," she said in that gruff voice. Then she said, "I can help you talk to Hannah again." I didn't even say anything. I couldn't. I was too tempted. I would have let her go. So here I am, sitting behind the steering wheel of my car in the ER parking lot. I don't know what to do next. Do I go inside and let Emma out? Should I go find Ryan? I don't know what to do. If you don't hear from me again, it means something awful has happened. And if that's the case, let the police know that James, the ER nurse from Riverside General, is probably dead. Or worse. It's hard to say when it started. I graduated college a year ago now. Moved to a new city far from home. Started trying to do the whole grad school thing by myself. It was a lot at first, but after almost a year in, I felt like I was getting it all figured out. After my first few weeks here, though, I started feeling really, really off. And I don't mean mentally. I had headaches, chest pains, nausea, the whole deal. At the time, I was scheduling doctor's appointments to figure it out. I know now it was a precursor of my new condition. I was undergoing some kind of change that I didn't understand. At some point in the last 2 months, my body decided to fall apart. The first to go were my molars. You know that powdery taste that fills your mouth when the dentist drills into your teeth? That was on my tongue for 3 weeks. I was absent-mindedly smacking my lips for a month, trying to abate the calcium's tang, completely oblivious to what was coming. It was annoying, but it didn't seem dangerous at the time. I figured I could schedule another checkup once my new job's health insurance kicked in. That plan went out the window when I woke up and felt soggy clumps of teeth sloughing into the back of my half-awake throat. I shot upright, gagging and spitting. My tongue desperately felt along my teeth for the cause, and stopped once it reached the right first and second molars. There was still material there, but it wasn't bone. The closest thing I can think of to describe it is a sandcastle at high tide. There was a shape, some structure, but with every second, I could feel grains of myself slipping away to be digested by my own saliva. I wasn't scared yet, just confused. I was in shock, my brain refusing to put together what was happening. The fear came when I realized I couldn't feel it. Parts of my teeth were separating from the roots, and I can't feel it at all. My fingers dug into my mouth before I could tell them to, clawing for some kind of information. The only thing that came was a delicate squish, marrow spreading over my hand like warm butter. Naturally, I screamed. I screamed for a while. It took my voice giving out for me to even remember. I could move. I thought of my bathroom mirror. If I could just see what I was feeling, maybe I could figure out a normal explanation. I threw myself out of bed, but didn't find the solid footing of a functional step. Instead, my calf sunk into my ankle with a muted crunch. I barely had time to register my heel's liquidation before I hit the ground. My head bounced off the floor, more sticky resin seeping from my mouth into the carpet. My eyes instinctively moved to see what had happened. My left foot was mangled. It looked like the bones of my heel had vanished, leaving nothing to stop the shin from sliding into its position. Despite the damage, my toes could still wiggle. I could feel them just as I had my entire life. Moreover, just like with my teeth, pain wouldn't come. My head throbbed from the impact of the fall, but the foot felt perfectly fine. I leaned on my bed and began to lift myself up, being careful not to put any weight on my left side. I managed to find my balance and attempted to limp toward the bathroom. I was surprised to find the foot could still support my weight if I was on my toes. But walking flat felt, I don't know, incorrect. Half sturdy limb and half waterbed, I guess. With each step, I felt whatever was left of my tarsals sloshing through whatever was left of the muscle, creeping into the structurally sound portions of my body. Finally, I made it to the mirror. If I hadn't shouted my voice apart earlier, I would have surely lost it then. Distracted by my own disintegration, I had completely ignored the lack of sensation in my right ear. Well, it remained firmly attached. The shape of it dragged down the side of my face. I hesitantly reached to touch it, and flinched as my fingers sunk into the deflated cartilage. My thoughts were brought back to my teeth. I leaned my head back and pulled my cheek to the side. My gums were slathered with the gritty, whitish substance. I closed my mouth tightly and sucked on my teeth in an attempt to wipe the slime away. I carefully opened up again. I prodded at where the molars had been rotted, and to my horror, the gums caved in as well. I heard it as much as I felt it. A soft, mushy squish. I didn't even have to call an ambulance. The neighbors apparently thought I was being stabbed to death with how loud I was shouting. The officers sped me to the hospital after seeing the state I was in. I spent 6 days in the emergency room. Needless to say, the doctors had the same amount of information I did. Latent genetic disorder was tossed around. I heard cancerous mutation at one point. They couldn't take a blood test because, in their words, my circulatory system had become irregularly located. They took some x-rays, but every time they would come out blurred, as if the machine itself was shaking from what it was looking at. Query after query, guess after clueless guess. They weren't able to help, but thought I was too fascinating to go unstudied. I got shipped from the ER across state lines to some specialty lab. The only possession I got to bring with me was my laptop, which would be nice if I couldn't see them jotting down notes as I typed this. That was 2 weeks ago. At that point, if I have the timeline right, my left pinky, right cheekbone, left leg up to the knee, right leg halfway up the femur, one floating rib, and even more of my teeth had gelatinated, as they started calling it. I was already a rotten, wasting thing composed of my own dissolving matter, just waiting to pop. I couldn't imagine it getting worse, and yet here I am, much, much worse. At least I might get a condition named after me. It's hard to describe the state I'm in now. Most of my fingers still work, but the palms they're affixed to lie flaccid and motionless. Did you know your shoulder blades are the only bones in your body that aren't directly joined to another? They're connected to the shoulder through flexible tendons that can stretch according to the desired movement. That's why it slides across your back freely when you move your arm. That's also why I felt them slip down my ribs. One smashed through my pelvis, which itself was already half gone. 2 days later, the other one clattered across my ribs as it fell, knocking two loose, before getting stuck in my right butt cheek and fading completely. Still no pain, just less mobility. All I'm able to do now is type, slowly type out what's happening to me. Any day now my skull will evaporate, or maybe my vertebrae. I'm not a religious man, but when my jaw began to swing, I started praying. I think of 2 prayers when I wake up and repeat them when I go to bed. I invoke whatever creator allowed this to happen to end it as soon as possible. Second, I beg to feel some kind of pain when it happens. Any hint as to what's become of my body. Ever find yourself jobless, angry, and fed up? If not, I envy your life. Unfortunately, that's the state I find myself in. Worked at a grocery store for about a decade. Customer decided to get rough with one of the other employees over some baby formula. One punch later, they're getting a couple $100 in gift certificates not to sue, and I'm out the door. I'd say funny how life works, but there's nothing funny about my situation. So here I sit, combing through Reddit for some horror to take my mind off my impending financial doom, watching 80s slasher films when that gets old, and rereading my Stephen King collection, of course. It'd be a good life if I wasn't sneaking ever closer to starvation. One day, though, I get a chat request. I accept it and see a phone number. My first thought is that it's for some kind of ARG. So, wallowing in shame, worry, and boredom, I give it a call. "Thank you for calling Project Insomnia. How may I direct your call?" An upbeat female voice says. "Got sent this number on Reddit, wondering what everything is about." I reply. "Good for you. I'll connect your call." The voice replies. After a few minutes of hold music, that's exactly as you'd expect, someone answers. "Nathan, glad you decided to call. I've heard you're looking for employment and enjoy horror. Am I correct?" A professional-sounding man says. I'm a little weirded out. I'm not the type to use my name. Of course that isn't my name but a stand-in, but I'm sure you all know that. Online much. And I certainly haven't been posting about my financial state. Till this, anyway. But people who run ARGs can get really into the weeds, so I don't think much of it. Right on both accounts. Why? I reply. "We have an opportunity for you. 2 weeks of your time, using your skills. 20K. The voice says simply. God, I could use that money in real life, but hey, this will keep my mind off of things while I wait for some answers on resumes. Sign me up. I answer. "Nathan, I think you're misunderstanding. We're not running any kind of game. I'm offering you money for your time." The voice sounds mildly annoyed. "Really? I'll bite. What's the catch? Is this some kind of MLM pyramid scheme? What's going on?" I ask. "Details can be given in person. I'll send you a location. We can meet and see if you feel the job is a good fit." "I'd request you bring a suitcase in case you feel like taking us up on our offer. There are many other people who have been chosen, and time is a factor," the voice explains. I get some mild BS vibes from his statements, but it's not like I have a full schedule. A couple of days later, I find myself in a small diner a couple towns over, sitting with a man in a plain black suit. He doesn't seem nervous, but there's a vigilance in his eyes, like he's used to watching out for things. "Glad to see you've made it. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to get people to believe we're paying 20 grand, the man in front of me says. I would. I'm waiting for the part where you tell me it's split up over a decade and requires a 5K deposit. Before that, could I know who I'm talking to? I ask. You can call me Adrian, and I assure you what I'm offering is real. By the end of this meeting, if you so choose, I'll have the money in your account, is Adrian's reply. There's some silence. A waitress comes over. Anything I can get for you two? The middle-aged lady asks. Coffee for myself and a clubhouse sandwich with fries for my friend, Adrian replies. I'm not shocked that he knew what I'd order, more amused. Whoever these people are, they've dug into me. You're trying really hard to cultivate a mysterious aura. It's working though, so what's the job? I say. Simple really. We want you to watch horror, lots of it, for extended periods of time, and give your observations, Adrian says. Is this some kind of AI training BS? I'm not that desperate, I reply. No, Nathan, you will be watching real people. Nothing artificial about it. But I know the question you're really asking. Why are we offering you so much money for something you do every day? Will you hope to get a call back from the sanitation office or a McDonald's? The answer is not going to be as exciting as you think. Your accommodations are going to be rather Spartan, somewhere between a small apartment and a prison cell. We need secrecy and a high volume of participants. Hence the arrangement, Adrian explains. My food comes. I feel like I'm under a microscope as I eat. Adrian's eyes dissecting my every movement. So this is some kind of test run, I'm guessing. Halloween-themed attraction at an amusement park? You're paying for me to shut up about it more than anything. I question. Adrian gives a half shrug. Close enough for government work. So what's the verdict? I've got 2 more people I have to see tonight. Adrian offers, sliding over a small stack of papers and a pen. I read through the contract, smirking a little. This is some McCaney Manor stuff here, Aid. Like, this part about consenting to methods of encouragement that may lead to physical harm. You can't sign away your rights against assault. So clearly you guys aren't going to be knocking out anyone's teeth. Adrian smiles. No one in organization has any intent to put hands on you. Astute observation, though. If you want my opinion, remove those parts. Just let people imagine what bad things could happen. But all the real bits seem in order. So what about my money? I ask. The grin Adrian gives me should have been my warning sign, but I was too busy getting a notification of $20,000 in my nearly empty bank account. Jesus, Murphy. You weren't kidding, were you? It's like someone tried to turn a submarine brig into a bachelor pad, I say, looking around the small room. There's a bed with thin sheets, a large desk with a few dozen monitors, and that's about it. Enough room to maybe do some push-ups, but nothing more. One thing I notice right off the bat is how the monitors are constructed. Thick, textured plastic leads to the wall, locking each of them in place. They're hardwired into the electrical system, the plugs being reinforced and grounded behind the wall. There's a small vent in the ceiling doing its damnedest to minimize the musty odor of the place. The toilet is what I'd expect, stainless steel and industrial, but at least it's clean. The door gives me pause, thick, steel, and with a slot in the middle. If the project takes off, maybe we will look into making the workspaces more comfortable, Adrian offers. Not like you can make it any less so. But hey, $20K makes it seem a lot bigger than it is, am I right? I reply. Meals are served 3 times a day. We've not found any dietary restrictions in your research on you, but if you have any, feel free to let us know. You may keep your cellular device, but usage in most cases will be seen as contrary to the rules outlined in the contract. Once daily, you will be expected to give a report on what you're seeing on the monitors. Attention to detail is key, Adrian explains. Okay, so this is kind of like a night trap meets escape room situation, I say, sitting down in a small computer chair, looking at the bank of various monitors. There's that attention to detail we're looking for. Watch the monitors, Nathan, Adrian says, closing the steel door. Want to know what I'm feeling? Joy. Yeah, everything is grimy and eerie as hell, but it's supposed to be. I'm alpha testing something or other. An immersive horror game, maybe. I light up a cigarette and immediately notice 2 things. The first is that all of the monitors are showing 3 different places. About a half-dozen screens apiece, give or take. The second is just how varied these screens are. Some are crystal clear, some are antiques, but all are behind a layer of almost imperceptible bulletproof glass. How do I know it's bulletproof glass? I don't, but it's clear. I can't scratch it, and I can't leave a scorch mark on it. Most of the monitors are dull. A fast food place, a gas station, and the inside of a house. After a while, though, someone comes home. A nice-looking lady, early 30s or so, smartly dressed and coming home late at night. I've been watching paint dry for hours. I'm instantly drawn to anything resembling action. What the hell am I doing here? I say, frustrated as I watch her through an impeccable screen. The house is dark. Her kitchen lights obscure the background. Shadows play like feral cats in her McMansion. I yawn, wondering when dinner is, or for that matter, what time it is. Then I see it on one of the older monitors. Could just be glitches from the ancient tech, but I swear it's a pair of eyes. Subtle, well done. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. But as quickly as they appear, they're gone. The woman turns, looking to where the apparition once was. As she does, her fridge door closes. Whether of its own accord or something else is unclear. Nice, I say, complimenting the scare. Theater or not, my heart's racing. Boring hours flew by like water in a dangerous lake. I'm brought something they assure me is dinner. Meatloaf, heavy on the loaf, nearly green. Green beans and cornbread I debate on keeping to whittle. At least the coffee is decent, and given to me in a 2-liter carafe. I look away when the woman starts changing. I'm starting to think this is live improv, and meeting someone after I've seen them naked seems gross. One lamp on the desk lights her, as she places modest jewelry in expensive cases. There's a noise, a keening wail, and the woman turns around seeing nothing. We're in the same boat. That is, until I look at a smaller, black and white monitor. Standing in front of the woman is a rotten, lanky specter, torn asunder and enraged. Right in front of you, I scream, but she can't hear me. The objects in the room rattle. It's enough to scare the wits back into the woman. She bolts to her bedroom door. The thing, that mournful thing, grabs her by the arm. A sleeve of the woman's housecoat crumbles, the flesh beneath it beginning to wither. She tries to pull free, but the grip of the specter is immovable. She hammers down a hand, and somehow after 3 frantic blows, the spirit lets go, growling in rage. The woman gets distance between herself and the ghost, but the undead doesn't bother to move. Small furniture flies like it's been caught in a tornado. Windows rattle and fracture, sending broken glass and waves onto the carpet. The woman takes a wrong step, lacerating her foot. She holds on to a banister for support. The ghost laughs. The woman rises as if she's been picked up by one leg. She's screaming now, begging. Blood pours from her torn foot into her eyes. The spirit dangles her in midair. Her arms begin to twist and warp, snapping and breaking. I try to cover the speaker, but it's no use. I hear her pain. For a moment she's still. Then, defenseless, she falls. The feed on that set of monitors cuts out, and I'm jarred back to reality. Sweat beading, nails digging into the armrests of the cheap chair. Well done, guys. I'm not usually one for ghost stories, but that was damn near worth the time, I say to whoever is keeping tabs on me. A few more hours of staring at the screens and there's a loud klaxon, jarring in the small room. The monitors shut off and a pre-recorded voice says, "Now begins your 10-hour rest period." There's a handful of reasons I have trouble falling asleep, not the least of which is the amount of coffee I've had. A close second, though, are those noises. I've watched everything from Psycho, great, to a Serbian film, horrible, and not once has audio stuck with me so much. I'm woken by that same eardrum-punching tone. Before I can brush the sleep from my eyes, a breakfast is shoved through the slot in the door. It's about as well made as dinner was. More coffee, and half a cigarette later, I hear a voice from an on-scene speaker. "Hey, Nathan," the voice says. I can hear paper rustling. "That's me," I reply. "Hi, call me Percy. I'll be asking you a few questions about what you watched the previous day. If you have any for me, by all means let me know." The voice is level, friendly. "I was expecting Adrian, to be honest," I say. Percy laughs. This is a little below his pay grade. I'm just a guy working a job, like yourself. But nicer digs. I'm also not making $2K a day. I smile. "So what do you want to know?" I ask. "Well, I'd like for you to give me your overall impression of what you've seen, with particular attention to things that stood out, or may have seemed odd," Percy replies. "The format is neat. You'd think I'd get obnoxious, but those actors you hired, and those effects, make it worthwhile." I'd cut down a little on the dead air, though. The ghost was scary, especially the wounding around the face. Unique is probably the right word. The sound effects blew me away. One thing, though. Why did the ghost let go when that lady hit her? Didn't make any sense. Maybe if she hit it with a Bible or something, but as is, I don't know. Kind of killed the vibe. Seemed a little lazy or silly. I explain. "Good catch, Nate. I'll have the higher-ups take a look into that. Not a bad way to earn a few grand, eh?" Percy replies. "It'd be better if I wasn't hanging around with the ghosts of my own farts. That vent isn't doing a damn thing," I joke. The next 3 days go by in much of the same way. I scan the monitors till something spooky happens, and do my best to point all the plot holes and stupid things I find. Not that there's much to pick apart. The variety alone makes things worthwhile. I'm seeing ghosts, demons, a couple of slasher villain types, and a handful of different creatures. Despite the sponge baths and stale air, it's honestly a dream job. But I wouldn't be posting here if the dream didn't turn into a nightmare. Day 5 shows me what this place is really about. Breakfast comes, the same as always. A dish I dub Greg's. Due to their color and my love for a good port matcha, I answer some questions on the last thing I watched. Some kind of monster fight club. Seemed way too action-oriented. More like fantasy than horror, really. And get ready for another day. My selection consists of an empty barn, a deep forest, and... Adrian, I said in the interview, no AI BS. I'm out. Open the door, and if you want your 20K back, you can see me in court. I'm not going to be part of the downfall of art, I say. No reply. My issue is, I'm recognizing one of the places I'm watching on a set of monitors. Kumar's Comics. Now, I'm not much of a geek, but I've been known to buy a comic or two, and while I'm not in there every day, I know the owners well enough. Kumar and Jasprit Patel. A little over middle-aged, and the kind of folks that truly love what they do. There is no way, other than some kind of generative special effects, I'm watching them. Guys, I'm serious, I say. I try to sound enraged, but I hear the anxiety in my voice. It's 20K, I whisper to myself, justifying tossing my artistic morals to the wind. The more I watch, the more people I know I see, the more I'm actually impressed. I hate saying anything good about AI, but if I didn't know better, I'd swear I was actually watching cameras hidden in the shop. The longer I watch, the more I think that this can't just be some kind of special effect. I'd try to shake the thought, but as the hours slowly tick by, it's all I can think about. But what can I do? How could I prove things one way or another? My hand starts to move towards my phone, a plan forming. The second I grab it, a loudspeaker, distorted voice hits me like a slap in the face. "Nathan, do you know much about firing squads?" Adrian says, his voice calm. What? No, why? I stutter. In any firing squad, one man is given a rifle loaded with a blank. None of them know who. The reason why is that certain actions carry a weight, one that's too heavy to carry for most, no matter how noble the intention. It leaves that sliver of doubt that maybe you didn't really do anything. It's how most members of a firing squad sleep at night. If you make that phone call, it's only going to make things harder for you. Cling to that doubt. Cling to it like a life raft, Adrian explains. What are you saying? I ask, panicked. As little as possible for your sake, and I have to remind you, using your device to communicate is against the rules of your contract and will be dealt with. Adrian threatens. I feel like I'm on the edge of a cliff. On one hand, I know this is all just some game. Spooking me out is the point. But on the other, a lot of things aren't adding up. I dial the number, I hear the ring echo through the monitors. My heart drops. I feel sick to my stomach. My phone disconnects. When I look down, I don't even see the "for emergency calls only" prompt. Just a string of strange, illegible characters. I hear Adrian sigh, then the speaker cuts out. A few seconds later, the industrial toilet/sink combination starts spewing water. It goes on for minutes, soaking everything in the room and leaving about 3 inches of standing water. I'm shivering, scared, and I understand how truly screwed I am. Watch the monitors, Nathan. You may not understand, but you're helping to save a life as we know it. Adrian demands. What else can I do? The day slowly trickles by. Every customer, every shadow makes my heart stop. Around 11 p.m., Kumar and Jasprit begin to close down the shop. I think maybe they're safe. Is this just another of the feeds where nothing happens? No one likes being proven wrong, myself included. The door wasn't locked. A short, stocky man in a dragging raincoat and beat-up fedora walks in. Sorry, buddy, store's closed. Open up bright and early tomorrow, though, Kumar says. The man ignores him. The stranger's faded plaid coat catches on a set of action figures, knocking them over. Sir, show a little more care, please, Jasprit says. Nicer than necessary. The stranger laughs, mockingly. I catch an angle of his face, pale, rotund, and full of small lesions. They look almost like burns, but as he grins I see it. Each of his teeth are small clusters of wire. Get out! Run! I scream at the screen, but of course they can't hear me. I know what this guy is, or at the very least what he's capable of. I can't just sit here. But what choice do I have? Yesterday, I'd probably said he's the worst thing I've seen. He's not really scary, and his gimmick seems tacky. The thought makes me sick to my stomach. The callousness I've viewed people's trauma with. I vomit. The noise it makes in the standing water makes me retch a second time. Okay, Dick Tracy. Time to get out of my store before I call the cops. You have 10 seconds, Kumar says in a commanding tone. The stranger snickers again, then turns to Kumar and his wife. I don't speak Hindi, but the squat man does. What he says shocks Kumar enough. He picks up the phone and dials 911. Of course, there's no dial tone. The lights flicker, then dim, then go out completely. Kumar and Jasprit use their phones as a light, trying to find their way to the door. They reach it, but it doesn't budge. Kumar begins to rattle the door. There's an electric, arcing sound. Then above them is a twisted grin made of arching wire. I don't catch most of the violence. By the time the stranger sinks his teeth into Kumar, they both dropped their phones. The feed cuts out. I feel lightheaded, like nothing is real. But it is. All of it. I just watch people I know get killed by a C-list urban legend. I don't sleep. By the time I hear Percy, I'm staring angrily at a wall. Hey, I've got about 10 seconds to talk. You need to think about this like getting drafted into a world war. It sucks. It's going to change you. But it's for the fate of the world. Percy says, his voice panicked. Why the hell are you doing this? Why are you killing people? I scream. We're not. Every place you're watching is the result of months of research. And even then, it doesn't always pan out. But the higher-ups, they don't mess around. Do your time, get out. Don't let anything get in the way of that. Percy pleads. From then on out, things don't feel interesting or exciting. Knowing what I know, the violence hits home. It messes with my head. The worst are the stupid ones. The kind of things I'd share with my friends for the sole purpose of mocking the writer. Something about a creature or spirit that can be accurately described as cringeworthy. Taking someone's life is shocking and dismal. Then there's the cell itself. After the first day of standing, water spots of mold and veins of mildew start to develop on the walls. A couple of days after that, I've got a cough that won't quit. It's my second concern beyond what I believe is a case of trench foot. Things are miserable. Torture, really. By day 10, it's all I can do to focus on the screens in front of me. I'm running a fever. One of my toes is turning a foul shade of green. That morning's breakfast comes with a familiar-looking stack of papers. I laugh, then cough. I see blood in the phlegm. It's a contract. Another 2 weeks of my life to have the water drained and some antibiotics. Of course, there's another 20K in it for me. But at this point, I'd burn the goddamn money just to get out of here. But truth be told, I don't know if I'm going to last another 4 days without medical attention, and air without spores in it. I sign. Of course I do. It's not like I have a choice. If it was a case of being shot, maybe I'd be brave enough to face the music instead. But the thought of dying slow, infected death in this sodden cell terrifies me. There's no happy ending here. I'm still in this cell. Day 13, in fact. The first day since the 5th I've seen a familiar place. My cell. It sits, perched in a corner of the room, looking down at me from the ceiling. I can't see it when I look up, but on an old, green-tinted monitor it lurks. I can't make out much of it besides what I think is a rusted old army helmet. Its long brass teeth reflect the scant light in the cell. Water is flooding my prison as I finish typing this. A punishment for reaching out to all of you. This is my cry for help. My scream to the void to try and figure out some way out of my situation. But this is also my warning. Something is happening in the world. Something big and chaotic. And worse than anything we've seen before. Rules are breaking. Logic is failing. Things aren't what they seem. And someone, somewhere out there, is keeping an eye on all the Reddit threads and YouTube comments, looking for people that know what they're looking for. Those of us who live and breathe urban legends and ghost stories. Watch your back, guys. I don't know what else to say. It started with a bar of chocolate. You didn't eat it? Sarah asked when I told her about it. No, I opened the parcel because it had my name on it, but it clearly isn't actually meant for me. Sarah sighed. If Amazon haven't emailed you saying you need to return it, then I don't get what the big deal is. It isn't from Amazon. The address is handwritten, so I'm not eating it. It'd be weird. The phone went silent for a moment. Okay, that does sound weird. You don't recognize the handwriting? Nope. Secret admirer? Sarah suggested with a hint of mischief in her voice. I groaned. I don't want an admirer. I don't even want the chocolate. Not when it's been sent by some mysterious stranger. Send it to me. I'll take it. No. That should have been the end of it, but I wouldn't be writing this if it was. When I received the second delivery, I recognized the handwriting instantly. Inside there was a voucher for 2 games of bowling. There was no note. Whilst the chocolate had been a flavor that I enjoyed, the bowling voucher was less personal, at least. I hadn't been bowling since I was a child, so if... Wait. For the first time I registered which alley this voucher was for. It offered me 2 free games at my local alley, which wasn't even part of a chain. Whoever had sent this to me either knew that I lived close to the bowling alley this voucher was from, or lived locally himself. Maybe even both. If this is a prank, I don't like it, I said when I called Sarah. I wouldn't, Sarah insisted. This is actually sort of creepy. Did you talk about chocolate and bowling at work maybe? No. Right. Nobody at work even knows my address anyway. We talk on social media sometimes, but they've never come to visit or anything. There was a pause and I could hear tapping from the speaker of my phone. The gentle yet repetitive sound of Sarah poking her phone's screen. Are you seriously scrolling on your phone whilst we're having this conversation? I didn't like the sound of my voice as it left me. A shrill, demanding cry. Still, I felt my concerns were serious enough that Sarah should be paying more attention than casually multitasking. It's not like that, she said quietly. I was seeing if I could find your address. But you know my address. Yes, but if I didn't, I think I might still be able to work it out from some of your posts. You took a photo of the skyline and said it was from your window. You have a post you tagged with support your local library, things like that. I don't think / could work out how to find you from this, but only because I don't know what I'm doing. I've read stories about people who've tracked exes down from photos, where there's a letterhead with their address on, that they hadn't realized was there, and there are people online playing games where they can track a location from a photo of a park bench or whatever. This could be somebody from your work. I had to think of any of my coworkers who might like me or dislike me enough to do this. In fact, Sarah continued, it could be anyone at all. You still have a Facebook page, and your name's pretty unique. Is it even private? I don't know how to tell. It isn't. It will be. I'm sure it's nothing, she said. Sarah has never been a good liar, and the slight waver in her voice betrayed the fact that she was now almost as worried as I was. I ended the call and threw the voucher away. If I'd been unsure whether or not the gifts I'd been receiving were well-meaning or creepy, the next parcel more than made up for it. It was larger and heavier than anything that I'd received so far, and really I shouldn't have opened it, but I did. The cardboard box held a small, cool box inside like you might use if you wanted to bring some pasta salad with you on a summer's hike. I pulled off the lid with increasing dread and found myself looking at long, sandy blonde hair. I wasn't scared at first. The gentle curls sat there waiting for a reaction and I felt nothing at all. In a trance-like state, I lifted the hair out of the box, as if getting a closer look would make all of the pieces fall into place, and the hair came up as one connected mass. It was then that I noticed the pieces of scalp holding the hair together, and I screamed so loud and so long that my next-door neighbor forced the door open to reach me. "Are you hurt?" he asked in an authoritative yell. I couldn't answer, and only succeeded in bringing my screams down to a gibbering, sobbing mess of chaos. I'd thrown the hair away from me when I'd noticed the skin attached to it, and I pointed at it. He picked it up just as I had, and recoiled when he realized what he was holding. "What the?" he muttered. The police were called. I think they were reasonably thorough, but I don't know what steps they're meant to take when someone gets a scalp delivered to their home. They took fingerprints and DNA from both me and the neighbor who'd stormed in to help me. He didn't look pleased with the interaction, but he complied. I was advised to stay somewhere else if possible, and to get cameras. I broke the lock on your door when I came in, my neighbor admitted. Do you want me to install a new one? I shook my head. I'd never had to attach a lock to a door before, and my neighbor had given me no reason to distrust him, but whoever was sending these parcels was dangerous, and right now, anyone could be a suspect. I'm sorry, I thought you were in trouble, he said. He did ask if I wanted him to stay with me, but I'd feel no safer with this stranger, whose name was either Mick or Mike, and occasionally played death metal loud enough that I could hear it through the walls than I would alone. He left and closed the useless door behind him. Staying where I was tonight seemed unwise. Ideally, I'd stay with a friend, but Sarah was my closest friend, and she lived a 2-hour flight from where I was. Even at that point, I didn't want to reach out to my parents. I didn't want to upset them, partly for their sake, but partly for my own. I'd been to years of therapy, but neither of them had really dealt with what had happened when I was younger, and instead developed an excessive fear that something truly terrible could befall on any of us at any moment. They fed into each other's paranoia, and I was terrified that if I told them what was going on, then they'd suck me in, and I'd finally become so fragile and broken that I couldn't be fixed. I bought cameras and locks, and spent the evening making my home as safe as it could be. I didn't sleep that night, and kept a kitchen knife near me at all times. The next parcel was small. I wasn't even supposed to open it, and if it had arrived sooner then I wouldn't have. But I'd been trying to get the police to tell me anything about the investigation into the scalp I'd received, and they weren't telling me anything. Some crazy part of me thought that this parcel could have a clue, and I'd be able to solve the mystery myself. There was nothing particularly disturbing in this box but a child's toy. Specifically, it was a Polly Pocket set. Not the newer ones that I think are still made today, but a mermaid-themed set that was new when I was a kid. This wasn't the brilliant lead I'd hoped for, but it wasn't nothing either. An hour of internet searches told me that this set hadn't been in production for a long time, and barely anybody was selling this particular set online. Only one of the sellers wasn't overseas, and so I decided to start there, sending a long and emotional email explaining that if they recently sold a Polly Pocket mermaid sleepover set, then I desperately needed details of who they sold it to. I attached photos of the scuff marks near the clasp and the chipped paint on Polly's dress, in the hope that it would verify that I was telling the truth. 2 days later, I'd received no word from the toy seller, but my dad called. Grandma had been in some sort of accident, and as she didn't live near to me and my parents, they were both traveling out to help look after her. I knew that my mystery stalker was behind that too somehow, but I couldn't prove it, so I said nothing. Finally, there was something close to good news. I received an email from the online toy seller telling me that she had sold the set and the pictures recently. I didn't recognize the name that she gave me, but she also gave me his email and his address. I had his actual address. A sane person would have called the police, but they still hadn't said a thing about the scalp, and this guy was messing with my family. A quick Google told me that the address was only a 10-minute drive away, and I grabbed the kitchen knife that I had taken to sleeping next to, and headed to the place where my stalker apparently lived. Once I arrived at his door, I realized that I wasn't sure what to do next. I knocked and regretted it immediately. When nobody responded, I should have left, but I needed answers. An attempt to shoulder barge the door open resulted in nothing but a dull pain that radiated all the way down to my wrist. But there were rocks nearby in someone else's garden, and I threw one at the window. It didn't break straight away, but I threw another, and then removed my jacket and broke away enough of the shards that I could climb inside. The house barely looked lived in. There was furniture, but no photos. No ornaments, no TV. There was nothing beyond the bare essentials in various muted tones, until I reached the study, and there on a cheap pine desk lay a diary. I didn't remember writing a diary before today, but as soon as I saw the bright aqua notebook adorned with its mini stickers, I knew it was mine from childhood. It was only a small book and yet was still barely 2/3 full, so perhaps I'd forgotten about writing in it because I hadn't kept a diary for very long. The only other thing on the desk was a red bureau, and I flicked through the first few pages until I saw a phrase that had been underlined in red and then checked off with a large, passionate swoosh. It was an entry in which I had mentioned wanting a bar of chocolate that my stalker had ended up sending to me. A few pages later, there was more red ink, this time marking my displeasure at being too ill to go to another kid's party at the bowling alley. I flicked through a few more pages and found a jealous whine about how I wanted hair, just like Stacy's. The vague memory that I had of the child I'd written about had the same color of hair that I'd been sent with pieces of her stuck to it. The next entry that had been marked made no sense at first. A rant about how I wished that mean girl in my class would just shut up. It wasn't someone I'd spoken to in school. With a sense of dread, I wondered what had been done to her. I didn't even have any way to find out. My parents came under fire with an entry saying that I wished that they'd just give me some space. And so he'd created a reason that they'd have to move away for a while. We were nearly at the end of my entries now, and I turned to the last page. The script here was different. It was still my handwriting, but it was rougher, and almost stabbed into the page. I remembered why I'd stopped keeping a diary. A noise outside startled me back into my present, and I left the house from the same window I entered. I've no doubt that someone saw me as I drove away, but it's the least of my issues now. I'm writing this from a cafe. Too scared to go back home, but too stupid to think of any other plan. Because it turns out that the day that I wrote the final entry of my diary was the day that James died. The last sentence I wrote says, "All I want is my brother back." And it's been checked off with one final red swoosh. Neither of us knew what was waiting for us inside Max's candy bucket. We just brought it back home from trick-or-treating and unlocked the front door. The second I turned the knob, Max shot into the living room, holding his pumpkin-shaped candy bucket in both hands. He flipped it over, gave it a shake, and all his candy poured out onto the carpet. Then he tossed the bucket aside. "Mommy, Mommy," he screamed. "Can I eat my candy now?" I came in behind him laughing, because only a 5-year-old could get that pumped up about eating candy. "Thank you for asking. Go ahead." I sat beside him, crisscross applesauce, and watched. Max worked through the pile by opening a piece, tasting it, then either scrunching up his face or giggling in approval, before moving on to the next. It was adorable. Seeing him like that made me smile. But as I kept watching, the moment began to sour. See, I was a single mother. We lived off my income alone, and because I was just a waitress in a small cafe, money was tight. There were some days when I could only afford to feed Max and not myself. Whenever he asked why I wasn't eating, I'd say I already ate at the restaurant, which was a lie because even with my employee discount, those meals still cost money. My manager had even fired employees before for sneaking food without pay. I lied because I didn't want Max to worry. I think kids shouldn't have to worry about those kinds of things. They should be having fun, like Max was doing now. But while I watched him eat his candy, and I saw the happiness he got from what only strangers could give him, something twisted up inside me. I felt like a failure as a mother. Max noticed I wasn't eating any candy and piled several pieces in front of me. "No, honey," I said, putting them back on his pile. "These are all yours. Mommy doesn't want any." "Why not?" "Because I don't want to take any from you." Once I said that, a flicker of sadness moved in his eyes. He looked up at me, almost like he was beginning to understand something about me, like he'd had a realization, wise beyond his years. Broke my heart. Okay, I said. Just one. You choose. Max smiled. He hovered his little fingers over the pile, carefully weighing his options, and stalled over a Reese's peanut butter cup. He squeezed down and lifted. Underneath, the corner of something jabbed out. It looked like a small stack of paper. It looked glossy and even gleamed in the overhead light. Whatever it was, I could tell it wasn't candy. Did one of the neighbors put something in there by accident? I reached down and pulled at the corner, and out slid a stack of Polaroid pictures. There were 3 of them, stuck together with a rubber band. What's this, Max? Max didn't say anything. He watched curiously as I snapped off the rubber band and flipped the stack over. The first picture framed a residential home at night. An adult woman stood on the sidewalk with a hand on her hip, watching a much smaller person, most likely a child, approach the front door. The lighting was so dark I couldn't tell who they were, but in the child's hand I could see them gripping onto something, like a pail or a bucket. Right then I got it. There was a parent watching her child go trick-or-treating. Yep, one of the neighbors must have put this in here by mistake. I wondered who it was. I flipped to the next picture. I actually recognized the subject in this one. It was my neighbor, Terry, standing at his open front door. Someone who was hidden just beneath the frame held up a bucket, and Terry, smiling warmly like always, dropped a few pieces of candy in. Something about that bucket caught my eye. I studied it, noticing its circular shape, and realized it was designed to look like a pumpkin. My eyes drifted over to Max's pumpkin-shaped bucket on the carpet. My heart skipped a beat, but I didn't want to jump to any conclusions. I flipped to the final picture. It was a shot of an open window, taken from behind a bush. A few out-of-focus leaves dangled in the foreground, but in sharp focus, right in the center of the picture, was my son's smiling face. I was behind him, zipping up his costume. Just before we went trick-or-treating, we were standing inside this very room. "Max," I said, keeping my voice as calm as possible. "Which house gave you these?" Max scrunched up his forehead while he thought. He shrugged. Then he reached for another piece of candy. I blocked his hand. "Stop. Don't eat any more of that." I stood, glanced around. I was beginning to panic. "How come?" "Because I said so. Don't ask questions right now." Max began to cry. I ran to the front door to check the lock. It was already set. Okay, I'd just taken my son trick-or-treating. Someone was following us. They took pictures of us, and then dropped those pictures inside his bucket. We only went around our neighborhood, so it had to be one of our neighbors who did it. Was this some kind of sick joke? Or was one of them really stalking us? What do I do? I looked past the living room into the kitchen. My phone was on the island counter. I raced over to it and dialed 911. It rang twice, then the operator answered. 911, what's your emergency? Yes, Max interrupted, tugging on my leg, crying for me to let him eat more candy. Honey, I will buy you more candy, but Mommy is on the phone right... 911, the operator repeated. Please state your emergency. Yes, we need help, please. I think someone is stalking me. The operator took down my name, address, and details about what happened. 10 minutes later, 2 officers were at my house. One shone a flashlight around my property while the other one, a young, tall officer, came to the door. He introduced himself as Officer Dan and asked for the photos. I'm Jenny, and this is all of them, I said, handing them over. He took them with a gloved hand and scanned over the first one. While I waited, I felt Max stir behind me. He was hiding behind my legs, peeking up at the officer. Officer Dan flipped to the second one, looked at it, then cleared his throat. "Who's the man here?" "That's my neighbor Terry, but it couldn't be him. He's a good man." "I'm sure he is," he said. He flipped to the final picture. He studied it, and as he drank in the details, the faint lines around his eyes sharpened. He looked down at Max, then up to me. "So what's going to happen now?" I said. My voice sounded more desperate than I had intended. "We're going to sweep the neighborhood. Even if we don't find anything, there will be an officer nearby to patrol every hour. Also, we'll speak with Mr. Terry, not because he's a suspect, but just in case he's seen any suspicious activity. Also, I see that he has a Ring camera. We'll check the footage on that as well. Now, ma'am." He took a glance behind me. "Is it just you two in the house?" "Yes," I said. "Just us. Is there somewhere else you can stay tonight? Maybe with friends or family?" There wasn't. All my friends were my husband's, and once he left me, so did they. I started to answer but was caught by surprise when tears welled in my eyes. Whether it was the stress of our situation, or just me being scared, I didn't know. I blinked them away before they could fall and shook my head. "No, it's just us." He nodded. "Well, there's a DoubleTree down the road. Wouldn't be a bad idea for you guys to book a room tonight." "Book a room? I don't even know how I'm going to feed Max tomorrow." "Officer, that's not really an option for us." Officer Dan gave me this look then. Honestly, it wasn't so different from the one Max sometimes gave me. With Max, I always thought it was a normal sadness that kids feel when they don't get their way. But with the officer, there was something deeper. I think he actually felt sorry for me, and I never wanted that. I never wanted that from anybody. I felt embarrassed. "Look," he said, pulling a pencil and notepad from his shirt pocket. "This is my personal number. Doesn't matter what time. If you need anything at all, give me a call. I'll be close." "Thank you, officer." "Just Dan," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. Then he turned and left. I closed the door and rested my forehead on it. "Mommy?" Max said. "What's happening?" I shut my eyes. "It's alright, sweetie. Mommy's just trying to fix a problem. That's all." We both got quiet. A few seconds passed. "Will we be okay?" "I think so. Come on, let's get ready for bed. Sleep in Mommy's room tonight. I'll come tuck you in." "Okay," Max said. He ran up the stairs without a care in the world. I put Officer Dan's number on speed dial. Then I checked every door and every window to make sure the house was totally locked down. Half an hour later, I tucked Max into my bed, kissed him goodnight, and closed the door behind me. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was Officer Dan. He told me the neighborhood was clear, but they'd keep a close watch. My heart sank. I had hoped they would have caught the guy, and we could put this whole mess behind us. All the same, I thanked the officer and told him goodnight. Sleep was out of the question. Instead, I'd fix a cup of coffee and sit up all night, and if I heard so much as a twig snap outside, I was calling the cops. I headed downstairs to start on the coffee. My chest tightened with anxiety. He was still out there. I just knew it. Probably even close by. What if he was standing outside the house at that very moment? I caught myself biting on a fingernail and stopped. That was a bad habit I developed when I was a kid, but nowadays, it only flared up during moments of high stress. I passed through the kitchen and opened the cabinet, fishing out both my Maxwell House coffee grounds and a filter. I loaded the filter, dumped in a few scoops, and hit brew. Then I stood there a moment, feeling myself wanting to cry again. Dang it, Jenny. Now is not the time to get emotional. You're the adult here. Hold it together. Something on the island countertop beside me shined in my periphery. I glanced over. Then I stared for a long time in disbelief, trying to make absolutely certain that my eyes weren't deceiving me. Sitting right there on the countertop was a fresh set of Polaroid pictures. That was impossible. I'd given the officer everything I had. Was I losing my mind? I reached out, almost scared to touch them, and gently picked them up. In the first picture, Max was hiding behind my legs while I spoke with Officer Dan. Only this shot wasn't taken through an open window. From outside the house, it was taken from behind us. From inside the house. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. There was no way an intruder could have entered the house and taken a picture with an officer standing right there. I flipped to the next one. This one was of me in my bedroom, tucking my son into bed, and the way it was shot looked like something only possible in a dream. It was captured from a bird's eye view, directly above our heads. A blade from the ceiling fan even cut into the edge of the frame. Because it was taken so close to the light, the shot was overexposed, which put a hazy kind of filter over it. This defied all logic. To get that picture, whoever or whatever took it would have to have been suspended from the ceiling. They would have to have manipulated themselves into an impossible angle, all without me or Max knowing. My hands were trembling now. The room was beginning to spin. Terrified now, I flipped to the final picture. It was of me, my back facing the camera, standing in my kitchen. I was looking down, studying something in my hands. Just like I was now, at this very moment. The shot was taken so close behind me. Whatever had taken it could have reached out and touched me. I needed to get Max out of the house right now. Click. Something snapped directly behind my head. Then the room was quiet again. My mind took a moment to register what it even was, but slowly a sick realization slithered up from the pit of my stomach. What I had just heard was the shutter of a Polaroid camera. The camera's inner mechanisms hummed as it worked to print out the picture. I froze. I stopped breathing. In a desperate attempt, I tried reasoning with the intruder. "What do you want from me?" I cried. I listened for a response, still holding the pictures in my trembling fingers. There was no reply. The picture finished printing, and whatever was behind me stood perfectly still. Several seconds ticked by. Was it waiting for me to turn around? Across the counter, against the back wall, was a block of kitchen knives. I wished they were closer, but they were way out of reach. Depending on what happened next, maybe I could get to them, but for now, I would have to turn and face whatever was behind me head on. One slow inch at a time, I turned my head, my heart pounding inside my chest. I expected to be stabbed or choked or grabbed at any second. I turned a little bit further, then shot a glance back. The kitchen was empty. I exhaled, but a new fear, much greater than before, exploded inside me. It's going to get Max. I dropped the pictures and shot around the counter and ripped out the biggest knife from the block. Then I dug out my phone and hit call on Officer Dan's contact. Call failed. I tapped the screen several more times. Call failed, call failed, call failed. I slammed it on the counter in a fit of anger. Of all the times for my phone to not work, of course it would be now. I had no other option. I'd have to run upstairs and get Max by myself. I moved through the downstairs with the knife aimed in front of me. I checked around every corner and every piece of furniture I passed. I sprinted up the stairs, then through the upstairs hallway toward my bedroom. I pushed the bedroom door open slowly, horrified that it had already beaten me there. Thankfully, Max was still under the covers, safe and sound. I peeled the blanket off him and scooped him up in my arms. "Mommy?" he said, rubbing his eyes. "Shh, we have to go. Stay quiet." He wrapped his arms around me and put his head on my shoulder. I crept over to the door and peeked into the hallway. Empty. I carried Max down the hall, toward the stairs. If we could just make it out the front door, I'd run straight to the neighbors and call the cops from there. Just a short trip down the stairs and through the living room. We could do it. When we neared the steps, I heard the worst noise imaginable. Footsteps pounding up the stairs. My mind entered into fight or flight mode. Should I attack? Give Max a chance to run? No, I can't leave him. He'd never get away. I backed up. To my right was my son's bedroom. I ducked inside and rushed to the closet. I inched open the door as quietly as I could, but still, it squealed on its hinges. We slid inside. There was barely enough space for both of us. I clicked the door shut and stood in front of Max, using my body as a shield. "Mommy, what are we doing?" I turned and cupped a hand over his mouth. Not another word. We listened. With each passing second, the footsteps grew closer, until they arrived at the bedroom door. Then they slowed to a nice and easy stroll and entered the room. Floorboards creaked under a shifting weight. Something paced across the room, from left to right, like it was searching for us. Once it reached the right wall, it stopped, then turned and moved toward the closet. I tightened my grip on the knife. A stream of adrenaline coursed through my veins, making my skin tingle. I fought hard to keep my mind clear and focused. If the door opened, I would take them by surprise. Hammer the blade down in one quick motion. It was all I had. It came right up to the door and stopped. The sound of our own breathing filled the closet. A floorboard creaked. Every nerve inside my body screamed. What is it doing? Why is it just standing there? Then a camera clicked. Through the gap under the door, a light flashed. Against all logic, all reason, it had taken a picture of the closet door. A deep, yet childlike laughter vibrated into the closet. The camera clicked again. It knew exactly where we were, and it was playing games. It was toying with us. Max's body trembled behind me, and a soft whimper escaped from his lips. I prepared myself. The door would open any moment, and it was up to me to save our lives. I raised the knife so I could swing it down right as the door opened. I held my breath. I listened as the handle jiggled and began to turn. The door swung open. I hacked the knife blindly in front of me. Officer Dan staggered backwards just in time. Whoa, whoa! I darted my eyes around the room looking for it, looking for blood. I was frantic. It's just me. It's just me. No one is here. I've got you. You're safe. No, we're not. It was just here. I heard... We have multiple officers searching your home. No one is here. I scanned the room again. There was no camera, no creature, no obvious threat. The stress of what had just occurred began weighing down on me. I lost my sense of balance and stumbled. Officer Dan caught me by the arm. He guided me towards Max's bed. As I sat down, Max darted out from the closet and jumped onto the bed and clung on to me. You called me, remember? Officer Dan said. But you didn't say anything, so you were afraid something had happened. We forced open the door. Then I heard you guys in here. Do you think he broke in? I know he did. There were footsteps. And there's more pictures. Just look on the counter. There are no signs of forced entry, Jenny. Officer Dan paused and glanced over at the closet door. He ran his palms together, then approached the bed. He took a seat beside us. You know, sometimes in high-stress situations, our minds produce things. Sounds, images, things like that aren't really there. It's perfectly normal, given your situation. It's possible that's all that happened. Don't talk to me like that, Dan. Don't talk to me like I'm crazy. I know what I saw, I know what I heard. You're a cop, not a therapist. Get off the bed. Once I'd snapped on him, Officer Dan had no more psychotherapeutic explanations for me. He stood and left us alone in the room. He left the house, in fact. but some of the other officers were kind enough to stay with us until morning. For the rest of the night, there were no more signs of the intruder. The next day, I applied for a credit card and checked us into a hotel. I also put that house on the market. A week later, someone bought it. I took the money and bought a new house in a completely different state. Even though the old one sold well under its value, I didn't care. As long as we left behind whatever was in there, we had all we needed. At Max's new school, I met a group of moms that I became friends with, and that made a huge improvement on my quality of life. For the first time in a long time, I had people who cared about me. These ladies checked up on me, came over for wine night, got me out of my house. They even introduced me to a great guy who I'm still dating. Max made some new friends of his own, and he seemed happy at his new school. For a while, things were pretty great. This morning, I put a note in Max's lunchbox, telling him how much I loved him. I know that is incredibly lame, but I couldn't help myself. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I always want him to know that. When he got home from school, he threw his lunchbox on the counter, ran up to me and kissed me on the cheek. "I love you too, Mommy," he said. Then he went into his room to do his homework. My heart filled with joy. I was floating as I started to clean out his lunchbox. Then, for the first time in a long time, I actually cried. I cried because, at that moment, I loved my life. I wished things would stay like that forever. I took the ice pack out of the lunchbox, then turned it upside down over the trash can. A few plastic baggies dropped into the trash, and then a piece of paper fluttered out. Paper made out of a different material than the one I'd written the note on. This one was glossy, small, and square. It was a Polaroid. Violent images flooded my mind, the flash under the door, the camera click, demonic laughter. I leaned against the wall. I was having trouble breathing. "Calm down," I told myself. "Calm down, breathe. That's it. Maybe it was just something Max was working on in class." I fished the picture out of the trash. It was taken inside a classroom, kids at their desks, talking amongst themselves. It was all normal enough. But then I noticed the angle at which the photo was taken. It was taken from the back of the classroom, shooting down at the kids' heads, almost like it was taken from the ceiling. Centered in the picture, held in sharp focus, was Max's smiling face. He was captured, mid-laugh. I screamed and dropped the picture. It spiraled to the ground and landed face down. There was a note scribbled on the back. "Now, I don't know what to do. I thought it was the house. I thought that if we moved, we would leave that thing behind. But now I know it was all in vain, because it followed us." On the back, written in dark red ink, were the words, "I love you too, Jenny." I don't usually post stuff like this. I don't even use Reddit much except to scroll when I can't sleep. But lately I've been waking up around 3 or 4 in the morning, just knowing something's outside my window. So maybe writing it out will help. Maybe someone here has gone through something like this. This all started last winter, around mid-December. My cousin Nate had this idea to go stay at his family's old hunting cabin up by Lake Superior. His dad built it in the late 80s, but nobody had used it in years. He said it would be a digital detox weekend. No internet, barely any phone use. We only brought our phones for emergencies. Just a wood stove, some beer, and a couple days of peace and quiet. I was hesitant because the timing sucked. Roads were icy, snowstorms every few days. But Nate wouldn't shut up about it. Said he needed to clear his head after his breakup, and that I owed him one for missing his birthday. So I said screw it. The drive up was worse than either of us expected. The last few miles were winding forest road. barely plowed, no cell service. Snow was falling in thick sheets, and the trees looked like black walls on both sides. Every now and then we'd see a deer dart through the headlights and vanish into the dark, and both of us would flinch. By the time we got to the cabin, it was almost 9 p.m. The place was buried halfway up the porch in snow. No footprints, no tire tracks, just untouched white. Inside smelled like damp wood and animal piss. The first thing we noticed was the cold. Not regular cold. It felt wrong somehow. Heavier. Like it didn't belong inside. We got the generator going. Thank God it still worked. And the little place started to warm up. Nate cracked a beer, joked about how we were real mountain men now. We played a few hands of cards, made some soup on the propane stove, and eventually passed out on the fold-out couch. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The generator had stopped. Everything was quiet. Not peaceful quiet. Dead quiet. Like the air itself had stopped moving. I remember sitting up and instantly getting this feeling that something was wrong. I couldn't explain it. My body just knew. When I went outside to restart the generator, my flashlight caught something in the snow. A trail of prints circling the cabin. Barefoot, human-shaped but off somehow. The toes were longer, the stride uneven, like whoever made them had been dragging one leg. They went all the way around the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I woke Nate up. He stumbled outside with me, half asleep, swearing I was overreacting, until he saw them himself. He crouched down to look closer, and I swear I saw his breath catch when he realized how deep they went, like whoever made them weighed a lot. We locked the doors, piled some firewood in front of the entrance, and tried to pretend it was fine. We barely slept. The next morning the snow had stopped, but the air felt heavier. There was this strange smell. Not quite rot, not quite metal, but sharp enough to burn in your nose. We ate a quick breakfast and decided to leave early, but when we went outside, the truck wouldn't start. The battery wasn't just dead, it was gone, like it had been pulled out cleanly. The weirdest part? The hood wasn't even damaged. The latch was still locked, like something had just lifted it open. There were drag marks in the snow leading off toward the trees. He grabbed a hatchet from the shed and said he was going to follow the tracks. Just a little way. I told him not to, that we should stay put until someone found us, but he was stubborn like that. He didn't come back. I waited for maybe 20 minutes before I went after him. There were new prints now, his mixed with the others. I followed them about 20 yards before the trees got thicker and the light dimmed. Then I noticed the smell again, stronger this time. Something was hanging from a branch ahead, part of Nate's flannel sleeve, torn clean off, and below it, the snow was soaked dark. At least, it looked like blood. Later, when the snow melted and refroze, it was gone. Maybe that's why the search team didn't find any sign of it, but in that moment, it was enough to make me freeze in place. That's when I heard him, or at least, I thought it was him. He said my name, soft at first, then louder. It sounded like it was coming from deeper in the woods, but the echo didn't sound right. It was like the voice was inside my head instead of around me. Nate had shouted my name earlier when he left, so at first I thought maybe he was still close. I called back, but there was only silence. Then I saw it. It was standing between two trees, hunched but still taller than any person should be. Its skin was stretched tight, grayish, and thin enough to show ribs. The head looked human at first, but the jaw was too long, like it had been broken and never healed. When it opened its mouth, I could see black around its gums, and something wet and red dripping from the corners. It stepped forward, and the sound it made wasn't footsteps. It was more like cracking branches inside the snow. I don't remember running, but I must have. I just remember the feeling of my lungs tearing apart in the cold air, and the moment I saw the road, a narrow stretch of white cutting through the trees. I didn't stop until I hit pavement, maybe 2 miles away. When I finally got to a gas station, I called the sheriff's office. They told me the roads were blocked by fallen trees and they couldn't get a plow up there until the storm cleared. They sent a team 2 days later. Once it was finally passable, they found the cabin. They found the truck. They found Nate's phone, frozen and half buried about a mile from the property. But no Nate. No blood trail, nothing else. They said maybe a bear got him. I didn't argue. That was 8 months ago. I've moved 3 times since then. Different cities, different apartments. I don't tell people why. I don't even tell my family the full story. They think I'm still dealing with trauma and making things up in my head. Maybe they're right. But sometimes I wonder if it followed my scent, or if I brought something back from that place without realizing it. 2 nights ago, I woke up around 3:47 a.m. Someone was whispering my name from the hallway. I live alone. When I finally got the courage to look, the whispering stopped. But right under my bedroom window, on the patch of frozen mud, there were footprints. Barefoot, human-shaped, and just slightly too long, like the same ones from the night in the snow, perfectly preserved, like whatever made them hadn't walked here. It had just appeared. One night, I picked up the last of my life in a U-Haul and headed south. At 27, I'd burned out in the city and figured a change of pace and scenery was exactly what I needed. I landed a night shift job at Montauk Port, right outside of New Orleans. The port sat practically on the edge of the Montauk Swamp, a place I'd only ever heard described in hushed tones. I found a small, single-story house a few miles from the port. It was cheap, slightly raised on blocks against the inevitable flood, and backed up right against the thick, black line of cypress and moss that was the swamp. When I first moved in, the air was so heavy and humid, it felt like breathing soup, and the silence at night was profound, broken only by the buzzing of insects and the occasional croaking of a giant bullfrog. The job was stacking crates, logging inventory, and generally babysitting $1 million of cargo. It was monotonous and lonely, until I met Larry. Larry was in his late 50s, maybe early 60s, lean, perpetually smelling faintly of tobacco and swamp water, and the only other person crazy enough to take the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift with me in my section. He was quiet, but friendly. A few weeks in, sitting on a couple of overturned oil drums, during our break, I cracked a joke about the spooky atmosphere. Larry didn't laugh. "You won't be laughing long, Mikey," he said, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. "You're working on the edge of the Montauk now. That swamp, it ain't just water and trees." Larry gave me the first real warning. He spoke about the swamp folk, a mix of shadow people, restless spirits, and the truly dangerous, vengeful voodoo priests whose rituals and sacrifices had cursed this land for generations. He told me about the bad things that happened deep in the muck, voodoo rituals for powers, offerings to dark spirits, and the kind of violence that lingers long after the blood is gone. He'd only ever look at the ground when he talked about it, like saying the words out loud was an invitation. Not long after that talk, the paranormal experiences started. I was sitting in my backyard one warm, pitch-black night, trying to decompress after work. That's when I heard it. A low, clear whistle coming from the edge of the swamp line. It wasn't the wind. It sounded almost human, but too musical, too inviting. It made the hair on my arms stand up. Another time, I heard children laughing, a chorus of tiny, joyful sounds that felt horribly out of place. Montauk is no place for kids, and the sound seemed to swirl just beyond my sight, fading into the moss and muck. I'd also hear weeping, a faint, mournful sound, like a woman crying into her hands, always coming from the deep cover of the trees. The lights were the worst. Weird light orbs, sometimes blue, sometimes a sickly green, would float right above the swamp water like eerie lanterns. They weren't fireflies and they didn't move like anything natural. They were just there, watching. At work, the port felt like a stage for an audience I couldn't see. I'd be alone in the inventory section, and I'd clearly hear voices, muffled and indistinct, whispering my name or speaking in some strange, guttural language. Then came the random footsteps, heavy boots on the concrete that would stop just behind me. I'd whirl around, flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, but there was never anyone there. That's when I started seeing him, the Hat Man. A flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow taller and darker than any man, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned brimmed hat. He wasn't solid, just a void that moved, and every time I turned to face him, he'd be gone. I told Larry about it. Everything. The whistles, the laughs, the Hat Man. He'd just grunt, stare out at the swamp, and mutter something like, "Didn't I tell you, Mikey? Leave well enough alone." He never wanted to talk about it, and his silence was more unnerving than anything I'd seen. The tension was building, a coil winding tighter around my chest. One night, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the silence of the swamp, a sound of pure terror and pain, before it was suddenly, sickeningly cut off. I didn't sleep for 2 days. I was standing on my back porch around 1 a.m. The air was thick and absolutely still. The whistling started up again from the swamp, closer this time, almost right on my property line. It was the same mesmerizing, chilling tune. My curiosity, against all common sense, was winning. I took a step toward the tall grass. Then my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I answered, breathing heavy. A woman's voice, rough and urgent, cut through the line. "Don't look. Don't look," she hissed. "Do you hear that whistling? Ignore it. You hear it again? You bolt the door and stuff your ears. He'll think your curiosity is an invitation to him. Now hang up. Hang up." The line went dead. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst. The whistling stopped instantly, replaced by a low, humming silence that felt infinitely worse. The next day I asked the only house near me if they knew anything. An older couple answered, utterly confused. They told me they had been out of town for a week visiting family. After that, the house became a problem. I'd catch shadows walking across the walls in the corner of my eye. Every time, it was the Hat Man. I knew it. Things started missing, only to show up days later in the most bizarre places: my car keys under a pile of folded laundry, my wallet in the microwave. I'd tell myself it was just exhaustion, the grind of the night shift getting to me. I was tired, always tired. Then came the night that broke me. I was working in the old, cavernous storage section of the port, an area where the lights always flickered and the air was cold. I was logging a new shipment of machinery, utterly alone. Suddenly that feeling of prickling, intense certainty that someone was watching me came on like a sudden fever. In the corner of my eye, I saw it. Larry. He was peeking at me from behind a towering stack of wooden crates. Just the side of his face, his eyes wide open and staring, fixed on me with an unsettling, blank intensity. My heart dropped to my stomach. A wave of ice-cold dread hit me. He looked wrong, his face pale and drawn. I watched, paralyzed, as Larry's head slowly, deliberately pulled back behind the crates. "Oh, what's up, Larry? Thought you went home already," I called out, my voice shaking a little. I walked quickly around the corner of the crates, my flashlight beam cutting a frantic arc. He was gone. The walkway was long and straight. There was no other way out. And then at the far end of the walkway, I saw it. The Hat Man. The tall, dark shadow, its brimmed hat unmistakable, walking swiftly and disappearing behind the very last stack of crates. I stumbled back, hyperventilating, and ran towards the nearest group of workers. I just saw Larry. He was behind a stack of crates. Did you see him go out? I asked, breathless. They stopped what they were doing and exchanged confused, worried looks. They looked at each other, then back at me. Mikey, I don't know what you're talking about. One of them, a big guy named Dan, finally said, his voice hesitant. He swallowed hard. Larry's been dead for a couple of months now. My blood ran cold. He died in an accident here on the job, under mysterious circumstances, another guy added, looking everywhere but at me. Dan stepped forward, his eyes full of pity. The job posting you answered? You were hired to replace Larry. A couple of days later, I handed in my 2-week notice. I didn't even stay the 2 weeks. I just packed my bags and left the keys on the counter of that little house. I told my boss I couldn't take it anymore. I always felt like I was being watched and the nights were killing me. But the truth is, I knew the Hat Man had seen me. I knew the ghost of the man I called my friend was just a terrified spirit, and the Hat Man was something worse, something that used the dead to lure the living, and I knew the whistle was for me. I was afraid that the curiosity I'd shown when I reached for that door was the invitation it had been waiting for. When I look back, I can still smell the candle wax. Brandon's girlfriend, Kate, had this habit of lighting 5 different scents at once. Like the mix of vanilla, pine, and burnt sugar could disguise the fact that her apartment always felt too still. My girlfriend, Leela, teased her for it while the 4 of us sat around the coffee table eating takeout noodles and half watching a movie while playing Uno. It was supposed to be a normal night. I remember thinking how quiet the neighborhood was, the kind of quiet that makes you hear the hum of the refrigerator and the soft static between words. Brandon's place sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, one of those split-level rentals with a narrow porch and a single security light that never stayed on. We'd just started talking about weekend plans when the knock came. 3 sharp raps. Not hurried, not tentative. Confident. Brandon furrowed, half rising from the couch. Expecting anyone? No, I said before I could stop myself. It wasn't my house, but the sound felt directed at me. The knock came again. Same rhythm, a beat of stillness between each hit. Kate looked at the door, then at Brandon. Probably a delivery mix-up. But Brandon wasn't moving. Neither was I. There was something about the cadence that made my stomach tighten. Relax, Leela said, nudging me. I'll check. Before I could tell her not to, she padded across the living room and flipped on the porch light. It flickered once, then steadied. I caught a glimpse through the window, a shadow on the other side of the frosted glass. Same height as me. Leela opened the door halfway, then she froze. Brandon? She said quietly. You might want to come here. He joined her at the entryway, confusion flickering over his face. Kate leaned over the back of the couch, but I was already standing. I don't know what I expected. Maybe a prank, a neighbor. When I reached the door, the air felt thinner. The man outside looked exactly like me. Same jacket, same haircut, same tired circles under his eyes. Even the way he held his shoulders, slightly turned like he wasn't sure whether to step forward or back. It was mine. He smiled when he saw me. Hey, he said, voice perfectly calm. Why do you change the locks? For a second, nobody said anything. My mind searched for an answer that made sense. Twin, look-alike, some kind of joke? Brandon muttered, What the hell? The man outside tilted his head. You going to let me in? It's freezing. The breath left my lungs. Who are you? He blinked, surprised by the question. Funny, you tell me. I slammed the door before he could take another step. The sound echoed through the living room. Kate yelped. Leela grabbed my arm. What the hell, Matt? There's somebody out there pretending to be me. Brandon turned the deadbolt. Okay, that's insane. Maybe he just looks like you. No, I said. You saw him. It's not possible. From the porch came 3 more knocks. Slower this time. Leela whispered. What if it's a prank? What's that thing called? Deep fake or something? I shook my head. He had my clothes. He even talked like me. I don't think my parents would be able to tell. The knock stopped. Brandon exhaled shakily. I'm calling the cops. He grabbed his phone and started dialing. While he talked to the dispatcher, the rest of us stood there listening. No footsteps, no voice, just that quiet house breathing around us. When he hung up, he said, "They're sending a car." We waited. 10 minutes, 15. Leela peeked through the side window once but flinched back immediately. He's still there. I forced myself to look. Through the glass, my own face stared back at me. He was smiling faintly, like he found something funny. Then he raised his hand and knocked again. Softer, steady, patient. Brandon muttered, Jesus Christ. When the police arrived, 2 officers, they found nothing. The porch was empty. The night air looked untouched, like it had been that way all along. One officer asked if I'd been drinking. I told him no. He said they'd patrol the area, told us to lock up, and left. We tried to laugh it off after that, but no one really could. Brandon suggested we all crash there for the night, just in case. Around midnight, Kate went to bed. Leela lay curled against me on the couch, pretending to sleep. Brandon stayed up, staring at the dark TV screen. That's when I heard it again. A single knock from the back door. Brandon looked at me like maybe I'd imagined it. Then we both heard the second one. 3 taps, the same slow rhythm. We crept into the kitchen. The small window above the sink looked out over the backyard. Porch light off, darkness thick as velvet. I whispered, "Don't." Brandon ignored me and flicked the light switch. The bulb hummed to life, yellow and weak, casting a cone of light over the glass door. I was standing outside again. Same jacket, same posture, except now there was something wrong with the way I smiled. It was too wide. We lifted a hand and rested it flat against the glass. The shape of it matched mine perfectly. Brandon hissed. How is he doing that? I wanted to answer, but my mouth felt dry. The thing outside leaned closer to the glass, forehead pressing gently until condensation fogged the pane. Then he whispered something. We couldn't hear through the door, but I knew the shape of the words. He mouthed, "Let me in." Brandon yanked the blinds closed. "Nope, we're done. We're calling again." But before he could reach for his phone, the kitchen light flickered and went out. The power didn't so much go out as hesitate. The hum of the fridge died, the clock on the stove blinked off, and the air itself seemed to thicken. I could hear Brandon's breath beside me, shallow and fast. Then came the soft drag of a hand sliding down the other side of the glass door. We backed into the hallway. Leela appeared, rubbing her eyes. What's happening? I started to answer, but a shape moved past the curtain window. A shadow, my own, brushed the fabric, the faint outline of a face pressing just close enough for the curtain to twitch. Then it was gone. "Basement," Brandon whispered. "Breaker box." He headed for the stairs. Kate called from the bedroom, voice small, asking if everything was okay. No one answered. I didn't want to go into that dark stairwell, but standing still felt worse. I followed Brandon down, the flashlight on his phone cutting narrow slices of light across the unfinished walls. The switch was already flipped to on. "See?" he said. "Power's fine. Must be..." Something slammed upstairs, hard enough to shake the ceiling dust loose. We bolted up the steps 2 at a time. The kitchen door was open. Cold air poured through the room like water. The curtain flapped against the wall. Kate stood frozen in the hallway, hand over her mouth. "He's inside," she whispered. I saw the trail of wet footprints on the tile before I saw him. Me, standing in the living room doorway. Head tilted slightly, eyes unfocused. He looked like he'd forgotten how to breathe. Brandon grabbed a lamp from the table and held it like a weapon. "Stay back," he said, voice cracking. The thing turned its head toward him, slow as a hinge, and smiled. Not wide this time. Sad. Leela said my name. I don't know which of us she meant. For a heartbeat, everyone was still. Then the thing moved. Fast. Impossible speed. Knocking the lamp aside, sending it clattering. Brandon shouted. Kate screamed. Leela pulled at my arm and we stumbled backward into the hall. I remember flashes, the sound of something heavy falling, glass breaking, Brandon's voice cutting off mid-word, his grunt as he hit the floor. When it was over, the silence was worse than the noise. The power blinked back on. The bulbs buzzed faintly overhead. The air smelled like ozone and sweat. I was standing in the middle of the living room. My hands were shaking. There was something on the floor at my feet, lying still. He looked exactly like me. The police came after Kate called them. I barely remember the sirens, just the questions. Where did the intruder come from? Why did he look like me? What happened to Brandon? I kept saying, I don't know. One of the officers pulled me aside and asked again, slower, like maybe I'd stop lying if he softened his voice. He pointed at the sheet-covered body. "You expect me to believe you don't recognize him?" I looked at the hand slipping out from under the sheet. Same scar across the knuckle, same little freckle by the wrist. "I recognize him," I said. "I just don't know which one of us he is." They didn't like that answer. They kept me separated from everyone else for hours. The detective who interviewed me said the neighbors only saw one person through the window, the one who broke the glass. But when they showed me a photo from the scene, something about the angle felt wrong. The face on the floor looked peaceful, almost relieved. Leela wouldn't look at me when they finally let us speak. She just said, "They found you standing over him." "Over who?" I asked. Her voice broke. "Over you." That was 2 days ago. I'm home now, waiting to hear if they're going to charge me with anything. They said the body's fingerprints match mine. Same dental records, same blood type. I've tried to remember every second of that night, but the details keep shifting. Sometimes I remember hitting him. Sometimes he hit me. Sometimes I'm the one who ran. Sometimes I'm the one who stayed. When I look in the mirror, the reflection feels a half-second late again. Not enough for anyone else to notice. Just enough for me to feel it. There's a noise I keep hearing at night, like a soft, even knocking somewhere in the walls. 3 times. Pause. 3 times again. Leela hasn't answered my calls. Kate says she's not sleeping, that she's scared of me now. I don't blame her. I catch myself using words I don't remember choosing, standing in rooms without recalling why I walked in. This morning I found something in my jacket pocket that isn't mine. A house key with a blue tag. The kind Brandon uses. I don't know how it got there. The police said the man they found, the other me, had the same key in his pocket too. I keep thinking about what he said through the glass. Let me in. Maybe that's what he was doing. Maybe one of us let the other in. I don't know which side of the door I'm on anymore. I was 9 when Dad began to crawl. I remember the summer had been a particularly long one, or at least it felt like it. It was one of those years that didn't go the way you expect years to go. We'd had no rain since January, and the sun came out suspiciously early, though the temperatures remained low well into June, and it seemed to get dark far earlier than it should have on account of the fogs that would roll in each afternoon to snuff the sunlight. I remember the unseasonable weather was the only topic of conversation among everyone in our town. But that was the same most years, and the weather being wrong is seemingly commonplace everywhere now. But that year had been especially off. Memorably so. Especially since it also brought us the September when Dad began to crawl. It wasn't as strange as it sounds, at least not to us. We grew to accept this new way of things quite readily. That was just something he did now. My dad was prone to change, though perhaps no more than anyone else outside of the madhouses. Sudden diets, interests, and hobbies that disappeared as quickly as they'd begun. Changes in style. The hat phase, famous to us. And he was in a habit of growing his hair long before shaving it all off and starting again. A little less growing back each time it came, though. If you were to look through our family photographs, you'd be forgiven for thinking a different man assumed the role of Dad each year, and, figuratively speaking, you'd be right. He was difficult to know. Not because he was especially guarded. If anything, he was rather open and forthcoming for a man of his era, but because of his variability. It's not that he wasn't a genuine or earnest man. I very much think he was. But he was multiple quite different, genuine, and earnest men all in one lifetime. My mom would jokingly say things like, "That's the man I married," all 12 of him, whenever he appeared with a new look or hobby or deeply held conviction about something. It didn't seem to bother her much, which I suppose is a good thing. To this day, I feel a great deal of envy whenever friends or people I meet describe their dads, even if the characterizations are usually negative. Everyone seems to resent their dads, the drunks, the abusers, the evangelists, but they invariably knew them, even the worst of them. But my dad was my dad. I knew that much. And one day, my dad started crawling. I don't remember there being a clear point in time where he stopped walking, but nor was it a gradual development. It was a shift straight from one way of things to the new way of things. Dad crawled now. When he moved around, he crawled on his hands and knees. Not like a dog. He crawled like a human adult male would crawl. If he needed to move fast, he'd arch up and use the balls of his feet to propel himself instead of his knees. Everything else was the same at first. He'd still talk to us normally, still do his chores and errands, although where once he might have been able to reach a high-up cabinet, for instance, he would now climb his way up to it if he could, and as far as any of us could tell, he still loved us just the same, and we loved him too. I don't remember there ever being a situation where I felt embarrassed by him, even when he'd go out and about in town like that. I was getting to the age I was beginning to be embarrassed by a lot of things, and I'd even started having my mom drop me off around the corner from school so nobody would see us together. For no good reason at all. My mom was a perfectly normal-looking woman who dressed normally, behaved normally, and drove a normal car. It's just that sort of age where you resist being judged on what your parents are like. What, as even young kids suspect, you'll inevitably become. Yet despite my ordinary squeamishness about being associated with my parents, I had no such misgivings about Dad walking around with me on all fours. I don't remember anyone mentioning it, no strange looks or loud whispering, and none of the kids at school ever brought it up, even the ones who would routinely wield any reachable tool to degrade and humiliate me, to make me feel like less of a person than I was. In hindsight, it seems very odd that my crawling dad barely raised a glance, though I suppose it was not the oddest thing about that year. One thing that was nice, refreshing even, about my dad crawling was that it seemed to have stopped him developing new characteristic On characteristics, once he'd gone down on all fours, he never found any new obsessions, never felt the need to change his appearance, never started exhibiting any new mannerisms or accents. It was as if all of that experimentation had just been a long process of discovery, trial and error leading him towards his final form, his final truth, that he was meant to crawl the earth rather than walk it. We're more aware now than we were then that people are often ill-suited for their lot in life, whether genetic or environmental, and that the only chance at contentment for many involves altering some of these things by force. For my dad, it seemed, this was the thing he'd had to alter. He didn't ever seem particularly discontented while he was vertical, though I can't definitively say he was happy either. I suspect the hobbies and other attempts at transformation would frustrate him when they didn't work as he'd hoped they would, and you could sense a certain lowness about him when this happened. Each phase would give a honeymoon period lasting no more than a week or two, before he'd either start to sway, gradually reintroducing prohibited foods, for instance, or outright change course quite suddenly. The shift from standard Protestantism to a kind of mystic scientism. Come to think of it, one victim of all this constant shifting and twisting around might have been his ability to have and care for a family. We were one of the few permanent results of a personality, a phase which involved him being a caring and devoted husband and father, and one which might have stood in the way of the drifts to come. When he fancied himself a writer or an inventor, I remember feeling more than ever that we were a hindrance rather than a blessing, or a core component of his own identity. Well, he never expressed this outright. It was something we could all sense, and I think we only accepted it because we all knew that it wouldn't last very long before he adapted into something for which we were a welcome addition. In any event, whatever discontentment he may have experienced in the course of all these things dissipated entirely when he started crawling. He'd found his thing, and we were all glad for him. I don't think any of us thought more than that of it until later, when the other dads started joining in. I'll admit that, like all 9-year-olds, I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have been. Any childhood is comprised of moments, really, a procession of abstract glimpses and impressions that can't be coalesced into a coherent story until long after that part of the story is over. I remember being confused when grown-ups would be able to talk about life holistically, interpreting things from the past and extrapolating into visions of the future. It might as well have been magic, and I suppose in many instances it is like magic, or at least appears to have the same rate of failure as any other nebulous, esoteric form of divination. And though I believe I am able to recount the events of that winter in a way which represents the truth of what they were and the implications they might have, I suppose I can't be sure either. All I can do is try to remember the least of what it was, something no one else seems fit or willing to do when it's brought up. Our town was a family town, in the sense that people between the ages of about 18 and 35 didn't really exist there. You were either a kid or a parent, or a grandparent. The kids would often leave as soon as they were able, and stay gone until they were old enough to come back with a family. Who could blame them? There were precisely 0 avenues of establishments in the town itself, where you weren't under the constant glance of sensible adults. As such, we were forced to develop and explore our independence out in the insecurity of wilds that immediately surrounded the town. Scattered throughout the woodland were gravel pits, disused shacks, and abandoned vehicles. The woods were our town. We made it ours. Indeed, so complete a microcosm of society it became. Its own machinations, rules, and class systems were organically and spontaneously established. Certain landmarks held functions, and there were areas which were de facto off limits To those in the wrong circles, you knew, for instance, never to hang around the burned-out camper van if you weren't one of the Delaney brothers' crew. For kids my age, anywhere north of the mile-long creek, which ran through the densest part of the forest, and whose water was discovered to be the source of the unusual prevalence of ocular cancer in the town's children, was unfriendly territory. That was the area in which the activity of older kids would transpire: drugs, revenge, and nascent, fumbling sex acts. I say this simply to emphasize that there were essentially two towns. The town proper, where all the grown-ups lived their grown-up lives, and then the town outer, where all the kids went to grow up. Any man, any full-grown adult male in the town was a dad to at least one of the kids there, with minimal, insignificant exceptions. No need to expound upon the one childless man who briefly occupied the role of town librarian, or the childless male couple who lived together in the nice part of town. Neither were there long enough for it to matter, and your guess as to why they left is probably the correct one. Some dads occupied the sorts of roles you would expect of men in that sort of time in that sort of town: mechanics, locksmiths, store managers. But most of them worked at the factory a couple of miles away. The factory, known only and always as the factory, was our town's industry. It was credited with seeing us through several recessions and economic upheavals, relatively unscathed, and, as mentioned, with contaminating the creek that caused the unusual prevalence of ocular cancer in the town's children. In town, the factory was treated as unmoving and essential, a thing as the air itself, even less prone to variance in fact. It sat just elevated enough that its lone gray turret could be seen from virtually any vantage point within the town or its surroundings. Although myself, and presumably most of the non-dad townsfolk, had never actually seen the entire building up close. It was sufficient to know that it was simply there, and it was there that most of the dads would go to work. I don't know what the factory was for, nor do I really know what my dad did there. From any discussion, form, or pay stub, the most I can discern is that he was a worker there. I never bothered to ask for any more detail than that, and he never offered any unbidden, like some dads might do. To him, it seemed, his job was just a minor inconvenience, a tedious and unimportant necessity to facilitate his true passions, whatever they may have been that week. But he never complained about it, and he never missed a day, even after he'd gone horizontal. As I said, my dad was the same dad he always was. If anything, he became even more the same once he'd started crawling. There was nothing else to him, nothing new for us to acclimate to. He just crawled around, went to work, played with us kids, and crawled into bed with his wife at the end of it. Only one time do I remember it occurring to me that there might be something wrong with this. At that age, and for as long as I can remember before it, I always slept with my bedroom door open looking out onto the landing. I don't know if there was any particular reason for it, but I couldn't have it any other way. And if one of my parents closed the door after putting me to bed, I would always rush up to open it again. There was nothing I was actually scared of, yet it would send a cord of terror down my spine as soon as that door closed while I was in bed. One night, I'd woken up suddenly from what must have been a bad dream, one of those ones so terrible that your memory rejects them outright. If you're just left with the dread sensation that you had experienced a horror in sleep, and it might have followed you back out. The wind outside had been pummeling the trees so the tendrils of their branches scratched against my window, adding sensory stimulation to my already overwhelmed juvenile limbic system. Instinctively, I did what I'd always done in this situation and cried out for my dad. I'm unsure why he was always my first choice to comfort me when I was frightened. On balance, I'd say I was definitely closer to my mother who, typically of the women in our town, had been much more present and involved in the key stages of my emotional upbringing. and certainly was my first port of call in any other emotional or physical state. But when it came to being frightened, it had to be Dad. Perhaps it was because I'd never seen him frightened by anything himself, and I knew he'd always come. Sure enough, it wasn't long before I heard the clumsy thump of limbs on their bedroom carpet, then the frantic patter of his hands slapping against the hardwood floor as he approached my door. It was then that I got the deep, distinct impression that something was wrong, deeper than the sensation whatever nightmare I'd had already stirred within me. The sound of my dad approaching, the sound that would typically comfort me in a state like this, was making me more terrified than I'd ever been. I don't have words to fit to begin explaining how much I utterly dreaded seeing him crawl past the doorway and into my vision. I closed my eyes tight right as the slapping sounds of his palms whacking themselves against the floor came closer and then stopped. Silence now. He must have been outside my room, looking at me. I couldn't bear to open my eyes. I knew it was just Dad. I knew it would be the same Dad I saw every day. I was even used to Dad crawling. It never disturbed me in the slightest, but at that moment, I couldn't imagine anything more horrifying than what I knew I would see in that doorway if I were to open my eyes. He remained silent. I remained silent as well, stifling the sharp, panicked breaths that were trying to burst out of my chest. I wanted nothing more than to hear those same thumps and thwacks of limb upon wood, retreating back to his bedroom. I couldn't explain nor rationalize it to myself. I simply wanted him gone. But still there was silence. For how long, I could not say. Too long. My eyes instinctively wanted to open a little to see what was going on, but I forced them to remain firmly shut. I was locked in, suffused with the most primal, physical fear I'd ever known up to that point, and remained that way until my eyes suddenly sprang open to reveal an empty room and an empty hallway, bathed in the morning light. The impact soon faded as with any nightmare, and I was untroubled when Dad came crawling into the kitchen for breakfast. But to this day I won't sleep with my bedroom door even slightly ajar. By late October, it had become commonplace for the other dads to crawl. As with my own, I remember this being neither sudden nor gradual. I'd first seen one dad crawling down the main street, a thermos clutched in his free hand, and simply thought, not much of it. A couple of days after that, it occurred to me that everyone's dad had been crawling, as if it had always been that way. It was a development, but not one that struck anybody as strange, wrong, or frightening, nor did I credit my dad with having started the trend. Soon after that, Dad became even more horizontal than he had been. He refused to assume any vertical orientation, and would no longer climb upwards onto chairs or into bed. He requested that we serve his plates on the floor at mealtimes. My mom never disclosed much at the time, and she says even less about it now, but I would sometimes be woken by sounds from their bedroom at night. Strange sounds. Not unnatural, but rather too natural. Sounds that I, as a child, could only imagine emanating from deep wilds or abattoirs. Eventually, Dad wouldn't even climb the stairs at night. I'd come down in the early morning to find him in the middle of the living room rug, prone like a sphinx. His eyes wide open, somehow even more open than when he was awake. Then he stopped sleeping entirely. By mid-November, the fog had been descending daily from the woods, became denser and permanent, and it became impossible to see more than 6 feet in front of you. Walking into town was akin to what I'd imagine walking through clouds to be like, with only blurry streetlights and vague shapes and impressions to guide your way. More often than not, the shapes you'd see would be those of crawling beasts, skittering in and out of visibility, their details completely obscured by the deep murk that enshrouded us. Soon enough, the fog had become so heavy and pervasive that it seemed unwise to go out in it, and we all began to stay home. All of us, except the dads, that is. The dads would still leave their homes every morning as usual, on hand and foot, with nobody driving cars around town. It became their sole dominion to crawl. Nobody knew what they were doing and nobody asked. We assumed they weren't going to the factory, which was more than 2 miles away through the woodland. An unthinkable journey to crawl, but it didn't affect us. And I imagine if I'd had the foresightness to ask questions, I would have squarely been told it was none of my business. In fairness, it wasn't any of my business. I would come to know that, whatever business this was, it existed far beyond my remit. That the dads were doing what the dads were doing is about as close to certain as I can be on the matter, and as long as Dad came home, I had no reason to concern myself with it any further. One evening, early December, Dad didn't come home. None of them did. They had left their houses that morning as usual, with no outward signifiers that this day would differ from any other, and they never returned. The following day, I remember accompanying my mom on a drive into the town's foggy maw to search for him, only to find all the other moms and kids doing the same thing, headlights scanning vainly for things long since gone. Even at that young age, I somehow knew, intuited at least, that my dad was never coming back. It took some of that growing and comprehending I mentioned before to realize that Dad had already been gone a long while before that day the dads disappeared. The next day, the moms organized a search party, scouring the woods around the town for dads. I wasn't allowed to go, so my older sister was left with me at the house. I remember spending the day staring out of my bedroom window. The only thing I could see through the impermeable mist was the factory's turret, silent, unmoving in the distance, the only constant left. When Mom came back that evening, I heard sobs, harsh breaths, and the frantic exchange of hushed voices between her and my sister. I wasn't supposed to hear, but I sat hidden at the top of the stairs and tried my best to make out what had been discovered. My mom has never spoken about it again. Any of it. Not my dad, not the crawling, not the fog, not the town, not the factory, not what they had found there. After corroborating with my sister, what I know is this. The moms had followed several trails, hand and footprints, coming from all different angles into the forest. Along these trails, they found articles of clothing, Dad's clothing, across the forest floor, although the clothes hadn't simply been removed. They had been bifurcated, precisely down the middle, as if carefully sliced off whatever was wearing them, and they were hot to the touch in spite of laying on the cold earth for at least a whole day. Gradually, the various trails of prints had begun to coalesce and meet in the middle, beyond the point they all met. About 1 mile south of the factory, they formed one single trail, one set of hand and footprints, the size of 70 men's put together, which crawled in a straight line directly to the factory. The very next morning, we left town. I'd been woken up by Mom around dawn, who listlessly told me we were going and we wouldn't be coming back. I barely had time to fill a backpack with my things, let alone begin to comprehend the emotional weight of all that was happening and what it meant. Dad's possessions were left entirely untouched. I got the distinct impression that nobody would ever touch them again. As my mom listlessly drove the car through the last of the mist, which dissipated as soon as we had pushed through the town's surrounding woodland and broke free of its limits, she kept her eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. If at any point she had looked behind her, she would have seen the town swallowed whole by the fog, all except for the factory, which still stood tall in the far distance, glowing deep red from within, as if filled with an infinity of burning coals. Like the title states, Anytime I buy something, I always read the reviews beforehand. It's the only way to know if it's any good. But as the enshittification of the internet progresses, these reviews are becoming less and less helpful. I mean, how honest are they going to be for a product called Rhea Bio Collagen Real Deep Mask, Hydrogel Overnight Mask, Korean Skincare, Stocking Stuffers for Girlfriend and Wife? Like 0%. They're all botted to hell. Regardless, I do it anyways. I mean, there's gotta be some real people reviewing this junk. It's better than buying something with 0 reviews, or a bunch of negative ones. To preface this, I just moved into my first apartment last week. It's a bit scary knowing that I'm broke and only have the absolute basics. TV, entertainment stand, couch, bed, etc., etc. But oh well, it is what it is. I'll just buy a little at a time until it's fully furnished and looking gorgeous. My goal is to eventually work my way up to the ultimate luxury, an espresso maker. First order of business is getting a toaster. Yes, a toaster. Call me weird, but I love toast. I've been eating it almost every day for breakfast since I was a kid. Any toast aficionado knows that the best way is butter only. No jam or jelly or anything weird like Marmite. So, yes, a toaster will be my first treat of many. I start looking on Amazon and, almost immediately, find a cheap toaster with somewhat decent reviews. 4.3 stars with 8K reviews isn't bad. Let's see what people are saying. Great toaster if you need something basic. $25 and it works. Doug MacArthur. It toasts, lol. Secret_broil. Fantastic little appliance. Perfect for breakfast. Jeremy M. Good enough for me. I'll go ahead and get it. Should only be a few days until it arrives. Sure enough, a few days later, I get home from work and my package has arrived. Call me a nerd, but I am so excited for this thing. I might even have me a little late-night toast excursion. I set the toaster up and, what do you know? It doesn't work. I plugged it in, put my bread in, pulled the handle down, and nothing. What a piece of crap. At least Amazon has a good return policy. That night, as I start the return process and begin looking for a new toaster, the busted one starts making a clicking sound. I'm talking loud, too. Just click, 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 click. Drove me nuts for a few minutes until I unplugged the thing. What's weird is that it was hot, and the lever wasn't pulled down either. But that's what you get for ordering some crap that was probably made for $2. I finally find a new one. Something pretty similar, and at this point, I'm pretty irritated, so I don't even check the reviews this time. I just click buy, put my phone on the charger, brush my teeth, take off my makeup, and go to bed. As expected, another few days roll by and I'm chilling on the couch when there's a single knock on my door. I open it and voila, new toaster. I still have to return the old one, but I'll do it later. I have 30 days. It's not like the one I have is haunted or anything. A week goes by and thankfully, I finally have my 3rd day off since moving in. At least this time it is paying off. As I sit in my bed rotting, aka watching TikToks and eating chips all day, I look around and notice how bland my bedroom is. I mean, it looks like a dude's room. I need to get some color or something in here. Maybe an accent wall would be nice. So I go on Home Depot's website and look at paint. Exciting, I know. And I'm thinking a nice pop of ocean blue would be perfect. But I don't want to get some crap where the paint flakes off. So I find a brand and color I like. And of course I read the reviews. Beautiful color. Was exactly what I was looking for. The cottage has never looked better. Mary. Went on beautifully. Color was better than I expected too. Perfect for when you just need to liven a dreary room. Jeremy M. It's paint, what do you expect? Home Depot customer. Alright, well, Home Depot customer sounds like a bit of an asshole. But I think I'll go with this one. I order it and... a week? It's going to take a week? That's some BS, but whatever, I guess. In the meantime, maybe I'll go on Etsy and get some cute new earrings too. I mean, I can't let my apartment's soon-to-be prettiness show me up. Again, I hear the clicking of the toaster. Click, 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 click. I go to the kitchen and it's plugged in, and it's hot. Almost unbearably so. How the hell is that possible? Something is weird here. I could have sworn that I unplugged it. I need to return this thing tomorrow. Regardless, I go back to my room and hop on Etsy. After only a few minutes, I find the most adorable little silver snake earrings. I mean, they aren't everyone's cup of tea, but apparently I like reptiles in mine. Now I bet you'll guess what's coming next. Cue drum roll. The reviews. Got them for a friend's birthday. She loves them. Kirsten. Talk about quality. I've been buying from Sam Slithers for a few years now, and they've never disappointed. 6 stars if I could. Goose Gobbler. Absolutely fantastic. Truly, I mean, why would you want your new apartment to be prettier than you? Jeremy M. What was that last comment? Who would say something like that? I look through my recent purchases on every website, and the same name keeps popping up. Jeremy M. Even with the second toaster I bought. He reviewed that. Great toaster, especially if the earlier one is on the fritz. The clicking drives me nuts. Jeremy M. This has to be some sort of messed up coincidence. Out of total paranoia, I start looking up random items. Paper towel holders, vacuums, baby gates. Great for your first apartment out of college. Jeremy M. If only it could vacuum by itself. Unfortunately, being a girl living alone, you have no choice but to do it yourself. Jeremy M. You'll never be able to use this, Jess. Why bother? Jeremy M. What the... Who is this? I go to the original review and click on Jeremy M's profile. They now have a profile picture and it's me, sleeping in bed, but the worst part is the bio. It's my address, and the date of time. 8:50 p.m. It's 8:49 p.m. I've always been afraid of the ocean. It's not crippling. I've been able to ignore it for most of my life. Sometimes it's mentioned when phobias come up in conversation, or when a beach visit is suggested by a friend or by a partner. I've been lucky enough to grow up in a landlocked county, far from the coastline. I don't have the experience of an arachnophobe faced by a many-legged monster, frozen and sweating with terror. It's more that proximity to the ocean causes a kind of unease. A feeling that something is wrong, rooted just below my ribs like a pit. It makes me a little jumpy, on edge. Approaching the surf fills me with heavy foreboding, as if to step into the water would be the very end of me. Wrapped around it is the tiniest feeling that something is missing, that to enter the water, to let the waves wrap around me and drag me down with green hands, is the only way I could ever really be whole. The combination of these feelings has been the root of much confusion in my life, the contradiction of the whole thing. My parents were silently resigned to my strange behavior around the sea as a child. We never had a lot of money, and holidays to the beach were not a regular occurrence. Maybe 2 days spent at the coastline over the summer. My siblings as happy in the sandy water as the tiny skittering crabs, while I stayed back with my mother. It was on one of these holidays, when I was 15 years old, that she gave me my first warning. You feel it, don't you? She asked me this with a look in her eyes which I have never seen before. Something between sadness and fear. It was not the kind of expression you ever want to see from your mother, and it worried me. What? You can feel the sea talking to you. I looked out across the ocean. The round, dark head of a seal is visible in the distance, gulls swooping above it. She looked out too, but her gaze was directed towards my father and brothers, splashing in the shallows. My sister felt it too. That's how I know. You have the same look on your face when you are near the water as she always had. She turned to me, taking my shoulders in her hands and facing me towards her. Whatever you do, don't go to the water. I can't lose someone else. At the time, I was confused and a little annoyed at her lack of an explanation. Eventually, I forgot, let it fade away, as memories of childhood tend to do. I never knew my aunt, as she died before I was born. After my recount of the conversation with my mother, you may expect to hear that she drowned. However, she was simply ill. I was never told the exact form of sickness, but I know that she was wasted away slowly, fading into death. I think the loss of her older sister fundamentally changed my mother. My father has told us stories of how she was when they first met, when she was happy and vibrant and overflowing with life. By the time I, the third child, was born, she was little but the shell of a mother to us. She acted as a mother should, comforted us, fed us, taught us what we needed to know to live. But if you looked, really looked, then you could tell there was nothing there. Hollow eyes behind a bright smile. When I was younger, and had not known loss, I didn't understand. Now I have a certain sympathy for her. This emptiness slowly drove my siblings away. By the time of her death, several years after my father's, I had become a live-in caregiver for her. As such, I was left to deal with her house and affairs. It's a strange thing, the loss of a parent. You can never be ready for it, and just when you feel as if you want to do is cry, you're struck with all these terrible responsibilities which now rest on your shoulders. Breaking the news, organizing a funeral, dealing with decades of possessions. A life well lived now broken down into boxes of books and childhood toys, and clothes and scraps of paper. Jewelry and ornaments, and 100 tiny things which I can never know the sentimentality behind. Things which meant the world to her, now sorted into neat piles to sell or throw away or pass on to others. There's a callousness to it, rummaging through the trappings of her life and searching for value. Something so inherently emotional, broken down to methodology. As in most houses, the attic was filled with dusty boxes. One of these, when I pulled it down, was labeled with my aunt's name, the first physical proof I had ever seen of her existence. The box was heavy and cumbersome, sliding from my fingers, the cardboard misshapen with age and slick with a thick and sticky layer of dust. The item which fell from the box appeared to be a fur coat. It was slippery, almost like silk, warm to the touch and much finer than any fur I had ever seen. The pattern was unfamiliar to me, a mottled gray with blooms of silver spreading across it like lichen on a dead branch. The coat stank of old salt and seaweed, like a tide pool on a hot day. With some trepidation, I realized it must be sealskin. I'd never seen a sealskin coat before. Briefly, I wondered whether the possession of it was even legal. Why had my mother kept this? Out of everything, why this? She must have gone through her own process, her own methodology, when her beloved sister passed away, and out of everything she chose to keep this sealskin coat, and not only keep, but lock away. The dust was unmarked, clearly undisturbed for many decades. This coat had not been worn, had not been displayed, had not been cared for even, as if she did not truly want it, but could not bring herself to get rid of it. As I ran the fur between my fingers, a scrap of letter paper fell from the folds. Recognizing my mother's neat, sharp handwriting, I picked it up. Dearest Maud, my aunt's name. Was this letter written before or after she died? I carried on reading. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was so afraid of losing you that I let myself do something terrible, unforgivable, awful. You should never have told me your secret. You should have known that I wouldn't believe you. I'm sorry I had you involuntarily committed. I'm sorry they didn't lock you up for longer. I'm sorry I stole your coat. If I hadn't, maybe you would still be here. How was I to know? Who would have ever known? Who would have believed you? I did as any sane person would, Maud. Why didn't you keep it to yourself? I thought you were in withdrawal. I wasn't to know it would kill you. Salt water ran through your veins, Maud, and I didn't believe you when you told me. I was going to lose you either way. To this, or to the draw of the endless ocean. I regret my hand in it, but I do believe it was for the best. I may never be forgiven in the eyes of God or in my own, but I did what I did for the sake of my children. What if they were like you? What if you made them like you? I can't let it happen. No child of mine will be marked like you were. No child of mine will be such a cursed creature. I know you told me it was a blessing, but such a thing is unnatural. Who were you to change the ways of the world, the order of things? To change forms like you did is nothing short of the devil's work. I tried to fix you. Really, I did. And when I couldn't do it, I tried to have the professional do it instead. But you really were of sound mind, weren't you? That makes it worse, you know. You knew exactly what you were doing and how wrong it was. But you turned your back on everything, right and holy and true, and you put all your faith in that coat. I hope you are happier where you are. I hope you are healthier. I hope that you have been forgiven for what you've done, as I pray that I will too, when my time comes. All my love always. The paper fell from my fingers. It was nonsensical, clearly. The ravings of a woman stricken by grief. Did my mother truly believe that she had killed her sister by taking this coat from her? Such a thing was absurd. But as my eyes fell back upon the coat, it appeared to shine in the dim light. Despite the state of the box it had been in, it was unmarked, as clean and new as if it had only just come into existence. The conversation I had with my mother on the beach so many years ago suddenly returned to my mind. My sister felt it too. The coat looked to be my size. The overwhelming urge to try it on crashed over me like a wave of unresisting shore, but I could feel in my bones that this was not the place for such a thing. I drove 3 hours to get to the ocean. The journey is a haze to me. The road's empty at that time of night. Bare feet on the sand, I slipped the coat over my shoulders. When I awoke again, it was morning. I remembered little of the night before, but my hair was thick with salt, and my heart light with a sense of freedom. Flashes of memories danced through my head, swimming in the clear water, longer and faster than any human could, rolling and playing with the seals, who welcomed me as one of their own, feeling more at home than I had ever felt before. I see now why my mother was so afraid of losing her sister, and of her children taking the same path. If they were to learn about it, now that I have felt that freedom, I'm not sure that I can go back. Warning, check your back seat. I wasn't worried about the message when it first popped up. It's one of those things they put in these days to make sure no one leaves a child in a hot car, I guess. It had never shown me that message before, but I figured maybe a passenger had left a purse on the floor or something and it was detecting the weight. There wasn't anything there, though. I looked under the seats and everything. Even ran my hands along the back edge to see if there was a wallet or phone stuck in the crack. I didn't think that sort of thing would set off the alarm, but the car was still fairly new, so I couldn't be sure. Regardless, nothing was there. I'd forgotten about it by the end of the next day, honestly, but when I pulled into my driveway and turned off the car, there it was again on my dashboard. I checked the back seat again. Still nothing. I hadn't had any messages from passengers looking for any lost items either. Maybe this was just a thing the car did. Just a general warning to remind drivers to check the back seat every time they got out. If so, it felt counterproductive. If the warning was there every time, people were bound to start ignoring it. It would just become part of the background. Also, I was sure that the car hadn't been doing this for the first several months I'd had it. On the other hand, this was the sort of change they might have pushed through a software update. There could have been some new legislation, some lobbying group pushing to have this warning on permanently, like the meaningless parental advisory stickers on music. I looked online that night, searching through car forums and news posts for any mentions of this warning. I couldn't find any indication that it was supposed to be happening every time I turned the car off. In fact, it didn't seem to be showing up for anyone else. This problem was only in my car. Clearly it was just a bad sensor. It was probably still under warranty, but in order to get it fixed, I'd still have to leave it at the dealership for a day, and the warranty wasn't going to pay my lost income for the day off. I told myself I could just ignore it. It was just a single line of text. I'd stop noticing it in no time. I was wrong. Every time I turned the car off, that message glared at me like a dire omen. I found myself obsessively checking the back seats every time I got out, even though I knew I'd find nothing. I vacuumed the car until not so much as a crumb remained. I checked the seatbelt latches. Everything was perfect, but the warning still appeared. I tried ignoring it. I averted my eyes when I turned the car off, but I could feel it glowing from the deactivated dash. See the phantom words printed across the darkness of my eyelids. I walked away from the car without looking in the back, telling myself that it was a waste of time and there was nothing to find. I knew I was right, of course, but I found myself wide awake at 3 in the morning, staring at the ceiling and thinking, what if? I ended up kneeling in the street, in my pajamas, with my phone flashlight on, looking under the seats for something I knew wouldn't be there. The back seat was as empty as always. The warning haunted me constantly. I only saw it when I stopped the car, but I knew it was always coming. I began to watch the back seat constantly, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, more than was safe or reasonable. My passengers noticed. My rating began to dip, with notes making concerns about attentiveness to the road. My tips suffered as well. Finally, I bit the bullet and took the car in to get the sensor fixed. The warning mocked me as I parked in the lot, daring me to go inside without looking. I wanted to. I knew there was nothing there, but if I claimed there was a sensor issue, and they found a bag or a box or some other physical object sitting back there, I'd look like I was too dumb to have just checked the back seats. I knew I had checked it. I had checked it 1,000 times. But I looked once more just to be sure. I explained my problem to the man at the counter. He typed some notes into his computer and said, "Gonna be a few hours until we can get you in." "That's fine," I said. "I'll wait." "You sure you don't have—" he began. I cut him off more emphatically than I intended. "There is nothing in the back seat. I have looked." All right, he said, raising his hands to placate me. "Just trying to save you some time in case." I went to look again after that. I really couldn't have stood being wrong at that point. It was empty. It was always empty. I knew every crevice of that back seat now. There was nothing there. I sat in the waiting room drinking coffee and playing on my phone. I was inexplicably nervous. I couldn't figure out why. It was just a sensor issue. They would find it and fix it. The problem would go away. It was crazy that I'd waited this long, that I'd let it get to me this much. Finally, they called me back up to the front. "Well, we can't find anything wrong with your car," the mechanic said. "What do you mean?" "There's absolutely nothing in the back seats. I have made very sure of that." "Back seat's clean as a whistle, sure, but we can't get that warning to turn on either. Not without someone in the back seat. It cuts on like it's supposed to with a person back there, but if it's just the driver, it doesn't show. My expression must have been somewhere between disbelief and rage. The mechanic took a step back. "Look, I'll come show you." I calmed myself and followed him out to the garage. He turned on the car while I watched through the window. He let it run for a moment, then turned it off. No message appeared. "See?" he said. "We can replace the part if you want, but since we can't find an issue, it's not going to be covered under warranty, and we've got to take the entire back seat out to do it, so there's going to be a decent labor fee." I ignored him and got into the car. I turned it on and then, with trepidation, turned it back off. For the first time in weeks, no warning appeared. The rush of relief I felt was incredible. I turned the car on and off again several more times. There was no message. The warning was gone. "You happy?" the mechanic asked. "Unbelievably," I said. He shrugged. "Wish they were all this easy." I drove home feeling like I was floating. I hadn't realized how much tension I had been carrying, or how much my car had begun to feel like a prison. The road was broad and open. The day was beautiful. I was free. In my peripheral vision, a light flickered. Something on the passenger side of the car had blinked out. A little orange light I could not remember ever having paid attention to before. I stared sharply at it now, trying to figure out what had been illuminated. It blinked briefly again, or just long enough for me to read it. Passenger airbag off. It stayed on whenever there was no one in the front passenger seat. It was off now. The final short blink could have been anything. It could have been an LED failing, a sensor breaking, any of 1,000 electrical glitches. Or it could have been something settling itself into the passenger seat. I pulled over to the side of the road. I left the car running when I got out. I did not look back as I walked away. There was no point. I knew there was nothing in the back seat anymore. I never went back for the car. The police called a few days later. They'd found my vehicle, they said. Some kids had taken it out joyriding. It was in bad shape. So were the kids. They were reviewing the dashcam footage, but did I want a copy for my insurance? I shouldn't have watched it. I knew that before I ever put the thumb drive in my computer, but I had to know. They were laughing at first, whooping and hollering as they sped away down the street, all clearly having fun at first. Pretty soon, though, one of them starts cautioning the driver to slow down. The panic starts then, screaming that the pedals don't work, the wheels won't turn, the doors won't open. All the while, the speed on the display is creeping higher and higher. It ends as you'd expect. I'm sure there'll be questions about why I left my car with the keys in it, whether I knew something was wrong. I suppose the clean bill of health I got from the dealership that day will be useful in proving my innocence. I'm not worried about that right now, though. My Ring doorbell is notifying me that there's someone on my front porch. But the camera shows nothing at all. I'm a 26-year-old British male, and I graduated from university about 2 years ago. Not long afterwards, I found a remote job as a note taker. The job seemed simple enough. I would take weekly video calls with the client, jot down notes as he spoke about various subjects, and then send them to him for payment. The job description stated that the client was from Cairo, and apparently worked in the IT industry. He wanted someone who wasn't necessarily knowledgeable about the subjects he discussed, but was able to confidently write notes in English. I assumed he worked with several companies who needed these notes, and wasn't capable of translating them into competent text, or just didn't have the time. I applied for the job one evening, and within the hour, I received a call from an unknown number. Normally, I don't answer those types of calls, but I'd been applying to as many positions as possible. finding myself in a slightly strained financial situation at the time. I wasn't going to ignore a potential interview offer. I answered, and a deep, gravelly voice spoke. It was the client from Cairo. For anonymity's sake, I'll just call him Eamon. He invited me to an interview on Teams the next day. The interview went well, better than well actually. Eamon was very friendly, and despite his deep tone, he had a good sense of humor. He gave me a sort of gentle giant vibe. He looked middle-aged, had a thick beard, and wore rimmed glasses. He barely asked about my experience, and although I'm not the most charismatic person, I felt that I'd won him over with my personality. On reflection, I realized that neither of these things ever mattered to begin with. After signing the contract and starting the job, I began to notice something about Eamon. He spoke slowly, slower than I expected him to. This made the job easier, but also dragged the sessions on far longer than necessary. I didn't mind too much. I was paid by the hour, so the longer, the better, even if I did occasionally get a bit bored. Eamon would often stop the sessions to take a break for 10 to 15 minutes. His camera was always off and his sound muted during the time, which I didn't mind. I used it as an opportunity to grab a snack. When he came back on camera, he always seemed different, more relaxed. I could never quite describe it, but he spoke even slower. I assumed he might be on medication, or even drugs. Honestly, it was none of my business. I'd worked for him for around 3 months by the time Christmas rolled around. Every year, I traveled home to see my parents and grandparents. It was tradition by that point. About a day before I drove home, I received the most unexpected message imaginable. It was a screenshot, sent to me by email from Eamon. I had to blink several times to make sure I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. It was a single plane ticket, one return flight from London Gatwick Airport to Cairo International. At first I was just confused. What was the context? Did he expect me to fly out to see him over Christmas? Eamon had never mentioned family once, but even if he had one, why the hell would he want me there? I was weirded out, but figured it must have been a mistake. There was no message, no title, no explanation. I assumed he'd meant to send it to someone else in the UK. I replied within minutes, asking if he'd meant to send it to somebody else. His response surprised me even more. It was firm but simple. No, I didn't. Can you not make it? I was definitely concerned. I didn't want to be rude, but I also didn't want Eamon thinking this was okay. It breached employer-employee boundaries tenfold. I let him know that. While I appreciated the gesture, I already had family plans, and it wasn't appropriate to buy me plane tickets to another country without even asking first. I expected a quick reply, but there was nothing. A week passed, then 2. By the time I was eating Christmas dinner with my family, still nothing. At this point, I figured the job was over. I was frustrated, but what could I do? The man lived in another country and paid me from one bank account. My dad found it incredibly strange. He told me I should check the contract to see if there was any clause about a no-contact period. If Eamon had broken the contract without a legitimate reason, I might be entitled to compensation. For the next week, I combed through the lengthy contracts. Not much stood out. It was mostly legal mumbo-jumbo, but just as I was about to give up, I found something. A clause stated that the employer could seize contact for a maximum of 3 weeks without explanation. If broken, a fair payout would be deposited into my account, and the contract would become void. I was shocked this clause even existed. Why did it exist? The most interesting part was the 3-week period was due to end the next day. So the next day, I constantly checked my emails, hopeful he'd message me, but also hopeful he wouldn't, so I'd get that payout. And exactly an hour before the 3 weeks were up, I received one. It was from Eamon. He apologized profusely, saying he'd been busy over Christmas and was sorry for buying the plane ticket without telling me. He claimed it was an early Christmas present, but realized it was in poor taste. He finished by asking if I was still interested in working for him. Of course, I was. I needed the money and I didn't want to give up the easiest job I'd ever had. Eamon might have been odd, but I'd never meet him in person. He was harmless, behind a computer screen. When we jumped on a call a few days later, I was back home in my flat. The first thing I noticed was that Eamon was sitting in a new room. Previously, he'd always been in the same one. As if he could read my confusion, he immediately said he was in the middle of a move, and would be staying in multiple Airbnbs to save money. I thought nothing of it, and our calls went on as normal. Our calls became less frequent over the next few weeks, 1 or 2 a week instead of 3 or 4. Each time, Eamon was in a new room. Again, I didn't think much of it, until something made my blood run cold. Eamon was finishing a discussion about cybersecurity issues. I was halfway through jotting down bullet points when he announced it was time for a break. I looked up at the screen. Unlike most times, when Eamon would turn off his camera before leaving, he stood up first, revealing the wall behind him that his body had been blocking. At first, what I saw didn't register. Then, just before the screen went black, I realized what it was. A Type G socket. If you don't know, a Type G socket is exclusive to the United Kingdom, meaning Eamon was not in Cairo. Eamon was in the UK. During the break, I double-checked online. Cairo used Type C and F sockets, not Type G. I spent the next 15 minutes staring at the black screen, questioning whether I'd really seen it. When Eamon's camera came back on, I caught a glimpse again. It was definitely a UK socket. And to cement my suspicion, what happened next made my breath catch. My flat sits beside a busy road, especially at rush hour. It was about 6:10 when a car honked its horn. The sound immediately echoed through Eamon's audio. I stiffened. Surely that was a coincidence. Seconds later, another honk. Again, it echoed through his feed. That's when I realized Eamon was staying somewhere near my flat. For the rest of the call, I forced a poker face. Luckily, it only lasted another 30 minutes. In that time, several more cars honked, and every time I heard them twice. As soon as the call ended, I sprinted to the window overlooking the street. I scanned every building's window, heart hammering. I couldn't see anyone, but then I realized the obvious answer. A small hotel sat across the street. I passed it every day on my way into town. That must be where he was. It had to be. Seconds later, my girlfriend came home from work. I hadn't mentioned her before because she hadn't been relevant to the story, but as she poked her head in, she could see something was wrong. I told her everything. She already knew about the plane ticket, which she'd found weird, but when I told her what I'd seen and heard, her face went pale. "Should we call the police?" she asked. I'd consider it, but what would I say? He hadn't committed a crime. All he'd done was stay in a hotel. As she tried to calm me down, the pieces began to fit together. For 3 weeks, Eamon had planned his route, booked his flights and hotels, all while moving closer to me. The only question was, why? My girlfriend said I was probably overthinking it. Maybe he'd come to surprise me or introduce himself properly. Perhaps it was innocent. That night, I could barely sleep. Eventually, exhaustion took over, but what felt like seconds after drifting off, a faint sound came from the hallway, loud enough to wake me. I gently nudged my girlfriend awake and pressed a finger to my lips. She froze too when she heard it. It was the sound of the front door lock. Somebody was trying to pick it. I jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. I already knew who it was. Anger overtook me. Who did this guy think he was? I peeped through the peephole. Nothing. Maybe I'd misheard. Stress and lack of sleep can play tricks on you, but no. My girlfriend had heard it too. I opened the door and looked both ways down the hallway. If someone was there, they were long gone now. The lock appeared to be untampered with too. I never normally put the bolt locks on, but that night I wasn't taking chances. The next day I was due to call Eamon. My girlfriend initially advised against it and told me I should now call the police. But I told her there was no evidence of a break-in. If we were going to prove it was him, then we would need to prove it on camera. I tried to stay as focused and nonchalant as I could possibly be on our call. Eamon seemed normal, not like a man who had attempted to break in the night prior. I had a burning rage towards him, but I used all my strength to hold back from snapping. That night, my girlfriend and I were ready. I had placed a mounted camera on the other side of the peephole, from the inside of the flat, and I was sitting several feet away from the door in the pitch black. My girlfriend was in bed, though she told me firsthand that she would not get any sleep that night. Neither would I. I had a couple of energy drinks in my system, and I was gripping a thick baseball bat in my hands. If Eamon would dare try and break into my flat again, I would make sure he didn't get another chance to try it. Granted, I was half terrified, but like I said before, rage and anger was firmly holding the other half of my emotions. To my surprise, I would only need to wait an hour past midnight before I began to hear the sound of the lock being tampered with. I waited a few minutes, making sure that the camera captured as much footage as it could. Then I slowly crept over to the door. I left the bolt locks off this time. I wanted to be able to unlock the door and catch him in the act. Whoever it was would swiftly get the bat to the head. That was the idea anyway. As I crept up to the door, my heart began to pound. When I say pound, I mean pound. It felt like it was on a treadmill. My hands began to shake and sweat, and the grip on the bat felt much less secure than it did a mere few seconds ago. I hovered my hand over the lock, mentally psyching myself up to turn it, but my hand wouldn't move. As my heart rate reached what I felt was its maximum speed, the lock tampering stopped, and it turned. You might think that in this moment, I would have sprung to action as I watched the door open, and a figure stood up just a foot in front of me. But I didn't. I just froze. And so did the man. It was a man, I could see that now, and it was definitely Eamon. He looked shocked to see me there, but he never once let out a gasp. He seemed to be in the same state of shock as both of us. But out of the two of us, I unfortunately have to admit, he was the first to snap out of it. He placed a hand to his face, covering what little he could, and searched with his eyes around the room desperately. I took several steps back, trying to control my breathing. I was furious at myself for not acting, but this was all too real now. I knew that if he took one step past me towards my bedroom where my girlfriend was sleeping, I would snap out of the trance. I almost internally begged for him to do that, so my body would remove itself from what comatose state of fear I was currently in. Eamon took 2 single steps into the room and then paused. After a few seconds of fearful silence, he looked around the door and smiled. He grabbed the mounted camera off the peephole and waved it in front of me, still smiling. I'll never forget that look. In that moment, he realized that no matter what happened, he was getting off scot-free with the evidence. Even that wasn't enough to snap me out of it, and before I could utter a single word, he was gone. It took a full minute before I could move my body again. The blood felt like it was returning to my vitals and limbs, and I could finally breathe normally. I didn't even chase after him. I just closed the door and bolted the locks. I want to end this story by telling you that I am ashamed every day of not acting when I came face to face with this man. Every night I play the situation out again and again in my head. The initial confidence, then the fear that followed, and finally the immobilization of my own body. It makes me sick to think I acted like such a pathetic coward. Nothing can prepare you for moments like those. The worst part is that if it happened again, I fear the same outcome might happen. To clarify what happened, and most importantly, why it happened, well, after the event happened that night, me and my girlfriend phoned the police and explained everything. The police visited the hotel across the street and found nobody. Eamon had been confirmed to have already stayed in the hotel, having booked in a few nights prior, and had left the very same night, just minutes after he had broken into our flat. He had not used Eamon as his name. Instead, he had used a very English-sounding name, and had even provided fake ID documentations, which were so well forged that they hadn't even flagged up on the hotel system. Whoever this guy was, he was a pro. I was able to show the police the list of all my bank transfers too, but they weren't able to trace any of the payments. The account had been closed, making it impossible to get any trace. It wasn't until around last week that the police gave us some information that would change everything, almost a year and a half on from the incident. Eamon hadn't left the UK. He had been staying in various hotels, using fake ID after fake ID to remain anonymous. He was getting away with it too. The police had more or less given up on finding him after a year, and he was put to the back of the cold case pile, assuming he had slipped through the cracks and back to his home country of Egypt. But then, Eamon had slipped up. The last hotel he had stayed in, unbeknownst to Eamon, had a daily room cleaning service. The hotel cleaner would knock 3 times at a specific time, and if the guest didn't answer, and granted the door wasn't bolted, they would enter to clean. Well, it just so happens that Eamon was taking a shower at the time the cleaner entered. The cleaner immediately realized that she was probably intruding and went to leave. On her way out, her eye caught a glimpse of something so disturbing, she immediately left the room and reported it to the police. The cleaner had seen the blueprint plans of what could only be described as a sex dungeon laid out on the bed. There were sketches of a room, including various equipment and a figure drawn into several poses, attached and bound. But that wasn't what made her call the police. It was what was beside it. Pictures of a man, taken of them through their window. The man was shirtless in some of them. Others he was walking around in just a pair of briefs. Some of the pictures were taken of this man in the street, amongst crowds of other people in public spaces. The man did not know he was having his picture taken. This man was me. Hundreds and hundreds of photos of myself, beside a sketch of location that Eamon had seemingly built for me. Suddenly everything made sense when the laptop evidence came out too. Every single call that me and Eamon had shared was recorded by him. Hundreds and hundreds of screenshots had been taken of me from them. Hundreds had been printed out. During the breaks that Eamon had requested, I could only imagine what he had been doing. When the policeman told me all of this, I struggled to hold back the vomit that was building in my throat. This man had not planned to break into our apartment to cause harm to my girlfriend or to steal anything. He had come there to take me, back to Cairo, back to what he had planned. Why did he not take me that night? I don't know. I really don't. Perhaps he saw the bat and figured I was too much trouble. Maybe he had planned to drug me in my sleep, and me being awake was too much of a wrench in his plans. I don't know why he didn't do anything that night, but I know that I'm grateful he didn't try, because I don't think I'd still be here if he had. When my wife Sarah and I bought the house, it felt like a dream come true. Quiet neighborhood, plenty of trees, and a big backyard with a rusted, overgrown fence running along the far edge. The realtor said the forest behind it was undeveloped county land. No trails, no utilities, no trespassing. She mentioned the fence was probably an old property divider. But it wasn't just a fence. It was nearly 8 feet tall, made of rusted iron, with twisted, sharp points along the top, like it was built to keep something in, not out. Right in the center, hidden behind vines and moss, was a gate, welded shut with thick seams of metal and rust. On the inside of the gate, our side, someone had carved a single word into the metal: stay. At first we thought it was some strange leftover from the previous owners. Maybe they were paranoid. Maybe they had kids and wanted to scare them from wandering into the woods. Now I think they were trying to warn us. The dog noticed it first. Bear is usually friendly. Dumb as a rock, but loyal. After we moved in, he refused to go near the fence, wouldn't even step into the backyard. He'd stand at the sliding door, growling softly, tail low, ears pinned. Then the dreams started. Sarah said she kept dreaming about the woods, dense black trees packed tighter than they should be. She said she heard things walking just out of sight, shapes moving between the trunks. I shrugged it off, told her it was stress. New house, new environment, normal adjustment stuff. Then I started having the same dreams, and then it got worse. One night last week, I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. Not from a noise, not from a nightmare. I just knew I had to wake up. The house was silent. Even Bear wasn't snoring. I got up and looked out the back window. There, standing inside the fence, on the other side of the welded gate. I couldn't see much, just a tall silhouette. Pale, almost white, barely human-shaped. It didn't move, didn't run when I turned on the porch light. It just raised a long, thin arm and pointed at me. I blinked. It was gone. The next morning, I found bare footprints in the dew. Human-looking, but wrong. Toes too long, arches too low. They led from the gate, across the backyard, and stopped right beneath our bedroom window. That night, Sarah said I was talking in my sleep. Not mumbling, whispering. She said I kept repeating the same phrase over and over. Let me back in. I remember now. Let me back in. I don't remember any of it, but she swears she saw me get up around 2 a.m., unlock the back door, and stand by the fence, just staring. She said I whispered something to the gate, and something whispered back. Last night was the worst. I woke to Sarah shaking me, tears in her eyes. The gate, she said. Listen. I held my breath. In the silence I heard it. Metal groaning. A slow, dragging, shrieking noise. Rusted hinges straining. We ran to the window. The gate was open, bent inward like something had forced its way through the welds. I grabbed a flashlight and went out barefoot, heart pounding. The air near the gate was colder, still, like the woods themselves were watching. And that's when I saw it. The word on the gate, stay, was gone, scratched over with deep, jagged gouges. Now it said, welcome home. I don't know what I did. I don't know what's calling to me from those woods, but something is. Something that remembers me, and I think I'm starting to remember it too. I stepped off the tour bus and smelled the sea. The laughter of other passengers mixed with the cool breeze as I looked at the cruise ship towering over the dock. The excursion of the historic center had been perfect. Local food, souvenirs, and dozens of photos, mostly of street cats. I was looking forward to the dinner on board, during which the ship was going to leave the port and begin a 7-day journey across the Atlantic towards the Caribbean. After I changed clothes and freshened up in my cabin, I headed to the main dining room. An announcement was made that the departure is delayed by about 10 minutes due to a pair of passengers being late. Oh well. The second time during the cruise that this has happened. I walked past slightly annoyed-looking passengers and reached the dining room. It was a beautiful restaurant, stretching across the width of the ship and towering 3 decks high. It was decorated with white panels, completed with blue decorations on the tables and the chandeliers. Most passengers were already seated, while I was led to a small table for 2 in the back half of the hall. I couldn't see out of any windows, but I wasn't bothered by it because the food was very good. The other people were talking, laughing, and enjoying their vacation. I finished the main course and was looking forward to my dessert when I noticed a couple sitting next to a window. The window was slightly dirty and had round corners, but what caught my attention was that they were crying. They didn't look particularly sad, but there were tears streaming down their face. Without talking, they stood up simultaneously and left. Soon after, I heard shouting and loud noises outside the dining hall, but I didn't think much of it and finished my dessert. I did not see the couple afterwards, and headed for a small library lounge on one of the lower decks. On my way, I saw multiple crew members speaking quietly to each other while looking slightly nervous. After I sat down with my book, a crime novel from the 30s, I felt a slight sense of dread. I was sure it came from the overall feeling of unease coming from nearby crew members. After I noticed two of them talking, I started walking slowly in their general direction, pretending to look at the bookshelves. "They were brought to the cooling room on deck 3, I heard one of them say, followed by, "I heard it was a mess. I am glad we were not there." Then they walked away, leaving me wondering what they were talking about. I wasn't in the mood for my book anymore, and headed upwards towards the open decks to catch some fresh air. I walked up the stairs, deck by deck, thinking about the two crew members. What kind of mess were they talking about? Why the cooling room? Just as I reached the top of the stairs, heading for the door leading to the upper deck, a young woman opened the door and came back inside. Or should I say, she just walked straight through the door without even lifting her hand. Her body just walked against the doors, and pushed them open while walking slowly forward, like an unstoppable object. She looked straight ahead, not noticing anyone around her, but I immediately saw the tears. Not small ones, but a stream of tears running down her face. She did not even try to brush them away, just kept walking towards the stairs while looking forward. She slowly walked past me. I thought she was going back to her cabin, but she suddenly stopped in the middle of the stairway. She slowly turned around with a smile. Not a happy smile, but one you would give a crying child. A smile filled with compassion and pity. Suddenly she bowed down and slammed her head forwards with an enormous force against the edge of a stair. Blood covered the stairs, and the sound of her skull splitting open echoed from the steel walls of the stairwell. I ran. I should have alerted a crew member or tried to administer first aid, but the feeling of unease was so big that I immediately ran outside on the open deck. But what I saw there made me stop in an instant. About 5 passengers were outside. 10 more were lying on the ground covered in blood. The 5 passengers all smiled with tears running down their face. One of them had a thin, broken steel rod in his hands, but before I could see what he had planned to do with it, I screamed and ran back inside, past the woman on the floor and straight into my cabin. I slammed the door shut and sat down, burying my face in my hands and sobbing. I examined the cabin. Everything was clean and tidy. I wish I had a balcony or even a window, but I just stared against the wall. The slow movement of the ship was soothing, and I calmed down a bit. I sat on the ground for what felt like hours, until I gathered the courage to peek outside the cabin again. I opened the door and looked down the hallway. It was quiet. The handrail on the side of the hallway had red stains on one spot, which I quickly looked away from. I moved towards the lifeboat deck to look for a crew member. I headed up one deck, and just before the door leading to the lifeboats, I stopped. Letters written in dried blood covered the glass window of the door. "Don't look down," was all it said. I hesitated and refrained from pushing the door open. I turned and saw a woman looking at me from a few meters away. I immediately looked at her eyes, and thankfully, there were no tears, just a frightened look. I immediately felt that her gaze also went straight to my eyes to check for tears. "Did you look?" she yelled at me. I told her that I hadn't. After coming closer, I asked her if she knew what happened. "Passengers all across the ship have started to cry and hurt themselves. I don't know what comes over them. I first noticed when I was chatting with a guy in the main atrium, when he suddenly looked out of the window and started crying almost like someone told him his family died. But he did not look like he was sad. He looked like he is sad for someone else, overwhelmed by compassion. He went and..." She started sobbing, but she did not have to continue. We both knew what happened to everyone that looked. After she introduced herself as Sarah, we decided to move further to the front of the ship in search of crew members who might be able to contact emergency services. It was already strange that no one showed up. We were still close enough to shore for helicopters or the Coast Guard to reach us. We tried to use our smartphones, but there was no signal. The ship's Wi-Fi, advertised by the cruise company for being one of the fastest on the sea, had vanished. As we were moving forward, passengers with tears streaming down their faces walked inside from the lifeboat deck, but we never looked at them for long. Just before reaching the front of the ship, we saw a panicked crew member walking towards the lifeboats. He saw us and gestured us to come, even though the crying passengers were never paying attention to us. He was whispering. They looked. All of the officers on the bridge, they looked. The feeling of unease intensified. If there is no one on the bridge anymore, we cannot contact the outside or turn around. The crew member who introduced himself as Jim told us he is going to try and lower a lifeboat to escape while wearing a blindfold. With a nod of approval, we prepared to go out on the lifeboat deck, tying a ripped sleeve storing our heads. Jim went first and pushed the door open. Cold air hit our faces like 1,000 needles. We slowly moved forward and then to the left. After about 7 meters, we reached a lifeboat crane. Jim pulled a lever, and the lifeboat began to ascend from the top of our heads towards the deck level so that passengers could enter. Just before it reached the floor, a part of the crane arm descending from the ceiling hit my head and ripped my blindfold from my eyes. The impact threw me to the ground and left me disoriented. I heard the others scream something to me, but I felt dizzy and only heard their voices as a faint rambling. I opened my eyes. I saw the waves below me, a beautiful sight, with the moonlight reflecting in the waves. First I saw nothing, then I noticed motion beneath the waves. I thought the motion came from sharks or dolphins, judging by the size, but after my eyes adjusted to the dark, I realized human bodies moving with the ship. One of the bodies reached its hand towards the hull and started climbing, somehow having a grip on the perfectly flat surface of the ship. The body seemed long drawn, but climbed upwards with a wide smiling mouth. Poor thing, I thought. It must be so cold and hungry. I felt pity for it, as if I found a dying animal on the road. Tears started streaming down my face. I could feel that it was so hungry, starved for years. If only I could give it something to eat. The tears kept coming. It reached the top and smiled at me. If only I had food on me. Maybe I could give it something of mine. It needs my body more than me. It looks so weak and desperate for food. Smiling so friendly. The sharp edge of the railing caught my attention. If only I could give it something to eat. I was standing in front of the railing, slowly raising my head. I wanted to crack my head open to give the creature food. It filled me with joy knowing that it would finally be able to eat something. Just as my neck muscles began to slam down, a hand tried to grab the back of my shirt. It did not bother me. I was concentrated on the railing. Suddenly the hand grabbed me and violently pulled me back. It was Sarah pulling me into the lifeboat. The smile on the creature vanished, and it opened its mouth wide to reveal many rows of sharp teeth. Its gaze was suddenly filled with unfathomable anger. It leapt forward, but the lifeboat already lowered. It felt like an eternity to reach the waterline, but as soon as we touched down, I stopped crying, confused and scared. We sailed towards the coast while the ship slowly disappeared behind the horizon. My whole town's gone into a state of mass hypnosis. It started with the tomato seeds. She got a whole bunch of vegetable seeds, but she talked about the tomato ones the most. Apparently they were the juiciest and most reddish tomatoes she had ever seen. The guy said he got them from a Native American tribe down south, jokingly warning her how good they are. My wife planted all the vegetables the day after. Surprisingly, some of them soon grew small roots from the ground, but one rose to dominate above them all. The tomato plant had sprouted, and small tomatoes were growing on it. My wife was excited about her gardening achievement. That very night, she picked off the still small tomatoes and put them on toast with some cheese and ham. She kept saying how unbelievably delicious they were. Her eyes were rolling back into her head midway through her toast. After the first one, she walked back to the tomato plant and picked up the remaining ones, even the ones that definitely didn't look ripe. She knows how bad my acid reflux gets whenever I eat one, but she kept persuading me to at least have a bite. I managed to resist. The morning after, I woke up early for work. While eating my quick bowl of overnight oats, I looked out onto the garden. Much to my surprise, the tomato plant had tomatoes growing on it again. This time they were bigger than yesterday, and there were so many of them. It looked like the plant would crumble under the weight. I walked out to the garden to look closer at them. I picked one of the plants, but the tomato was strangely greasy with gooey green slime. When I tried to smell them, a foul odor of iron and mold hit my nose. When I came back from work, I looked out again, and they were all gone. I heard some rumbling in the shed outside. I thought a raccoon had found some trash and was having a feast in our garden shed. I walked over, and there was my wife looking for her gardening tools with seeds in her hand. "What are you doing, honey?" "Oh, I love how the tomatoes taste. See how fast they grow? I want to plant a couple more of them." "Are you sure there's going to be space for them? We can barely fit the plants we got there now." "It's okay if there isn't. I'll take out the other vegetables and plant them." "Oh, but why? I was excited about them. And you know I can't eat tomatoes." "I know you can't, but they're just so good. I know it upsets your stomach, but you should try them." "I think a night of stomach acid is not worth it." She nodded back, but it looked like what I said went over her head. She started digging through the tools again. I had a good engineering job at a nearby agricultural company, so my wife was able to stay home and take care of the household. She would usually wake up late, around 8 a.m., much later than my usual 6:30 alarm. I got dressed up for work and went down into the kitchen. To my surprise, she was already picking the tomatoes in the garden. All the tomato plants sprouted overnight and were overgrown with tomatoes. "They are magical," my wife yelled out from the garden. I just nodded my head and started pouring up some coffee. When I looked back, she was talking to the neighbor and giving him some of the tomatoes from her basket. The basket was already overflowing, but the tomato plants weren't even halfway picked. I yelled out to her that I'd be on my way to work, and she looked up, waved at me, and got back to her picking. Her behavior seemed strange. She would usually at least give me a hug or even plead with me not to leave the house and stay around for a while. Plus, how did all the plants spring up again? The first one grew really fast, but it still seemed believable. How could a plant grow in only 10 hours and have fruit on it? Most of my concerns went away as I got to work and had to focus on other important things. That day, I had to stay at work longer. Some issues with our conveyor belt came up. I tried calling my wife to let her know I'd be coming in late that evening, but she didn't answer. I arrived home at around 8 p.m. hungry as ever, excited about my wife's cooking. When I stayed late at work, she would always prepare a meal I enjoyed to cheer me up. Walking into the kitchen, I saw my wife sitting at our dinner table, eating tomatoes out of a huge basket. The kitchen looked clean and polished with no food in sight. "Hi, honey. How are you doing?" I said, and I sat at the table. "Good," she replied, barely looking at me, and continuing to munch on her tomatoes. "I tried calling you, saying that I'd be coming late from work, but you didn't answer." "Oh, must have missed it," she replied coldly. "Did you cook anything?" "No, I didn't have time." "What on earth could you be so busy about? You don't work," I said quietly to myself, not wanting to start an argument. "Have some tomatoes if you're hungry, honey," she said, this time looking at me with a joyful face. "You know I can't have any. My reflux would be crazy." "But these are so good. I'm sure the tomatoes wouldn't hurt you. They wouldn't do such a thing to you." She now had a big grin on her face, with her pupils dilated and eyes opened unnaturally wide. Never mind. When the first basket was finished, she walked out to the backyard to get some more. To my surprise, the garden already looked way different from the time I left this morning. Not only were all the vegetables gone, but the flowers my wife planted when we first moved in were all plucked out. When she came back, I tried talking to her again, asking why she would replace the flowers she loved, but she kept repeating how the tomatoes are so good, and that I need to try them to understand. All the stress from work had finally piled up, and made my eyes feel like two heavy bags. I decided there was no talking to her anymore, and retreated upstairs. Looking from my bedroom window, I could see my neighbors, who my wife had given tomatoes that morning, digging around in their garden. Like magic, the morning after, all the plants my wife planted yesterday were overgrown with tomatoes again. The backyard now looked like a red ball pit. She was already bringing the first basket in when I was making my morning coffee. She sat at the table and started eating them. "A nutritious and well-balanced breakfast," I said, trying to make a joke, but she flashed an angry look. I took my cup of coffee and walked out into the garden to see what was going on there. "Hey Adam, how are you doing?" I asked my next-door neighbor, who I could see standing next to a fence, eating one of the juicy red tomatoes. "Oh, I'm doing great, Steve. The tomatoes your wife gave us are unbelievable. We planted them yesterday and they have grown overnight. Have you tried them yet? Your wife told me you haven't because of some stomach problems." "Yeah, I could see you guys digging in the garden yesterday. No, I haven't tried them. I got a bad case of acid reflux, and tomatoes can ruin my day." "Oh, I knew we had to plant them when I tried the first one. You need to try them." He now had the same manic look my wife flashed me yesterday. That day's work was slow, which gave me time to think about what was happening at home. I don't want to creep myself out too much, but my wife's behavior was odd to say the least. On my drive home from work, I saw people from my town digging in their gardens. It was the season when people would usually start planting, but why did everyone decide to start today? Arriving home, I saw my wife and next-door neighbors sitting at our dinner table. We did have good relations with them, but this was the first time they ever came over. Everyone was sitting around the table eating the tomatoes and talking about how delicious they were. No one said hi when I entered, not even my wife. Almost like the tomatoes put them in a state of hypnosis. I said hi to them, but barely anyone seemed to care. Only once I sat down, my neighbor looked at me. "Come on, neighbor. Still haven't changed your mind about the tomatoes? Take some. There are a few from my garden there, too." "I really can't," I replied. "They wouldn't hurt you, son. Just have a bite." He tried to push the tomato uncomfortably close to my face. I almost had to slap his hand away. The tomato smelled foul. I could see the green, gooey slime on the tomato's skin. My neighbor's fingers were covered with it, too. After seeing that there was no chance of getting me to eat one, he resorted to munching on it himself and talking to the others at the table. I looked out into the garden, and at first I couldn't believe my eyes. The dirt all over our garden was tilled. I looked over the fence, and my neighbor's garden looked the same. I tried to walk out onto it to take a closer look, but my wife ran from the table and started dragging me by the arm. "Stop it. You're going to hurt them," she yelled out. "Jesus Christ, all right. Calm down," I yelled out too. She wouldn't let go of the grip until I walked into the house again. She threw a nasty frown and walked back to the table to her basket of tomatoes. Both of my neighbors were looking at me now, too, with a scolding face like parents who learned about your last misdeed. The morning after, I woke up to a loud banging and rattling, like I was next to a construction site. I looked out my window and saw my wife with some of our neighbors taking down the shed in our backyard. I hurried out with my pajamas still on, almost tripping on the stairs. I didn't even put on any shoes. Ran out into the garden and started screaming at everyone to tell me what the hell was going on. We're making room for tomatoes. There's nowhere else to plant them. She smiled and looked back at me with a very peaceful expression. Like what she said made complete sense. What do you mean, make room for the tomatoes? The garden is filled with them. Where are you going to put all my tools? I screamed at her. They're in the basement. She wasn't smiling anymore. I ran in front of them, waving my hands above my head, saying they needed to stop and get going. Their looks turned from concern to anger. One of the neighbors, Jack, dropped his claw hammer, walked up to me, pushed me, and told me to get lost. I couldn't believe it at first. I stood there for a second with a bewildered look on my face. Then they all dropped their tools and, in almost magical unison, started pushing me and telling me to get away, and that I don't understand. My wife joined them too. At that point, I retreated into the house. I was panting, my whole body was shaking, and sweat started forming on my lower back. I called in sick to work and sat at the dinner table for a while. I had no idea how much time had passed by, and my mind filtered out all the outside noise. When my emotions finally calmed down and I came to, they were still working on the shed outside. I ran back into the bedroom, dressed, and walked out to ask someone for help, but to my dismay, everywhere I looked, people were in their gardens digging up dirt with a basket of tomatoes next to them. This happened 4 days ago. I have not been to work since. Over the weekend, I tried to get to the farmer's market, but the guy was not there anymore. No matter how hard I looked, he was nowhere to be found. People in my town have completely dug up their gardens to plant the tomato plants. The ones who don't have space anymore have resorted to the same plan my wife had, slowly taking down sheds, patios, fences, fire pits, and all other things taking up space in their yards. I thought about calling the police, but what was I going to say to them? That some group of avid tomato lovers is tearing up their backyards? Reporting the assault is not an option either. I have no witnesses. They'd probably turn it against me. When they don't work, they all gather at our house, eat tomatoes and whisper. Nothing else. Just whispering and eating the tomatoes. I sometimes listen to them whisper the same phrase over and over. They're so delicious. Whenever I walk down, they all look at me in unison. Their gaze follows my every move like a shadow. Edit. I can hear them outside the door now. The room is full of the smell of rotten iron. They're chanting. It's time to try the tomatoes. An act I learned as a child, to hold my breath if I am in a car that is cruising past a cemetery. I don't remember who told me, but I remember it was something my friends and I would follow religiously as children, no matter who was driving or where we were going. And if the windows in the car were down, it would be mass panic to roll them all up before those wheels crested the front of the cemetery. Back then, they were the manual crank windows. The ones that took all of my scrawny kid strength to get closed. But in those moments, they always managed to close in the nick of time. I'm not sure any of us knew why we were doing it. I certainly don't. Regardless, it's a practice I've kept up even though my 30th birthday is right around the corner. It wasn't like I had big plans for my birthday, but it would have been nice to be able to celebrate it. I remember making the concrete decision when I got my own license that I would keep playing the game for nothing if not for myself. Sometimes the practice seems silly to acknowledge, but my mindset has always been, I'd rather be safe than sorry. If other people are in the car, I'm discreet about it. Much less fanfare than when I was a kid. Just one large inhale as the tires continue to glide on the road. I casually roll the windows up like it's no big deal. Maybe like I saw a bug I didn't want to crawl inside the car. But it isn't always feasible to hold your breath in time. I mean, I don't always see the cemetery until I am smack in the middle of it. I immediately stop breathing when I realize what I am driving by. But at that point, it already feels too late. Until 2 days ago, I didn't know the consequences. Now I do. It's because I moved to a new town that all of this happened. I didn't know that the back roads that led to the craft store would contain so many cemeteries. It was in my nature to simply avoid these types of roads, to take the highway, even if there was more traffic. I was alone on my way to pick up supplies for one of my mini craft projects. I should have turned the car around when I saw the road that I was going to be on for 7 miles contained nothing but curvy, grassy, open space. It wasn't like there was anyone else in the car to question my actions. I should have known as I made my way down the winding road there would be multiple cemeteries, but I told myself not to be ridiculous. A kid's game should not keep me from driving down the fastest route to somewhere. My other mistake was leaving my windows open. At this point, it was an act of defiance. I knew there would be cemeteries, but refused to acknowledge them before they arrived. Granted, these days, windows went up much faster with electronics, but apparently not fast enough. I didn't even know anything was wrong until the next day. I woke up groggy, whipping the sleep from my eyes as I stumbled down the hall to the bathroom. My eyes were bulging and bloodshot, as if something had been pressing on the inside of my skull, trying to get out through my eyes. A thin trickle of dried blood from some time in the night caked itself onto my neck. I followed the line back to my right ear, as if something had been trying to force itself out that way. My nose was swollen, and the skin of my face was hot to the touch, as if fighting off some kind of infection. But before I go any further, I need to get back to the crux of it, the actual event. So, like I said, I was driving on an unfamiliar road, with that familiar itch creeping up my back. The one that told me there would be a cemetery around every corner. The reason I didn't see it right away was because my phone distracted me. And before you sneer at me, I know I shouldn't be looking at my phone when I drive. But I just happened to be waiting for an important work update. The ironic thing was, it wasn't even the update I was waiting for. It was my sister in a crisis. She's always in a crisis, but usually her crisis doesn't impact me as much as this. They usually don't transfer over like a curse waiting to impregnate the next person. I clicked on the text to see a wall of blue with lots of exclamation points and angry face emojis. This is the reason I didn't realize my little red car had passed over the plane. I wasn't even reading the text. I closed out of the green message app almost immediately. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something dire, something that actually needed to be taken care of at that moment. It's hard for me to describe to you the surge of fear that traveled down my back when I glanced back at the road. Of course, I stopped breathing immediately. Yes, I pulled up on all 4 window buttons as soon as my fingers unlatched from the wheel. It was over in mere seconds. One moment I was in the middle of driving by a cemetery, and in the next moment, past. The sun blazed into the car and started cooking everything within now that it had no way to escape. Even though the moment was over, I didn't want to roll the windows back down, as if I could gain favor from the ghosts if I just kept following the rules. But obviously I had to take in a breath at some points and blow it out the next. I continued to breathe and cook in the car, my air conditioning temporarily broken. I had all the tools to replace my blower motor, the part that crapped the bed last week, but since it was a nice day I figured it could wait. So that's the reason for the sweat trickling down my back. Pure laziness. But I knew I couldn't be too careful and roll the windows back down. I eased my car around a bend, only to be faced with another cemetery. This one I could prepare for. I could see it a little bit ahead. I was able to take that deep breath in that I needed before driving by. I didn't even mind that I was roasting like a rotisserie anymore because I was safe. The closed windows and the lack of breath kept me safe. Would you think I was lying if I told you I encountered another cemetery a mile and a half down the same road? I swear it was the last one, but I didn't inhale any fresh, non-circulating car air until I parked and threw my door open 15 minutes later. Those breaths were some of the most satisfying I'd ever taken. The fall air hit my nostrils in such a cool, clean way. Maybe that was my mistake. I was too greedy with the fall air. The text that ruined my life? I know some of you must be curious. It was because her current boyfriend, the guy she'd been on 2 dates with, didn't like cats. Could you even call someone your boyfriend after 2 dates? She lived alone with 2 cats, Cinnamon and Sugar, so clearly this relationship could never work out. She was outraged that anyone could hate cats, especially her dream guy. Well, I guess he wasn't her dream guy anymore. By the time I checked out that craft store, I almost forgot about my escapade on the drive there. Like I said, I didn't realize the consequences. Up until yesterday morning, it was just a silly kids game. And yes, I answered my sister's text with all the correct platitudes like "how dare he" and "you're too good for him." When I think back on it, I did take a different way home. Whether consciously or subconsciously is up for debate. There weren't any cemeteries on the way back. At least, not any I saw. That was 2 days ago. Almost 48 hours to the hour. Most of my hair has fallen out. I'm typing this with one finger. The only one left with a nail attached. At least it's my pointer finger. Small miracles and all that. The rest fell off last night. I found them clinging to my bed sheets. Toenails too. Those are gone. I tried voice to text with my computer, only to find I don't have a voice anymore. All that came out was strangled, grasping noises. I guess it makes sense. When I looked in the mirror, my chest was sunken in, my neck shriveled, all the folds of my trachea and esophagus visible beneath the thin layer of skin. I'm starting to leave blood smears on my keyboard. I don't think this nail is going to last much longer. I guess I should get to my point soon. I think it's too far gone for me to ask for help. So I guess this has turned into one of those warning posts. You know, the ones that tell you to watch out. Always look behind that corner. Turn on the lights before bed. In this case, always check for cemeteries. Never take your eyes off the road. There are so many questions that must be left unanswered. What about the air conditioning or the heat? Can the ghosts get in if you turn those on? Was it my open window, or do the windows not matter? Is it all cemeteries? All ghosts? Do you have to be driving? I don't have time to answer any of these. I'm already infected, possessed, haunted, or whatever this is. You can test all these theories if you want. I'm not sure I recommend it. Another tooth tumbled out of my mouth a moment ago. I think I only have 2 left now. It's hard to keep my jaw closed. I'm trying to prevent the blood from trickling out. It's not working. The keyboard is slick now. My breaths are shallower. It's like I can't catch my breath. A bit ironic, as if the ghosts are still stealing the air from my lungs. Like I'm still driving past that cemetery. I think I only have a few moments left. Just enough to post this. I wonder what my family will think when I don't answer their calls. I wonder how long it will take them to find my body. I wonder if I will have a body to leave behind. At all. It was a normal night like any other. I spent the day with my friend, getting our nails done before she left for England to visit her long-distance boyfriend. I saw some friends and hung out way too late, before one of them offered to drop me off at the train station so I wouldn't have to walk. This late at night, the station was a ghost town, with just a few people nursing bottles held in brown paper bags. I made my way into the desolate train station, looking for the correct platform, but there were so many. It looked like the station stretched off into the distance. There hadn't been that many platforms when I arrived earlier in the day. Had there? My anxiety really ramped up when the screens weren't working. They didn't show where the trains were going or coming from on any of the platforms. I brushed it off since I'm already an anxious person. I figured I was just confused, so I chose the platform I thought I came in on and asked a conductor of another train company if I was on the right platform. He said I was, but my train was unusually late. He told me to go to the other platform across the way if my train didn't show up in 10 minutes before its departure time. A few minutes after that train left, my train arrived. The doors opened, so I figured I could go and sit down early before anyone else showed up. It struck me as odd I didn't see anyone leave the train, but I just figured nobody was in this particular train car coming out this specific door. Too late for anyone working, too early for anyone to be coming home from the bars. I had made my way up the stairs to the second level, sat down next to one of the screens, hoping it would tell me where I am in my journey, but it was blue screened with the words, "He's dead, Jim," scrawled across the screen, along with some other font that was too small for me to read without my glasses. It was weird, but I thought I could just listen to the loudspeaker and actually pay attention to figure out where I was. My phone had no service underground in the subway, so it was just an expensive paperweight at that point. The train began moving, but the voice over the speaker was wrong. Demonic, one might say, full of random beeps and blips. I brushed the worry off and started looking out the window, watching for the station signs to start passing us by. None did. It was all just a blur of darkness outside the window. I heard the speaker come on again. Unintelligible noise assaulted my eardrums before the transmission ended in a hiss that sent chills down my spine. I could hear someone laughing in the distance, but it sounded wrong. Rather than being full of mirth, it sounded panicked, the way someone laughs when they're nervous. This was when I began to truly realize that something was off. I looked around, trying to catch a glimpse of the other passengers, mostly to see if any of them looked as freaked out as I felt. The train car was mostly empty at that moment, but I could see a woman with tears streaming down her face while she smiled. A man was staring very intently at the wall. Rivulets of something dark slowly dripped down the back of his neck from under his baseball cap. It was in that moment I knew I messed up. A girl walked by me. Long black hair completely covered her face, and she wasn't wearing any shoes. She trailed thick black streaks with each step she took. More people had started filling in at that point, but we hadn't made any stops yet. I didn't know where they were coming from. A man walked in and sat down across from me. His eyes were practically glued to his phone, but when he didn't look up to see the passengers around us, he startled. A pitiful squeak escaped his lips, causing everyone else in the train car to turn towards him. He was staring at someone down the train who I couldn't see. As panicked sobs started to escape his lips, he managed to croak out, "Her eyes. What is wrong with her eyes?" I didn't know what to do. I simply made eye contact with him and tried to slyly shake my head, to tell him not to draw attention to us. The passengers didn't stop staring at him until a conductor with a strong stench of decay and burning plastic showed up and led him away. He didn't fight it, just let the conductor drag him away while seemingly frozen in fear. So now I'm sitting here, trying to control my face and not let on that I shouldn't be here. I can hear voices further down the train, almost like stage whispers that I can't quite make out. There have to be other normal people on this train. There's plenty that look normal, but they all seem unfazed by what's going on around us. I'm scared, and now that I'm on the train, I don't think it's taking me home. It started a week ago when I got a notification on Instagram about a new follower. I got random requests all the time, so it didn't stand out at first. The username was optimus.prime33. Not exactly subtle, not exactly human. No profile picture, no posts, no bio. Following exactly one person. Me. I didn't follow back, obviously. I don't follow empty accounts unless I know the person, and I didn't know this one. Actually, I didn't know anything about this one. 0 mutuals, 0 footprint, 0 reason to exist. I remember looking at the picture for a total of 3 seconds and thinking, bot, closed the app and moved on. End of story. Or so I thought. The next morning I woke up, brushed my teeth, made the same coffee I drink every day, and sat on my sofa replying to boring work messages. My phone buzzed with a notification from Instagram. Optimus.prime33 mentioned you in a post. I rolled my eyes, thinking it was probably some spam reel tagging random people. Opened it anyway. It wasn't a reel. It was a photo, a picture of my building. My building. Not a stock photo. Not something anyone could Google. My actual building, taken from the streets. The angle was unmistakable. My floor, my balcony railing, the light from my bedroom window, everything. Caption, you're still here. I remember sitting there staring at my phone thinking, who is this? I clicked the profile again. Still private. Still no posts except this one. Still following just me. Still no followers. It felt like a blank mask staring back. I tried blocking him. Instagram behaved like it would. User blocked. But when I refreshed the page, the account was still there. Nothing changed. I tried again. Same thing. The account clung to me like glue. I shrugged it off and went to work because honestly, I wasn't about to lose my day over some idiot with a Transformers username. Later that afternoon, another notification. Another tag. This time it was a picture of me, walking to the lift. Taken from the lobby. The lobby was empty when I left my apartment. I'm not imagining that. I didn't see anyone standing near the stairs or pretending to scroll by the wall. It was dead quiet, but the photo was taken from the corner. The exact opposite corner from where I was walking. The caption said, "You don't notice anything." That pissed me off more than it scared me. I commented under the post, "Who are you?" He replied instantly. Not a second of delay. Just a smiley face. I felt the hair on my arms rise. I don't know why that stupid smiley hit so hard, but it did. Something about the way he responded so fast. Like he was waiting for me to ask. I clicked unfollow out of pure irritation. All his posts vanished instantly. Like his profile wiped itself clean the moment I cut the link. When I followed again to check, he accepted immediately. No delay. Almost like he had been staring at his screen waiting for me to click the button. 2 days later, I woke up early from work. Earlier than usual because I had a meeting I didn't want to be late for, and I found another tag. A screenshot. My old Facebook profile. Like ancient old. Photos from college, cringe moments I'd forgotten I posted. People I don't even speak to anymore. He scraped something from an era of my life I barely remember, and posted it like some kind of digital trophy. Caption. Always liked this one. Liked what? The picture? Me? The life I had back then? I didn't know, and honestly, I didn't want to think about it. I started to get uneasy. Not terrified yet. Just annoyed and unsettled. Like when you know a mosquito is in your room, but you can't find it. Yesterday it escalated. I left work, walked toward my bike parked near the gate like always, and my phone buzzed. Another tag. A picture of my bike, same angle I see it from when I walk up to it, taken moments before I got there. I scanned the area thinking maybe some idiot from the office was messing with me, but nobody was standing around. Nobody was hiding behind cars or pillars. It was just empty. Caption: "You really don't know me." Yeah, I don't. And that was the problem. Last night I sat on my couch for 2 straight hours scrolling through my memories trying to place him. School? No. College? No. Office? Definitely not. A friend of a friend? Nothing. A random neighbor? No. Someone I pissed off years ago? No idea. There was nothing. No connection, no shared history, no reason this guy should know anything about me. This morning, things got real. About 40 minutes ago, he posted a picture of my doorbell. My nameplate. Up close. Clear as daylight. He had stood right there. Caption: "Back home soon?" That was it for me. I grabbed my keys, grabbed my phone. Didn't even check if the door was locked. Just walked straight out. Didn't call anyone. Didn't tell anyone. Just walked fast and didn't look back. I must have reached the police station in 5 minutes flat. Probably broke a walking speed record. And now I'm sitting in this crappy plastic chair with people screaming down the hall and constables walking past without making eye contact. The fan above me is rattling like it's about to fall. My palms are sweating. And I'm typing all of this out because I haven't figured out how to explain this without sounding insane. Hi, sir. Some guy with a Transformers username is tagging me in pictures of my balcony. Yeah, great. Sounds normal. I opened Instagram to check if he posted anything new. Nothing. The same set of posts, arranged neatly like a timeline of creeping dread. I tapped each one again. My balcony, me near the lift, my old Facebook profile, my bike, my doorbell. I zoomed into each picture trying to find clues. Reflections, shadows, footprints, corners, anything. There was nothing. Whoever took these photos was careful. Too careful. I checked the timestamps. They lined up with my routine, almost perfectly. Morning, afternoon, post-work, late evening. This guy knew my schedule. I even checked the metadata on the photos. Instagram strips, most of it. But I checked anyway. Nothing. I tried Googling his username. Nothing. No Reddit, no Twitter, no stray gaming IDs. Nothing in any breach database. No traces. Like the account exists only on Instagram, only connected to me. I even tried messaging him. Tell me who you are. No reply. I was halfway through typing a second message when I realized I was being stupid and stopped before giving him more attention. And now I'm here, stuck in a police station, typing this all down while constables keep walking past me like I'm a stain on the floor. I wish I could say I'm calm. I'm not. I'm trying so hard to pretend I'm not affected, but my chest feels tight, and I keep checking the station doorway expecting him to walk in. I keep refreshing Instagram every few seconds, and each time I brace myself for another notification. I swear I'm shaking writing this. All of this feels unreal and too real at the same time. A stranger following me everywhere, taking photos, posting them seconds later, reacting instantly when I unfollow or comment. It's too much. I'm trying to appear normal in the police station, but I keep glancing at the entrance. Every time the door moves, my heartbeat jumps. Every time someone coughs behind me, I flinch. Someone has been watching me for a week, closely enough to know when I leave my room, when I enter my lift, when I park my bike, when I unlock my door, when I panic. I'm trying to steady myself, but my fingers won't stop tapping the screen. My phone buzzed as I was typing this out. Another tag, another post. My hands are cold. I opened Instagram without thinking. This time it was a picture of me, sitting on this same plastic chair, typing on my phone. My shoulders hunched the exact way they are right now. My thumb mid-swipe, my leg bent at the same angle. Everything identical. It was taken from beside me, right next to my shoulder, like someone stood inches away while I typed, and I didn't notice anybody standing there. The caption read, "This won't help." I'll be entirely honest with you. I don't really know what to do right now. I just decided to write this on here. My hands are literally still shaking as I type this. I have no idea what happened to me today. For context, my name's Jack and I work at a bottle shop. It's actually not terrible work, for the most part. It's owned and operated independently as a small business, so I get pretty taken care of on payday. It's one of those bottle stores that operates as a drive-through. Either a customer comes up to the counter with their alcohol and I scan it through for them, or they pull up in the drive-through and I serve them with whatever they need. Anyways, there's this event in town at the moment. It's an annual thing, and the store has pretty much blown up. I can't really keep up with everything happening, so my boss said he was planning on hiring a new guy for me to work with on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Hence today's horrifying events. Earlier today at 4 p.m., I clocked in for a 3-hour shift. It was really business as usual, but being a Friday, I was definitely preparing to get slammed. As I clocked in on the computer in the back office, I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. I grabbed it and saw Sam Boss was phoning me. I clicked accept and put the phone to my ear. "Good afternoon," I offered warmly. "Hey mate, it's Sam. You clocking in now?" "Yep, just got to work." "Easy. Listen, you're gonna love me for this. We're trialing a new employee tonight. He should be getting there any second. Name's Damien. You all good to show him the ropes?" "Thank God, Sam. I was literally just mentally preparing myself to get overrun with customers. Yeah, I'll show him how everything's done." "No problems. Look, I'm on my way to that meeting I was telling you about, and I'm just about to hit a black spot, so I'll let you go. Give me a buzz after you clock out, and let me know how he went. Keep in mind I'm in and out of meetings until just after 7, alright?" "No worries, Sam. Thanks again. See you." And that was that. I wish I could go back, turn around, and never have stepped foot into the store that night. But I did. I walked out of the office and into the main part of the store and saw a short, slightly chubby man standing behind the counter looking at me. "There he is! Damien!" I exclaimed, as I went up and shook his hand. "That's right. What's your name?" He responded excitedly. "I'm Jack. It's nice to meet you, mate. Let me show you around." The first thing I noticed about Damien was his smile. All the teeth in his mouth seemed visible, and his smile literally never seemed to waver. I don't actually remember ever seeing him with a straight face. As I showed him around, I tried to get to know him a little bit. "Whereabouts are you from, Damien?" I asked. "Not from around here," was all he responded with. "Yeah, cool. How'd you find out about this job?" "I just saw the opportunity," he said, his smile quivering. I just nodded at that. I didn't really seem to get straight answers in the questions I was asking. Instead, he would respond exclusively in a manner which operated to provide as little information as possible. I finished showing him where everything was, and we returned to the counter. To be honest, the shift started pretty slow, but Damien and I actually struck a bit of a good system. We would trade customers so as to stagger the workload between the two of us, and whenever one of us wasn't with a customer, the other would be stocking the shelves. Not long after the system was engaged, I realized how clueless he was with interacting with these customers. I honestly just assumed that maybe he didn't have a customer service background or something. But this guy was at least in his 40s. I wasn't sure how anyone could get to that age and be as poor in customer relations as this gentleman. For example, this one guy came in, and Damien didn't even initiate the interaction. He stood there smiling at him, waiting for the customer to tell him what he wanted without any provocation. That struck me as really odd. About half an hour went by, and then service really started to pick up. People were coming home from work around that time, so I underwent what I usually did on weekends: a battering. We continued to trade customers, and although his social skills weren't great, the system was working. I found that I was having to work a lot less hard than I usually did. Then something strange happened. I waved goodbye to a usual customer, and this older lady Damien had just served pulled over to the side of the drive-thru. I saw her arm stick out her window, followed by her head. She looked right at me and waved me over. A little bit thrown, I walked over to her, preparing to get yelled at for one reason or another. "Hi, mate," she said in a gravelly voice. "Look, not to be an asshole or anything, but you might want to review the performance of your colleague over there." She pointed vaguely in the direction he was standing. He was facing away from us, doing absolutely nothing, but even from the back of his head, and the way his cheeks looked, I could tell he was smiling. He didn't say a bloody word to me. He just stared at me for ages, then silently went and got my things after I blurted out what I wanted. He also didn't stop smiling once. Yeah, this is his first shift. I think he's just nervous." But I didn't get to finish what I was saying, as we were both looking in his direction, and as I was speaking, a tooth fell out of his mouth. A single tooth. It fell in front of him, and bounced off the box that was at his feet, landing just beside him. Me and the woman were stunned. We just watched for a few more seconds. "Love, I don't know what's happening here, but be careful. I've got to run, but seriously, be careful." She peeled out of the drive-thru, leaving me shocked and alone. I probably watched him for at least 2 or 3 more minutes, which doesn't sound like a long time, but trust me when I say it is. In a silent drive-thru, watching a smiling man stare aimlessly into the back of a fridge, it was just bizarre. I finally pulled up the courage to continue about my work. After that customer, we hit a huge quiet patch. I went to the fridges on the opposite side of the store and began to load them. After a little bit, I heard him moving over to the other side of the shop. I looked over and saw he'd shuffled over to behind the counter now. Now he's facing right in my direction. I continued to load the fridge, and Damien did not stop staring at me for even 1 second. He didn't break eye contact. I could see in my peripheral vision that his outline remained facing towards me, smiling and observing. For 1 split second, I mustered up the guts to glance in his direction, and saw a missing front tooth. My stomach genuinely sank. It was the worst feeling. Just as I returned to my work, I heard the gentle rumble of an engine as a car pulled up in the drive-thru window. I heard absolutely no movement from behind me in Damien's direction, meaning it was clearly up to me to greet and serve the customer. Shakily, I walked to the driver's side window and said my usual greetings. As the customer was telling me what he wanted, I heard a clink and tapping sound coming from behind me. I immediately knew what it was, but I still had to turn around to check. Unsurprisingly, he continued to smile, but now there were 2 gaps in his mouth. He'd lost another tooth. "Oi," the guy in the car shouted. "Mate, I was talking to you." "Sorry, mate," I responded, still looking at Damien. He just stared at me and smiled. He didn't blink. He didn't even seem to be breathing. The customer repeated what he wanted, and then it dawned on me that, in order for me to scan it though, I was going to have to go up to the counter and stand right next to that creep. A pang of nerves hit my gut, but I had to do what I had to do. I grabbed his drinks from the fridge and made my way back around the corner. Of course, the scan tool decided to crap itself right as I was using it, so I had to stuff around for even longer than I planned on doing. He was right next to me, but I didn't look at him once. I was too scared. I walked around and gave the customer his stuff, and he sped away without so much as a thank you. Finally, the clock on the wall ticked over to 6:55 p.m., and it was time to close. As I turned around to grab the keys from the counter, I yelled. He had been standing right behind me. "Damien!" I yelled. I was scared. I actually didn't know why I yelled. He didn't change. He continued to smile. I just need to lock up and get out of here, I thought to myself. I walked around him with a newfound sense of bravery, grabbed the keys and went over to the roller doors. I went around locking everything, not even caring to check on the whereabouts of my colleague. As I crouched down to lock the last roller door into place, I noticed I had goosebumps. I wasn't even sure why. Then my blood ran cold as I looked in the reflection of the fridge in front of me. That guy was right behind me. My fight or flight reaction kicked in. I turned around, punched him in his liver, and sprinted as fast as I physically could to the nearest lockable door, the bathroom. As I rounded the corner to the back, I heard heavy footsteps behind me, way too heavy to proportionately match Damien's stature, way too fast to be human. I threw the men's bathroom door open and slammed it behind me, locking it on instinct. No sooner had I locked the door than a deafening bang sounded upon it. He was right outside. Words cannot describe the fear I was in. I'm not usually easily scared or anything, and I don't think that my recounting of these events does justice to the horror that would be felt under the circumstances. There was silence for a second, and then an extensive series of bangs rang out on the door. It was like there were 10 men out there, all banging on the door at once. It was such a strong sound. Slowly it picked up in pace. Soon the banging was occurring at a seemingly impossible speed. There is not a single chance that whatever was out there was human. No human in the world would ever hit the door as hard and fast as he was. Then finally, it stopped. Silence. I saw the door handle tremble slowly. I remember thinking to myself, is he just trying to open the door? The trembling stopped, and so too did the commotion of the evening. I probably called Sam like 7 or 8 times, but he didn't pick up at all. I stayed there in that bathroom for hours. I was way too scared to do anything. In retrospect, I have no idea why I didn't just call the cops. My adrenaline was so spiked that the only option in my mind was to call Sam for some reason. Finally, after an eternity, my phone buzzed. It was Sam. I answered straight away. Before I could say anything, his voice rang loudly into my ear. "Jack, I know you're probably frustrated, but that's no way to respond to a situation outside of my control. I've been in and out of meetings all evening. You knew that. Jesus, were you so busy you couldn't handle the drive-thru on your own?" "Sam, you have no idea what happened. He was crazy. I think I need to call the cops." Just as I was about to launch into informing him of the night's events, his words turned over in my mind. "Wait, Sam, what are you talking about? What do you mean I couldn't handle the drive-thru on my own?" "Jack, I've already apologized that the trainee didn't show up. He said he was sick and wouldn't be able to come in. Still no reason to give me an earful for it." My stomach dropped. The new guy never showed up. "What? No, he didn't show up. He was sick. He said he'd come in next weekend to trial with you. Sorry you've got to do another weekend on your own, mate." His words sat like a ton of bricks in the air. I hung up on him. I swung open the door and looked at the door handle. It had bite marks on it, of a very specific formation. The bite indentations on the wood had one upper tooth missing and one lower tooth missing. I checked everywhere in the store. There was no sign of a struggle. Whatever it was just vanished. I don't know where it went. Every time I think about what went down tonight, the realization just sets in on me again. The real trainee never showed up. I have no idea who or what I worked with tonight. This kind of work isn't exactly glamorous, but it pays well. The company had flown me out to this remote stretch of forest to conduct a preliminary geological and topographic survey for a future radio tower installation. The job was scheduled for 4 days. Just 4 days of gathering soil samples, recording data, and creating an elevation map of the area. They dropped me off near a small cabin, originally built for logging crews decades ago. I was surrounded by trees, snow, and whatever wildlife that hadn't migrated south. The weather reports hinted at a snowstorm moving in by the end of the week, and the last thing I wanted was to get caught in the middle of it. The deep snow would make it impossible to do any work. The forest surrounding the cabin was dense, a towering wall of snow-covered pine trees, the kind of place where the quiet becomes deafening. At least, I used to think I liked that kind of quiet. Day 1, the snow crunched as I drilled into the frozen earth to collect core samples. I collected samples methodically, from different sites that had been marked on a map ahead of time. I spent the few hours of daylight as efficiently as possible, but I couldn't help but notice the silence, a constant distraction tugging at the back of my mind. Night had fallen by the time I returned to the cabin. The trees loomed like dark, twisted creatures, their branches bowing under the weight of the snow. I pulled the door shut behind me and made sure it was locked. The air in the cabin felt thick, almost suffocating. The hum of the fridge, the ticking of the clock on the wall. At least the white noise provided some relief from the silence. I made myself a cup of tea and started sorting the notes and data I had written down throughout the day. Day 2. The headache started the next morning, a throbbing ache behind my eyes that wouldn't go away. Must be the years of stale air in the cabin, I thought. I stumbled over to the window and opened it wide. The cold air hit me in the face, sharp and biting. The headache didn't seem to lessen, but at least the cabin felt less stifling. I left the window open as I made breakfast and got ready for today's work. It wasn't the first time I'd felt this way. Jet lag, lack of sleep, stress. I assumed it was a combination of all of that. By midday, I started feeling worse. I would look down on my map for a few seconds, and when I looked back up, the trees seemed different. I would open my notebook to write down measurements only to find multiple pages of notes I didn't remember writing. I felt like time was slipping. I sat down on a rock to gather my thoughts, and when I opened my eyes again, the sun had already set. The forest felt alien in the dark. I looked at my map and estimated that I was around 40 minutes away from the cabin. That's when I first saw it. A shadow in the corner of my vision. I froze and glanced up. Just beyond the tree line, something tall and thin shifted between the pines. I squinted, trying to focus, but it darted behind a narrow tree before I could make it out. Something was following me. A shadow, always in the periphery. Every time I turned my head, it would disappear behind a tree. It looked too tall and too thin to be a human. I picked up my speed, but the shadow kept pace, flickering just out of reach all the way back to the cabin. I made the hike back in just 20 minutes. Day 3. The headaches had faded, but a constant dizziness took their place, making my head spin. I tried to push through it, focusing on my work. The first couple of hours went smoothly enough. I took it easy and drank plenty of water. I was writing down notes on some terrain features when I saw it again, the dark silhouette, quickly ducking behind a tree. I paused for a moment, my eyes focusing on the spots where I had just seen it. In the daylight, I felt a bit more confident. I slowly walked toward the tree. My breath came in shallow bursts and my hands became clammy despite the cold. I reached the place where I thought I'd seen it, but there was nothing. I scanned the clearing. No movement, no shadow. The snow seemed undisturbed except for my own footprints. I circled the tree once, then again, searching for any sign that something or someone had been there. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of the entity about 50 meters away, peeking out from behind another tree. I took a step forward, expecting it to vanish like before, but this time it didn't move. I took another cautious step toward it. In an instant, it darted upward, climbing the trunk with a speed that could rival a squirrel. It disappeared into the snow-covered canopy above. I made it back to the cabin before dark this time. I lit a fire in the fireplace, gathered some snow to melt for my evening tea, and grabbed my notebook from my backpack. The fire would burn bright and intensely as it heated up my small sanctuary. I went back to the table. Suddenly, I was outside, in my socks, standing in the snow. I could barely feel my arms and legs. The notebook was still clutched in my hand. The light from the cabin was visible in the distance, and the front door stood wide open. How? I muttered to myself. Had I blacked out, sleepwalked, or had the forest entity done this? I stumbled inside the cabin and sank into a chair in front of the fire. My clothes were soaked, and I sat there, hoping for a sleep that never seemed to come. The rest of the night passed in a blur. The shadows cast by the fire danced across the walls, and with every hour that passed, they seemed to grow more alive. As the fire died down to smoldering coals, the shadows still remained. Day 4? I felt like I was losing my mind. I saw more of them now, behind every tree, in every window, in the corners of the cabin, and in the darkness beneath my bed. I couldn't concentrate on anything, not even the simplest tasks. I no longer cared about the survey. I no longer cared about the radio tower. I just needed to get out. I grabbed my coat and stumbled out of the cabin, too dizzy to think straight. The snow crunched beneath my boots as I trudged through the trees. It was following me, always a few footsteps behind. I could feel it breathing down my neck, a cold breeze. Then came a low hissing sound, quiet at first, but growing louder with every step. My headache was becoming unbearable. Just as I felt my legs begin to give out from exhaustion, I tripped over something, a metal pipe sticking out of the snow. The metal pipe, thick and rusted, protruded from the ground like a withered tree stump. Faint letters were stamped into the metal, nearly obscured by the snow and frost. Warning, gas pipeline. A loud hissing sound clearly emanating from the pipe, an odorless and colorless gas poisoning the air. I staggered back, my body tingling with a mix of horror and nausea. The shadow was right there, no longer hiding. It didn't have to. It stood in front of me, still and silent. Was it really just a figment of my oxygen-starved brain's imagination? I used the last of my energy to get up on all fours and started crawling away. Then I blacked out. I woke up in the helicopter with an oxygen mask strapped to my face. "He's awake," someone said to the pilot. "How are you feeling?" What happened?" was all I managed to say. "Well, we were about to ask you the same," the pilot replied. "We found you lying face down in the snow. You were lucky we got to you when we did. You have a mild hypothermia. We also recovered all your gear. Everything was stacked neatly at the rendezvous point. I'm writing this down, hoping that putting it on paper will help me make sense of what happened out there." We spent most summers at my grandma's lake house. She'd been asking us to come more frequently since my grandpa died the previous year, but it was hard for my parents to get off work for more than a day or so at a time. The week we'd spent at my grandparents' was the only real vacation any of us got throughout the year. My favorite part of those summers was when my grandpa would take me out on the boat at night. I loved the way the water looked in the dark, and we always caught a crazy amount of catfish. The best part, though, was how quiet it was. I wasn't allowed to take out the boat on my own, as if I even could. One night, after spending the day walking around town, eating at local restaurants and shopping, my parents and grandma turned in early. I stayed up for another hour or so, watching the lake from the shore, listening to the waves crash against the sand, while wishing I could take the boat out. I noticed my grandpa's old shed that sat right beside the dock. He never let me go in there as a kid, saying it was dangerous. However, since I wasn't a kid anymore, I took it upon myself to find the shed key in one of the kitchen drawers and explore. I was hoping there was a paddle boat or a kayak. Hell, even an intertub would have gotten the job done. I just wanted to do the one thing I really liked about being at the lake. I opened the shed and instantly saw why my grandpa wanted me to stay out. There were sharp objects and heavy tools everywhere. Near the back, I saw a blue tarp covering a large object. I peeked underneath and smiled. I dragged the old, wooden rowboat I'd found out of the shed and onto the shore. I looked back at the cabin to make sure everyone was asleep, and saw the lights were all off, save for the porch light. I pushed the boat into the water and paddled. The cabin disappeared behind me as I moved further and further out. Soon everything else disappeared into the night sky, and all I heard were the sounds of small waves splashing against the boat and chirping insects. I lay back and allowed the gentle rocking of the boat to relax me while I stared at the bright stars scattered across the deep blue sky. For a moment, all the worries I had at the time disappeared. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, wishing I could stay there forever. Knock, knock. It was slight at first, so much so. I wondered if the waves pushed a small branch against the side of the boat. I ignored it for a moment and tried to refocus on the sounds of the waves, but the knocking came back louder. Knock, knock. I sat up and scanned the area for the source of the sound but saw nothing suspicious. I wondered if there was something lodged under the boat. Knock, knock. My eyes locked on the middle of the boat, where it felt like the sound was originating. The boat shook a little as I moved to the center. I knelt and pressed my ear against the bottom. Knock, knock. I fell back, almost tipping over the side, but I managed to regain footing. It was silent for a few minutes. I thought whatever it was must have been dislodged, or, God forbid, swam away. I shifted in my seat, realizing I'd been scared to move. Knock, 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 knock. I grabbed the paddle and dug it deep into the water as the knocking continued. I tried paddling for a few seconds before realizing I wasn't moving. The boat remained in place, as if it were stuck on something. I paddled as hard as I could, trying to shake it loose but to no avail. The knocking stopped for a moment. Knock, knock. Something splashed a few feet from my boat. I didn't see it, but whatever it was big, at least the size of a large catfish. I moved to the opposite side of the boat and brought my knees to my chest. I lowered my head to my knees and started praying. Knock, knock. "He wants you to ask who's there," said a voice. My hands shook and my breathing increased. I didn't want to lift my head, but I knew I wouldn't be able to defend myself if I didn't. I took a deep breath before lifting my head and seeing a small figure on the opposite side of the boat. It was a little boy, around 7 or 8, with soaking wet clothes as if he'd swum to the boat and climbed in. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked, my voice shaking more than I'd expected. Knock, knock. "He wants you to ask who's there," the kid repeated. His face was emotionless. The knocks came again, increasing in speed and volume each time. Knock, 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 knock. "Ask him who's there," I think the boy said, though I could barely hear him. I covered my ears, but it didn't stop the sound. It was as if the knocking was in my head. Knock, knock. "Who's there?" I cried. It stopped. I opened my eyes to see that the boy was gone. The lake stood still. I scanned the area but saw no signs of the boy or anyone. I breathed a sigh of relief, choosing to believe I'd imagined the whole thing. I put the paddle in the water and began paddling. The boat moved forward, allowing me to relax a bit. I was only a few yards from shore when the boat stopped, almost sending me flying off the front. I collapsed as the boat shook violently, as if in a raging storm. The water around bubbled like it was inside a boiling pot. I screamed as loud as I could. The boat stopped shaking as the water settled. I scanned the area for another moment when I noticed something pale moving underneath. It almost broke the surface before sinking back down. Something bumped the bottom of the boat, and I saw the pale silhouette move along the other side. It happened several more times before I noticed that there was more than one thing in the water. They all stopped in unison and floated just below the surface. I counted 7 of them. They were all different colors, but all resembled clumps of seaweed or some other thin, wispy vegetation. One by one, they broke the surface, and I realized what I was seeing was hair attached to some of the palest children I'd ever seen. Only their heads floated above the water, and all their eyes were fixated on me. I closed my eyes tightly, hoping this was all a bad dream, but when I reopened them, the children were all staring at me. My lips shook as tears fell from my eyes. "Don't cry, Mr. Bryson," said a little girl with dark hair, who swam closer to the boat. "I did everything you said." "Tell us another knock-knock joke, Mr. Bryson," said a boy. "That'll make you feel better." All the children screamed "yeah" in unison. I started. "Another knock-knock joke," they cried again. "I don't know any," I said, my voice shaking. "Yes, you do," said the dark-haired girl before moving closer to the boat until she bumped the side. Her little fingers curled over the edge as she pulled herself up and looked deeply into my eyes. I couldn't see until now, but her eyes were pale blue, like when a dog has cataracts. Purple veins snaked through her skin. She was wearing blue overalls and pink shoes, both caked in dirt and seaweed. "You told us all one before you tied us in a bag and threw us in the lake," she said. My mouth fell open, and my breathing stopped. Knock, knock. The kids all swam to the boat and climbed in. I tried backing into a corner, but they'd swarmed the boat in a matter of minutes. I felt their cold, damp hands cover my body as I tried to scream, but no sound left my mouth. When I awoke, the sun was centered in the sky. I covered my eyes before sitting up and wiping the sweat from my brow. I scanned the area for any sign of what had happened the night before, but found nothing. I took a moment to breathe and collect my thoughts before paddling back to shore. It had to have all been a dream, I thought as I dragged my grandpa's boat onto shore. As I placed the boat back where I found it, I noticed a small etching on the side. It was of my grandpa's name, Henry Bryson, with the year 1973 underneath. I figured that's when he and my great-grandpa built the boat. I started towards the entrance of the shed when I noticed something under one of the workbenches along the side. It was a large burlap sack. There were several of them. I looked closer and noticed something pink and white pressed against the wall. I pulled out a small shoe, buried in a layer of dust. I instantly dropped it. I covered my mouth as I knelt closer, realizing it was the same shoe the girl was wearing in the boat. I spent most of that week searching through the shed and my grandpa's old office while my parents and grandma were asleep. Grandpa was good at hiding things from everyone, even grandma. I managed to find a key in his desk that opened a safe buried in the back of the shed under some boxes of magazines. Inside I found pictures of children, most of whom I recognized from the boat. There were newspaper clippings and missing children posters, all of which I assumed he kept as trophies. There were even more disheartening things inside, like barrettes and bracelets. I wondered for a while if it was worth telling the police, as there was likely nothing left of the bodies, based on the newspaper clippings. Their bodies would have been underwater for decades. I couldn't get their faces out of my head. I saw them, soaking wet and pale, whenever I tried to sleep. My parents noticed the change in me, though I refused to acknowledge it. After a while, I swore I saw the children everywhere I went. I couldn't take it. They dredged the lake a few weeks later. The only things that remained were tiny skeletons of some of them. Some of those were identified from dental records. One of them was the little girl with the pink shoes. I saw her family on the news. They talked about what a beautiful soul she was and how much of a monster my grandpa was. I can't say I disagreed. My grandma never invited us back to the lake. I don't know how she felt about Grandpa after that, but I knew she hated the attention it had brought. I miss those summers at the lake, but I know it wouldn't be the same knowing what my grandpa did to so many kids. And I'm so glad he never told me a knock-knock joke. I don't know if I'm losing my mind, but I need to write this somewhere before it gets worse. I live in a small 2-bedroom apartment on the edge of town. Not quite the city, but not the countryside either. It's one of those complexes with identical beige buildings, a half-empty parking lot, and a chain-link fence separating it from a strip of woods that no one really goes into. The kind of place where people keep to themselves. I've been here for 2 years. It's quiet, which I like. Or at least it was. About 3 weeks ago, I started hearing this weird noise outside my window at night. Not just random noise. It sounded like someone walking. Not heavy footsteps, but slow, dragging ones. Like bare feet on pavement. At first I thought maybe it was one of my neighbors coming home late, or some raccoons going through the trash. But the sound didn't make sense. It would stop right beneath my window, stay there for a few minutes, and then move toward the fence that leads to the woods. After a few nights of that, I started looking out the blinds when I heard it, but I never saw anyone. Until the 5th night. That night, I was up late working on my laptop when I heard it again. Slow, scraping steps on the sidewalk below. I peeked through the blinds. The motion light by the parking lot flicked on, and for a split second I saw a figure standing near the fence. It was tall, too tall and thin, but the proportions were wrong, like someone had been stretched out. I could see its outline in the yellow light. It had long arms that hung lower than they should have, and its head tilted like it was listening. Then the light turned off, and it was gone. I didn't sleep that night. I told my neighbor the next morning, a woman named Danielle who lived here longer than I have. She looked uneasy when I mentioned the woods. She said she's heard weird noises too, especially around 2 or 3 in the morning, crying sometimes. Could be coyotes, she said, but her voice didn't sound convinced. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was an animal. I even left my phone recording one night while I slept, just to prove it was nothing. When I played it back the next morning, most of it was silence until about 2:17 a.m. That's when I heard footsteps, then this sound like something whispering, really close to the microphone. It was too quiet to make out, but it almost sounded like my name. The next night, I left my phone recording again, but when I clicked in the morning, the file was corrupted, just static. Things got worse after that. I'd find the motion light by the parking lot on when I woke up, even though it's supposed to turn off automatically. My trash can got knocked over twice. Once when I stepped outside in the morning, I noticed what looked like handprints on my window. Not fingerprints, full, flat palms. Too long. The skin had left smudges, like it was damp. I tried calling the building manager, but he brushed it off as kids messing around. Then about a week ago, I got home from work and found something sitting outside my door. A dead rabbit. Its body looked twisted, like its neck had been turned completely around. I didn't even touch it. I called maintenance, but when they came by, the body was gone. That night I heard someone knock on my door around midnight. 3 slow knocks. When I looked through the peephole, no one was there, but I could hear breathing. It was deep and uneven, like someone trying to imitate what breathing should sound like. After about 30 seconds, it stopped. I didn't sleep again that night either. The next morning, I noticed muddy footprints, leading from the front door to the sidewalk. Bare feet, large ones, with toes that looked too long. Danielle moved out 2 days later. She didn't even tell anyone, just packed her car and left. I don't know what's happening here. Last night was the worst. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke up because I heard something tapping on my bedroom window. I live on the second floor, so there shouldn't be anything tapping on my window. When I looked, I saw a face pressed against the glass. It was pale, almost gray, and the eyes were too big. The mouth was open, moving like it was trying to form words, but no sound came out. Then, this part still makes my stomach turn. I realized it looked like me. The same eyes, the same hair, but wrong, like someone wearing my face but not knowing how to use it. I fell backwards, hit the nightstand, and by the time I looked again, it was gone. I haven't told anyone else yet. I don't even know how to explain it. But tonight, as I'm typing this, I can hear it again. The dragging footsteps outside, moving up and down the sidewalk. Every few minutes it stops right below my window, and I swear I just heard it whisper my name. Roughly 9 years ago, I worked midnights at a distribution center in my town. Small place, the kind where everyone knows each other's grandparents and who they dated in high school. And since I was little, people always talked about County Road 1, the old highway that used to be the way to the next town before the interstate went in. Now it was just a long stretch of cracked asphalt cutting through woods and low hills, barely used except by hunters and the occasional farmer. Stories followed that road: missing hikers, cars found empty, lights in the trees, a woman screaming that no one could ever find. I used to think people in small towns just needed something to scare themselves with, something to make the dark feel close. That changed November 4th, 2016. It had rained for days straight. Not normal rain either. Heavy sheets, roads washed out, people stranded. Town felt like it was shrinking in on itself. That night around 3 in the morning we got off early. Everyone tired, everyone wanting to go home and sleep to the sound of the storm. I got in my car and my GPS immediately rerouted me, said my usual way was flooded out. I didn't think much about it until I saw where it was sending me. County Road 1. The second my tires touched the asphalt, it stopped raining. Not died down, just stopped. The wipers dragged across a bone-dry windshield. The sudden silence was sharp enough that I turned up the radio just to hear anything at all. The road looked wrong. Too dark. The trees too close on both sides, leaning inward like they were trying to see who had come. 2 minutes in, there was a stop sign. Just there on the side of the road, but there was no intersection. Nothing but trees and ditch and shadow. I laughed under my breath, but something cold slid down my back. I kept driving. Another sign a minute later. Turn around. Same shape, same reflective glare. Just those words. I told myself it was a prank, someone messing around. Someone had to have put those signs there. A couple more minutes of driving, my headlights picked up something ahead. A red pickup pulled onto the shoulder. Driver door hanging wide open. Hazards blinking slow and tired. Engine running. I pulled in behind it. The air outside felt heavy when I stepped out, like I was stepping inside a photograph instead of real night. I heard rain somewhere, but none fell here. No wind, no insects, no sound except distant, rushing water that didn't seem to come from anywhere. I approached the truck. The cab light was on. The floor was muddy. The driver's seat was drenched, like someone soaking wet had just been sitting there. A photo was wedged by the speedometer. I leaned closer to see it, but before I could see who or what it was, the radio clicked. Look behind you. The voice sounded like rocks against wet wood. I froze. Every hair on my arm stood up. My heartbeat felt slow and loud. I didn't want to turn. I tried not to, but my body turned anyway. She was standing between me and my car. My ex, Jess. She had died in a car accident years before. Now she stood there slouched, hair matted with mud, dress stuck to her skin like it had grown there. Her skin looked water-swollen. Her eyes were white. Half of her jaw hung off of her head, blood dripping onto the asphalt. "Jess?" I whispered. Her legs twisted around first, then her torso, then her head, like something was pulling her in pieces. Her voice came wet and slow. Why did you let me leave?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Her head shook and she screeched a horrible ear-piercing screech before she lunged at me. I took a step back and threw my forearm up, catching her arms on it. I swung a wild haymaker connecting with her loose jaw, knocking her back. I scrambled for my car and dove inside, slamming the door. I threw my car in drive before her face slammed into my window, blood and mud splashing on it. "You let us leave. You left us." Then she said one more thing that stuck with me ever since. "They didn't die. They're all here." I gritted my teeth and threw my car in reverse, flooring it back. She stood in the middle of the road. I made eye contact before I slammed into drive and floored it, veering towards her. The front of my car jumped up and I heard bones crunching and something drag under my car before the rear end lunged up, and I saw her rolling behind me in my rear view. I floored it. I looked down and saw 110 on the speedometer before I took a breath and relaxed, but my moment of silence was interrupted by my GPS. 102 miles until destination. I tried to ignore it. Then I saw headlights ahead, left side of the road. I dimmed my lights and slammed on my brakes, but they did too. I finally started rolling closer and they did the same. I squinted and leaned closer and saw something I'll never forget. My car. Same make, same model, same scratches, same dent in the bumper, same skeleton keychain dangling from the rear view, same crack in the windshield from the deer last winter. I let my car crawl closer until it was right next to me. I looked over and it was me. Same expression, same shaking hands, same eyes wide with fear, same skeleton ornament hanging from the rearview mirror. I made eye contact with myself. My reflection blinked. Then it smiled. A huge smile. Its face was seemingly splitting. The radio turned on without me touching it. "You're not leaving," my own voice said. "No one leaves. Not them. Not you." My reflection leaned forward, jaw splitting, skin peeling like wet paper. Something pale and smooth pushed forward, breaking my window. I slammed the gas. The tires screamed. The reflection didn't move. It just watched as I shot forward. The road ahead got smaller. The trees bent down towards the ground. I looked back and the car was gone, but I saw something in my peripheral of my right eye. I looked out into the woods and saw a blurry figure running next to my car. I looked down at the speedometer. 85. I slammed the pedal to the floor, but it still ran right next to me. The GPS flickered, and I stared at the screen. 182 miles to go. 243 miles to go. Home. I looked back out to my right and the figure was gone. Slam. Something slammed into the roof of my car and a dark, bony, muddy arm smashed my window. Grabbing the wheel, I flailed my fist into it, but it wouldn't budge. It moved the wheel side to side, fishtailing my car. The radio popped on. "You can't leave. You can't. No one ever leaves." I slammed on the brakes and saw something incomprehensible fly off my car and onto the road. A lanky, skeletal creature caked in river mud. Its limbs too long. Its skin painted in white clay patterns and handprint symbols. Wearing a skirt woven from reeds, sinew, animal hide and feathers, beads and carved river stones rattling along its wrists. 3 skulls hung as masks layered over its own head, lashed together with braided wet cord, their empty sockets dripping dark water. A necklace of bones and bird talons hung across its chest, clattering as it breathed. Its ribs showed through its skin like cage bars, and its fingers were sharpened to points like carved river rock. I floored it once again, and ran it over before closing my eyes and blindly driving. Then suddenly I heard it. Rain. I opened my eyes and I was back in my town, at an all-familiar intersection. I drove the rest of the way home in silence. I don't think I blinked once. Once home, I sat in my driveway for what seemed like forever before I got the courage to get out. I pushed the door open quickly and jumped out, running inside and closing my door. The next day I went out and looked at my car. No mud, no dents on the bumpers, no scratches on the roof. The only thing different is my skeleton keychain hanging off my rearview mirror was different. A crude small little figure with 3 skull heads carved from muddy wood. I threw it away and sold my car. Don't ever take County Road 1. You may not be as lucky as me. My sister Maya loves plushies and dolls. She collects them from everywhere. Garage sales, thrift stores, vacations, and random stores she finds online. Her bedroom shelves are crowded with soft faces and glassy eyes staring out from every corner. A few of them, though, are different. Not broken exactly, but wrong. My brother Jake calls them haunted. This story is about one of them, a Furby named Bub. We didn't find Bub in a dusty box or a haunted attic. He came from a regular toy store in the mall, brand new and perfectly wrapped. His fur was spotless, his plastic eyes bright, his box untouched. Maya loved him instantly. I liked him too, even though something about him made me uneasy. Jake hated him from the moment he saw him. He said Bub's eyes followed him around the room. At first I thought Jake was exaggerating. Then I started to notice things. The way Bub's gaze seemed to catch the light even when the room was dark. The faint, broken whirring sound that came from him at night. Sometimes when the house was quiet, I could swear I heard a whisper from Maya's room. A faint, mechanical voice. Bub stayed in Maya's room with her other plushies, so it wasn't unusual when she came home one day holding something new. She had found a porcelain doll at a garage sale she visited with our mom. The doll had pale skin, a blue dress trimmed with lace, and deep green glass eyes. I found her at number 66, Maya said proudly. Her name is Clara. From the moment Clara entered the house, Bub went quiet. Completely silent. No clicks, no whirs, no whispers. I didn't think much of it at first, but later I realized that something in the air had changed. When I went into Maya's room one evening to borrow a notebook, I passed by Bub on the shelf. He was staring at the door, and when I reached for the notebook, a low, garbled whisper came from him, too faint to understand. It was probably my imagination, but it sounded like, "Hungry, feed me." Maya started carrying Clara everywhere. She talked to her constantly, like the doll was whispering back. Within a week, Maya looked different. She had grown pale, her cheeks hollow, her hair thinner. She barely ate, barely slept. Jake and I tried to talk to our parents, but they laughed it off. "She's just being creative," Mom said. I didn't think creativity made someone look like they were fading away. One night, I decided to get rid of Clara myself. The moonlight was weak when I slipped into Maya's room. Everything was still. Her dolls watched from the shelves, and Bub's eyes glimmered faintly from the dresser. As I crept toward the bed, I could have sworn one of his eyes flickered closed, like a wink. Clara lay beside Maya, her green eyes half open, only human. Her hair seemed thicker than before, her cheeks faintly pink, her lips slightly parted in what almost looked like a smile. When I picked her up, her body was ice cold. The chill ran down my arms. I didn't stop to think. I just rushed outside and threw her into the trash bin. That was supposed to be the end of it. The next morning, Maya walked downstairs with Clara in her arms. The doll looked newer than ever, her hair shiny, her eyes bright. Maya looked exhausted, but she was smiling. When I met Clara's gaze, I thought I saw amusement there, a kind of quiet, knowing victory. A week later, our parents went away for their anniversary. It was just the three of us, Jake, Maya, and me, left in the house with a freezer full of pizza. That night, the table felt heavy with silence. Maya sat opposite me, pale and distant, with Clara perched neatly on her lap. Every so often, Maya's hand twitched, as though someone were tugging invisible strings. "Do you want a bite, Clara?" Maya asked softly. Jake sighed. "Oh my god, Maya, it's a doll. It doesn't eat pizza. Can you stop being weird?" Maya looked up. Her eyes didn't look brown anymore. They were cloudy with a faint greenish tint. "Clara says you shouldn't talk to me like that," she said, "or you'll get punished." Jake laughed, but it was uneasy. "Okay, that's enough." Her voice changed then. It deepened, hollow and wrong. "You don't take us seriously." Before I could move, Maya grabbed the steak knife beside her plate and drove it into Jake's hand. He screamed, jerking back as the lights flickered out, plunging the room into darkness. When they blinked on again, Jake was clutching his bleeding hand, and Maya was already running upstairs. The doll clutched tight against her chest. I remember those green eyes glinting as she turned the corner. I didn't think. I just followed. Maya's bedroom door slammed shut behind me as I entered. The curtains were drawn, the air cold. I could hear her breathing somewhere in the dark. I fumbled for the light switch, terrified of what I might see. When the lights came on, Maya was sitting on the floor, her back to me. Clara's arms were wrapped around her neck like a child's embrace. The doll's head turned slowly toward me, her lips curling into a painted smile. "Come play with me, Noah," she said. Her voice wasn't Maya's, or anyone's. It was flat, distorted, like a recording of a broken radio. "Leave her alone," I shouted, my voice shaking. Clara tilted her head. "I feel no guilt," she whispered. "I feed on your family in plain sight." Her hands uncurled from Maya's shoulders as she lowered herself on the ground. Slowly she made her way over to me and stretched her hand toward me, fingers stiff and pale. Then another voice broke the silence. "Stop." It came from the dresser. Bub's eyes were glowing a deep red. His tiny plastic beak opened, and a low rumble filled the room. "Who are you?" Clara hissed. "I am your master," Bub said. His voice was layered and mechanical, but heavy with authority. "Bow down to me." Clara screamed, a sound that rattled the walls. Her porcelain face cracked down the middle. Smoke rose from her chest as she twisted and convulsed. "You can't stop me," she shrieked. Bub's eyes flared brighter. "Bow," he said, "or burn." Clara's body splintered, then melted, collapsing into a puddle of wax and ash. Her last cry was a high, thin wail that shattered the lamp beside Maya's bed. Then silence. Bub's head turned toward me, his eyes dimmed to normal. "Delicious," he whispered. And then he was still. We told the police it was an accident, that Jake had stabbed himself while goofing around. They believed us. Maya doesn't remember what happened that night, and she's healthier now. Her color has returned. Her laughter, too. Clara is gone, reduced to a blackened stain on the floorboards. But sometimes I catch Bub watching me from the dresser, his plastic face blank, his eyes a little too bright. I know better now than to underestimate him, because one spring morning I woke to a familiar sound drifting through the vent between our rooms, a soft electronic chirp, followed by a whisper that froze me where I lay. Hungry. Feed me. I was always a sickly boy. I never really excelled in sports or any kind of physical activity in school, but I always assumed I wasn't built for it. Some kids had speed or strength. I had nosebleeds and dizziness. My father wasn't too happy about that, not because he didn't love me, but because he didn't understand. He grew up in a family where you worked hard, you toughed things out. You didn't complain. When I wheezed halfway through a mile run or came home with bruises I don't remember getting, he'd just stare at me with that tight look around his eyes. Not angry, just confused. I think it scared him that his son was proof that weakness wasn't always a choice. My mother tried to bridge the gap between us. She'd sit beside me on the couch with an ice pack while Dad paced in the kitchen. She'd press her hand to my forehead, brush my hair back and whisper, "He's just worried," like that was enough to make the room stop spinning. They took me to the doctor constantly. I remember the smell of antiseptic better than the smell of our living room. Blood work, scans, allergy tests, everything. I lost track of how many times a nurse wrapped a rubber tourniquet around my arm. They never found a single thing wrong with me. Perfectly healthy, they'd say. While I sat there with purple bruises blooming on my ribs like ink stains. Sometimes Dad would drive us home in silence, gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles went white. Other times he'd mutter, "There has to be something," as if willing a diagnosis to appear. As I got older, it got worse. The migraines came first, sharp, pulsing flashes behind my eyes that made me feel like someone was tightening a clamp around my skull. I'd curl up in the dark of my bedroom while Mom rubbed slow circles on my back, whispering that it was just stress, or hormones, or growing pains. Then the nosebleeds. They'd start suddenly, dripping onto my shirt or my homework before I even felt the warm trickle. More than once my teachers sent me to the nurse because they thought someone had hit me. Breathing got harder too. Sometimes it felt like the air was too thick or too hot in my lungs. Bright lights made my head pound, so I spent most of my time in dark places. Quiet libraries, the back corner of cafes, empty classrooms after everyone had gone home. Darkness felt kinder, softer. One evening when I was 16, I collapsed in the hallway after standing up too fast. Dad caught me before I hit the ground. I remember his hands shaking as he lowered me onto the couch. He kept saying my name over and over, like he thought I'd slip away if he stopped. For a while after that, things settled into a routine. A painful one, but familiar. I almost forgot what it felt like to be normal. Then a few weeks ago, something changed. It didn't feel like sickness anymore. It felt like heat, like someone had hit a thin fuse just under my skin. It started in my arms, just a faint warmth at first, but last night it flared so suddenly, I thought I'd burn myself on the stove. I looked down and watched a bruise form on my forearm. Not fade in, form. A dark burst under the skin, spreading like spilled ink. I hadn't hit anything. The nosebleeds got worse too. Not constant, just violent. Short, sharp bursts that left metallic-tasting clots in the back of my throat. I had one in the shower yesterday and watched the water turn red around my feet in swirling ribbons. But tonight was different. I woke up choking on the taste of iron. I sat up, wiping at my nose, expecting the usual mess. But when I flipped on the light, the blood on my hands wasn't the normal dark red. It was almost black. Thick, sticky, like oil. And the moment the light hit it, my skin started to burn, really burn, like the blood itself was heating up against me. I dropped the tissue and backed into the corner of my room, turning off the light as fast as I could. I'm sitting here now in the dark because it hurts less when the lights are off. My arm is throbbing where the bruise spread earlier, and I swear I can feel the heat moving, slowly climbing up toward my shoulder. I don't know what's happening to me, but something is wrong. Something is happening inside me, and I think it's getting worse. I knew no medical expert would know what was happening, so I turned to weirder sources, not magic websites or anything like that, just old forums, genealogy threads, odd corners of the internet where people talk about unexplained physical conditions. I reached out to a few so-called experts, and even some older family members who knew more about our history than my parents ever did. I wasn't expecting anything real, but I found something. Apparently there were a few cases on my mother's side, very old ones, where people had symptoms like mine. Most of the family notes called it a weakness or bad blood. A few old entries mentioned possession or curses, but I figured those were just old-time explanations for illnesses they didn't understand. Then I came across one ancestor in particular. He'd kept a journal, and someone in the family had scanned a few pages years ago. The handwriting was barely legible, but one part stuck out. He described his blood turning dark, burning under his skin, bruising that spread without cause. He wrote that someone had marked him after an argument in a tavern. No details, no proof, just fear written in messy ink. He called it a blood curse, but he never explained how he knew. It could have been superstition, or guilt, or just a drunk man's paranoia. I don't know what to believe. The journal said the blood reacted badly to heat and light. That's the part that keeps replaying in my head, because that's what's happening to me, but it doesn't explain anything else. It doesn't say how it started, or if he survived, or if he found a way to stop it. It just ends, abruptly. What am I supposed to do with that? Apologize on behalf of a man who's been dead for centuries? Track down a stranger he wronged? Perform some ritual from a journal that didn't even bother to list one? I honestly don't know. So I'm hiding in my room. I keep it as cold as I can, and I only go out at night. It lets me hold myself together just long enough to feel like a person for a little while, long enough to remember what normal used to feel like. But even now, even in the dark, even in the cold, I feel like I'm burning from the inside out. And I don't think I have much time left. I clean houses for a living. Well, not the nice kind. The places I get sent to are the ones that sit in real estate market for years. Speak of hollowed homes, drug dens, and old estates nobody wants to touch. My boss likes to call them distressed properties. He always gives me the same routine when he hands me over the keys. Don't overthink what you see, just clean enough to make the place presentable. This time was slightly different. He added something new. And don't worry about any, well, funny markings in this one. That phrasing stuck in my head all morning. Funny markings. The house was way past the county line, a 3-story Victorian that was half swallowed by the trees along the side of the road. Every window had a shadow behind it. Inside, the air smelled like wet dust and mold. Why would anyone ever want to buy this place? Regardless, I worked my way up floor by floor, trying not to look too long at anything. Every surface felt sticky, like it remembered being touched. The wallpaper upstairs was peeling in spirals. There were these faint, reddish smears underneath it. When I reached the attic, I finally understood what my boss meant. The room was large and empty, but just in the center of the spoiled wooden floorboards, there was a dark imprint. and not exactly a stain. It had edges like a silhouette. You could see the curve of a head, shoulders, and knees forced straight. It was a person, or what was left of one, as if they had lain there for a very, very long time and their skin had melted into the wood. I tried to ignore it at first, but the longer I stood there, the heavier the air got. There was no smell at first, just this metallic taste that coated my tongue. I set up my bucket, poured bleach, and started scrubbing hard, but with an essence of pervasive reluctance that couldn't leave me. The wood hissed. I thought maybe it was moisture reacting with the cleaner, but then the stain bubbled. Little white blisters had formed along the outline of the ribs, popping with a soft crackle. The smell hit. It wasn't bleach anymore, but something sour like when you open a drain trap that hasn't been touched in like years. I gagged. My eyes began to burn. It felt like the fumes were crawling under my skin. My arms went weak, and a paralyzing pressure started building behind my jaw, like I was about to vomit, but nothing came up. The outline of the body didn't fade. Disgusted, I dropped the brush. I don't even remember climbing down the ladder. 1 second I was on my knees in the attic, and the next I was in the hallway, shaking like a rabid dog. My heartbeat was so loud it felt like its pulse filled the whole house. The bathroom was the only place with any running water, so I went there to wash the bleach off my arms. The sink was cracked but functional. The water came out cloudy at first but gradually cleared. When I looked in the mirror, my face was gray. My eyes had tiny red capillaries spidering from the corners. My skin began to itch. It broke into reddish, painful blisters. And when I rubbed at my forearm, it felt warmer than usual. I leaned over the sink to splash water on my face, and that's when the drain gurgled. It burped up a bubble the size of a golf ball. It popped, and the smell was... I don't even know how to describe it. Rotten flesh? Something black oozed up through the drain. Slow, thick, clotted. It wasn't sewage. It was viscous, like congealed blood. I backed up, and that's when I noticed the tub. The bottom was ringed with brown. There was some water, but it wasn't reflecting any of the ceiling. It looked deep, like it went somewhere. Floating in the center was a tangle of something stringy hair, maybe. But there were other bits caught in it, pale chunks with edges that glistened, something bone-colored, something that had teeth. A skull flattened through its scalp, battered to the surface like ground meat. I didn't check twice. I was too shocked to scream. I couldn't help but instinctively run away. I was done with this place. I left everything, the supplies, the keys, the ladder, and drove straight home. I didn't even call my boss until the next morning, and when I did, he picked up on the first ring. When I told him what I'd seen, he was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Good God, you shouldn't have stayed that long. Save yourself." Before I could even respond, he hung up. I went to look up the address later that night. No listing, no record, nothing. Hours later, I worsened. I could smell bleach underneath my skin, and something else. Something sodden. Acrid sweet, like fruit going bad in the walls. The blisters now begin to forage my entire body, and a brown ooze leaks from my shaking fingertips. I don't know what this is, and I fear it has claimed me for good. My thoughts keep drifting back to that place, like something inside me has been tethered there. I don't feel like resting anymore. Maybe the only way to accept peace is to return, to let the attic have me. I think this has to be my favorite day of the year. The first cold front coming through after an oppressively hot summer. Along the coast is a blessed change. A far cry from the 100% humidity we cope with every day. The air has a crisp quality and makes me want to spend the entire day outside. An evening set in, getting darker earlier and earlier as the year goes forward. I clicked on the lamp beside the couch, wrapped a light blanket around my legs, and settled down to read the latest novel by my favorite author. The wind was whipping hard outside. I could clearly hear it, but somehow it gave me comfort. I was barely past the latest chapter when the light from the lamp flickered. The way the wind was blowing, it came as no surprise that we may lose power, or at the very least have it blink in and out. So I wasn't fazed. I got up and lit candles around the house, just in case. When I sat back down with my book, I stared at the page. I couldn't remember where I left off. I flipped back a couple of pages and nothing seemed familiar to me. It was as though I was reading the words for the first time. I tried to think of the last thing I could remember from the story and flipped back to find it. It was several chapters back. I shrugged it off. I attributed it to a sort of dissociative state. Everyone has those from time to time, like when you're driving home after a long day and zoning out, then suddenly realizing you're nearly home. It has to be something along those lines. No harm, no foul. Just pick up from where I left off. I made it about 5 pages before the lights flickered again, so I got up to light the candles, just in case I lose power. But these are candles lit. I don't remember doing that. I walked through all of the rooms and each one had a lit candle. I could tell by the amount of wax melted that they weren't lit long ago. You would think I would remember lighting them. As I crossed into the kitchen, I saw the lamp in the living room flicker. I looked around the kitchen and couldn't remember what I came in here for. Maybe a cup of tea on a cold, blustery night. I filled the kettle and set it on the burner, then headed back to the couch while I waited to hear it whistle. I decided to text my best friend Stacy and tell her about my strange night. I told her about not remembering the book, not remembering lighting the candles, and that I still don't know why I went to the kitchen, but a cup of tea sounded nice. She got back to me, asking if I had been in any sort of accident, if I had taken a tumble and hurt my head or anything that could account for the memory loss. I told her I hadn't, that it had been an uneventful day at home, and nothing of note happened. She told me to let her know if anything else happened, that she was worried about me, and I said I would. As the kettle whistled, I set down my phone and went to make a cup of tea. I curled up back on the couch while my tea steeped on the end table next to the lamp. After about 2 minutes, I reached for my tea and the lamp flickered. I picked up my cup and blew on it as my phone chimed that I'd gotten a message. It said it was from someone named Stacy. I don't know anyone by that name. I opened the message and read it. It said she was just checking on me. This makes no sense. I scrolled up. There were messages back and forth between us, and it went on and on and on. I made my way back to where she says she is checking on me, and read what was written right above it. It said that I have been having trouble remembering things, but that I have no idea what could have caused it. This is really starting to freak me out. Then, the lamp flickered. It is just a kid's book. A title spelled in rainbow blocks. Thick pages. Almost a baby look, really. The recommended age is 3 to 5. Zoe and I found it in a dusty box in the storage room at Colvin Preparatory School. Mrs. Lemon, the owner, tries to make us feel better by calling us after-school teachers, but we are babysitters. The most teaching we do is remind the kids to not pick their noses during snack time. Our real job is to keep the kids safe, and at least somewhat entertained while their doctor and lawyer parents make the money to pay the tuition. The work isn't glamorous or interesting, but for a part-time job, the pay is good. Private school and all. There were only a handful of kids today. Mrs. Lemon said it was a popular week for vacations. Seeking to make the most of her money, Mrs. Lemon assigned me and Zoe to clean out the storage closet, while she watched the children. We weren't sorry. Cleaning out the closet was easier than corralling the kids. The hardest part was not choking on the dust. Even in the dark closet, we could see the thick gray blankets of dust on the cluttered shelves. "Can you turn on the light, Hooper?" Zoe asked. I flicked the switch. Nothing happened. "Hooper." "Sorry, I did." I looked up to see an empty socket. "Well?" I gave Zoe a nervous look. "Don't say that. Mrs. Lemon might hear you. Zoe is the best part of the job. I don't want her to get fired." "That's right. I wouldn't want to lose the chance of a lifetime." I tried to not let her see my dopey grin. "We better get started." I ripped open a box. Its cardboard was soft with age. Manila folders filled with what looked like old personnel records. "Box of junk here." I looked back to see Zoe playing on her phone. I coughed to encourage her to get to work. "What about you?" She sighed and started to tear open the box closest to her. It was a smaller box about the shape of a pizza box. It sat crooked on a bigger box like someone had thrown it in the closet in a hurry. "Well, let's see." She tossed the strip of cardboard into the shadows and pulled out the book. From the fluorescent light in the hallway behind us, I could just see its cover. It showed a papier-mâché sun behind a platinum blonde girl smiling in a pink dress. Or it was supposed to be a girl. Walking over to Zoe to look at the book more closely, I saw it was actually a grown woman. She looked like a girl because she had sharp circles of blush on her cheeks and stone-stiff pigtails on her shoulders. Her toothy smile looked like it hurt. "What the hell?" I asked. Zoe didn't seem to notice how wrong the book was. She laughed at it like it was a tacky knick-knack. "Oh man, how long do you think this has been here? It's probably older than Mrs. Lemon." Put it down. Let's get back to work." Hold on, we have to read it." She sat down on a box and gestured for me to sit in front of her. I sat. I have never been able to tell a girl no. "Okay, quick." Zoe started to read like she was back in the classroom, trying to calm down a mob of kids. She turned the cover towards me with a dramatic flare. I looked away. The woman's smile was too bright. "The National Television Network presents Sunny Sandy." I should have ripped the book from her hands right then. "Meet Sunny Sandy. Sunny Sandy lives in Sunnyside Square, where the sun can never stop shining. Sunny Sandy is a good girl. She is always sunny. She is never sad, or angry, or tired, or hungry, or scared. That would be bad. Sunny Sandy is a good girl. She is always sunny. Always." By the time Zoe read "always," the hairs on my neck were standing straight. I breathed a sigh of relief when she closed the book. I expected to see her sharing my fear, or, knowing Zoe, maybe rolling her eyes. I did not expect her smile. "How precious," she cooed. "Wasn't that precious?" Her eyes were harsh rays of sun beating down on me. I stood up to escape the heat. "Not particularly. Let's get back to work." I went to take the book from her. She held it tight. "Now, don't be silly, Hooper. We're going to read it again." She took my hand and tried to drag me back to the ground in front of her. The iron of her smile matched the iron of her grip. "Like hell." I snatched the book away from her. When she tried to hold on to it, she fell backwards over the box she had been sitting on. In the cramped closet, there wasn't enough space between her head and the wooden shelf. Her head cracked on one of the crossbeams on her way down. I dropped the book and rushed over to her. She was lying in a slump between the box and the shelf. Her arms and legs were stuck up like she was an insect on its back. Blood rushed from the crack of the back of her head. I couldn't see the wound, but the red pool told me it had to be deep. Through all that, she held her smile. "Come on," I shouted. I lifted her into my arms. "We have to get you to the hospital." Her voice was perfectly calm. Thank you, Hooper. That's very kind of you. I took her to Mrs. Lemon, who drove her to the hospital. Between the crack on the wood, and when I laid her in the passenger seat of Mrs. Lemon's pickup truck, Zoe never stopped beaming. I watched the kids until their parents came for them. I played pretend with them to stop my mind from imagining what might be happening to Zoe. I didn't want to go home at the end of the day. I still hadn't heard anything, and I wasn't ready to be alone with my thoughts. Procrastinating, I went back to the storage closet. Standing in the hallway light, I saw the woman smiling up at me. I thought back to what Zoe had said. We're going to read it again. This book had broken my friend, but how? It was just a kid's book. I opened it. The first few pages were as boring as any other kid's book from the 90s. Pictures of the woman walking through a cartoon town square, then down a brick main street. Then they turned wrong. On the page with the words, "She is never sad," the woman stood over a striped cat with a collar that said, "Mr. Tiger." The cat was dead. Another picture showed her sitting in a country church pew, beside a woman dressed in black. In another, she sat in a closet smaller than the storage closet around me. It looked like she had not bathed or been outside in days. On the last page, the one with the words, "She is always sunny, always," the woman was lying in a coffin. She still wore pigtails in her hair, and she still smiled, the same smile I had seen on Zoe's bloody face. I feel like Sunny Sandy is inside me now. She's watching me to see if I behave. I'm not sure how long she'll let me write freely, so I wanted to post this here where I know people will see it. I wish I was fighting back tears. Or a scream, but if you were looking at me, you'd think I was reading a love letter from Zoe. I look peaceful. I am scared. Very scared. Happy Hooper is a good boy. He is always happy. Always. The aurora borealis has been waving over these Kansan skies the past few nights. It's absolutely breathtaking and something I never thought I'd get the chance to behold. I didn't think it'd be one of the last things I saw, though. I don't recommend you look, if it's over you. See, an hour ago, I was watching some horror drama series, smoking a joint, happy as can be. My black lab Shadow started pawing at the basement door, which is my signal that he needs to relieve himself. My joint was done anyway, so I put it out, paused my stream, and tossed my phone to the couch. I've heard about the northern lights making their way to our skies, seen pictures from my friends, but hadn't gotten the chance to see it with my own eyes. When I walk out onto the back patio, it's nearly pitch black. Nothing new, considering all my neighbors aside from the one directly next door have kids and go to bed rather early. Everyone's got homemade privacy fences via some trees, and very overgrown weeds, which lends a hand in blocking any light. Shadow darted off into some corner of the yard as he always does. The air was chilly, so I'd pulled my sweater just a little closer around me. And that's when I saw it. The pink lights dancing in the distance. They weren't directly over my head, but if I stood in one particular spot, I could see it. At first, I almost cried. It was beautiful. It waved and danced and made me grateful for being alive, being on this planet, and getting to experience things like that. I stared at the sky for what felt like forever, until the grass rustling, and a bark grabbed my attention. I shouted my dog's name as I walked back towards the back door to my home, ready to slide it open. I hear Shadow's footsteps start barreling towards me. I slid the door open for him, but tried to peer through the leaves of our red bud tree for one final glimpse of the rare phenomena before heading inside. Shadow's collar jingled just as he ran past me into the house. Even though I'd heard his footsteps, he seemed to almost appear out of nowhere from the shadows and into that moment of light. He was running so fast. He was a blur of black as he darted past me inside and up the stairs. I felt my heart skip a beat, but chalked it up to anxiety from smoking. I locked the door and closed the blinds before heading back to continue couch rotting, but stopped in my tracks when I got to the top of the stairs. Shadow was standing in the middle of the living room staring at me. I laughed at myself and told him to stop being creepy, figuring we could both go for a little treat. I walked past him and into the kitchen, an ice cream pop for myself, and a pig ear for Shadow. Normally the crinkle of the bag is enough to make him come running. I'd all but put it back, and he still hadn't come to claim his prize. I call his name again, then peer out into the living room. The ice cream in my hand falls to the floor as a scream rips from my throat. Shadow looked like Shadow, but was now actively morphing into some stretched and skewed version of him. I heard snapping as he grew unfathomably, quite quickly I'll add, before his neck became too long to hold up on its own. His head fell to the wooden floor with a thud. My dog, or what was my dog, smiled, then with its newly elongated limbs, started pushing its still bursting body towards me with too fast of a pace. I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. The stairs to my attic area, where my bedroom is, are luckily accessed through the kitchen. I sprinted up them, straight to my room and slammed the door shut, just as two large of paws thud up the stairs after me. I've always loved that my space has hidden pocket doors, but now I'm not so keen. Just as I turned the tiny lock on my door, the door started shaking on its track as the exploded version of my dog started banging on it. I thought myself brilliant for choosing my bedroom over the office or the closet, since this room is the only one of the three with a window. The first thing I did was race over to my window. It opens right to the roof of my attached garage, which would make for a relatively easy escape. I was halfway there, feeling the rough shingles under my bare feet before I looked up and noticed my next-door neighbor, Hunter, staring out of his window and directly into mine. I yelled his name, telling him I needed help, but he just stood there staring at me. He smiled quickly, raising his hands up for a moment, then his smile faded as his hands moved down slowly. He did it again, then again, and by the third time I was already terrified. He made it worse when the fourth time, he kept his hands raised and the grin plastered on his face. He stared at me, then wiggled his fingers. Had the lights in his room not been on, it had been impossible to read his lips. They were on, though, and as I read the words, "Gotcha," he, too, started sporadically snapping and stretching into something inhuman. I scurried over to the edge of my roof, and just before I leaped over the edge, a shadowy figure in the middle of the road shifted, scraping the gravel beneath it. I froze and watched it for a moment. When it didn't start exploding, I felt relief, which went away as fast as it came when the figure started running towards me. I screamed again and then looked back into my bedroom. The door was holding true but banging against its track like nobody's business. Another glance to Hunter, still in his window peering over at me, showed that he no longer resembled anything close to human. He reminded me of those snake fireworks that you light, and they just grow and grow until they turn to ash and fizzle out. All the color had removed itself from his skin. His eyes were gaunt, and he just kept stretching. I thought, screw this, and crawled back into my bedroom. That's when the banging on my door stopped, and the singing started. I'm verily merrily, but here quite contrarily. Why don't you let me in? Don't be afraid, I'll be quick. Let you live. Promise, I just want your skin. Why don't you let me in? I scrambled for my phone for almost a full minute before I realized I left it on the couch. Thankfully, my laptop still has a little bit of juice in it. Crappy thing is, none of my messages will go through. I can't send chats, emails, nothing. I've run out of options, so I'm going to try posting this as a last-ditch effort. I'm not sure what to do. Has anybody else experienced this crap? What do I do? The thing that took over my dog won't stop singing the same thing over and over. though the lyrics have changed in the last few seconds. Why don't you let me in? Let me in, let me in. The weed I smoked was near the end of my stash, and I don't have near an experience like this any other time I've smoked it, so it feels safe to rule out. If I don't make it through the night, and it comes out that I've been found as a curled up, ashen turd, please heed this warning. Whatever is making these Midwestern night skies pink and red isn't the Northern Lights. I think it's something evil. If you do get a glimpse, you might just want to let them in. Because right now, that's the only thought running through my head. That and a jingle that's becoming incessant enough I'm starting to hum it. Quite contrarily, I'm hearing very merrily. I think I'll let them in. I won't be afraid, they'll be quick. Let me live. They just want my skin. I think I'll let them in. The blizzard was supposed to last 2 days. Then 2 became 3. Then I was on day 4, holed up in my cabin. The only thing I could see outside was the snow, a white, shifting void that obscured the rest of the mountain range. I looked for the stars out of habit, but they were gone, buried behind layers of storm. The sky was black, thick with cloud and snow and the night. The tree line, usually clear, was faint now. A smudge of darkness barely separated nature from the cabin. The thick snow blurred the edges, turning trees into shadows that shifted with the wind. What had once been a sharp, familiar boundary was now lost in the white of the snow and darkness of the night. I was ready, at least. Before the storm hit, I'd driven down the mountain to the nearby town to stock up on supplies. Like I always do. I filled my good old F-150 with food, water, and anything else I might need to ride out the worst of it. Back at the clearing off the cabin, I chopped firewood. I've already got enough stacked to last through a second ice age, but it gives me something to do, something to break up the quiet. All aspects of it, the rhythmic thunk of the axe hitting wood, the smell of fresh pine, the way the pile grows bigger with every swing. It all keeps me from thinking too much. I don't get visitors. That's not me being dramatic, it's just fact. The nearest neighbor is a 40-minute drive down the mountain, and that's when the roads are clear, which they're not, haven't been for days. That's why when I heard a knock, I nearly dropped the mug of cocoa I was holding. It wasn't loud, just 2 slow, deliberate raps on the door. Then nothing. I stood there in the kitchen for a few seconds, just listening, waiting to hear it again. The storm was still going strong outside, but underneath the wind, the silence settled again like a blanket. Neither a knock nor a voice calling out followed. I figured I imagined it, cabin fever and all that. Wouldn't be the first time. But I walked to the door anyway. Something in me wouldn't let it go. Could have been curiosity, or maybe I was just so goddamn starved for company that I wanted there to be someone out there. I opened the door, and there he was. A kid in his early 20s, maybe. He could have passed for a college student if he wasn't half frozen. His face was pale as paper, lips blue, eyes wide and glassy like he wasn't all there. Snow clung to his coat in heavy clumps, and he was shaking so hard his teeth were clacking together. God, I said, before I even thought about it. He didn't answer, didn't even look at me, just stood there trembling in the doorway, like he didn't know where he was. I should have hesitated, should have asked what he was doing out in a blizzard, who he was, how he got up here. But I didn't. If I closed the door and he died out there, I'd never be able to live with myself. That part of me, the part that used to be a husband, the part that could have been a father one day, it's still there somewhere, even if it's quieter now. Come in, I said. Come on, let's get you warm. He stepped inside without a word. The wind slammed the door shut behind him. He left a trail of melting snow behind him as I led him to the fire. His boots were soaked through. I had him sit on the old armchair by the hearth while I threw a couple logs on and got the flames high. I asked if he was hurt. He didn't answer. "Can you talk?" I tried again. "Tell me your name." Still nothing. Just that 1,000-yard stare. Like he was looking through the fire. Past it. Like he saw something there I couldn't. He looked like hell. Skin pale and tight over the bone. Lips cracked. Nose bleeding just a little from the cold. I knelt down beside him to check for frostbite. And that's when I saw it. On his side, just below the ribs, his jacket torn and shirt soaked with blood, was a wound. A deep bite. Ragged, raw, and already turning dark around the edges. It wasn't new. A day old, maybe more. The skin around it was red and hot. "You didn't say you were bit," I muttered, more to myself than to him. He flinched when I touched it. First reaction I'd gotten out of him. His eyes snapped to mine, wild, just for a second. Then they went vacant again. It didn't look like a wolf bite. I've seen those before. Hell, I've seen worse. Back when I hunted more often. Wolves tear, rip, pull. This was cleaner. Too clean. I patched it up as best as I could. Cleaned it. Wrapped gauze tight around his ribs. He winced but didn't make a sound. Just watched me, breathing shallow, like a cornered animal. After that, I set him up in the guest room. It had a bed, a thick blanket, and a space heater in the corner. He didn't say a word and just laid down, curled in on himself, eyes still wide open. I left him there, closed the door gently behind me. The cabin felt smaller after that, like he brought something in with him. A weight, a shift in the air. I tried to shake it. I made myself tea, sat by the fire, and held a book in my lap I didn't read. I checked on him an hour later. He was asleep, out cold. No fever, at least none I could feel. I left the door cracked just in case. I must have nodded off at some point. The fire was down to coals when I woke up. House quiet as the grave. I could hear the wind screaming against the windows. The old trees creaking out front, but nothing inside. No footsteps, no coughing, no movement from the guest room. I was just about to check again when I heard the floorboard creak. He was standing in the hall, just watching me. "Fuck," I said, nearly spilling my tea. He blinked slow, looked around like he wasn't sure where he was. "Sorry," he said, voice hoarse, dry. "Didn't mean to scare you." "It's all right," I said. "You're lucky to be alive. What the hell were you doing up here?" He scratched at his bandage. "Hiking," he said, "with my girlfriend Emma." I waited. "We were camping in the woods yesterday. No, a few nights before. Got caught in the storm. Thought we'd hunker down, ride it out." He stopped, his jaw tightened. "We heard something," he said, "outside the tent. I thought it was wolves, big ones. We stayed quiet, didn't move. But it didn't matter. They tore through the side." He swallowed hard, eyes wet now but not crying. "I ran. I didn't even see what they looked like. Just teeth. It was wrong. Too many of them. Emma screamed and then..." His voice broke off. "You didn't see her after that?" He shook his head. "I ran until I couldn't. Then I saw your cabin." "You're safe now, kid. Just rest." He nodded, turned, and walked back to the guest room like he was sleepwalking. I tried going back to sleep, even poured myself another mug of cocoa, just to have something warm in my hands. But the air felt heavier now, like it was pressing in on me, 1 inch at a time. Sometime after midnight, I heard the floor creak. I glanced up, expecting to see him again, maybe wandering the hall confused. But there was no one, just the faint sound of the bathroom door clicking shut at the end of the hall. The light spilled out in a thin line under the frame. I waited. 5 minutes, then 10. The pipes groaned once, a long, low exhale, like the cabin itself was holding its breath. Then I heard glass break. I walked to the bathroom and cleared my throat loud enough for him to hear. No response. "You alright in there?" Still nothing. Steam started seeping out from under the door, slow and crawling, hugging the floor like smoke. It looked off, not sharp and white like a shower usually gives off. This was thicker, heavier, gray around the edges, like breath fogged on glass. I stood outside for another minute, then stepped closer. I pressed my knuckles to the door and knocked once, gently. "You hear me, son?" Silence. Not even the shuffle of movement. No cough, no running water. The wood felt cold beneath my hand, not warm like it should be with steam coming through, just still and dead and cold. I leaned in, pressed my ear to the door, listened. Nothing. Every instinct in me said walk away. Let it be. The boy had been through hell. Maybe he needed time. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he just broke the mirror by accident. Maybe I was imagining things again. But my gut had gone cold. And it wasn't from the storm. I wrapped my hand around the knob. It was slick with condensation. I turned it slowly, quiet as I could, until the latch gave way with a soft click. Then, holding my breath, I gently opened the door. What I saw shook me. The kid was split open vertically down the middle, bisected with a horrific precision that ran from the crown of his head through his nose, mouth, and sternum, all the way down to his groin. The bathroom looked like a butcher's block, the tiled floor underneath stained with something dark and moist. His two halves rested on the floor like broken mannequins, separated by a sickening foot of space. Ribs, stark white and splintered, jutted like snapped fences. Muscles, still glistening and unnervingly pink, hung in strips. The coiled lengths of intestine and the dull, spilled organs lay exposed and motionless on the floor, some still clinging to one half of the body. There was an emptiness where his spine should have been, a hollowed-out canyon running through his core. It was as if something massive had forced its way out. From the inside, the precision of the split, through bone and gristle, was alien. Wrong. Then, through the haze of shock, a draft hit me. A bone-deep cold that had nothing to do with the storm outside. My eyes, still wide and unfocused, slowly tracked it. The small bathroom window, unusually sealed tight against the mountain air, was shattered. Not just cracked, but exploded outward, as if something had exited through it. Jagged shards of glass glittered on the sill and floor. The fierce wind howled through the gap, bringing with it a stinging spray of snow. And from the half of the young man's body that was closer to a window, a trail began. A glistening, repulsive path of black and dark red slime snaked across the pristine white tiles, past the gurgling toilet, over the shattered glass, and through the broken window frame, disappearing into the white void of the blizzard. I thought it was blood, but it was thick, viscous, and seemed to pulsate faintly in the dim light, leaving an oily sheen in its wake. Whatever had been inside him, whatever had ripped him apart and then fled, had left this horrifying signature. I finally found my breath. It was a cold, panicked gasp that tasted of iron and the strange stink coming off the floor. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the split halves, off the black and red trail that snaked across the tiles. Every instinct screamed run, not down the mountain. I'd never make it, but away from this room. It was out there now, something that hid inside a man, then discarded the skin to crawl through a broken window into a night that would kill anything normal. The thought of it sliding down the mountain, of it reaching the small defenseless town I'd just driven through days ago, made adrenaline surge through paralysis. It couldn't make it to town. Not on my watch. My feet moved before my brain gave the order. I didn't bother closing the bathroom door. The horror had already escaped. I moved past the living room, where the cozy glow of the dying fire felt like a cruel joke, and into the master bedroom. I went straight to the closet, tucked behind my winter gear. Right where I always kept it was a Remington 870. I pulled it out, the cold steel of the pump action a familiar weight in my hands. I grabbed the box of double-aught buckshot from the shelf, spilling a handful of crimson shells onto the carpet. But I didn't stop to pick them up. I loaded the shotgun quickly, the sharp, metallic sound of the shells cutting through the roar of the wind. It had been years since I'd pointed a gun at anything that wasn't a deer, but looking at the slick, dark trail leading out of my house, I knew this wasn't hunting a living being. This was stopping something that was already dead, something that had worn death, then shed it. I wasn't a hero. I was just a widower with a cabin, a shotgun, and a terrifying realization. I was the last line of defense. The storm that had trapped me had trapped it, too, on the mountain. I held the shotgun steady, my knuckles white. The wind howled outside, the trees creaked. I checked the hall one last time, glanced at the horror show of the bathroom, then moved toward the front door. There was no plan. There was only the gun in my hands, worry in my heart, and the knowledge that something sinister was crawling through the snow toward civilization. I flipped the deadbolt and hit the door with my shoulder. The wind was a physical blow, a sudden, blinding white sheet that stole my breath and stung my eyes. The roar of the storm swallowed the world around. It was a complete whiteout. My eyes searched frantically for the trail. The front porch was already buried under a fresh dirt, but I knelt down, shielding my face against the immediate sting of the snow. There it was, still outside the bathroom window on the other side of the perimeter. The oily black and crimson slime was already freezing, but it hadn't been buried yet. It was distinct, lying on the otherwise clean snow like spilled ink. It didn't just drip. It looked like something had slithered. I followed it, sinking immediately into the drifts up to my knees. The air was so cold it burned my lungs. I kept the Remington high. Its barrel was a dark, steady presence against the blinding white. The trail, glowing in width as I followed it, led past the woodpile and headed directly for the tree line. The trees themselves were black specters against the night, swaying and groaning under the weight of the snow. I fought against the resistance of the deep snow, pushing myself faster, driven by the metallic reek of the slime that, even in the freezing air, seemed to linger. I was maybe 20 yards from the cabin, battling a sudden, heavy gust, when I saw it. At first I thought it was a buck driven mad by the storm. It was easily that size, low to the ground, its dark shape barely discernible in the whirling vortex of snow where the cabin's clearing met the forest edge. But it didn't move like a deer. It didn't trot or bound. It scuttled. It was hunkered down, its massive body creating a brief moment of stillness in the blizzard, a small black shadow against the white fury. I stopped dead, sinking deeper into the drift. I raised the shotgun, pushing the safety off with a dry click. Through the shifting veil of snow, I strained to make out details, and the details I found were strange. It was hairy, thick black fur, matted and clotted. The fur was plastered down in clumps, matted thick with the same crimson slime that lined the floor of my bathroom. Its bulk seemed to be expanding, the hair giving it an immense, distorted volume, but the low, hunched posture suggested it was something that preferred to crawl. It had multiple limbs, too many, working in sync to move it along the ground, thick, jointed appendages that glistened unnervingly. The sight was a sickening contradiction. The heavy, dense covering of fur mixed with the raw, unnatural sheen of the slime. It looked like a living, wet wound covered in an animal's coat. Then it lifted something. Its head. I realized with a shudder of pure dread. It was impossibly large and angular, but I couldn't discern a face. Then the wind cleared the snow just enough for me to see a flash of wet, sickly red where eyes or a mouth should have been, reflecting the distant, faint light from my cabin window. It didn't see me. It seemed focused entirely on the darkness of the tree line, already beginning to merge with the shadows. It was moving, still low and fast, dragging its huge, repulsive body away from the cabin and toward the mountain pass that led to town. I gripped the shotgun, ignoring the trembling of my own body. The blizzard made the shot difficult, but the distance was short. If I let it reach the shelter of the trees, it would be gone. I took the slack out of the trigger. There was no hesitation left in me, just the immediate, primal need to stop this monstrosity before it vanished. I squeezed the trigger. The sound of the Remington going off was deafening, a violent boom that shattered the stillness of the storm. The flash of the muzzle momentarily burned the image of the creature into my retina. I felt the powerful kick of the shotgun against my shoulder, and a split second later, the buckshot slammed into the creature's massive torso. It didn't go down. Instead, the thing let out a sound that cut right through the howling wind, a screaming wail that was entirely inorganic, like tearing metal on a wet, ripping canvas. It was a noise of pain, but also of inhuman rage, and it sent a spike of pure terror through my chest. The section of its body where the shot hit seemed to absorb the impact, scattering a spray of the thick, dark slime and a few clumps of matted hair into the air. It scrambled, the monstrous body, for all its bulk, moved with terrifying speed, abandoning the relatively clear ground and lunging into the dense black of the tree line. I pumped the action, ejecting the spent shell and loading a fresh round. Clack, chunk. I didn't wait to see if it was mortally wounded. I just knew I had to keep it moving, keep it from burrowing down or reaching the pass. I plunged into the forest after it, following the fresh, dark disturbance in the snow. The trees offered a brief, deceptive shield from the worst of the wind, but the snow was deeper here, making every step a labor. I focused only on the trail, the churned snow, the scattered slime, the deep, heavy indentations of its multiple limbs. I ran until my lungs burned, until the cold made the skin on my face ache, until the sounds of its desperate, laborious breathing were drowned out by my own. Then I stopped. The trail vanished. One moment I was following a distinct line of destruction. The next, the snow was pristine, only marked by my own clumsy boot prints. I moved forward a few more steps, scanning the blizzard-shrouded ground, wondering if the heavy snow had worked against me and buried the signs, but no, the trail had slowly faded. It had ended completely, as if the creature had simply dissolved into the air. I rotated slowly, the shotgun trembling slightly in my grip, my eyes uselessly searching the area around me. My breath hitched. I caught it only as an indistinct smear of shadow, a sudden movement in my peripheral vision. High above me, I tilted my head back, staring up into the shifting, wind-whipped canopy of the pines. There was no ground trail because the trail had continued up. The dark, oily slime wasn't on the snow anymore. It was smeared high on the bark of the nearest trees, running in sickening, vertical streaks. The monster hadn't been slowed. It had simply used the vertical space the forest offered. It had the high ground. It was above, hidden by the night, and the dense pine needles, and I was exposed beneath it. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had gone from the hunter to the obvious, slow-moving target. I scanned the dark trunks of the nearest pines, searching for any break, any shelter that might afford me a moment of cover. About 10 feet away, a massive, ancient pine had been partially uprooted long ago, its gnarled root system exposed. The dirt and thick, woody roots had formed a dark, protective cave against the elements. I dove toward it. Dropping to my hands and knees in the snow, I wedged myself into the space beneath the largest root, pulling the shotgun close to my chest, my back pressed against the cold, frozen earth. I held perfectly still, straining my ears against the wind, forcing myself to shrink into the shadows and the earth. It was silent again, save for the storm. The vast, black space between the high branches and the low earth was now where the true danger lay. I looked up through an opening in the uplifted roots, seeing only the tangled darkness. I waited for a drop of slime, a tremor of a branch, or the silent, horrifying moment when the massive, hairy, glistening shape would descend. I stayed perfectly still, trying to slow the panicked rush of my breath. The silence, punctuated only by the wind, was unbearable. The creature was somewhere above, hunting for the man that had just fired the loud, disruptive weapon. Then the snow began to sift down, not from the storm, but from the branches above. Chunks fell, followed by a sudden, heavy thud just yards away. It had dropped. The creature was on the ground again, but now it wasn't scrambling away. It was waddling, a fast, deliberate, low-to-the-earth movement, like a massive, glistening insect trying to appear harmless. Its bulk seemed even more immense, now that it was no longer distorted by the heights, and I could hear the wet, squelching sound of its many appendages on the snow. It moved slowly into the small clearing around my hiding spot. I was pressed so tightly against the frozen roots that the wood dug painfully into my spine, but I didn't dare flinch. I had already positioned the Remington. My shooting hand gripped the trigger. The barrel angled slightly up and out toward the opening of the root cave, resting against the snow-covered ground. The creature's movement was erratic, darting toward the tree line one moment, then pulling back. Why hasn't it found me? Then I realized it wasn't looking for me. Its massive, misshapen head was constantly sniffing the air, lifting and twisting with jerky movements. The air was thick with the howling blizzard and the scent of damp pine and frozen earth. The storm was masking my scent. The wind and the heavy, blowing snow were scattering and nullifying my presence, covering the fresh trace of gunpowder and adrenaline. I was lucky. The storm had become my unintentional ally. After a few minutes, the sniffing paid off, the waddling ceased, and its massive, slimy, hairy form turned directly toward my root cave. It approached the gap between the thick roots, filling the dark space with its bulk. It was so close I could feel the minute vibrations of its weight disturbing the ground. And then, its head lowered. The snow cleared just long enough for me to see the details I hadn't been able to discern in the blizzard. Its head was roughly the size of a buck or moose skull, but hideously wrong. The bone structure was too broad, too blunt. It had no discernible eyes, just wide swaths of slick, wet flesh the color of old blood. It wasn't just fur that covered it. Its thick, dark hair was matted with the slime, forming a repulsive, heavy mane. Interspersed within this mane was a horrifying number of short, glistening, leech-like appendages that writhed slightly in the cold air, tasting and searching. Then, it was inches from my face. I could smell the metallic stench of the black slime mixed with the sour, coppery odor of raw meat. I was looking into the mouth of the nightmare that had walked out of a man. One of the slick, worm-like appendages darted out, brushing against the tip of my nose. In that instant, it knew. The thing recoiled slightly, its large, blunt head drawing back, the wet flesh of its face tightening into an expression of immediate, primal recognition. The meal was found, the obstacle identified. It was about to strike. I didn't let it. I drove the barrel of the Remington up and sideways, the muzzle nearly touching the side of its monstrous head. The blast was muffled and wet, an awful, contained thunder. The buckshot tore into the creature's skull from below and the thing erupted, a horrifying geyser of black slime, wet fur, and bone fragments sprayed into the roots above me. The creature shuddered once, a massive, muscular tremor, before its great weight collapsed. It didn't fall on me, thankfully, but it landed directly outside my hiding spot, its massive body completely blocking the entrance. I lowered the shotgun, the noise of the ringing in my ears louder than the wind. I was trapped beneath a mountain of steaming, reeking horror. The ringing in my ears faded slowly, replaced by the sickening sound of hot, wet matter sizzling on frozen snow. I was entombed. The creature's immense cooling mass was pressed up against the root system, sealing the entrance to my makeshift bunker. I could hear the wind now, muffled by the sheer volume of dead, hairy flesh. I lowered the hammer on the shotgun slowly, my entire body shaking with a delayed, violent reaction. The smell was overwhelming now, a blast of copper, sulfur, and the sour stink of the creature's slime. The muzzle of the Remington was coated in gore. I had to get out. If the blizzard kept up, I'd be trapped here beneath a rotting carcass until the spring melt. I shoved the shotgun's barrel against the creature's flank, testing the weight. No movement. It was like pushing a felled, waterlogged oak tree. I shifted my weight, reaching with my free hand, and finally found the edge of the root that had protected me. I pressed my shoulder against the dirt wall and pushed, straining. The corpse moved an inch, then sank back. I had to try a different way. I turned the shotgun around and used the thick, heavy butt of the stock to scrape away the dirt and packed snow behind me, burrowing deeper into the root system. The ground was hard and frozen, but the shotgun butt gave me just enough leverage to widen a small, cramped gap between two lateral roots. Gasping, I barely squeezed through the opening. I emerged on the far side of the massive pine, away from the creature's bulk. I stood up slowly, my heartbeat pounding in my temples, and walked back over to look at the kill. It lay motionless, its multi-limbed body contorted awkwardly on the snow, but something was wrong. Where the head had been, there was only a ruin of black fur and pulped bone, yet a thin, milky white steam was rising from the wound, and then I noticed the blood, or lack of it. It wasn't bleeding out. The dark, black-red slime was only slowly oozing, congealing almost immediately in the bitter cold. The buckshot had caused massive trauma, but the creature's internal volume seemed insufficient for its size. It felt like I had shot a sack of thick fluid rather than a complex biological organism. My eyes caught something on the creature's massive flank. Where the first blast of buckshot had hit, the matted fur had been stripped clean, revealing the skin beneath. It was pale, slick, and thin, stretched tight over the enormous frame. The skin was visibly healing, slowly knitting itself back together. The gaping holes from the shot were shrinking, the raw, pink-red tissue pulling toward a center point. It was a terrifying, impossible regeneration, The steam wasn't from cooling blood. It was from a burning internal process. My breath hitched. The entire premise of this battle, that a shotgun could stop it, was a lie. I had maybe 10 minutes before it was functional again. I had to get back to the cabin, not just for ammunition, but for something heavier, something more final. I turned and ran like a madman, the snow swallowing my footing, the low branches whipping my face. The familiar trek back to the cabin was a blur of white and black, driven by the cold fear that the monster would simply stand up behind me. I burst through the door, slamming it shut and throwing the deadbolt. Though I knew a simple piece of metal wouldn't hold that bulk for long, I raced past the silent horror of the bathroom and into the storage closet. I didn't grab the deer rifle. A bullet was a coin toss, but fire was a guarantee. Tucked behind the winter tires were 2 red 5-gallon jerry cans, one for the snowmobile, one for the backup generator. I grabbed a can of kerosene too. It would burn slower and hotter than gasoline, and yanked it out. Next, I needed a wick. I dove into the kitchen, grabbing the thickest rag I could find, a towel used for drying dishes, and stuffed it into my pocket. The light was my last stop. I opened the kitchen drawer and snatched a long, thin butane lighter, used for starting the pilot light. I was ready, but not fast enough. The quiet, heavy silence I'd endured for the past few minutes was broken by a sound I'd only heard when cutting down trees. A slow, heavy, ripping sound coming from the side of the cabin. The side where the bathroom window was. It had found its way back. The hole it had created to exit the young man's body wasn't large enough for its current monstrous size, and it was trying to climb through the window. It was tearing the wall apart. I could hear the sickening crunch of frozen pine breaking and the sound of thick wood snapping. I had to assume it was fully healed, or close enough to it. The storm, which had given me cover, now threatened to bury me inside of my own cabin if I wasn't careful. I had to take the fire to the monster. I yanked the door open, the kerosene can heavy and cold in my hands, and plunged back out into the blizzard. The creature wasn't at the door. I rounded the corner of the cabin, the heavy kerosene sloshing, and saw the damage. A huge section of the wall near the bathroom was ruined, wood splintered, and insulation streaming out like cotton guts. The creature was there, its massive, steaming head pulled back from the shredded wall. It saw me instantly. The bluff of the blizzard had been called. I was standing in the open, and it was less than 20 feet away. It began its repulsive, slow waddle towards me. Its limbs churned the snow. The black slime glistened. Its regenerating head tilted low. It was honed in on me. I dropped to a knee, pulling the heavy can close. I twisted the plastic cap off, then tore the towel from my pocket, shoving one end into the neck of the can to soak. The stench of the oil and the creature's musk mingled horribly in the cold air. The monster was 10 feet away. I didn't try to aim. I just tipped the heavy can and began to drench the path between us as I walked backwards. I emptied half the 5 gallons in a wide, black arc right into the snow and across the creature's forelimbs. The kerosene didn't mix with the snow. It simply stained it, turning the white ground into a shimmering black slick. The creature didn't stop. It waddled right through the flammable pool, its greasy fur absorbing the oil. As the beast closed the distance, close enough now that I could feel the steam emanating off its bulk, I pulled the soaked towel out, threw the can aside, and flicked the butane lighter. The thin blue flame fought the wind for a fraction of a second, then held. With a final, desperate roar to myself, I lit the kerosene-soaked rag like a torch, and threw it directly at the monster. It hit the creature's torso, and the effect was instantaneous and brutal. The oil-soaked fur and the slick, saturated snow trail ignited with a violent whoosh. The flames were furious, a shocking blast of orange and red against the white snow. The creature was engulfed in a terrible, screaming pillar of fire. The kerosene and the creature's own slick, greasy essence fed the flames instantly, making them burn with a blinding, hot intensity. The monster shrieked, a sound of agony and pure animal terror, and began to thrash violently in the fire. It wasn't waddling anymore. It was rolling in the snow, trying to beat out the inferno. Fortunately for me, the flame stuck to its oiled coat like glue. It was a chaotic, burning silhouette against the backdrop of the swirling blizzard. The thick, black smoke was lost immediately in those swirling whites. I backed away. The heat of the fire was shocking contrast to the bitter cold. I watched the creature convulse, unable to stop the burning, unable to heal what was being systematically destroyed. The smell of burning hair, oil, and something metallic sweet was nauseating. Finally, after a minute that felt like an hour, the thrashing stopped. The creature lay still, a massive, charred monument to my desperate resolve. The fire still raged, but the movement was gone. I leaned against the icy wood of the cabin, the shotgun forgotten at my feet. The flames were already starting to melt a ring of snow around the body, but the blizzard continued to rage. The intense heat from the burning carcass was already beginning to recede, fighting a losing battle against the continuous onslaught of the blizzard. I stood for a moment, letting the sheer exhaustion wash over me, before the pragmatism and determination of the mountain man kicked in. The fire was dying, and what was left of this thing couldn't be allowed to heal, or even to rot here. I grabbed the heavy kerosene can and emptied the rest of its contents onto the smoldering pile, coaxing the flames back into a furious, consuming roar. I moved the equipment inside, then returned to the blazing carcass with my axe. It took a sickening 15 minutes of hacking and separating what little was left of the creature's bulk. I dragged the black, escaping chunks through the snow and tossed them back into the heart of the blaze. The air was thick with the stench of oil and the sweet, terrible smell of burning meat. I was purging the mountain of this evil. When I was done, only a patch of melted snow and a few glowing embers remained. I stood over the pyre, the axe handle cold in my numb hands, watching the last of the embers fade into the furious white. I turned, intending to head back inside, lock the doors, and face the grim reality of the split body in the bathroom. That's when I heard it. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't the groan of a tree. It was a faint, wet, screaming wail, identical to the sound the creature had made when the buckshot first hit it, the sound of ripping canvas and tearing metal. It came from the same direction as the first time, from the depths of the tree line, from where the young man had come. I spun around, bringing the axe up like a shield, searching the blinding, swirling storm. My mind immediately went to the rifle, the thing I had left behind in the house in my haste. I had nothing but a bloody, snow-covered axe and a dead fire. The wail came again, closer this time, high-pitched and choked. I took a step backward, preparing to fight, when a memory finally pierced the fog of panic. The young man's vacant eyes, the young man's story. Hiking with my girlfriend, Emma. Fuck.